I'm glad to see you on my channel. The events began to take place in an expensive hotel in Changchi, where a girl approached Chun Chen, asking him if he remembered what she told him. A little embarrassed, the son-in-law of the Song family decided to ask what the girl had actually said. She was outraged by this behavior, because after all, they had already been married for 5 years, and it should be remembered that today at his birthday party, he would find himself in a very dangerous situation. This girl was Song Yan, or Miss Song Jian-san. She was going to give Chang Chen some money, and he would have to leave Changcheng and hide. The main character didn't want to listen to it anyway, and while his wife was speaking, he instantly fell asleep because it was very boring. Meanwhile, the Song family's butler, Song Ruhai, opened the car door for the girl, and she only wished that her husband would sleep in the car for now. As soon as the third daughter of the Song family was spotted near an expensive hotel, all the paparazzi immediately began to photograph her, considering her an incredible beauty. The little-known lady invited celebrities from all walks of life to her birthday party, and something grand was supposed to happen today. The paparazzi also saw a guy in the car and immediately realized that it was Chun Chen, Ms. Song Jiansen's husband. No one could believe that they were still together because everyone thought he was an idiot. The femme fatale had been married to this idiot for 5 years already, like a fairy flower that fell on cow dung. The main character also had some kind of strange pendant hanging around his neck, as if it had magical properties, because it was unusual. At the same time, someone in the hotel was shouting that the Song family had had a hard time in the past 5 years. It turned out that it was the head of the Song family, Song Shenyang, who was saying that things were going well, because the fool Chang Chen was accompanied by great luck. Even Zhang Yungguo noted that it was only thanks to this luck that the Song family was able to rise from the dead in these 5 years. In any case, everyone understood that once the hour of darkness arrived today, Chun Chen's luck would run out, and when it ran out, their marriage would end. The kind head of the family has been apologizing to the girl for the past 5 years, but soon she will no longer have to be with this idiotic guy. The timid girl explained to her father that there was no point in making a mountain out of a molehill, because they could have simply let Chun Chen go. And her father, in turn, said that he was doing all this only for the good of his daughter. Everyone in the city knew that Song had been a foolish son-in-law for 5 years now, and today she had to break off her marriage with Chang Chen in front of the entire city. And Song Jian-san must also know that she had already caught the eye of the young master from the imperial court. If their family connects with one of the biggest families in Changcheng City, their family will become successful in an instant. At the same time, Song felt extremely uncomfortable when she realized that this was the senior master of the imperial court enterprise, and his name was Ye Shaohan. Suddenly, that same young master from the imperial court arrived, and he was very close to the hotel. This guy was the pride of the business community, as well as an incredible handsome man, and the son of a great family. All the girls were crazy about him, and didn't understand why Song Jin-san didn't marry Mr. Ye Shaohan. The smug guy immediately noticed the mysterious young man sleeping in the car and asked the manager who it was. The impudent man was immediately told that it was the Song family's son-in-law, Chang Chen, and that he had to be woken up because Ye Shaohan wanted to greet him. The servants immediately approached the guy and began to wake him up, calling him an idiot. No matter how much they pushed him, Chun Chen still continued to sleep and didn't even think about waking up. The impudent managers thought that only pigs slept so soundly, but this fool slept like a plump piglet. The hero, meanwhile, didn't even suspect anything and continued to sleep peacefully in the car. Shaohan began to leave with regret. Although he had hoped to talk to this fool, suddenly, part of the protagonist's medallion began to fly in an unknown direction. This direction turned out to be the back of the head of the impudent guy who dared to wake up the innocent Chun Chen. As if nothing had happened, the hero addressed from the car, saying that his name was Chun Chen, after which he asked what he could do for young Master Ye Shaohan, showing his superiority. The unsuspecting impudent fellow was surprised, because he had no idea what awaited him next. The servants began to be indignant, asking the eccentric why he dared to throw something at the master. As it turned out, Ye Shaohan knew that Chang Chen hadn't said a word since he became a member of the Song family, which made the managers laugh even harder. And since he was so pathetic, Shaohan wanted to tell him something he didn't understand. Tonight his status as the son-in-law of the Song family would end, and his famous wife would become the young master's wife. Smiling haughtily, Ye Shaohan wanted to know if the hero even understood what he was saying to him, or if he was just stupid. All this time the hero remained silent, and the impudent man did not pay attention to this, after which he gradually began to leave. Suddenly the boy asked if he was really considered a fool. As it turns out, 5 years ago, he learned the art of magic and thought he could become famous for his abilities. But he didn't realize that when he learned the soul suppressor, he accidentally went out of control and locked up his souls in power. At this time, he was hit by Song Yan's car, and that's how he ended up in the Song family, where he lived for 5 years. After 5 years of being made a fool of, today he will be abandoned and become the laughing stock of the entire city, despite the fact that everyone there has long wanted to kick him out. Song Yan seemed to be the only one who didn't want to give up on him, because the girl protected him from all adversity, as well as from her family. He didn't get the good wife for nothing, as she silently protected him for 5 years. Now it was Chun Chen's turn to protect his own wife. As soon as he got out of the car, someone addressed the hero, calling him a stupid son-in-law, because today he was supposed to become the biggest star. It was Song Qingpeng, Song Yan's cousin. And he was saying that Chong Chen was being looked for everywhere, and I thought he was a blockhead with an incredibly pathetic face. The guy immediately looked at this impudent fellow with an angry look. After all, he remembered that for 5 years, no one from the Song family took him seriously. This Song Qingpeng secretly inflicted all kinds of violence on him, because he considered him an excellent punching bag. Even now, the relationship had not improved at all, and Qingpeng spat into the glass of wine, wanting to give it to his son-in-law. As an apology, this glass should go to the hero, and as a reward, Song Qingpeng will not beat him today. Showing surprise, the hero asked if he could really drink this wine. The impudent man confirmed this, saying that the guy could safely do it. As if not suspecting anything, the guy began to raise the glass to his mouth, and everyone around him laughed at him, considering him an incredible fool. Everyone was literally dying of laughter, and Song Qingpeng couldn't understand why he couldn't think of such a funny way to humiliate him earlier. Unable to bear such mockery, Chong Chen shouted that since Qingpeng wanted to drink wine, he needed to go down a little lower. Taking him by the throat, the self-confident guy began to pour wine and saliva straight into his throat, mocking him and humiliating him in front of all the guests. The stunned guests couldn't understand how this was possible, since a guy they considered stupid could humiliate one of the most influential members of the family. Continuing to mock Song Qingpeng, the hero threw him to the floor, asking if he had drunk the delicious wine. The trembling guests couldn't understand how this had happened, and how the idiot had managed to defeat such a strong opponent. Song Qingpeng could not bear such humiliation, because he lost face in front of a large number of famous guests. Because of this, he took a knife out of his back pocket and wished only death on the hero. I'm seeing that now he's a corpse. Suddenly someone stopped the impudent guy a second, before he would have used the knife. The man asked if Song Qingpeng really wanted to do this in front of so many high-ranking officials in the city, and if he really wanted to disgrace the reputation of the Song family. This man was the butler Song, to whom the impudent man told that this guy had publicly humiliated him, which is why he wanted revenge. The clever butler asked the boy not to do this in front of others. The master wanted to see him now, and later, Song Qingpeng would still have the opportunity to take revenge on the hero. Qingpeng started to leave, pushing the guy. Un said that he was wrong and apologized. The butler, in turn, thought that it would really be better this way, after which the man turned to the hero, saying that the master wanted to see him too, and that it was necessary for them to go together to his office. The embittered youth, meanwhile, was thinking that Chong Chen was very lucky today, but they would soon be even anyway. Meanwhile, the family servant brought Chen into the office, telling him to go inside. There were many family members sitting in the office, and the head of the family asked Chun Chen to sit at the table. The boy realized with sadness that for 5 years he had to stand in the corner and listen to family gatherings. And he could not believe that today he was being treated like this. The head wanted to get straight to the point. In these 5 years, their Song family had risen from the dead, thanks to Chong Chen. But Taoist Master Zhang said something before leaving. He said that Chong Chen's luck would last until tonight at the most, so they had to separate Song Yan and Chong Chen immediately. Otherwise, the hero would have a bad influence on them. Meanwhile, Lin Xinping tried to calm the hero down, saying that it was time to sign the document and asking him if he could write. The Song family's second son-in-law, Zhou Jian, even suggested that Chong Cheng was unable to even hold a pen. Looking at the document, the hero understood that they were really going to abandon their son-in-law. And he couldn't believe that they still considered him a fool. But he didn't care what these scum thought of him, because he wasn't going to explain anything to them, and in the future, he would have the opportunity to beat them up. The guy was only concerned about Song Yan, because she was the only one who treated him well all these 5 years. Listening to all the insults that were directed at her husband, the girl could not stand it any longer and shouted that Chun Chen was a normal and healthy person, He was just mentally disabled, but he still needed to be respected. The guys weren't bothered at all by this, and just to show their politeness, they said that they wouldn't do it anymore. With a smile on his face, the hero looked at his wife and understood that if she did not sign the divorce agreement, then he would not do it either. And if he does sign, then he won't stay here for a minute. At the same time, the butler approached the master and said that the third and young master of Yansheng had come to talk to him about cooperation. The man was very happy and wanted to know where exactly the master was. However, the young master has a request, namely, during the negotiations, he must meet with the most famous son-in-law of the Song family. The sons-in-law immediately began arguing among themselves about who is more famous. Finally, one of them began to leave, saying that now they had to return victorious and there was no point in keeping the gentleman waiting. Song Cho, who was Song Xian's only son, asked his mother what kind of family his father was talking about, since he had never heard of them in Changcheng before. A woman named Su Yuqian explained that the Xia family of Yangsheng was much more powerful than the Ye family. Currently, the Xia family has come to Changcheng City, and there are countless people who want to cooperate with them, because if you get close to the Jia family, you can fly to the top of the branch and become a phoenix. Such happiness only happens once every 100 years. After which, Su Yushin turned to her daughter, saying that her elder sister's husband was receiving very good resources, and now it was up to her to decide how she would fight for the Ye family. All this time, Chun Chen listened to this dialogue and understood that he could not expect anything better from the Song family, because they were ready to sell their daughter for profit. Suddenly, someone outside the door started shouting at Mr. Xia that they really didn't have a son-in-law who beat people in public. Having opened the door, the gentleman immediately discovered the very same son-in-law who had beaten the man in public. Everyone was simply stunned by the presence of this man, because no one expected to see him here. The mother was confused and asked all the children to stand up because a very respected guest had arrived. Su Yuxian immediately thought that Mr. Xia was looking for a second son-in-law. The guy immediately introduced himself, saying that his name was Zhou Jian. And no one understood what was going on. Was it possible that the son-in-law that Xia was looking for was Zhou Jian? In fact, this was not the case, and Mr. Xia pushed his second son-in-law away, ordering him to get out of the way. Mr. Xia approached Chang Chen and said that he saw him beat up a man in the hall. Extending his hand, he introduced himself, saying that his name was Xia Bei and that he admired Chang Chen, and then asked if he could ask him to speak with him alone tomorrow. Absolutely no one could have expected this turn of events, and everyone was simply furious and confused, not understanding what was going on here. The kind hero also introduced himself, saying that he had nothing to do tomorrow anyway, so he didn't mind. After shaking hands, Xiaobei and Chang Chen agreed to meet in person tomorrow. The head of the family did not understand how this was possible, and the mother explained that this was the very son-in-law that Mr. Xia wanted to meet. But still, no one understood why this happened, because everyone considered this guy just an ordinary fool. Sometime later, a discussion began between the family about what had happened, because everyone wanted to know what was going on. Some family members learned that Mr. Xia saw Chang Chen beating up Song Qingpeng in the hall and found it funny to meet such a fool. Meanwhile, the father of the family understood that if Chang Chen was so foolish as to offend Xiaobei tomorrow, their 5 years of good fortune would be ruined. That is why this event was even more outrageous for him. Putting a lot of pressure on his daughter, the father wanted her to sign a contract to break up the marriage, but the girl didn't want to do it at all. Mother also insisted that if they signed the contract, the Song family would get rid of Chang Chen, and even if the Xia family got angry, they would be less likely to be involved. All the relatives put a lot of pressure on the girl, saying that she should think about her family and not about herself, that she should sign a divorce agreement because they were doing it for her own good. With trembling hands, Song Yan was worried that Chang Chen had dedicated 5 years to his family, and now they were going to abandon him like this. With regret, the hero realized that his wife had probably chosen her family over him. Suddenly the girl began to press her pen with all her might directly onto the contract, thereby ruining it and not signing it. After which, throwing everything on the table, she shouted that 5 years had passed. It was thanks to Chun Chen that the family had risen from the dead, and now they were going to use him and drive him away. Which is why the girl did not understand how such a flawed person like him could live alone. Listening to Song Yan's indignation, the entire family was embittered towards her, and everyone pressured her in their own way to sign the agreement. Even the father yelled at his daughter like crazy to get her to do it. But the girl began to cry, saying that she didn't like any Ye Xiaohan, especially she didn't want to be an instrument for their marriage union. The worried relatives began to discuss among themselves how to influence the girl's decision, wondering what to tell her. Slamming the table with all his might, the father began shouting that Song Yan was a rebel, and that she had to sign this divorce agreement today. Meanwhile, someone began to break that very agreement to end the marriage. It was Chun Chen who asked if father really couldn't see that Song Yan didn't want this. The angry family began to shout at the hero, asking how he dared to break the divorce agreement because it was outrageous. The guy, in turn, said that he knew that cooperation with the Zia family was very important to them. But as they saw, Mr. Zia only wanted to talk about cooperation with him. Therefore, he hopes that they will respect Song Yan's opinion. Otherwise, the guy will tell everything to Mr. Sia tomorrow. But they won't like it, because then the most influential family in the city will find out all the secrets of the family. If something happens, then he will take all the blame on himself and will not drag the Song family into it. Meanwhile, the head of the family could not understand why this fool suddenly spoke clearly. One of the children started shouting, asking Chun Chen who he thought he was. If he got into trouble tomorrow, no one would be able to answer for it. At that very second, someone said that he would solve this issue. It turned out that it was Mr. Ye Xiaohan, who asked not to worry, because even if Chang Cheng caused trouble for Mr. Xia tomorrow, he would be able to prove that the Song family had nothing to do with Chang Cheng. 5 minutes later, the family was discussing that the father of the family had promised Chang Chen to meet with Mr. Xia because there was nothing more they could do about the situation, because this was the will of Mr. Ye Xiaohan, because his family had long ago agreed to cooperate with the Xia family on the matter of tomorrow's meeting. And the fact that Xia was looking for Chang Chen was just a drunken joke on his part. The impudent Ye Xiaohan asked the girl how about giving Chang Chen a day's time and allowing them to compete fairly, since he could see that Madame Song was still a little hesitant. So why don't they do as she said and see which of the two of them could withstand cooperation with the Xia family? The father of the family decided that he wanted Chang Chen to lose convincingly. This would show Song Yan Ye Xiaohan's strength, and then she might come to her senses. But just in case, the chief asked the butler to make sure that someone would send Chun Chen back to his usual state. The girl in love, in turn, thanked her husband for saving her, and thought about how he stopped being a fool and took the full brunt of the blow. Smiling proudly, the hero understood that he owed his wife, so he did it. Meanwhile, the butler exclaimed to the lady that it was already late and it was necessary to go home, and Chun Chen needed to return home and rest, so the butler was tasked with taking care of the hero. At the same time, in the women's restroom, the girls were discussing how the idiot son-in-law had beaten Song Qingpeng in public today. They also knew that Song Qingpeng wanted to fight back, but the butler stopped him in public. They were sorry that they missed such a spectacle. But for them, it was not a big loss, because they saw Song Qingpeng calling a group of people to take revenge. Song Yan heard their conversation and realized that the scoundrel was preparing to take revenge on her husband. Realizing that her husband was in danger, Song Yan began calling the butler to save Chang Chen. Meanwhile, the butler left the building and was preparing something terrible for the main character. The man answered the lady that they were just going to the parking lot, and he did not understand the girl, because he did not know why she was so worried about her husband. Even more alarmed, the girl explained that she had heard that the butler had prevented Song Qingpeng from beating Chang Chen today. But she was afraid that Song would now try to take revenge on him. Without thinking twice, the man simply replied that the lady should not worry because her husband was with him, and he will send them home safe and sound, because after all, they are related. As it turned out, the butler had been lying all this time, and the guy was already waiting nearby, ready to beat up the hero. The wife, in turn, thanked the butler. They say that he is a truly good worker, after which they said goodbye. After which, the impudent man told Song Qingpeng that he had specially found an opportunity for him to take revenge. The impudent man asked the man to leave the parking lot, and the butler immediately began to leave as if nothing had happened. Under the orders of the leader, he could use any methods to get rid of Chang Chen, and this was truly excellent. As a precaution, the leader wanted to be 100% sure that Chang Chen would not see Shi tomorrow. The hooligans were already waiting for him. They were angry, and they had a huge number of different weapons in their hands because they wanted to finish off the guy. Song Qingpeng was extremely angry because Chang Chen humiliated him in public today. Waving a metal pipe with all his might, he shouted that he would make it clear to the guy that he was no longer a survivor. Initially, the hero was extremely confused because he did not understand what to do in this situation and how to save himself. Meanwhile, the butler stood at the entrance to the underground parking lot, and very loud bangs could be heard, as if someone was fighting. Suddenly, the butler looked out through the door and shouted to the guys that they needed to break the legs, but don't hurt the face, because the head might still need this guy to work on the face later. After waiting a few seconds, the man noticed that the parking lot was very quiet, and it did not look like there was a fight going on. The stunned butler saw Chun Chen standing over the hooligans, safe and sound, as if the fight had never happened. This outcome of events greatly surprised the experienced butler, as he had never seen anything like it before. Sometime later, the hero thought about how he finally used the skills of the Nine Xuan clan for the first time since descending the mountain, but he also felt sorry that he had to deal with such scum. Suddenly someone from behind exclaimed, asking Manager Pan if the fun would continue. The fun was indeed about to continue, because many more scoundrels had arrived, having been promised that there would be an interesting spectacle, and they would beat up the son-in-law in order to send Ye Xiaohan to bed with Song Yan. No one present immediately understood who these people were, and only Chun Chen realized that his life was in danger again. The brave guy asked the impudent cockroaches what they were doing here, and why they came here. Without hesitation, he shouted that he needed to apologize to them for such impudent actions, and he was waiting for an apology from all the hooligans in turn. The karateka immediately started shouting that he would never in his life apologize to such an idiot. But suddenly, a guy from behind stopped him, because he remembered who it was. They all started laughing because they realized that this was an ordinary idiot who could do nothing against them and was incapable of fighting. Coming closer, the scoundrel asked if Chun Chen knew that he would be beaten today and that his girlfriend would no longer sleep alone. The hero clearly could not tolerate such impudence, and he hit the impudent guy right in the face with all his might to subdue him. In fact, he had warned this impudent man before, telling him that he needed to apologize first before talking. Of the hooligans present, none could believe that such a weakling could defeat their leader and destroy him with just one blow. The leader himself could not believe what was happening, not understanding how this son-in-law dared to hit him. The rage was visible in his eyes. The leader of the group of hooligans was ready to finish off the main character for such humiliation. The managers knew it was all over, and this fool dared to hit Rong Dong, the young master of the Wrong group. This group is one of the most unassuming groups in the city, and the young master originally owned a boxing gym. That is why the young master immediately wanted to finish off the hero for such a disgrace. The hooligans also started shouting that they wished the boss only victory, and that he should show his boxing skills and beat him. The hero didn't even begin to worry about such a weak blow. He just watched the villains attempt to hit him, after which he kicked with all his might right at the young master Wrong's secret place, causing him to scream in pain with all his might. This blow was dishonorable to all present, because no one had dared to strike it before. The young master screamed in anger at his assistants, because they did not want to help him at all, and only watched as he lost this fight. Feeling intense rage and pain, the scoundrel shouted for all the hooligans to start attacking his son-in-law in order to cripple him. He even wished him death, and they say that his henchmen could even kill him without sparing him. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in the parking lot. The butler addressed Song Ching Peng. The bewildered man wanted to know what happened in that parking lot and who beat them up like that. The villain said that Chun Chen did it, and the butler in turn asked how it happened, but no one could even understand how they could lose. After all, they only remembered that everyone attacked Chun Chen, and then a total beating happened. And at some point he used some black magic called Shanken, namely, the shift technique. He made them all somehow attack each other, and they started doing it. At that very moment, the butler and Song Ching Peng heard some sounds nearby, and thought that a fight had broken out again. This was indeed the case, because Wrong's henchmen began to attack their leader, and did not understand why they did not attack Chong Chen. With all his strength, the hero stepped right on the back of the main villain to show his dominant position in this situation. The smart guy shouted that now the scoundrel must not take a single step closer, otherwise he did not know how much longer their boss would live. The scoundrel continued to shout, saying that he was the young master of the Wrong family, and if he was treated like this, he would take harsh revenge. In fact, the hero didn't care at all who he was, and he wants the guy to apologize to him and his wife right now. Otherwise, it will be the end for the young master. Master Wrong couldn't believe that this was even happening, because this was young Master Ye Xiaohan's territory. It was also surrounded by his people. But Chong Chen was still able to win this fight. Wrong understood that he had only come to observe what was happening, but it turned out that he was humiliated in public and could no longer fight. The protagonist decided to press harder on the villain's back, and Wrong began to tremble in pain because of this, after which he gradually apologized to Lady Song Yan. Starting to cry, the scoundrel literally begged for forgiveness, saying that he sincerely apologized and would never do that again. None of Wrong's henchmen could believe it, because nothing like this had ever happened before, and their boss had never apologized to anyone. The satisfied hero only exclaimed that this was very good, because it was high time to apologize to him and his wife. Then this fight would not have happened at all. The managers continued to watch what was happening and understood that now it was all over, and that today's event would not be forgotten for a long time. Suddenly the head of the family shouted out Chun Chen's name. The father was extremely indignant because he had previously told the boy to go home, but now he didn't understand what he was doing there. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaohan approached the manager and asked what happened here. The worried manager explained that Rongdong had inquired about Chang Chen's identity, and then the boy had beaten Rongdong without a word. The young master couldn't understand how this was possible, and how this idiot was able to knock down Rongdong. After all, was there really some kind of power in the Song family that protected Chang Chen? At the same time, Ye Xiaohan wanted to ask Mr. Song if he really didn't care about his family. After all, he knows very well that at the moment the most important direction for their family is trilateral cooperation. If we remove the E family, then the third party will be another family. The other family is the Wrong group, which just suffered as a result of the fight with Chang Chen. But now, their kind son-in-law had made a fuss, and Ye Xiaohan was afraid that the Wrong family would never cooperate with them again, while his father knew that Taoist Master Zhang had spoken the truth, and Chang Chen's luck had run out. It was now, after his luck had run out, that this guy began to harass the Song family. The worried head of the Song family told Master Wrong that he apologized on behalf of the family, and if they needed any compensation, they were willing to pay it. At that very moment, one of the Wrong family members turned around and said that he never wanted to cooperate with the Song family again because of today. Also, Wrong didn't care who protected Chang Chen. If he returned home safe and sound today, then Wrong was going to change his name. "Change your name backwards," he exclaimed with all his might, because he thought that such a thing was simply impossible. Meanwhile, the girl watched everything that was happening and did not understand what Chun Chen did to Rongdong, because she had previously thought that the guy would simply go home, but now he was in trouble again. Meanwhile, the gloating Ye Xiaohan was thinking that from now on, without his help, there would be someone in the city who would want Chang Chen dead at any moment. Immediately after this, the scoundrel turned to the beaten guy, saying that they were partners and there was no need to ruin the relationship over a trifle. Turning to the head of the family, the guy also said that since the birthday banquet had become so noisy, that was why he needed to return home first. As for whom to take with him, the man should figure it out for himself. The father of the Xiang family immediately began to worry, but he understood the master, literally understood everything. Then the man exclaimed to all the guys that everything was fine and they could go. But there wasn't enough room in the car, which is why Chun Chen has to take a taxi because there is absolutely no room for him in the car. Song Yun was outraged by this decision, because if his father let him go alone now, it could mean the loss of his life for the boy. The father, in turn, simply replied that he did not understand what his daughter was talking about, because he was simply letting the boy go home and not taking his life. He was giving him another day to become a member of the Song family. If Chun Chen can safely reach the meeting place, he will personally come out to meet him and arrange a reception for him. One of the sons-in-law understood that if it weren't for the master's leniency, Chang Chen wouldn't have had a chance. Yan was trembling with fear because she was very afraid for her husband. One of the villains observed this incident and listened to the entire dialogue, which is why he did not expect that the Song family would be so sincere. Then he agreed to continue this three-way cooperation. Ye Xiaohan was happy with this decision, because tomorrow he was going to come to the Song family and take Ms. Song Yan with him to the Xia family to discuss cooperation, after which he would allow the master to take on part of the responsibilities of cooperation. The mother said goodbye to Chun Chen, saying that it was time for them to go home, and that this was probably their last meeting. Perhaps his last success was to persuade Mr. E to finish everything quickly, and also, his relatives shouted at the guy that he was just a loser. Lady Song Yan continued to listen to all this rudeness from her relatives, and simply trembled with anger. Rage and rage. Taking her fiancé's hand, she said that they needed to go. While they hadn't signed the divorce agreement, they were still together with Chun Chen, and the girl didn't want to let her relatives do something like that. The head of the family could not tolerate such behavior and expressed his indignation to Ye Xiaohan, but the boy stopped his father. After all, now he simply loves to watch how the prey tries to resist until it becomes his. Sometime later, Chang Chen and Song Yan started driving home. The younger brother drove them in the car, saying that it was not his will, and that Dad asked him to protect Song Yan, and she should understand why all this was happening around Chang Chen. The girl realized with regret that Chang Chen had angered Rongdong, Most likely, his people were already pursuing the hero. The indignant younger brother decided to ask the boy why he started all this, because everyone made fun of him when he was 5 years old. But for some reason, he had never hit anyone before. Without worrying about the consequences, the hero simply said that the guy he beat up opened his stinking mouth the wrong way. At the same time, my brother understood that getting ahead in life is strength. What's the point of being stupid and strong without power? These are three things that depend on each other. The worried wife, in turn, said that she would take Chun-Chin out of the city a little later. And from that time on, the guy had to be as honest with her as possible. When suddenly, several cars behind them started chasing them. A moment later, one of the cars that was in pursuit rammed right into the car's bumper. Everyone in the car started to get very worried. The driver was furious. The girl didn't understand what had happened, and only Chun-Chen was calm. The girl asked her younger brother to break away from their pursuers because they had to leave the city. Suddenly, Chang-Chen said that there was no need to flee the city and asked Song-Chu to let him out of the car. Because while he's inside, these guys are a threat to him, and he'll only be safe if the hero gets out of the car and lures them out. The wife was against this because she believed that Chen had gone crazy and these people would kill him as soon as he got out. Another strong impact immediately followed directly behind the car, forcing the car off the road. The car literally began to move onto the forest road, as the impacts made it difficult for it to drive on the asphalt. Fortunately, the younger brother listened to Chun-Chen and let him out of the car. The hero only asked Song-Chu to protect his sister. All this time, the girl continued to scream for Chun-Chen to get back into the car. And the guy only said at the last moment that he should not forget to make the pursuers pay for the damage to the car. A huge number of cars drove up to the forest glade to catch up with Chun-Chen and take revenge on him for his actions. The pursuers immediately saw that this fool had decided to leave his wife and run away from her into the forest. An unimaginable number of hooligans were going to attack Chun-Chen and finish what they started in order to bring this brat to the boss. The beaten criminal wanted to kill him himself, which is why he ordered his allies to bring Chun-Chen to him. Feeling very anxious, Song Yan realized that all these scoundrels had followed her husband. I understand that it is necessary to somehow avoid beating the guy. The girl wanted to get out of the car to talk to the gang bosses. But her brother was against it, because he had to protect her. Yan still thought that it was not necessary, since the people from Rong's group were not strong enough to dare to attack her. That was why she ordered her younger brother to go and rescue Chang-Chen, and she would go and talk to Ye Shaohan before it was too late. And if something happens to Chun-Chen, she will renounce her younger brother for the rest of her days. Realizing that his brother did not want this, he went to save her husband and ran out of the car. Meanwhile, Song Yan approached Ye Shaohan, asking what she needed to do to make him spare her husband. Suddenly, Rongdong and Ye Shaohan began to approach closer and decided to remind him that the divorce could be signed with a fingerprint. Today, Rong was going to kill Chang-Chen and use his fingerprints to sign the divorce agreement. But if she agreed to marry his brother Ye right now, then he could show mercy and let Chen live as a disabled person. Song Yan knew that this was unfair because they were taking advantage of the opportunity, which was against the rules and shouldn't even be thought about. Suddenly, Ye Shaohan came closer and ordered Yan to shut his mouth. The arrogant scoundrel said that he had already given the Song family a chance 3 times for her sake, and now she was responsible for it. The master's patience has run out. Now he wants not only for her to be his tonight, but also for Chun-Chen not to be able to get out of here alive. As it turned out, the younger brother had been watching everything that was happening all this time and understood that 2 grown men were threatening his sister. They should be very ashamed. But the guy also understood that he was still a real macho, and he needed to move to help his sister, even though he was shaking with fear. Suddenly, someone from behind turned to the boy, asking if he really would continue to watch his sister being bullied. It was Chun-Chen. The younger brother was surprised because a whole crowd had been chasing this guy earlier. To this, the hero only replied that they were probably lost. But they decided to get down to business, and the guy asked his brother if he hadn't said that he was as strong as 10 people from the Wrong group. But for some reason, he was inactive. The trembling boy admitted that he really wanted to go. But if he did, he would make the Song family an enemy of the Ye family and the Wrong family. So he couldn't even move his legs. The brave hero, in turn, called this guy just a loser, because he is not able to protect even his own sister. As Chang-Chen continued walking, he asked Song-Cho to remember his words. Then the main character said that if someone dares to offend someone you love, you must respond in kind, no matter how strong that person is. The villains immediately saw the guy and were glad that this fool himself showed up to certain death. Even if it hurts, even if you have to start all over again, it's still worth it to protect the people you love and are close to. If you're a man, you should act like a man and strike the first blow to your offender. A stunned Song Yun couldn't understand whether her husband was really capable of defeating such strong opponents. In fact, he really could do it. And with all his might, he struck the scoundrel right in the stomach, which is why he began to scream in pain, because the blow was delivered without remorse. The scoundrel will hardly be able to fight after this, because he, experiencing such severe pain, could hardly survive this first strike. No one present could believe their eyes, because everyone had previously considered Chun Chen to be an ordinary fool who was incapable of anything. But in fact, this guy turned out to be so strong that he was able to easily defeat one of the strongest fighters, namely Rong Dong. Looking straight into Ye Xiaohan's eyes, Chang Chen said that it was now his turn to fight. Suddenly, at that very second, the villain began to laugh, and they say that in his opinion the hero had gone crazy. The impudent man thought that Chang Chen was not acting honorably because their Song family had a hard time calming down the wrong group, but he decided to destroy the three-way cooperation that his family should rely on. We all know that the Song family can only prosper by rising to the level of the Ye family, and now he has completely angered the wrong group, causing them to take all measures. And now his family will be forced to ask Ye Xiaohan for help, so the hero should not dare to go into battle against him. Ye Xiaohan advised the guy to kneel down and promise to divorce Song Yan, and then he would allow the wrong group to spare him, or he would die. The main character didn't care at all, and he hit the villain right in the face with all his might, using one of the most powerful striking techniques. He did it because this piece of trash talks a lot. Experiencing serious consequences from the blow, Ye Xiaohan immediately began to collapse and could no longer speak calmly. All this was indeed correct, because Chun Chen believed that trash should know its place, but it seemed that Ye Xiaohan was lost, which meant he needed to be taken home, and the hero wanted to throw him straight into the trash can. With a trembling voice, the scoundrel shouted that Chun Chen needed to come to his senses, otherwise the consequences would be irreversible. Chun Chen merely ordered the insolent man to shut up and hit him with a trash can right on the head with all his might. Yet Xiaohan instantly lost consciousness from the impact of such a powerful blow, because he was an extremely weak opponent and was not able to compete adequately. Like a cockroach, Ye Xiaohan was lying unconscious in a pile of garbage, which was exactly where he belonged. The hero was extremely glad that this scoundrel had finally gone quiet. With his foot right on the trash can, he wanted to understand where his allies were. A worried Song Yan approached her husband and said that she had asked him not to get into a fight, and now that he had completely angered the two families, this would truly be the end for him. But in fact, all this could have been arranged in a way other than a fight, and simply causing them one-sided damage. He took a wad of cash from Ye Xiaohan's pocket. The hero handed it to his wife, saying that this was money for the damaged car. Once again, the girl couldn't believe her eyes, because she didn't understand if it was really the same Chun Chen. They had been married for 5 years, but this was the first time she had seen him get out of such a situation. Realizing that they needed to escape, the girl took her husband's hand again, saying that they needed to leave. Chang Chen, in turn, knew that Song Chu, nearby, was still in a state of paralysis, and he needed to get out quickly. As if nothing had happened, Song Chu emerged from the bushes and said that he was coming now. Thus, all the enemies were easily defeated, and the heroes rode away from this place safe and sound. As they drove away, they already understood that they would soon leave this city. The slightly worried girl still asked the guy to be more careful in the future and not get caught. But the joyful Chun Chen only said that he shouldn't worry and everything would be fine. Suddenly, Song Cho turned around and shouted that Chang Chen had gone crazy, and the Song family would not be able to protect him. Sooner or later they would find out. And even if Ye Xiaohan and the others didn't figure it out, his father would still want to finish him off. Song Yan also acknowledged her brother's rightness in this case. The smart guy, in turn, understood that if some fool beats the scoundrel, he obviously won't tell anyone about it. This was indeed true, because it was simply not profitable for the bandits to talk about how a simple guy beat them up. Therefore, the hero thinks that this shame will die with them. As for their people, they should also remain silent. Besides, they agreed, and Chen will have another day. And even if the hero is sent out of town, he will still return. After all, he and Mr. Xia have a meeting scheduled at Song's house tomorrow. Because of this, Chun Chen didn't even worry about the incident that happened, because he had no intention of breaking the agreement. That's why Song Chu, after listening to this guy, decided that it was time to go home. This guy said he would come back even if they took him out. And since that was the case, it was better to go home now. And from that moment on, the younger brother decided that he would also protect Chun Chen. At the same time, the hero understood that he didn't even need this guy's protection, because he was capable of protecting himself. In any case, it's time for them to go home. But first they need to call Dad so he knows they're okay. Sometime later, events continued to take place at the Song Mansion. As it turned out, the elder complained to the head of the family that Chong Chen had done terrible things tonight. For the past 5 years, they had relied on Chong Chen's luck to become the head of the family. But the elder felt that he had caused a lot of trouble today and wanted him to give up his position to the second one. The Song ladies also didn't want this, because if they allowed this to happen, it would be the end. Because the second uncle's family's business was developing so well, and they would all be crushed as soon as they gained power. Even the son-in-law understood that he would be the one who would suffer the worst, and Chong Chen himself asked for this fate. Suddenly, the head of the family asked them to remain calm. Fortunately, Ye Xiaohan helped them deal with him and calm down the wrong group, and thanks to the three-way cooperation, they still managed to keep the situation under control, so the eldest still agreed for him to remain the head. The girls were very happy about this, because they believed that Chun Chen's death was really worth something. After all, it really did calm them down, because the more painful the death, the better for the wrong group. Suddenly, the head of the family received a call from Song Yan, who told them that they had returned safely with Chong Chen. When the man heard this, he could not believe what his daughter had said because it was literally impossible. Fear and horror were immediately evident in his voice because he understood that if his son-in-law was not dead, then his family could now be in danger. Realizing the complexity of the whole situation, the father immediately dropped his phone. One of his daughters wanted to know what had actually happened. Meanwhile, the car in which the main character was finally arriving. The proud guy and his beloved wife finally returned home after a tough battle in the forest. None of the relatives could believe what was happening because they did not expect to see Chun Chen here, whole and alive. Even Song Qiu felt a slight chill down his spine after calling his dad because he was extremely worried about the consequences that would happen now. Suddenly, the younger brother finally remembered what his dad told him. He said that if Chong Chen could safely reach the meeting place, he would personally come out to meet him and arrange a reception for him. The stunned boy immediately realized that Chen remembered everything and also asked him to call his father in advance to tell him that they were all returning home together. After all, it was the younger brother who did this, telling his father that Chong Chen had returned safe and sound, which is why he needed to be met. Realizing the entire situation, the younger brother understood that he was now also in danger. Song Yan decided to ask her brother what happened to him, but the guy only trembled with fear and said that he was a corpse. At the same time, someone began to come out of the doors of the mansion. It was the entire Xiang family, and the head of the family in particular, because he was supposed to meet Chong Chen. Barely containing his anger, the man said that he was glad to see his son-in-law and wanted to invite him home. The children at the same time watched their father's face, how displeased it was. They all sensed that they would be severely punished today. Smiling like an honest man, the hero asked if everything was okay and if he had done everything right. The hero didn't understand why everyone was looking at him like that, but his wife understood that he was doing it all on purpose. The second son-in-law was also there, and the boy was not afraid to ask him if he had made tea. Everyone began to think that Chong Chen was rushing to heaven. Not only did his father-in-law personally greet him, but he also wanted his eldest son-in-law to pour him some tea. And then they remembered that the elder sister's husband said that he would pour him tea himself if he came back, but he had previously despised Chong Chen more than anyone else. Sometime later, the eldest son-in-law actually poured tea for the protagonist because he lost the bet. The kind young man at first glance gave the tea to the hero, as if he treated him with respect. Once again, Song Qiu and Song Yan couldn't believe that the eldest son-in-law did this, as if he always kept his word and served tea as a sign of defeat. Meanwhile, the son-in-law understood that if his father personally greeted Chong Chen, he did not dare not pour him tea. Everyone immediately pounced on the younger brother, saying that he should have been protecting Yan, not her husband. Song Qiu then began to explain that he was not to blame for anything, and in general, it was Chong Chen who did everything. Suddenly, Song Yan stood up for her younger brother, because she understood that it was hard to believe that Chong Chen had returned, but it was not thanks to Song Qiu, because he was simply protecting his sister, and the hero dealt with the people of the wrong group himself and returned with them. The head of the family, slamming the table with all his might and feeling very angry, couldn't believe these words, because to him it was just nonsense. The entire group couldn't handle just one person, and it really sounded like stupidity. The younger brother was threatened with punishment with a whip, but he, in turn, understood that his father and the others still did not know that Ye Xiaohan had been beaten. Otherwise, this punishment would not have happened. The butler actually brought a whip to punish his younger brother for lying. A moment later, the head of the family began to take out an ancient weapon to flog the young man. Swinging his whip with all his might, the formidable father shouted that today he would teach his youngest son a lesson. Suddenly, Chun Chen stopped the impudent father, because he did not want the innocent boy to suffer punishment. Having stopped the hand of the head of the family, Chong Chen turned to his father, saying that even an evil tiger does not eat its children, and that Brother Chu is still too young and will not be able to withstand the blow of killing him. This made the family even more angry, because in fact, the mother explained that this was a normal family punishment. That was the law, and there was no talk of death. The sons-in-law also had not seen anyone dare to go against the family law in all these years of living at home. This was considered treason, and Chong Chen seemed to have gone mad with the desire to die. Everyone began to calm Chun Chen down, saying that this was indeed normal and was just a spanking. The head of the family was driven mad by this turn of events and became even more angry at the hero. Swinging his whip with all his might, the scoundrel wanted to strike, but not at his youngest son. This blow was supposed to be aimed at Chong Chen, but Song Yan stood in front of the guy because he dared to break the family law and should be punished, so it was necessary to give him a spanking. A moment later, the hero jumped with all his might, grabbing his wife with him. With such a deft move, even the head of the family, who wielded a whip, missed perfectly with his powerful and well-aimed blow. After the whip strike, a multitude of needles fell from the weapon itself. Even the head of the family himself did not expect such a turn of events, because he did not know that he had a deadly weapon in his hands. While protecting his wife, Chong Chen asked if this was really not an attempt to beat Song Chu to death, because why were there so many needles on the whip? Once again, no one present could believe their eyes, because they had never seen anything like this done with an ordinary whip before. Even the youngest son began to think that his father had really just wanted to finish him off, because why would I need to attach so many needles to the whip? The father, who didn't understand anything, couldn't figure out what was going on, because he really didn't know where so many needles in the kunta came from, as if someone was trying to kill Chu. The head of the family immediately looked at the butler, because it was his whip, but this whip was actually in the head's office, and he just brought it here. The scoundrel immediately began to put pressure on the butler, because he was trying to blame the head of the family, and because of his ignorance, the son almost suffered. Meanwhile, the son-in-law assumed that something was wrong and reported it to his father. It was extremely strange that only one fool noticed the needles, and perhaps it was he who hid these needles in the whip. As it turned out, the hero not only noticed that there were needles in the whip, but also that there was poison on them. Even the father himself could not know this. He was extremely surprised that a fool knew this. The eldest son-in-law started yelling at Chong Chen, saying that he was completely crazy. Did he really think that anyone would dare to kill Song Chu in front of them? The daughter and her mother started crying and saying that they were not the type to do that. In any case, the head of the family believed that it was worth stopping the argument, and even if it was not true, it was better to check whether there really was poison on the needles. That is why it is necessary to show the whip to Master Ching Feng as soon as possible. Because he is a disciple of Taoist Zhang, he should know whether the whip needle is poisonous or not. A few minutes later, the butler reported that these needles did indeed contain poison, and it was very dangerous. This meant that someone really wanted to harm the youngest son and kill him at the hands of his father. The outraged relatives again suggested that Chong Chen might have seen the needles, but he couldn't see the poison with his own eyes. That's why he might have had something to do with it, and it seems that he was the one who decided to get rid of Song Chu. Listening to all this, Song Yan could not bear it any longer and trembled with anger because she wanted to express all her hatred to her relatives. Meanwhile, the hero did not react to this at all and calmly drank hot tea. Suddenly, the head of the family shouted that it was enough to argue, and Chun Chen had nothing to do with it at all. The relatives were horrified by this statement because they did not understand who could now be involved in the attempted murder, and also did not know why the head of the family was defending a fool. He defended him because if Chong Chen hadn't said so, Song Cho would truly be gone, and there was no point in continuing to argue. Without thinking twice, the father ordered the whole family to disperse. As if nothing had happened, Chun Chen thanked his father for protecting him and for truly believing in him. As soon as all the relatives began to disperse, Song Chu decided to turn to his son-in-law. Falling on his knees, the younger son began to apologize and thank his savior because he felt grateful for such a noble act. With tears in his eyes and trembling, Song Chu didn't know how he was able to see those poison needles. But he thanked his savior for saving his life and also apologized for being so rude to him all these 5 years. The good-natured guy, in turn, actually forgave him, saying that everything is fine because they are relatives. Sometime later, Songkyo was asked if he was angry with his father for that night. Songkyo explained that everything was fine, and he knew that it must be someone trying to harm him. The father, in turn, also admitted that he was also guilty, but wanted to ask his youngest son about something else. Specifically, he wanted to know why Chun Chen had returned. Given the strength of the wrong group, such a return would not be accidental, and the boy really should tell his father the truth. This question really surprised the son a little, because the answer to it would shock his father. So first he had to ask the head of the family something. The caring youngest son asked his father if his blood pressure was high or if he was having a heart attack. The angry father shouted that he had never experienced anything like this before, and that his son needed to be told as soon as possible what had actually happened. A few dozen minutes later, Song Chu told his father the whole truth, and he even mentioned that he could have easily saved his little sister. But his son-in-law got ahead of him and entered into battle with Wrong's group. Even the guy said that Ye Xiaohan didn't take his son-in-law seriously and started chatting like crazy. But the son-in-law didn't care at all. Instead, he declared that trash should know its place. He then picked up a real trash can and slammed it into Ye Xiaohan's head, a story that really infuriated his father. And then, the youngest son said that after such a blow, Ye Xiaohan completely passed out. This fight was truly amazing. At that moment, Su Seiyan not only experienced high blood pressure and a heart attack, but even a cerebral thrombosis. A cry could be heard throughout the house, asking whether Ye Xiaohan had really been beaten. Hearing this, the mother began to cry, saying that it was all over, and they had completely insulted this family. Now they would stop the three-way cooperation, and the father would have to retire. The offended mother also wanted to prepare a new divorce agreement before the morning, and Song Yan would only need to sign it tomorrow in the presence of Ye Xiaohan and drive Chang Chen out, and perhaps it would still be possible to save their family. Meanwhile, Chun Chen decided to turn to his wife, telling her not to worry, because it was just a three-way cooperation. And tomorrow, the guy will be able to achieve cooperation with the Zia family. This is much better than the shitty cooperation with the Ye family and the wrong group. Then he believes that this family should come to its senses. The puzzled girl wanted to know from her husband whether he had really recovered, because that evening, his behavior was no different from that of an ordinary person. And there was only one explanation for this. It was truly a recovery, because for the first time in 5 years, the hero felt great, which is why his wife wanted to know if he remembered where his home was. After thinking for a bit, the guy realized that even now, it was extremely difficult for him to answer this question about where exactly his home was. The girl exclaimed that there was no need to worry about it now, and everything was fine. Although in reality, she thought that if she knew where Chang Chen's house was, she could send him back, only she would not have to worry about there being no one to take care of him. Suddenly, Chun Chen said that he actually remembered where his home was. It turned out that his family is in the capital. This is the Chu family, #1 in China. They have 9 masters, and they are all amazing. All the masters are omnipotent, in heaven and on earth. And they also taught him martial arts. Song Yan already thought that she was mistaken, and her husband's illness only worsened. Without thinking twice, the girl said that she would forget about it for now, and asked him to tell her what feelings he had had over the past 5 years. At the same time, she understood that Chang Chen had not been able to express his feelings for 5 years. He must have suffered humiliation, pain, and indifference. He must really want to talk to someone. After all, she was the only one who had been by his side all these years. Suddenly, the hero exclaimed that even though she was his wife, she still didn't care about their relationship. They had been together for 5 years, like an ideal couple, but she didn't even show attention or care towards him, and that was disgusting. Confused, Song Yan began to get angry and tell her husband to go to hell, saying that he shouldn't call her a pig. The hero, in turn, said that there was no need to get angry because he was just making an analogy. With a huge bump on his head, the guy decided that it was time for him to go to bed now, while the girl thought that he was really impudent because he took her and insulted her. The next morning, Song Cho trained himself, practicing martial arts techniques, and the mysterious guy in the interesting suit watched him while brushing his teeth. As it turned out, it was Chang Chen, who wanted to ask Song Cho what inspired him to dance the lion. In fact, the younger brother was doing a service to the family by coaching here. Because the Changcheng City ceremony was in 5 days, if he could win the lion dance there, he could solve the problem of the family relying too much on trilateral cooperation. I don't understand anything. The hero started asking his brother how the lion dance would help him at all, and at the same time continued to brush his teeth. In fact, the ceremony in Chapcheong City is the 80th birthday of the head of the Huang family. They are the most powerful family in the city, even more powerful than the Ye family. This dance has become an event that the head of the Huang family loved so much. If you win, you can gain recognition from the head of Huang, and this can be considered a step forward on the path to prosperity and success, which would be a great honor and benefit for the whole family. But currently, all the major families in the city are actively preparing for this, so the competition is extremely high. Song Chu thought that he would hardly have a great chance of winning. However, he is still practicing, but it is still difficult for him to find a professional to train him. This made Chun Chen wonder whether he should help his younger brother, and at the same time he continued brushing his teeth again. Without thinking twice, the boy spat out the toothpaste that was in his mouth with all his might. This spit even destroyed the hot air balloon that was hanging near them. This kind of reception surprised Song Cho greatly. He even thought that his son-in-law was a marksman in his past life, but Chong Chen could not say anything about it. All this time, the hero was thinking that he was his wife's slave, and winning brought many benefits. So if Brother Hugh won, his wife would probably be very happy. Sometime later, the house decorations were ready and everyone was dressed in festive costumes. The head of the family was preparing for Ye Xiaohan's arrival, because they had to greet him with the highest rank. Meanwhile, one of the daughters ran up and addressed her father. It was Song Yan, and she wanted to understand why her father had called her here. The father and mother did not understand what kind of outfit their daughter was wearing. She should be ashamed of this, because yesterday they told her that Mr. Ye Xiaohan would come today, and she should quickly go back and change her dress, because they would be here soon. Suddenly someone behind said that there was no need for that. It was Chun Chen who said that Mr. Ye Xiaohan would not be coming to see them today, and the only one who would be coming to see them today was Mr. Zia. Su Seiyan started yelling at the guy because this restless guy was wearing some kind of weird costume, and he should wait because Mr. Ye would arrive soon. Then they would see, because the hero was clearly trying to piss everyone off here. In fact, the guy didn't care whether his relatives believed him or not, but he told them that only Mr. Sia would come, and he didn't at all approve of all this unnecessary boring pathos that they were putting on here. The eldest son-in-law also ordered Chong Chen not to fool him, because Mr. E is a man of his word in the business world. If he says he will be here, he will be here. In addition, he said that Mr. Saya would not be able to come, and the issue with yesterday's poisoned needles had not yet been resolved. And since Chong Chen was fine, everyone wanted him to hurry up and sign the divorce agreement and get lost. Song Yan, trembling with hatred, realized that her husband had saved Song Chu's life yesterday, and they were still ungrateful. She continued to repeat that she would not accept Mr. Ye. Her sisters began to say that she was simply young and foolish, and that once she tasted young Master Ye's sweetness, she would definitely change her mind. Meanwhile, the hero was thinking that this gentleman couldn't even block his attack, which meant that he really was a man. Suddenly the butler ran up and shouted that Mr. Ye had arrived, as he had seen the master's exclusive limousine arrive. The head of the family and his wife were happy that the gentleman had arrived, because it meant that he did not hold a grudge against them, and it seemed that the relationship between their families could still be saved. The sons-in-law, like smug scoundrels, were glad that Mr. Ye had come, and thought that Chong Chen was a nobody compared to him. At the same time, the protagonist understood that it was not actually Ye Xiaohan who had arrived. The whole family started running towards the approaching car, because they thought that Mr. Ye Xiaohan was driving. But as it turned out, it was not at all the one they expected. The guy who came wanted to find out what they were all doing here, because he just came to visit them. Mr. Zia, who didn't understand anything, wanted to know why everyone was making such a fuss here, and why they looked like clowns, since it was all so banal. The whole family realized with horror that Mr. Zia had gotten out of Mr. Ye Xiaohan's car. The head of the family immediately wanted to ask the guy why he came in Mr. Ye Xiaohan's car, and at the same time, Su Seiyan was thinking that Chong Chen was right, and this guy was dressed the same as himself. Mr. Zia started laughing, seeing that Ye Xiaohan's face was swollen like a pig's, which was why he couldn't come, so he gave Sia this car to bring him here. Once again, the protagonist turned out to be right, because it is worth believing him when the man tells them that Mr. E will not come. Suddenly, the head of the butler called and told him to invite Mr. Zia to the old mansion. As it turned out, the head of the butler was also surprised by Mr. Sia's visit. The Song family leader was a person who spent a lot of time in the Song family's old mansion, and few people knew anything about him. But he was the real leader of the Song family, and Su Seiyan was only acting as the head of the family. Chong Chen immediately understood this. Now that Sia is here, even this old man is worried. It seems that helping his wife win the cooperation of the Zia family is an absolutely necessary task. Shia was glad that Chief Song wanted to see him. He also appreciated Chang Chen's appearance because he really liked the clothes and asked him to take him to the chief. Each of the elder sons-in-law was angry because Chang Chen should not have led Mr. Xia, lest he say something unnecessary to him. Because it might anger his influential family, and then they would all have big problems. Unexpectedly, Su Seiyan only told Chang Chen to go see Mr. Xi off and accompany him in the future. In fact, Mr. Isekai is here, but he didn't come, which means he wants to show that he holds a grudge against them. And this kind of three-way cooperation is becoming unstable. But for the sake of the Song family's future, even if the chances are slim, it remains to be seen whether Chang Chen can gain the Xia family's cooperation. All the relatives were simply amazed at how lucky the main character was. Sometime later, the events continued in the old mansion of the Song family. The elder said that he was just worried about the city ceremony, but when he heard that Mr. Xia from Yangcheng had suddenly appeared, he decided to immediately invite him to his mansion. It was the current head of the Song family, Song Changqing. Mr. Xia also thanked the elder for the invitation, because today is a big holiday for the Huang family, and wherever you look, people are preparing for it. Pointing to the poster, the elder asked if Mr. Xia usually wrote, and if he could help with it. Without thinking twice, the guy agreed, because he was known as the god of the pen in Yangcheng. Looking at the hieroglyphs, the guy realized that this was a very strong and powerful word, carrying the energy of blessed impulses, and this was the word powerful. In fact, the elder pointed out the mistake to the master, and it was a different word. Namely, the word is unworthy, after which the elderly elder tore up this piece of paper right in front of the guy's face. As it turns out, Master Huang is now looking for young people all over the city to show the Huang family in the best light. Countless calligraphy masters have contributed their creative works with great effort, and with the skill level of a great master, he is far from being able to compete with those monsters. That was why Song Changqing wanted to ask Lord Shi for one favor that was beyond his control, namely, to ask him for a calligraphy work for the Huang family ceremony, because it will help save his Song family from the current difficulties. The old man cried and begged on his knees, but the boy only asked him to calm down and get up from his knees because he was unable to do so. Song Changqing insisted that if the god of the pen did not agree, then he would no longer be able to get up. And if he could not win this competition, he would no longer have a meaning to live. In fact, Sia was just praising himself. And he couldn't draw as well as he said, but he still agreed to the old man's request to stand up. The old man was actually happy about this, because a big shot like him shouldn't go back on his word, and Mr. Xia was truly a good person. The dumbfounded boy immediately realized that this impudent old man was using him, but he still asked that he go first and let Chang Chen come in and talk to him while he wrote, and they talked. The wise old man was not averse to fulfilling the boy's request and inviting the hero. After leaving the office, Song Changqing turned to Chang Chen, saying that Mr. Xia was waiting for him in the office. Two guys were also sitting nearby and were really shocked that the gentleman wanted to see him. The joyful hero entered the office, and the gentleman was already waiting for him there. A slightly worried guy said that he had just bragged to the old man, and now he was asking him to write to the location. And Xia decided to ask the hero for help, so that he would tell him how it was drawn. The hero really didn't expect that Xia also does calligraphy, so he has to appreciate it. When Chun-Chin saw what he had drawn, he was simply shocked, because he saw that this drawing looked simply terrible. The worried guy looked at the drawn poster and didn't even know what to say, even though Xia asked his opinion. In any case, the hero still wanted to offer his help and asked if he could do it better, but they would say that Xia drew it. After all, Chun-Chin was indeed good at drawing. After all, he studied under a teacher who was truly called the god of the pen. That same great master had unrivaled calligraphy skills, and no one could draw better than him. A joyful Shi placed his hopes in his friend, as he knew that his drawing was not as good as a real god of the pen could have drawn. In fact, Xia became interested in Chang Chen yesterday because he discovered that he was actually not stupid. And Xia really senses in him a potential great leader who is hiding his abilities and waiting for his moment. People with such a rare aura often had excellent skills, and the fact that he said he could write really surprised Xia. Meanwhile, the hero finished and was ready to show his drawing. Seeing this drawing, Xia was simply stunned by this, because he did not expect to see something like this. Xia sincerely thought that this was a really terrible drawing, and even he wrote it better. So it seemed that he was clearly mistaken in Chang Chen. At the same time, Song Changqing began to knock on the door, asking Xi if he had finished, because the old man was looking forward to his masterpieces. The boy, trembling with fear, understood that if the old man saw this, He would lose face, and he had to quickly write another poster without typos. Suddenly Chun Chen let his grandfather in, saying that Sia had already finished a long time ago. The drawing was completely ready. The joyful man wanted to admire the young master's drawing, although Sia was not yet ready. But for some reason Chang Chen let the old man in. Fearing failure, Sia wanted to hide Chang Chen's writing in his other hand so as not to show it by accident, then take out his own. And although it had typos, it was still probably better than the hero's. Unexpectedly, Chun Chen raised Xia's right hand, and in it was a drawing of the main character, which made Xia even more worried. Song Changqing was extremely surprised when he saw this drawing, but he still didn't show any reaction. The frightened boy thought that Chang Chen had put him down on purpose because he had shown the wrong hand. And that was the end. Now he would lose face. He would have nothing more to do in Changcheng. Tonight he would return to Yangcheng again. The elder remained silent and only pointed his finger at the poster with great surprise. Suddenly the old man ran up to the poster and took it in his hands, after which he began to cry, saying that it was simply a beautiful drawing. And it was truly worthy of the god of the pen, because he had never seen a young man who could write so beautifully. Surprised, Zia clearly didn't expect such a reaction, and didn't understand why this drawing was excellent, since he thought that even his was better. In the master's opinion, this drawing was truly excellent, and so it was too modest. Although he said that he was the god of the pen, it was written there that great plans and great dominion, laughter despite drunkenness in life. It rhymes with Huan, and expresses the great ambitions and desires of Mr. Huan, and is written in such words that fools cannot even read. Song Changqing also happily exclaimed that Master Huang was very fond of antique cursive writing, so he would definitely like this poster. If this calligraphy were used to participate in the competition, the elder was confident that there would be a great chance of victory. In Zia's opinion, this writing was not as good as his, but it still had a chance of winning the competition. However, the boy calmed down and told Song Changqing that it was just some calligraphy he had quickly written, and nothing special. But if old man Song saw something special in it, then let him take it. Suddenly, the old man thanked Mr. Zia for this letter, but also clarified that he forgot to sign it, which is why the old man wanted to see how he did it right now. The stunned guy didn't show it, but he understood that this old man clearly wanted Zia to humiliate himself in front of him right now. Suddenly Xia started to wriggle out of it, saying that he couldn't sign the letter because the signature meant that he was the owner, and why not let Chang Chen sign the letter, since in fact, it was him who this letter was supposed to be intended for. Continuing to justify himself, the guy said that he was really sure that he wanted to give this letter to Chun Chen. The worried old man also asked the boy not to spoil the drawing, because he believed that Chang Chen did not have proper calligraphy skills. The hero, in turn, really tried very hard to sign this work, because he himself had written it earlier. It was extremely strange for the old man to see such a signature, because the age was the same. But for some reason there was a big difference in skills, and he was sure that the calligraphy that Xia had just hidden was written by Chang Chen. At that very moment, Mr. Zia suggested to Song Changying that they finally start discussing cooperation issues. The elder didn't even suspect that he actually came to discuss cooperation issues. The old man really didn't mind talking to Xia, but Chang Chen shouldn't be here because it wasn't his business and should wait outside the door. It turned out that old man Song had actually misunderstood, and Xia meant that he wanted to talk to Chang Chen. So he asked the elder to leave the office for a couple of minutes. The blushing elderly man felt a strong sense of shame and didn't even suspect that this would happen. And I would never have thought that Xia came specifically to Chang Chen. The door opened and the elder walked out as if he was empty. Su Xian immediately asked his father how he was doing and thought that Xia didn't seem to be here to talk about cooperation. Then the trembling old man explained that Mr. Xia was conducting separate negotiations with Chang Chen, and that he had also given him an excellent calligraphy letter. Now, thanks to Chang Chen's blessing, their Song family had a chance to receive the green light from the Huang family at the grand ceremony. Hearing this, all the relatives were simply shocked by such news, and only Song Yan was happy to hear it. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in the office, and Zia thanked Chang Chen for helping him save his reputation. But he still wasn't going to give up this opportunity for cooperation so easily. Because of this, Xia decided to clarify the situation. In fact, even before he came to the Song family, he had previously gone to the Ye family and talked with them about cooperation. After all, if they decided to choose one partner for cooperation, the Ye family would win over the Song family in all aspects. Looking into the gentleman's eyes, the hero admitted that this was indeed so. At this moment, Sia's team was at the Ye family's house, and he said that if he didn't give them an answer by midnight, they could automatically enter into an agreement with the Ye family. This meant that the Song family only had a few minutes left to convince him to cooperate with them. So now Chang Chen would have to answer a few questions. If he could give satisfactory answers to these questions, Xie would abandon the Ye family and choose the Song family for cooperation. But if Xie is not satisfied with Chang Chen's answers, then he'll only tell the Song family for now. Meanwhile, the relatives were furious because they did not understand why Xie wanted to discuss such serious matters with Chang Chen. Because if he manages to make an agreement, then they will not be able to expel him from the family, and if they do not expel him, then his influence will become a threat to them. Su Seiyan, trembling with emotion, understood that the Xi family does not choose partners at random, although he is called the third young master without success in Yangqing. But this is not because he is lazy and frivolous in his affairs. There were rumors that Mr. Xia asked his partners the strangest questions, and no one could answer them correctly over the years. And all because he is very picky about his partners, this is what caused Chia's failures in business. If only they had allowed the old and cunning gentleman to negotiate, there would have been at least a chance of success. But now, with the rude and careless Chun Chen, the chances of getting the right answers are almost zero. Meanwhile, Xia was asking Chang Chen questions. The first question was, if his merits in some big matter were to decide, what would he choose, revenge or patience? The smart hero immediately replied that he would give the fame, wealth, and so on to someone else, because he didn't care. The second question was, if he had to choose between, on the one hand, power over the whole world, and on the other, his beloved woman, what would he choose then? The clever Chun Chen replied that he would choose power over the entire world and sleep next to his beloved. This answer was indeed good. But if this statement is applied to real life, the next question from Xia was how to achieve both goals. In this case, success in business and success in love. The guy literally begged to give him a good answer that would satisfy him. Otherwise, their conversation might end there. Even Chun Chen began to worry from such a statement, because he didn't quite understand what to answer. Meanwhile, Su Seiyan's phone rang, which made him extremely surprised. The slightly excited man immediately answered the call, hoping to hear some good news. As it turned out, it was Ye Shaohan who wanted to ask the master how he was doing today. Ye Shaohan immediately assumed that Mr. Xia was currently at their home, discussing cooperation with Chang Chen. And this was indeed true. Then the impudent one told Su Zieyan that in fact, Xie had already made an agreement with him. He was planning to formally sign the agreement with the Xia family soon, but Mr. Xia went to meet them just to complete the formalities. Not understanding what to do, the gentleman just listened to this news and began to worry even more. Soon after, Ye Shaohan hung up, and Su Zieyan tried to persuade him to talk again. But the guy didn't want to talk anymore. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the man only said that it was all over. Because it turned out that Xi had already made a deal with the Ye family, which meant that Chang Chen no longer had a chance to reach an agreement. Thinking that marrying Song Yan to Ye Shaohan would give them a chance to save the Song family, the father ordered one of the sons-in-law to bring a new divorce agreement. Because tonight they would need to find a way to marry their daughter to Ye. Song Yan watched all this and realized that her father's determination was truly strong this time, and she began to suspect that she might actually marry Ye. Meanwhile, people from the office began to say that everything went well and the issues were resolved. At the same time, Ye Shaohan was gloating, because he thought that the Song family was just a way to see how he would punish them in the future. Soon after, representatives from the Ga family entered, and Ye Shaohan suggested that they should sign the cooperation agreement at this time. One of the representatives said they decided not to sign the contract because Xia suddenly changed his mind. Mr. Xia said that he did not have the answer he needed to answer the questions. But Chang Chen was able to give the perfect answer to Mr. Xia's control question. Therefore, in the future, the Xia family's cooperation in Changcheng City will be completely transferred to the Song family. The protagonist's answer truly satisfied Xia completely, and he exclaimed that his answer was simply truly wonderful. And now, all of his family's affairs would be handed over to the Song family. And as for Young Ye, let him continue to play his games. Once again, no one could believe what was happening, because nothing like this had ever happened in this family before. Su Seiyan decided to approach Mr. Xia and ask if this was really true, and if he really chose to cooperate with Chang Chen. Xia laughed and explained that it was absolutely true. Chang Chen's answer was completely in line with his preferences, and he thought it was the perfect choice. Returning to that question, Xia said that Chun Chen said that you're in front of power over the world and sleep next to your beloved. But how to achieve these goals? Because in case of an unsatisfactory answer, the conversation will end in an instant. After laughing at the question, Chun Chen explained that, in public opinion, people often use the analogy of a fish and a bear to talk about life's choices, reminding everyone that one must be able to give up one thing in order to choose another. But at that very second, the hero stood up and shouted that he was the one who was striving to conquer the world. And if he did not have the opportunity to take two good pieces, then there was no point in doing anything at all. At that very moment, Chang Chen asked Shi if he was really called the third young master without success in Yangcheng City. And the master immediately confirmed this. Because of this, the protagonist invited the guy to collaborate with him and guarantees him enormous success in business and the opportunity to truly become the first son of Tiannan. In general, people often believe that different things cannot be combined together, like fish and a bear. But in Chun Chen's perception, only the whale fish and the bear are incompatible. Not understanding this answer, Xia wanted to clarify why this was so, since there were other options. Pointing to the next poster, the hero simply said that this was all because such deals were simply illegal. Laughing even harder, Xia exclaimed that Chang Chen had the ambition to conquer the world, but he also had the common sense not to overstep his bounds. No one had ever given such a beautiful answer before, which made Xia want to know how successful his listeners thought he was. This story made Su Seiyan and his son-in-law furious, because they couldn't believe what they were saying about Tiannan's first son. And they couldn't understand how Chang Cheng could even condescend to say something so arrogant. Since they had now agreed to cooperate together, Xia immediately began to leave, not wanting to linger here any longer. Although this guy had a unique taste, Chun Chen prepared an answer that was just perfect. After reading the divorce agreement, Su Xian realized that it was indeed true, and the sons-in-law believed that once Chang Chen left his home, he would no longer be so arrogant. But at that very moment, the head of the family tore up the divorce agreement and said that Chun Chen was indeed right, and their arguments were pointless. Today, their three-way deal between the families was successfully completed, and now they must rely on the cooperation of the Xia family that Chang Chen had made and the letter that Mr. Xia wrote. If they kicked him out, then there would be nothing to compete with the old man's second son, and there would be no way to participate in the grand ceremony. As he left, Su Seiyan also called his sons-in-law scoundrels, saying it was time for them to think about it and reconsider their actions. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in Ye Xiaohan's house, where all the dishes were broken. The impudent man was simply furious, because he believed that they dared to leave a fool behind so that he could steal his cooperation. From today on, he was going to declare war on the Song family and take revenge for all of Chang Chen's misdeeds. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the old estate of the Song family. Song Yan didn't waste any time and finished the conversation with her father and grandfather about cooperating with the Xia family. Now they could return home. The disgruntled relatives understood that this was just a deal, and they wanted to see how the guy would relax on the wave of success and fall, and even wished him a quick death. Suddenly someone nearby started shouting and calling out to a scoundrel named Chun Chen. It turned out that it was Old Man Song's second son and Song Seiyan's younger brother, who demanded that Chang Chen kneel down and apologize to his beaten brother. The impudent relatives also gloated, because retribution had come. The second uncle had come to deal with the hero. He was famous for his protection of his wards, and Chang Chen was soon to receive his punishment. Song Yan began to defend the guy, saying that they had previously discussed yesterday's events with Chun Chen, and it should be noted that the conflict was initiated by Song Peng, and the guy was simply defending himself. The elder brother still wanted revenge, because the hero not only insulted Qing Peng, but also dragged the Ye and Rong families into conflict, putting his family in a difficult situation. All these violations deserve punishment, and he is sure that the elder brother and father will definitely treat him fairly and strictly. The brave guy told his uncle that he was ready to fully accept any possible punishment, and the man wanted to immediately take care of this and gloated. The relatives ran to uncle again and asked if it would be better for him to punish Chang Chen, since he had made a deal with the Xia family. So turning to Dad and others was pointless. And they also wanted to punish him, but Dad and others were protecting him. The man admitted that his older brother and father had always disliked Chun Chen, and that he acted according to family rules, which is why they had to protect such a fool as a hero. Uncle also thought that Chang Chen couldn't make a deal with the Jie family, and it was simply absurd, which is why he wanted to go explain everything to his elder brother and father, to see what kind of punishment they would prepare for him. Su Zhian and Song Changqing confirmed sometime later that Chang Cheng had indeed managed to strike a deal with the Xia family, This answer truly surprised the relatives who were thirsty for revenge, and they simply stood rooted to the spot, because they did not even know what to answer. And besides, Song Changqing thought that Chang Chen was a decent guy. It was unlikely that he would start a fight first. In this situation, everyone thought that Song Qingping started the conflict first, and the hero was just defending himself. Moreover, the relatives also understood that Chang Chen was their son-in-law, and Song Qingping had no right to offend him because it was really unfair. Now the two of them were about to be punished, and they were ordered to go and rewrite the family rules 10 times. And in the end, they were the ones who ended up being punished because they started pestering Chun Chen. The dejected guests were shocked by what they heard, and simply did not understand how this was even possible, and why the guy was able to transform in just a few days. The two losers began to leave, having been punished, and now had no influence on Chun Chen. Suddenly the hero decided to turn to his beloved wife to tell her something. Taking her hand, the guy decided to ask her about Song Muyan. This question immediately made Song Yan blush, and she wanted to know what the guy was interested in. The girl was shocked that her husband took her hand, and they were only husband and wife on paper, but in real life, they even slept separately. As if nothing had happened, Chun Chen asked his wife to think carefully about whether there had been any conflicts between her uncle and father recently. There were no direct conflicts as such, but from childhood, my uncle always considered my father his sworn enemy, so they didn't have much control over each other. Now the hero realized that he seemed to be right, and Chu was Song Sayan's only son, and if he died, the family's management would pass to Song Muyan's family. Perhaps the poisoned needles case was somehow connected with this family. At that very second, the guy noticed that his beloved wife blushed sharply. The sisters around her also saw that her head seemed to be smoking, as if something had happened. Sometime later, the events continue to take place at Song Qingping's villa, where relatives were talking about revenge on Chang Chen. While continuing to write the family rules, the villain was extremely unhappy because he was very tired and wanted to take extreme revenge on the main character. Suddenly, someone came up to the guy from behind and asked his brother not to worry. It was Song Muyan's third son, Song Qinghe, who revealed that he knew everything about their situation with their father and that he would help him take revenge. Song Qingping was extremely happy that his little brother had returned, which is why he wanted to know what his brother had actually mastered. As it turned out, he had joined the Brotherhood of Magicians and had only learned the basics, but that was enough to deal with ordinary people. Previously, when Master Zhang was around, the guy was afraid to interfere. But now that he is gone, this stupid Chun Chen does not dare to challenge them. So now, they had to make their offender feel the bitter taste, because they had a magical snake in their bag that was ready to bite Chang Chen. Sometime later, events continued to unfold at the Song family's mansion, and it was discussed that Chang Chen had taken on a very large project with the Chia family. But he immediately handed over all the management work to Song Yan, which is why the girl did not understand whether her husband was really aware of his decision. Laughing, the guy explained to his wife that he had promised that cooperation would help her achieve success, but he was not very knowledgeable in business matters. Therefore, he completely trusts her in this matter, and is also ready to fulfill some of her responsibilities, so that the girl's life would be much easier. A puzzled Song Yan, in turn, realized that her husband only did sewing and cleaning, which is why it might be worth thinking about more serious, ambitious goals. Suddenly, at that very second, something seemed to happen to the guy, and he very abruptly stopped cleaning the room. "I don't understand anything," the girl asked the hero what was wrong with him, because perhaps her harsh words finally made him think. "I take a short break from cleaning," and taking off my hat, the hero simply said that he needed to do something very important. With a determined and angry look, the guy shouted that he needed to go to the toilet. Watching the hero, Song Yan laughed, because such sudden movements were just to go to the toilet, and it was really too strange. Seeing the snake on the chandelier, the hero realized that he was right after all. Although nearby there was only an ordinary spiritual snake crawling around the room, the enemies decided to send a spiritual snake against him. The heir of the 9 profound inheritances, it was truly astonishing. After all, such a glorious animal could not possibly harm the strongest Mogu in the area. Having used his magic on the snake, the guy immediately realized that it looked like this snake belonged to some dangerous group, and that it had recently acquired too many enemies. Suddenly someone shouted outside the door that young Master Ye Shaohan had come to see the lady, and the head of the family asked her to leave immediately. Without thinking twice, the guy realized that perhaps this was the same guest. Given his capabilities, it was quite possible that he had hired someone. And if he really wanted to make an attempt on the hero's life, then he himself would suffer from it, which is why Chun Chen wanted to go out with his wife to see the important guest. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaohan and his uncle were discussing the three-way cooperation they wanted to establish together. The agitated father and mother listened to this entire dialogue and were extremely alarmed by what was happening and what they heard. As it turned out, Mr. Ye had deliberately handed over the three-way cooperation to Song Muyan right in front of the head of the family, and it seemed he had decided to support his brother in the fight against them. And it was indeed so. Ye Xiaohan had deliberately handed over his brother's cooperation to Su Seiyan, and he probably deeply regretted it now. Meanwhile, Chun Chen approached them and immediately decided to greet the guest. As if nothing had happened, the hero smiled and waved his hand, asking the guest how he slept the previous night and whether he had caught a cold. Thinking back to the events of the past, Ye Xiaohan literally lost his breath because he remembered how bad it was at that moment. Ye Xiaohan suddenly decided to go inside the building and discuss their cooperation. His uncle was taken aback by this decision because he thought that they wanted to discuss all the matters here, to demonstrate to his elder brother that they were entering into an agreement. Like a bunch of cockroaches, they started running into the building, and the hero just admired it and laughed. Since the scoundrel has decided to come, his snake must return to its owner. All this time, Chun Chen continued to watch as the snake got closer and closer to the so-called enemy with each passing second. The relatives were angry at this outcome of events because, in their opinion, Mr. Ye Xiaohan really wanted to support his uncle. His uncle's business was currently flourishing, and now, cooperation would give him the opportunity to expand his business. The cheerful guy decided to calm them down by saying that he had agreed to cooperate with Mr. Zia, and the agreement between Zia and the Ye family was on a completely different level. The angry sons-in-law began to shout that the agreement with the Zia was not permanent, and that this family was only new here, so it could not stand up to the local influential families like the Ye family. At that very second, the hero realized that if that was the case, then let them have some fun. With a deft movement of his hand, the boy used a magical technique, with the help of which the snake was supposed to attack the impudent man. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly started screaming very loudly, experiencing severe pain. Meanwhile, Song Qingpeng and his brother were gloating because they believed that the prey had been caught on the hook and the local family member had been bitten by a snake. The villains even filmed the guy on his phone as he moaned in pain and wanted to quickly post it on the internet because they thought it was Chun Chen moaning. While filming the entire event on their phone, the impudent guys discovered something that surprised them greatly, because in the frame there was Mr. Ye Xiaohan, who was bitten by a snake right from behind. During filming, it was clearly visible that it was one of the relatives of the influential family who was writhing in pain. No one could have expected such a turn of events, and Song Qinghe knew that it was his fault, although the snake should have been aimed specifically at Chong Chen. The head of the Song family also decided to intervene in the conversation and told his uncle that the guy was bitten by a snake, which is why it was necessary to call an ambulance immediately. Trembling with fear, the others understood that their brother had made a mistake and that he needed to urgently find an antidote. Otherwise, he would sign his own death warrant. Looking at these idiots, Chong Chen immediately guessed that one of them possessed such power. As it turned out, it was indeed Song Qinghe, who had the power of a snake. And the hero inadvertently thought of Mr. Ye Xiaohan. Things were really bad for him, and the gentleman might not get any help, which is why everyone expected that someone present would be able to help in such a difficult situation. Suddenly, the hero took out someone's shoe and began to fill it with water, saying that no one should worry, because he will help now. Once again, no one present could understand why Chun Chen needed Mr. Ye's shoe. In fact, in this situation, everything was quite simple, and the hero simply decided to save his enemy. The guy decided to pour out the water that was in the dirty boot and thereby help Ye Xiaohan come to his senses. Song Yan immediately ran to her husband to ask what he was doing there, seeing how bravely he was trying to save his enemy. But everyone actually thought that the guy was just trying to take revenge on the enemy, and thus would use any methods, which is why they were going to punish Chun Chen. Suddenly, at that very second, Ye Xiaohan began to cough and gradually came to his senses. The guy had no idea what exactly was on his face because it stank so much, and he didn't know how he was even saved. Then they said that Chun Chen took off his shoe, filled it with water, and splashed it on his face, which helped in this case. Although Mr. Ye didn't know why the boy helped him, it was unclear why he took his shoe. After all, he has a fungus on his feet, and it's just disgusting. The gentleman started foaming and spitting again. But fortunately, an ambulance arrived, and they wanted to take him to the hospital for further treatment. The lady, in turn, understood that although Chang Chen had saved Ye Xiaohan, it was in an incredible way, which is why he definitely held a grudge against him. It is better for him to stay at home at such a time, and as soon as he leaves the house, it could end badly. Without thinking twice, the hero decided to call Mr. Xia to ask if he was at Tianhao Ba, since he was planning to go straight there. The embittered wife did not understand why her husband was going to go there, but the guy only replied that he needed to be there because Mr. Xia was waiting for him. Soon after, the guy began to calm his worried wife down, saying that they had just signed a contract with Mr. Xia, and he could not miss such an opportunity. Even the younger brother shouted for his little sister not to worry because he would protect her husband. But the girl at the same time understood that Chang Chen clearly did not need protection, because on the contrary, someone had to protect others from Chang Chen. Literally a few minutes later, the brother and the hero rode off into the distance to meet with Mr. Xia. The girl clearly felt uneasy, because the further it went, the more Chang Chen became uncontrollable, and Song Chu was the same. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in the hospital. The gentleman screamed in pain, and the doctors could not determine the cause of this condition. All examinations were carried out, and all indicators were normal. Suddenly, another villain heard a familiar voice nearby in the ward. The scoundrel immediately recognized Mr. Ye Xiaohan and wanted to understand what he was doing here. The angry and smug guy shouted that it was all Chun Chen's fault, and that he should be found quickly to beat him up because he wanted the hero to suffer. Smelling the smell of old socks, Song Ching Peng was extremely surprised and thought that it was Chang Chen who had tried so hard. The boy continued to scream in pain while doctors examined him. His brother-in-law, in turn, asked Mr. Ye Xiaohan not to worry, because he was going to tell his guys to be ready. And as soon as Chang Chen appeared, they would leave no living place of him. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in the ba where the old friends had gathered. The hero asked Bao Huang if he was afraid that his grandfather would find out that he was using Leo's dance to make money, as the old man might get angry about it. As it turned out, several years ago the best masters paid attention to him, and he learned something from them. His grandfather thinks highly of him. Even if he finds out, he will not test him. Mr. Xia wanted Bao Huang to have as much money as possible, and decided to wet his throat to strengthen their alliance. The girls also liked the master and asked him to teach them the art of dancing because they really wanted to see it. Laughing, the guy decided to show what he had. Taking out a paper figurine, he asked the girls to tell him their date of birth according to their horoscope, and he would write it on the figurine and be able to control all the actions of this person. The stunned people did not want to tell him their date of birth, so that the guy could not control them in this way. Sha, in turn, understood that this was nonsense and sounded implausible. And in general, it was unlikely that anyone would tell Bao Huang their date of birth according to their horoscope. The angry guy exclaimed that he would not accept such behavior, because no one wanted to respect him. Mr. Xia had known all this time that Bao Huang had decided to show off in front of the girls, and he felt that nothing could stop him. Sometime later, the protagonist arrived and apologized to the gentleman for being late. Xia's comrades immediately began to greet their new acquaintance, because he was the friend Mr. Xia had always talked about, and also Song's son-in-law. The clever Bao Huang understood that Chang Chen was just an ordinary fool, and they were all waiting for him, which is why he asked to tell them his birthday, because they would have fun, and the guy was going to pardon him. The puzzled protagonist looked at this scoundrel and asked if he would really be pardoned. Laughing at this suggestion, Chang Chen shouted that Bao Huang was crazy and unbalanced, because he just came here, and Bao Huang immediately asks his date of birth, although they don't even know each other, and then pardons him, like an emperor. No one expected such an answer, because everyone knew Bao Huang's strength, and no one dared to talk to him like that. Mr. Xia was frightened by this outcome of events, and understood that Chang Chen would quarrel with an influential person. Because the hero was invited here only to get acquainted and earn a little money, they would create a scandal. The clever Xia decided to justify his friend by telling Bao Huang that his partner came here, and apparently didn't understand what was going on here, which is why I was going to tell him my date of birth, so that they wouldn't argue. Although their family was not as powerful as the Huang family, it was still the Huang family's territory. As the saying goes, even a strong dragon will not enter a snake's lair. Xia sincerely hoped that he would help Chang Chen. Suddenly, Chang Chen came closer and asked Mr. Xia why he called him so late at night, as if to watch how that idiot Mr. Huang was pretending to be a magician. No one understood why Chang Chen was acting like this, because Bao Huang was much cooler than him, and Xia was barely able to defuse the situation. Now the hero was ordered to kneel and apologize to the master. An angry Bao Huang knew that he would be condemned for humiliating this fool if he knelt down. Then the angry scoundrel proposed a bet. When he began to cast spells on little Jia, then he would be able to prove that he really possessed magic, and Chang Chen would have to crawl on his knees. Laughing, the hero asked the villain what would happen if he did not prove that he was capable of wielding magic. Having attached the unknown scroll directly to Mr. Zia's back, the hero smiled again and said that if Bao Huang could not prove that he possessed magic, he would have to kneel. These words only caused laughter from the audience, and the arrogant Bao Huang agreed to such conditions because the spectacle should be truly cool. Mr. Xia continued to cry and told his comrade that he knew these mystical things existed. Besides, Bao Huang studied under the best masters. He wouldn't have bragged if he didn't really have the strength. In any case, Chun Chen understood that there was nothing special about this paper figure, because all these toys did not impress him even at the age of 6. Sometime later, Mr. Xia finally wrote his date of birth on the figurine. Now little Xia needed to stand up straight while the magic happened. The trembling boy was very worried, but the hero kept calming him down and asking him not to be afraid, because he was nearby and ready to help. Bao Huang began to tug the other figure directly by the arm, so that the boy would raise his left arm. Frightened, Xia stood motionless, anticipating being controlled. Suddenly the worried guy realized that he felt absolutely nothing. It all seemed like some kind of joke, because he felt absolutely nothing. As it turned out, Bao Huang admitted that it was just a warm-up, and the next magic trick should work. Now the scoundrel decided to raise his right hand, but it also didn't move, and Jia felt absolutely nothing, as if Bao Huang was laughing at him like a madman. The puzzled boy again tried to tug at the paper figure to use his magical abilities and show that he was capable of it at all. Chun Chen thought about the fact that he had no idea that he could cope with this spell. The signs he had drawn when he was 6 years old would help him. Thus, Mr. Bao Huang should have played the magician enough, and this whole performance should be over. Huan was simply furious. He didn't understand what this guy was talking about, and also didn't know why his magic wasn't working now. Once again, Mr. Xia began to justify his friend, saying that Chang Chen was just joking, and that they should end it here today because they were already getting ready to leave together. But the hero asked to wait, because this fool said that he would kneel before him in case of failure, and he must keep his word. Bao Huang's henchmen were furious, because they believed that there was no bargaining with the Lord. They even wanted to see Chang Chen die. Suddenly Bao Huang asked everyone to wait and shut their mouths. The angry gentleman asked Chang Chen if he really thought he was worthy of having Bao Huang kneel before him. Without thinking twice, Chun Chen again asked the impudent guy whether he would continue to chatter, or whether he would kneel down. At that very moment, Bao Huang knelt down, saying that he was a good person. But watching the hero with an evil gaze, he also added that he should know something. Namely, that Bao Huang will never tolerate such shame. This sight surprised absolutely everyone present, because no one could have expected that the proud Bao Huang would kneel before Chang Chen. Mocking the impudent guy, the hero asked him to stand up, otherwise his knees would start to hurt. All this time, Mr. Xia didn't understand why his comrade was acting like the Lord God. Suddenly, a lot of unknown people started approaching the group of young guys. Unknown men surrounded them, as if they wanted to take revenge for the hero's actions. The scoundrel was furious. He shouted that now Chun Chen would receive sweet revenge, because death would be on his conscience. Xia was very worried because he did not understand what to do in this situation. The caring friend even wanted to distract the enemies, so that Chang Chen could escape, because they would not dare to raise a hand against Mr. Xie. The hero, in turn, asked his friend why he needed to run away from here at all. The nimble guy started running straight at Bao Huang to subdue him, and he did not dare to attack anyone in this room anymore. The villain took out a lot of needles and realized that Chang Chen was going to attack the main one because he thought he could get close to him. In fact, for Chun Chen, this was not a problem, and he easily approached the main villain of the endgame. He hit him with all his strength and pressed him against the wall, because he understood that this was now his enemy, and he had to take revenge on him. Now Bao Huang had no chance and was choking on his own anger and pain. The hero only laughed at this, saying that he was already close to the main villain. The brave guy now wanted to ask Bao Huang what he could do to him now. All the servants who were in this room could do absolutely nothing, because they understood that their opponent was much stronger. Mr. Xia realized that Bao Huang had been practicing martial arts since childhood, and this fool had defeated and neutralized him in one fell swoop. The henchmen began to run to the villain's aid, saying that Chang Chen had dared to raise his hand against Bao Huang, which was why they all needed to go on the attack. A huge number of guards suddenly began to attack the hero, but that was what he wanted. Meanwhile, Xia tried to call his friend, saying that it was enough to fight here and that they should leave. Suddenly someone told all the guards to stop, It was Bao Huang who understood that his men had to retreat and give Chang Chen the opportunity to leave here. Once again, no one could have expected such a turn of events, because everyone considered Bao Huang to be one of the strongest warriors in the city. But he turned out to be only a weakling compared to the hero. Looking at the scoundrel with an arrogant gaze, Chang Chen realized that it was time to leave, and told his friend that they were leaving now. Even Xia was shocked by this, and even thought that he might have misheard, because it was extremely suspicious that Bao Huang decided to let Chang Chen go, because he always fought to the last like a madman, and now he allowed the guy to go. His servants also did not understand why Bao Huang allowed this impudent guy to leave this building. The trembling villain ordered his servants to shut up, because he only now realized that his abilities were gone. The alarmed scoundrel realized that Chang Chen also had some skills, and that his level of ability was much higher than his. Looking around and seeing this giant hole in the wall, the impudent man understood that all his ideas in the eyes of Chang Chen were just pathetic attempts. Suddenly, one of the servants received a call from his friend. It turned out that he had received good news, and there were a bunch of Rongdong's fighters near the bar. It seemed that they were here on Ye Xiaohan's orders, and they were looking specifically for Chang Chen to kill him. Having come to his senses, Bao Huang only said that all this was a waste of time. After all, Bao Huang actually understood that he possessed secret knowledge and knew how everything worked in the magical world. Only the strong could command nature and change the world. Coming out of the bar, one of the opponents was simply shocked by what he saw, because all of Rongdong's servants were defeated and could no longer fight. Now Bao Huang realized that it seemed like they would have to invite the most powerful magicians to deal with Chang Chen, or it would be better not to mess with him at all. Once outside, Xi immediately wanted to ask his friend about what was happening in the bar. A friend wanted to know how Chun Chen was able to take down so many fighters. Laughing, the hero only said that he himself did not understand what happened. It was dark, and apparently they fell themselves. After such a tough battle, the hero still wanted to go home and lull his wife to sleep. But Sia still didn't understand how the guy knocked down all the enemies. As it turned out, the hero only used a couple of tricks that he learned at the age of 6, and apparently still overdid it. Even Song's younger brother believed that his son-in-law was hiding something from him. Sometime later, the events resumed in the hospital, and Ye Xiaohan was simply furious because all the people who were sent to beat up Chang Chen were beaten up themselves. The angry Ye Xiaohan even felt as if Mr. Xia had asked the higher powers to intercede for his friend. Meanwhile, the mother came to her son, saying that perhaps these were Mr. Xia's life-saving obstacles. But as soon as the apple fell into the scoundrel's hand, his hand was immediately paralyzed. As soon as he touched anyone, he was immediately paralyzed. Even Ye Xiaohan's mother didn't understand what was happening to him, and only the boy thought that Chang Chen dared to do this to him. The next day, a post was posted on social media stating that Xiaobei of Yangcheng had chosen his first partner. It turned out to be a lover, namely a fool from the Song family. Even Song Qingpeng read this and immediately began to gloat. He enjoyed reading such news about his opponent. At that very moment, Song Yan came out, having understood that the news had been full of nonsense since the morning. Song Qingpeng also didn't expect that his sister would have such a bad experience in a relationship after using Chang Chen's luck, because it turns out he doesn't love women. This news and the hero only made him laugh, because he understood that this was just stupid gossip. The wife, in turn, understood that her husband was extremely thick-skinned, and she was worried that the Xia family was very famous. And this stupid gossip could interfere with their cooperation. In any case, there was no need to worry, because gossip will never necessarily get what it deserves. A moment later, wild screams could be heard nearby, as if someone was experiencing incredible pain. I don't understand anything. The girl wanted to know what this heartbreaking cry was, so they decided to go and see. Coming closer, together they saw a very unpleasant sight. Namely, like a snake, it latched onto Song Qingpeng, and he screamed wildly in pain. The wife even thought that her husband was a Xia, because he was able to foresee that the offender would get what he deserved. Smiling with joy, the guy asked his wife not to be afraid and not to look there yet, otherwise she would get dizzy. As for people, Chun Chen will do it because it is now his favorite activity. With all his strength, the hero struck straight at the snake, which was not far from the enemy. The blow was really very strong, because the guy wanted to send the snake to hell and use a fatal blow from the shadows. The stunned relatives saw Song Qingpeng lying beaten on the floor, and no one understood what had happened to him. His brother immediately wanted to set the guards on him so that they would deal with the main character and neutralize him. In fact, they were simply slandering a good person. And first we need to look at what actually happened. After all, The snake had grabbed their brother, and Chun Chen had actually risked his life and didn't understand what he had done wrong. Upon seeing the snake, Brother Song Ching-hei immediately realized that it was the missing snake. Begging his brother for an antidote, Song Ching-peng screamed and trembled in pain, saying that he could not bear it any longer. The brother immediately ordered that this guy be carried into the house to help him there. The girl, meanwhile, did not understand why she had to carry Song Ching-peng into the house if he needed to be sent to the hospital. And apparently, there was some kind of miracle cure in her uncle's house, the hero thought. Sometime later, events continued to take place at Song Muyan's villa. Song Ching-hei literally cried. Because his snake was destroyed because he had tamed it for many years. It was a truly rare snake that only listened to him. The uncle also decided to tell them good news, because their elder brother Qing Long had won the favor of one of the Huang daughters. And they urgently needed to see the head of the Huang family. For the brothers, this was really surprising, because the Huang family was one of the most influential families in Changcheng. The next time they met Huang's daughter, they could now call her their bride. But Song Seiyan only thought about becoming related to the Ye family. But their dreams are not destined to come true, because they need to get closer to the most influential family in the city. With the support of the Huang family, the uncle will be able to become the head of this family. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in the most influential family in Chongqing, namely, the Huang family house. The head of the Huang family, Huang Jianghong, selected the calligraphy scrolls for the ceremony and believed that Bao Huang had the best handwriting. The gloating young man told his grandfather that he didn't deserve his praise because he still had a lot to learn. But in fact, these hieroglyphs were written for him by masters, and participating in the competition is not an easy task. Huang Jianghong also asked his grandson to put away the other works because he did not even want to look at the other calligraphies. While looking through Bao Huang's works, I discovered a familiar name. As it turned out, one of the scrolls was signed with the name of the Song family, Chong Chen. The scoundrel immediately wanted to look at the scroll, and thought that he didn't expect that you, the ignoramus, could write, and that his maximum was a little magic. Even though it was signed poorly, the guy still wanted to look at this shameful creation. As soon as Bao Huang picked it up, he was simply stunned because he didn't expect to see something like this. The boy's grandfather immediately saw his reaction and also wanted to look at the scroll. Upon seeing a piece of calligraphy, the elderly man immediately asked whose calligraphy it was. Taking the scroll in his hands, Huang Jianghong realized that this form and this content were very much to his liking. This was exactly what he was looking for, and that is why this particular calligraphy would be featured at the ceremony. The grandson clearly didn't like this, because his grandfather had previously said that he wanted to use his calligraphy. The delighted grandfather simply replied that no, this calligraphy fully reflects everything he would like to say, and his grandson still has a lot to learn. Not wanting to listen to this, Bao Huang shouted that if his grandfather didn't believe him, then he should look at this clumsy signature at the bottom. And in any case, it wasn't he who wrote it all himself, but someone who helped him. In any case, the elder understood that one should not forget that the most worthy are always chosen for the ceremony, and it does not matter who the person is. But what matters is his abilities. His calligraphy is very profound. Trembling with anger, the young man finally admitted that he was wrong, although he wanted to wait until the opening of the ceremony to bring out Chong Chen and tell everyone the truth, because in front of the entire city, he would be forever disgraced in this way. Sometime later, events continued to unfold in the hospital, with Ye Xiaohan's mother telling him that no one in this city knew how to treat him, and that he should be patient for a little while longer. His father found the contacts of the best doctor in another city, and it was necessary to urgently transfer him to another hospital. As soon as the mother touched her son's hand, the hand became completely paralyzed again, and the boy believed that no doctor could help him, and that Chun Chen needed to come. Hearing this answer, mother was shocked, because she thought that the guy wanted to take revenge on Chong Chen, and her son should not worry, because yesterday she asked people to let his relationship with Xia out loud, and she just had to wait until the Xia family got angry and broke the contract with the Song family. In severe pain, Ye Xiaohan asked his mother to ask Chong Chen how to bring him back to his senses, since he might know how to treat this illness. Not expecting such a turn of events, the mother realized that it was necessary to act and find the main character's contacts. Meanwhile, someone called the hero, and he asked to quickly tell him the essence of the conversation, because he was going to a meeting with his wife. In fact, it was Ye Xiaohan who called, and wanted to ask Chong Chen if he knew how to neutralize snake venom. Realizing that this was his enemy, the hero immediately remembered that it was his people who had surrounded him that evening at the Tianhao Bar, and that after that, he couldn't call and ask about salvation from snake venom. At the last moment, the villain managed to exclaim that Chang Chen would listen to him, because if he helped with the antidote, the guy promised that he would forget about everything, and Rongdong would also not bother him anymore. In this case, the hero had only one condition, under which it would be possible to persuade him, because his father-in-law, due to the fact that he missed the tripartite agreement, was not himself for days on end. Ye Xiaohan immediately understood what was going on, and decided to resume cooperation with the Song Seiyan. Moreover, he swore to the hero that if the cooperation did not resume, he would be responsible for it with his head. This answer really satisfied the hero, and the villain decided to find out where to get the antidote. Chun Chen told him that regarding the antidote, unfortunately, he did not know where to get it. Hearing this, Ye Xiaohan and his mother became furious, because everyone thought that they were simply being bullied, and that Chang Chen was ungrateful. In any case, the hero wanted to help the enemy, saying that he should be patient, because he said that he did not know where to get the antidote, but he knew who exactly could know, and sent the guy a video. The video showed the same snake in Song Qingpeng, whom it was biting. Yesterday, that same guy suffered just like Ye Xiaohan had once suffered, but Song Qingye didn't take him to the hospital, but carried him straight to his family's home, and soon Song Qingpeng was safe and sound. And this is all extremely strange. Even if Mr. Ye Xiaohan didn't believe it, he could call Song Qingpeng himself and ask him personally. For the guy, it was really a shock, because Chang Chen believed that the Song brothers knew how to get rid of the poison, but when he was bitten by a snake, Song Qinghe was there and saw everything, but it is unknown why he did not help then. The sick son immediately asked his mother to call Song Qingpeng to personally verify that Chang Chen was not lying. Meanwhile, the hero was thinking that it would be interesting to see how Song Qingpeng would get out of this situation. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold at Song's estate. The man said that he had previously disbelieved in cooperation, but after seeing Song Yan's project, he saw that he could increase his income. As it turned out, it was the Xia family's fourth uncle, Xia Yanhuan, and he said that he thought that within a year, their pharmaceutical company would be able to establish a foothold in Chongqing, which was truly an honor for the Song family, and they were going to work hard for cooperation. At the same time, Xiaobei praised his wife Song Yan, saying that together they could achieve success. But Chang Chen defended her, telling him not to even dare to look in his wife's direction. A few minutes later, Lord Xia's grandfather called because he wanted to say something. It turned out that Grandpa knew about the scandal with Chun Chen and was outraged by it because their family company could be disgraced in this way. Xia continued to make excuses, saying that these were just stupid rumors, and their company was just starting to get back on its feet. But Grandpa didn't care whether these were rumors or not. It was a disgrace to their family. If he didn't break off this cooperation right now, he would immediately return home. Unfortunately, due to Grandpa just revealing the scandal, Xia Yanhuan explained that it looked like they would have to stop cooperating and apologized for it. Suddenly, Chang Chen decided to snatch the phone from Xiaobei and personally talk to Grandpa Xia. The boy introduced himself to Grandpa Xia as his grandson's new lover and asked if he could discuss the situation with him alone. The hero knew that his grandfather was most worried about losing face, but he could, on the contrary, save his face. Thus, Chang Chen guaranteed that his company would be able to enter the Chongqing market within 4 months, and if they succeeded, he would be obligated to continue cooperation. The partners were simply stunned by this promise, because they could not even imagine that such a thing was possible. Everyone understood that other companies needed 2 or 3 years, and 4 months was really a short period of time. Such a short time would not only add points to his reputation, but stupid rumors would also dispel themselves. Grandfather was truly furious, because he knew that son-in-law Song was a real braggart and a shameless boaster. While realizing everything that was happening, Xiaobei also understood that it was their grandfather who was throwing dust in their eyes. Because he disliked braggarts the most, Grandpa especially didn't like it when braggarts spouted self-confident nonsense in front of important people, because he hadn't met such young people for a long time, and he was still going to give the guy a chance. This made everyone present at this conversation even more surprised. After all, no one could have imagined that Grandpa Xia would give a chance to someone like Chang Chen. With a smile on his face, the hero simply said that everything was under control and the contract was successfully concluded. Everyone was extremely happy. They say that Chun Chen has no equal in this matter, and he is a master of negotiations. In any case, The partners were worried about the guy's promise, even though Grandpa On had reassured them. But the deadline was only 4 months, and Xie Yanwan wanted to understand whether they would really stick to it. The self-confident guy, in turn, exclaimed that he should be trusted because they only needed joint action with their pharmaceutical company, and they would succeed. Song Yan continued to watch these guys and understood that Chong Chen had certainly promised a lot, but it was unknown where this feeling that he would definitely succeed came from. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the hospital. The evil enemies were planning to come to Mr. Ye Xiaohan to re-establish a three-way cooperation and strengthen their family's strength. They also gloated because with such an alliance, they could easily defeat Chong Chen, and they just needed to wait a little longer. Soon after, the seemingly good-natured scoundrels came to visit Ye Xiaohan and greeted him. The displeased mother immediately turned to them and shouted at them all to kneel. No one could have expected such an outcome, and the scoundrels immediately fell to their knees to bow before Ye Xiaohan's mother. The embittered Ye Xiaohan wanted to ask Song Qingpeng, since they could rid him of the poison, why didn't they tell him right away? I don't understand anything. The guy immediately asked why Mr. E was asking this, and in general, why he was suddenly saying this. As proof, the guy decided to show a video of Song Qingpeng suffering from the bite of the same snake that had previously bitten Ye Xiaohan. After seeing this video, the scoundrels realized that their affairs were bad, because it was filmed by Chun Chen, and it was unknown how this video ended up in their comrades' hands. The criminals started talking about how they could neutralize the poison, but they just wanted to teach Chong Chen a lesson and didn't expect that the snake would bite Ye Xiaohan. The mother immediately began to beat one enemy after another, shouting that they were scoundrels and had harmed her son. And after that, she still hoped for a good relationship. Ye Xiaohan shouted with all his might that he would continue to cooperate with Song Xian, and that he no longer wanted to have anything to do with them. Realizing that this was the end, the villains only had to hand over the antidote and then get out of here. As they left the hospital, they now understood that Ye Xiaohan had now finally said goodbye to their family. And it was all because of Chong Chen, because he had set the snake on the boy. Suddenly something came on my uncle's phone and he was very happy. As it turned out, the brother also wrote that he had settled everything with the fifth daughter. And in the Huan family, tomorrow evening, her father is inviting them to dinner to discuss all family matters. Father understood that in Changqing, only the Huang family decided everything, and he had to become related to the Huang family. Even if Ye broke off all relations with them, it would not make any difference. Now they only needed the support of the Huang family, and they would crush Song Seiyan's family. And in the evening, they were going to torture Chong Chen to death. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the Song family mansion. One of the sons-in-law said that he heard that tomorrow evening the Song Muyan family and the Huang family would become related. This event caused concern among everyone, although there was a lot of gossip. But the three-way cooperation with Mr. Ye could thus pass to the second uncle. And as soon as the uncle became related to the Huang family, the father would immediately lose his status as the head of the family. And my uncle still believed that it was my father who was to blame for my aunt's death during childbirth. And they still harbored a grudge against each other. Because of all the situations that happened in their family, now the Song family could be completely destroyed. At the same time, someone began to enter the room. They say that the second uncle is just meeting with the Huang family. Nothing is clear about the wedding yet. It was the main character, and he was saying that his family was very worried about something that was still not really known, and he had news. Now they will not only not lose contracts with Yijia, but also, now they will continue their three-way cooperation with Ye Xiaohan. One of the sons-in-law did not believe this and considered it nonsense, because this fool could not have reliable news. In fact, the main character's source of information is not quite ordinary. Otherwise, how could he have learned about the poisoned needles in the whip? Even the head of the family wanted to know from Chun Chen what his source of information was and how he found out about the needles last time. The relatives eagerly awaited the moment when the hero would finally reveal what kind of source he had for obtaining such hidden information. A happy guy showed on his smartphone that the source of his news is a magic shell, and they can safely ask her anything they want to know. The almighty shell will fulfill all their wishes. No one could have expected such an answer, and they again thought that this was just kindergarten, and that this could not be. The hero also reposted the magic shell in his stories, so everyone could see it. The relatives were furious because they were discussing the future of their family, and he was playing games right now. Meanwhile, Song Yan went to the office and was surprised that everyone was here. The embittered son-in-law was glad that the girl came, because he wanted her to take her fool away, because he had been acting inadequate all day today, and said that C had not broken off the cooperation between them. Having obtained the documents, The wife confirmed that Chun Chen was indeed telling the truth. When they saw the documents, everyone was shocked again because they realized that their inadequate son-in-law was right. Mr. Zia actually agreed to sign the contract, but still no one could understand how this was even possible. The head of the family thought that Mr. Zia apparently didn't care at all about other people's opinions, because how could he possibly sign an agreement against the backdrop of such rumors? The disgruntled relatives began to shout again that it was all Chun Chen's luck that had helped. And he said that the trilateral cooperation had been resumed, but that this was definitely not possible. Meanwhile, the head of the family's phone rang, and he immediately decided to answer the call. What he heard really shocked him, because it was extremely surprising. Ye Xiaohan just called him, and said that he had lost respect for Song Muyan, and suggested that they resume negotiations. I don't understand anything. Each of the relatives watched and was simply furious, because they didn't know how this could happen. They all ran up to Chun Chen and started asking him how he would do it, and whether this magic shell really worked, and if he could give any useful advice. That same evening, the magic shell that Chang Chen had vaunted caused a sensation in the Song family, and the hero even earned a couple of thousand from it. The next day, the husband and wife were walking together, and Song Yan told the hero that their agreement with the Xia family had officially come into effect today. But Xia wants the company's office to be located in the Jinan high-rise building, and the guy, in turn, didn't understand what the problem was. As it turns out, Jintian is owned by the Huang family. When Uncle and the Huangs become related, Uncle won't be able to just hint at it, and they will kick them out of this building. In Chongqing, only the Jintian Center is the source of all opportunities and resources. Only there will they be able to fulfill their agreement in 4 months. Suddenly, Chun Chen began to hug his wife, saying that he didn't expect her to try so hard for him. The smart guy decided to calm her down, saying that he would definitely sort out this office in Jinian. Taking out his phone, he exclaimed that he needed to go somewhere. The wife, who didn't understand anything, in turn wanted to know what her husband was going to do, as if he was going to get into a fight again. In fact, the guy had no intention of doing anything like that, because he respects the laws of honest people, and will do everything according to the law. After a few hours, the hero decided to act and save the current situation. Together they entered one of the buildings to carry out a well-thought-out plan. The younger brother of the family was certainly not afraid, but he also did not understand why the hell they came here. The boy also had doubts, because he asked Chun Chen if he was sure that this was a place for the living. In any case, brother could wait outside if he's very afraid to be here. The timid youth reminded him that he was Chun Chen's personal god, and could not leave him here. Suddenly it turned out that there was absolutely no one else around, and a moment later, the terrible creature behind ordered the young man to get out of this place and run away as far as possible. The frightened boy started screaming in fear because he thought that a demon was nearby, and he remembered that he still had an online lesson, which is why he needed to leave. Chunchen immediately realized that his brother was not very brave. Turning to face the monster, the hero addressed him as if he were a girl, asking if he could buy a calligraphy brush. Taking off her mask, the girl said that this store is now closed, and she ordered the guy to leave here. It was the store of magicians, star places, Huang Yu. The smart guy immediately noticed the girl's talisman, Lin Fu, and realized that she belonged to the star-scattering mages. I don't understand anything. The mysterious Huan Yunino only asked how he knew about the star-scattering mages. The guy in turn said that he had been familiar with this movement for a very long time. After all, he is the senior disciple of the star-scattering chief mage Luo Yun. Since Huang Yununo is from the younger generation, she should respect Chang Chen as her senior mentor. By patting the girl on the head, he showed that he was superior to her in all skills. The embittered girl could not tolerate such rudeness, and used magic called "Keep Your Pockets Wide." Having hit the guy, she began to ask where he came from, and how he dared to defame the name of her teacher. Because until the guy apologizes, he won't be able to leave here. Overcoming the pain, Chunchen understood that he was now in a hopeless situation, but he still managed to hold the girl's hand so that she could not hit the main character. Chunchen was able to easily stop the attacking girl and asked what she was doing. The guy was literally furious because his wife bought him this suit, and the girl tore it. The wife would again think that he started a fight and would not be able to explain anything. At that very moment, Huan Yununo realized that this guy was not so simple, because he was able to grab her. If he hadn't already promised Master Luo Yun that he would take care of them when he met the star-scattering mages, he would have already squeezed compensation out of her for the torn suit. In any case, the hero wanted to receive compensation, so he was going to write his phone number on paper, and if Huan Yunino has any problems, she can call her new mentor. Having wished the girl good night, the hero decided to leave, saying that she was very impudent. The guy also took brushes and cinnabar with him, and Huan Yununo was very angry with him because not only did he disgrace her teacher, but he also ruined her talisman. But the anger did not leave her, because she understood that this impudent man had humiliated her mentor and also had defaced her training talisman. But looking at that very talisman, the girl realized something. Namely, she trained for several months, but still could not understand these inscriptions before. Now that he had written down his phone number, it finally dawned on her what was written there. After which, Huan Yununo delighted her grandfather by saying that she had finally deciphered the meaning of the talisman. Chun-Chin also heard the girl shouting at her grandfather, even though this girl was rude. But as her mentor, he had to give her at least some kind of gift. Meanwhile, someone began to leave the room, saying that only a few months had passed, and the girl had already been able to understand the essence of the talisman. It was Huang Xian who said that since Huang Yununo had such abilities, it was quite possible that she would be able to touch the ninth heaven. The surprised girl wanted to ask her grandfather why they needed this ninth heaven. In fact, all earthly talents originate from the ninth heaven. The gates of the ninth heaven are a sacred place on earth that does not fit into their life framework. There are 9 branches in the ninth heaven teaching, and many spend their entire lives to understand only one branch. And to them, the mages of the star scattering, the teacher has already granted the opportunity to learn one branch, and even to found a school. Over the past 50 years, only 5 people from the star scattering have been able to access the ninth heaven. Then Huan Yununo realized that she was able to decipher this talisman only because this strange guy wrote his numbers. And he only glanced at it. Perhaps he himself belongs to the current of the ninth heaven. Upon hearing this, the grandfather immediately became angry with his granddaughter, because this man just took one look and immediately deciphered the talisman. It was necessary to treat him with respect, as a mentor. In fact, this guy didn't look like a mentor. He looked to be a little over 20 years old. And he also started bragging that their main elder was practically his brother, and the girl drove him away. In any case, the girl decided that she would continue to study hard and one day surpass the skills of this impudent man. Meanwhile, events continued to take place in one of the houses where Mr. Huan was invited to make him feel at home. The highly respected Huang decided to please the Song family and come to their house for dinner. The 5th son of the head of the family was also happy to attend this dinner, because the main thing was that the eldest son, Song Qinglong, took care of his daughter, because his daughter Shushu really needs a strong shoulder in love. The smart guy believed that her father was indeed right and the girl was worthy of love. Taking her hand, Song Qinglong said that as soon as he saw her, he fell in love, and it seemed that she was the only one for him for the rest of his life. Starting to cry, the guy literally swore to Sushu that he would take care of her for the rest of his life, and would also love her with every cell of his heart. The embarrassed Sushu also began to cry with happiness, and say that this love is truly mutual. Taking Song Qinglong into her arms, Shushu was very happy about this union, and truly fell in love with her new boyfriend. The relatives were very pleased that they had now discussed matters of the heart and were ready to begin cooperation. The clever uncle immediately approached Mr. Huan, saying that their family had recently encountered some minor difficulties and he wanted to ask Huan for a favor. For the man, this was not a problem because they were related. The uncle immediately told about his brother. In order to keep his place as head of the family, he tried in every possible way to set him up. He initially stole his 3-way cooperation agreement and even found a way to offend his sons. The uncle didn't even know how to fight back, and all he could do was suffer in silence. These words really hurt Huan because he realized that his family could now be in danger. Song Qinglong must participate in the development of the Jinian Center, but his brother's daughter also wants to go to Jinian, and they will not allow Qinglong to settle there. And the guy himself does not know how to negotiate and will have to compromise. Becoming even more angry, Huan slammed his fist on the table with all his might, and he shouted that this bastard Song Seiyan was offending his new son-in-law, and he would not tolerate this. Because Qingtian is the property of the Huang family, including him, they don't even dare to set foot on the threshold of this building. The satisfied uncle gloated and thanked the matchmaker, because now Song Seiyan will not be able to conduct business in this building and will be moving forward in Changqing. All this time, Chun Chen had been eavesdropping on this conversation and realized that the old fox had started a dirty game again and was also trying to harm his wife's business. The hero, in turn, understood that this impudent fellow had gotten involved with the wrong person and wanted to take revenge on him. The guy felt like they were getting extremely bored drinking together, which is why they needed to use a little magic. Having drawn an element of magical technique, the hero began to use his abilities to take revenge on the villain. In an instant, magic fell upon Song Qinglong, and his price immediately began to rise. No one understood what was happening to him, and even the guy himself just stood rooted to the spot and couldn't say a word. His beloved was already waiting for a proposal from this guy, and did not understand what was happening to him at that moment. Suddenly, Song Qinglong began to spit out all the wine right into his lover Xu Qiu's face. Suddenly, Song Qinglong spilled wine on Huang Kai's daughter, Huang Xu Qiu, and he said that he thought the two fat people would show respect to him. The father asked Song Qinglong what he was doing, and could not understand why his son was behaving so rudely and spilling wine right on his friend's daughter. Song Qinglong told his father what's wrong, and he just says what he thinks. And his dad saw how powerful and best Huang Xu Qiu's family is. Song Qinglong told Huang Xu Qiu that if it weren't for this, why would such a handsome man like him need a monkey like her, and he wouldn't communicate with an ugly woman? Huang Xu Qiu was shocked and asked Song Qinglong what he was doing and how he could behave so brazenly, and she did not expect such behavior there. Huang Qi was furious and asked Song Qinglong what he was saying and how he was not ashamed to behave like this, and he would be punished for all his words. Song Qinglong asked Huang Kai what he was saying, and said that he had never said anything to an old and stupid idiot like Huang Kai, and that was the truth. Song Qinglong told Huang Kai that he was looking at his daughter, and found out that he had been feeding her sports nutrition since childhood, and that is why she is strong. Huang Kai was hurt to hear such words, and Song Qinglong asked the old man if he didn't agree with his words, and he never lies. But suddenly, at that very second, Huang Xu Qiu stood up from her seat and slapped Song Qinglong in the face with all her might, and told him to shut his mouth right now. Huang Xu Qiu continued to beat Song Qinglong and said that he played with her feelings, and now he will get for everything he did to her and will not go anywhere. Huang Xu Qiu grabbed Song Qinglong by the scruff of the neck and said that she was very disappointed in their family, and that he simply lied to her and did not respect their family. Huang Xu Qiu began to strangle Song Qinglong and said that he was a loser and they were breaking up and she never wanted to hear about him again. Huang Xu Qiu told her father that they had to leave there and that there was nothing holding them there anymore, and that she was disgusted to communicate with a family like the Songs. Huang Qi told Xu Qiu that he saw how quickly she defeated this Song Qinglong, and he would block this family at all levels forever. Song Qinglong's father was shocked and thought that his son had ruined everything, and now Huang Kai would no longer do business with them, and that was their misfortune. The brother asked Song Qinglong what he had done and why he had said all those nasty words to the Huang family and offended them, and now they would block them. But the assistant asked the family to wait and said that he felt a magical trace and someone was controlling Song Qinglong and managing him. The guy asked Song Qinglong's father if there was a mage in Song Seon's family, and that controlling a person was definitely the work of a mage from their family. The father was surprised and asked the boy if he really thought that Song Seon did all this, and why he needed it, and why he should interfere with him there. Father Song asked, but how did they know that they were meeting with the Huang family, and do they know who could have let it slip and revealed all the family's plans? The guy raised his hand and told Song Muyan that he could explain to him how it all happened, and it seemed like he knew all the information about the data leak. The guy told Song Muyan that he bragged to everyone today that they wanted to marry into the Huang family, and that they could find out about their plan. And at that very moment, Song Muyan slapped him in the face and said that he had just set up the whole family and ruined all their plans, and that was a problem. Song Muyan told the guy that all he can do is cause mischief, and he ruined everything for them. And now everything is ruined, and they have lost all their chances. Song Muyan wondered if Song Seon really wanted to destroy everyone, and if he had a chance to take revenge, he would hurt the bastard. Chuchen himself thought that he just forced Qinglong to tell them the truth, and did not think that his truth would be so prickly, and it was strange. But suddenly Chuchen noticed that the man was hitting the wall and saying that he was lost again and went the wrong way, and he was furious and angry. Chuchen was surprised and thought about this man and why he was so angry there, and thought that it seemed like something had happened in his life recently. The man continued to hit the wall and said different things, and he also continued to say that he made a mistake and turned the wrong way and hit the wall. The man asked himself how to get to this damned place, and he couldn't find the way there for a long time, and he got tired. And this makes him very angry now. Chuchen approached the man and told his friend that it was wrong to damage state property on the streets and he would not pay for it there. The man called Chuchen a skinny dog and said that he came to Chongqing to learn fistfighting and become a future champion. But the man told Chuchen that his phone was a mess and he couldn't figure out where to go, and that was the problem and it was making him angry. Chuchen told the man that if he got lost, he could just call a taxi there and show the driver the address and he would take him to the place. But the man told Chuchen that he gets carsick and can't even ride a bike, and he feels sick and doesn't know how to cope. Chuchen told the man that if he was looking for a place to learn fighting, he knew one such place, and he was sure he would really like it there. Chuchen asked the man to add him as a friend, and he would write to him how he could get there, and they would be happy to help him there. And the man said thank you to Chuchen. And he scanned his WeChat, and he asked his brother what his name was, and he wanted to know his brother's name there. Chuchen told the man that he was always happy to help him, and that he could write him down as Dong Rong, and that he could contact him with their questions. Chuchen realized that judging by their behavior, their fist-fighting technique was quite good, and they could defeat many strong fighters, and that was a fact. Chuchen thought that he remembered how Rong Dong blocked him there at the entrance of the bar, so this time he will do everything differently for success. And in the morning, the girl told Chuchen that her uncle had not come to an agreement with the Huang family there, and everything happened as he had told her earlier, and he had guessed. Song Yan asked Chuchen if he had anything to do with this, and she was so interested in knowing the whole truth, and something about this matter was so suspicious. Chuchen smiled and asked Song Yan what he had to do with it, and that he had nothing to do with this matter, and had just learned about it from her. Song Yan told Chuchen that she didn't want to gloat, but without her uncle, they could finally choose their personal office in Jintan in peace. Song Yan and Chuchen were chatting near the Jintan high-rise building, and she told Chuchen that they needed to try their best there today. Chuchen and Song Yang went into Jintan, and he asked if there was anyone who could serve them, and he waited for the manager to appear in the building. Chuchen said that no one had approached them for 2 hours, and he hadn't heard for a long time that Manager Jintan was a snob, and apparently they could see it. Song Yan was angry and told Chuchen that he could take his feet off the table and that it was so ugly, and if the manager showed up there, he would be offended by them. But at that moment, a man appeared there with coffee in his hand and asked them to forgive him for the long wait and that he had important things to do there now. The man said that he was Director Huang and that he was responsible for all the offices on this floor. And Chuchen thought that Huang was drawing out his words slowly. Song Yan asked Director Huang if he was looking at the offices on the 21st floor specifically, and she wanted to know information about the offices. Manager Huang told Song Yang that he is responsible for these offices, and guests do not have to ask the price for them, and he thinks that they cannot afford them. Manager Huang said that Mr. Yeo's office is also on the 21st floor, and he heard that they are not on good terms, and that this is their problem. Manager Huang said that Mr. Qian's pharmaceutical company is also there, and he is their competitor, and he and Mr. Ye are best friends. Manager Huang told Song Yang that in this situation, it would be unlikely to be wise to choose an office there, and it could become their problem. Manager Huang told the guests that he thought they wouldn't last there for more than a couple of days, and would lose all the money and go bankrupt very quickly. Chuchen asked the lovely Song Yang what kind of pharmaceutical company was in the office, and if she could tell him more about these matters. Song Yan told Chuchen that this company is owned by the Qian family, and is one of the 5 most influential families in the Changchun city. And influential, Song Yan told Chuchen that there are 5 main clans in Changchun, and they are the Huang family, the Zhao family, the Sun family, the Qian family, and their Song family. Song Yan told Chuchen that the Huang family is dominant now, but the Qian family should not be underestimated either. They are influential and all very cunning. Song Yan told Chuchen that their Song family was in the top 5 at the beginning, but now they're going through hard times, and this is their misfortune. Song Yan told Director Huang that she believed they could do it, and she asked him to give them a chance so they could implement their ideas in the office. Chuchen thought that this Director Huang, knowing about the problems of the Song family, was already looking down on them and was really annoying him right now. And then a man came into this room and said that his colleague was also there, and he came, and he was glad to see such interesting guests there today. Director Huang turned around and realized who this guest was, and thought that he never expected to see him in the office now, and what he wanted from him. The man told everyone that his name was Qian Bushao, and he was glad to see Song Yang in the office, and that he hadn't spoken to her for a long time and missed his friend. Song Yan stood up and said good afternoon to Qian Bushai, and that she was very happy to see him there, and hoped that everything was fine with him, and that business was going well. Director Huang also stood up from his seat, and told Mr. Qian Bushai that he could come and sit down, and he would do whatever the boss said. Song Yan asked Qian Bushai from the pharmaceutical company whether he and she wanted to know more information about this company of their mister. Qian Bushai told Song Yang that she was still new to business and had already come to Jintan to look for an office, and that Ye Sha was definitely behind her. Song Yan was surprised and asked Qian Bushai what he meant. and he told her that he was telling her everything as it is, and that he and Ye Xiao were old friends. Chen Bushai told Song Yang that if she is Ye Xiao's person, he will not interfere at all. But if she is not with him, he cannot expect friendship. Song Yan told Mr. Qian Bushai that he misunderstood her, and that she had no relationship with Ye Xiao, and that Bushai was wrong in his assumptions. Song Yan told Qian Bushai that the man next to her was actually her husband Chu Chen, and he was also an influential person and understood their business. Qian Bushai started laughing along with Director Huang and said that he forgot that he and Ye Xiao never agreed on a wedding, and that it was shocking. Qian Bushai said that, however, he didn't expect that Chu Chen would like other people's wives, and developing personal relationships is such a nerve-wracking matter. And at that very moment, Chu Chen stood up from his seat and thought that Qian Bushai was being too permissive there, and he would punish him for his impudent behavior there. And suddenly at this moment, Chu Chen walked up to Qian Bushai and hit him in the face with all his might, and wanted the scoundrel to shut up, and Bushai was an idiot. Chu Chen told Qian Bushai that they came there to choose an office, but with his appearance they don't even talk about business, and he distracts them. Qian Bushai was lying on the floor, and Chu Chen asked him if he was a normal person and why he was acting like an idiot in front of everyone, and it was strange. Song Yan was surprised and asked Chu Chen what he was doing and why he hit Qian Bushai now, and they might get into trouble because of the idiot. Director Huang was also shocked and asked Mr. Qian Bushai if he had received any injuries from such a serious blow, and how was his health. Qian Bushai told Chu Chen that he came there to warn them and did not think that he was such an impudent guy, and Chen also beat up Rong Dong. Qian Bushai told Chu Chen that everyone who wants to start a business asks his permission, and since he is a fool and decided to start a business, he will close them all down. Qian Bushai told Chu Chen that they say he is brave, and he is so brave that he will continue to be in his face in front of everyone, and that is so cool. Qian Bushai told Chu Chen that since he was not afraid of dying, he was also not afraid that their agreement with Xia would fall apart, and they would cancel all actions. Chu Chen told Qian Bushai that if he insisted on hitting him, he would do it, and suddenly Chu Chen tripped him. Qian Bushai began to fall to the floor and realized that he had rushed, and hell would stand in front of him, and why he had said so much nonsense to his enemy in the office. Director Huang also fell to the floor from the pressure of Chu Chen and realized that he did not want to rent them an office, and he was wrong, and he would regret everything. Chu Chen kicked Qian Bushai in the face and said that in his entire life he had never heard such a stupid request and who he was violating them with. Chu Chen threw Qian Bushai out of the office and thought that he no longer wanted to listen to his words, and he was tired of threatening him, and he was disgusting. Qian Bushai asked Director Huang to quickly call people to the office so that they can help him, because he suffered from Chu Chen's blow, and it is so impudent. Qian Bushai told Director Huang that since Chu Chen was behaving like this, he would now get the full program and they should punish him. Director Huang told Mr. Qian Bushai that the security was already there and they had to beat Chu Chen, and how dare he hit him in the face now. But Song Yang asked the guards to stand still and they could call the police to resolve the conflict, and there was no need to use force to resolve the problem. But Chu Chen asked the sweet Song Yang that she should not be nervous, and he had already written a message to Xia and she should come to the aid of her friend. Chu Chen told Song Yang that they would wait until Sa contacted Yu Hai, and he would definitely settle all the issues and quickly solve all their problems there. Qian Bushai told Chu Chen that he was an idiot, and did he really think that Yu Hai cared about him, and that he couldn't help him with his enemy? Qian Bushai told Chu Chen that today they went against the rules, and he also knows how to break the rules, and he will be crippled for the rest of his life. The guards asked Song Yang to move away from them, and she was in their way, and now Qian Bushai asked to quickly grab them no matter what, and the order. Song Yan told Chu Chen that the guards might beat him, and asked him if he could break free and should run away from there quickly. Chu Chen asked Song Yang not to be nervous and not to be against it, and said that later the guards would still apologize to them for everything. Qian Bushai was happy, and asked Chu Chen if he was really going to apologize to him, and said that he was a dreamer and didn't know how he decided all this. Director Huang told Qian Bushai that this idiot Chu Chen is delusional, and he doesn't even know who he's dealing with, and that he's in big trouble. Qian Bushai asked Director Huang to watch how he was going to bully Chu Chen, and then someone started calling him, and he was surprised. Director Huang yelled at this man and asked who was calling him at such an inopportune time and what this idiot wanted from Director Huang. It was Huang Yunhai, and he asked Director Huang if he was calling him at the wrong time and wanted to get an answer to his question from him. Director Huang froze in surprise and was shocked and asked if it was boss Huang Yunhai who called him, and he didn't expect to talk now. Qian Bushai held a brick in his hand and told Chu Chen that his Song family had made a treaty with the Xia with such difficulty and got there in Jintan. Qian Bushai told Chu Chen that now, because of his stupidity, they would lose everything, and asked if he was really ready for everything and a pathetic coward. Qian Bushai approached Chu Chen and said that he did not believe his words, and now he will suffer 100% at his hands, and he likes it. Qian Bushai swung his arm and told Chu Chen that he would spend the rest of his worthless life in a wheelchair and would be unable to think. Song Yan yelled at Chu Chen's husband and asked him to hold on, and said that help was on the way and they would punish the scoundrel for his actions. And at that moment, Director Huang suddenly asked Qian Bushai to stand and not make any sudden movements. And this was very dangerous for him. And at that very moment, Director Huang hit Qian Bushai in the face with all his might and said that they couldn't touch Chu Chen and that it was their huge mistake. Qian Bushai fell to the floor and could no longer threaten anyone. And Chu Chen was glad that this businessman was silent for a while, and Qian was tired of it. Qian Bushai screamed in pain and said that he could not feel his face and asked Director Huang what he did to him and why he hit him. Director Huang apologized to Mr. Chu Chen and asked the boss if he was okay and if he was injured by Qian Bushai's attacks there. Chu Chen asked Director Huang if he really hoped that he was not okay now, and he said that they misunderstood each other, and he was wrong. Song Yan asked Chu Chen to go quickly, and thought it was unclear why Director Huang was groveling in front of Chen, and that the office didn't work out today. But Director Huang asked Miss Song Yang not to leave, and he acted like a snob, and she could buy the office with a 30% discount now. Qian Bushai asked Director Huang if he had gone crazy. Why was he being polite to Chu Chen? And this was some homeless scoundrel from the street. But Director Huang told Qian Bushai that he had just spoken with Boss Huang, and he would punish anyone who interfered with Chen in Jintan City. Director Huang told Qian Bushai that Boss Huang told him that this man would fall into disfavor with the Huang family if he dared to do all this. Chu Chen thought that Junior Huang had both respect and disgust for him, and knew what the consequences of his actions could be. Director Huang bowed to Chu Chen and Song Yang, and said that they could all go to the office quickly and sign the contract, and the office would be theirs. Qian Bushai sat on the floor and thought that he did not expect this, and he immediately asked Chu Chen not to laugh, and he was rejoicing too early and did not know much. Qian Bushai told Chu Chen that Yu Hai said not to touch within Jintan, and he would wait for him to come out of the building and attack there. Qian Bushai told Chu Chen that Rongdong was his brother, and as soon as he himself left Jintang, Rongdong would break his legs and finish him off. Chu Chen asked Qian Bushai if he was talking about that boxer Rongdong, and he thought that he would not come to his aid, and that was his fact. Qian Bushai asked Chu Chen if he didn't believe that Rongdong was his brother, and he would do anything to help him, and he would regret everything now. Qian Bushai immediately called his brother Rongdong and asked him to quickly leave and come to Jintan, and said that he needed help, and it was important. But suddenly Rongdong asked if it was Qian Bushai, and he asked him to come quickly and save him. And Qian was very surprised by his answer. Chu Chen told Qian Bushai that since he understood that his brother would not come there, and he knew about it in advance, he showed Qian his phone now. Qian Bushai was shocked, and Chu Chen told him that Rongdong was currently sparring live in his gym, and he could watch it. Chu Chen told Qian Bushai that it seemed like his brother Rongdong and his manager had collapsed, and the manager was lying on the ground unconscious. Rongdong told Mr. Qian Bushai that if he couldn't come to him, he would hang up, and their fight on live television was great there. They said on the phone that the manager was knocked out, and Qian Bushai was surprised. And it should have been the other way around, and who knocked out this fighter? Chu Chen asked Qian Bushai if he was really asking him about who had just beaten his fighter, and he would answer his question, and he would be surprised there. It was a lost big guy, and Chu Chen saved him in contacts, and he thanked him for showing him the way, and he trained. Chu Chen thought that he had imagined that his blows were so last time. But the big guy did not disappoint him, and was able to knock out the enemy there. After Chu Chen and Song Yan arrived at the Song family's house, the wife asked Chu Chen that it seemed like luck was always on his side, and that her husband was always lucky. Song Yan asked Chu Chen why. As soon as he was around, all dangerous situations were resolved, and all people asked them for forgiveness for their actions. Chu Chen told Song Yang that it was probably because he loved helping people so much, and they remembered his help and always answered him with his troubles. Song Yan told her husband that he only provoked his enemies like that, and that they were currently having a family meeting, and asked him to behave more modestly. Chu Chen asked Song Yang not to be nervous, and told his sweetheart that everyone knows that he won't hurt anyone, and that he is a modest and kind person, and that he is a good man. Chu Chen continued to praise himself to Song Yang, and she said that he values and respects himself very much. And she didn't think that he was impudent, and that was cool. The man told Chu that the opening ceremony was soon, and asked how he was doing with the lion dance, and that he was interested in knowing what was going on now. She told the man that, to be honest, he wasn't very good, although he trained hard all day long, but compared to others, his skills weren't good. The man told Chu that they actually didn't expect him to win the competition himself, so he shouldn't be nervous there. The woman told her son that the main thing is that he wasn't the last one, and then they could be proud of the fact that he performed well in the competition. The sister told Brother Q that the family was right, and the only important thing was that he didn't disgrace their family, and then he would be very cool. Q told his family that he really wanted to take first place for their family, and they would be proud that he could defeat all the people there. Brother told Cho that he needs to adequately assess his strength, and that he cannot fly higher than an eagle like a pheasant, and it is better for him not to disgrace himself there. But at that moment, Chuchen and Song Yang entered the room, and he asked Song Cho not to listen to them, and said that his son-in-law believed in him, and that he had talent. Brother said that the fool Chuchen came again to spy on all their family affairs, and he always wants to be smart and can't do anything there. Another brother Song said that it is easy for an outsider to say all this, because he does not yet know what Song Chu is capable of. And he is an incompetent brother of the Song family. Sister said that Chuchen himself will not participate in the competition, and it is easy for him to speak from the outside, and he himself would be disgraced in this competition. Chuchen asked the Song family who else was a stranger, and they knew that this lion dance was a bet, and many people were betting on the event. Chuchen told the Song family that he wants to support Song Chu and bet money on him, and he believes that he can win the competition tomorrow. Brother told Chuchen that they also believe in Song Chu and will bet 5,000 on him like family, and asked how much money he himself bet. Chuchen told Brother Song that he bet a little money on Song Chu, and it was only 1 million, and he would believe in his brother, and he would surprise him there. The whole family was shocked and froze in surprise, and asked Chuchen if he really bet 1 million on Song Chu's victory, and that was strange. Song Yan asked Chuchen where he got the money, and he told his wife that he was lent the money, and he believes in his brother, and it is mutual, and he will win. Song Yan was shocked, and asked Chuchen if he really borrowed a whole million, and what kind of nonsense was this, and why he didn't discuss it with her at all. Brother Song said that Chuchen is definitely crazy, and that he could set up a business with 1 million. And Song Chu would never be able to win the competition. Brother Song told Chuchen that he hadn't even found out the past lion dance champions, and their brother Song Chu had never even come close to winning. Brother Song told Chuchen that for several years in a row, a member of the Huang family has become the Lion King, and this year they will most likely win. Brother Song told Chuchen that so many families tried to defeat him, but all in vain, and no one was close to defeating the champion from Huang. Songko told his son-in-law, Chuchen, that he appreciated his concern, but didn't he feel like he wasted his money and that he wasn't strong or talented? Chuchen asked Song Chu not to be nervous, and now his chances are estimated at 1 in 20, and they will earn 20 million for this. Brother Song told Chuchen that his brother Dan, Song Chu, could only win in a dream, and how can he be optimistic and believe in success, and it is so stupid. Sister Song asked Chuchen, or maybe he again asked his magic shell for advice, and it told him about Brother Song's victory. But at that moment, all the important people came into the room and asked everyone to be quiet and said that the meeting was starting and they were ready for it. Grandfather asked Song Sayan and Song Muyan to tell him some important news that he hadn't heard, and he was interested to know how their business was going. The son told his father that they had resumed negotiations with Ye Shao and wanted to sign a 3-year contract with him, and that Grandfather Si had also approved the deal. The guy stood in the room and thought that his father was right and everything was getting better, and soon they would be able to reach a new level of business. Grandfather told Sayan that this was good news and asked Song Muyan what had happened to him and whether he had any interesting news for their business. Song Muyan was silent for a couple of minutes and told his father that they were not doing well, and now he would explain all the details to him so that he could assess their problem. The sons thought that the grandfather would be shocked to learn all the deeds, and they should be prepared that he might punish them for their family's mistake. Grandfather told Song Muyan that it didn't matter whether it was good or bad, and their status as head of the family would go to Sayan, and he thanked his father. Song Muyan's son thought that it was a misfortune and realized that he should not be angry, and soon there would be a holiday on their street, and they would all be happy. Song Muyan's son thought that Chuchen asked and would regret it, and that he always interfered with their affairs and he would punish him at a calm moment. Grandfather told the family that they would continue the meeting, and now, the most important thing is the lion dance, and from year to year, their family is at the very bottom of the ratings. Grandfather told Seiyan and Muyan that the two brothers needed to unite in the sports arena and show a worthy result in the competition. Seiyan agreed with his dad and thought that for the last couple of years, he and his brother Muyan had been like cat and dog, and he would hardly agree to such a thing. But Muyan told his father that there would be no problem with their absolute support for Song Chu, and they would all strive for the best results. Muyan's son thought that his father definitely had a plan, and he would do everything to fulfill it, and then they would be happy. And that was just cool. Muyan's other son thought that his brother and father were right, and they would do everything, and the unification of brothers could not lead to good deeds. Son wondered if it was strange that his uncle had agreed to act together, and was saying all this in a quiet voice, so that no one in the family could hear. The guy agreed with his brother and said that Muyan also very actively supports Song Chu, and it seems he has something in mind, but he doesn't know what. Grandfather asked his son Seiyan what he would say, and he said that if his brother agreed, then he would too, and they would have a good competition for the family. Grandfather told Seiyan that it was glorious, and that with joint efforts there would definitely be a worthy result, and he hoped that the brothers would become heroes. Song Muyan told his dad that of course he would do everything 100%, and his father would be happy, and the result would exceed his expectations, and he promised. Chuchen told Song Cho that he doubted his uncle's good intentions and that he had to be careful during the competition and that it would be dangerous. Song Kyo was surprised and told Chuchen that he thought he was exaggerating and that his uncle could not act meanly towards a family member. But Chuchen asked Song Cho to be careful and said that he was telling him everything seriously and he could die if he did not keep an eye on him. Song Kyo told Chuchen that he understood him and he would be careful and let all his enemies fail to defeat him, and he was confident in his strength. Song Muyan was very happy and thought that Chu Chen should be on guard, and the hour of reckoning was coming soon, and he would regret everything he had done for him. On the eve of the city ceremony, a man was sitting at home, and he wanted to discuss with a friend all the nuances of the competition and find out all their chances. Huang Yuhai sat on the sofa and asked his friend if Sia Company had bet 1 million on Song Cho, and he couldn't believe it all. Huang Yuhai asked if Sia really wanted to appease Chuchen by transferring money to him, and if they were friends and he just found out about it now. Huang Yuhai thought that he had already called his teacher, and tomorrow he would expose Chuchen with his calligraphy after the competition. And the next day, the city ceremony began, and everyone was very interested to find out who would overcome everyone and win the competition there. The host told all the guests that they were inviting everyone, and were very happy that everyone would come there to watch the competition, and the children were delighted with the holiday. There was a celebration on the stage, and the host told everyone that they were waiting for everyone at the main ceremony, and they would begin the city ceremony there. People have noticed that this year, there are many more participants than last year, and many want to take home an award and raise their profile. Song Muyan asked his father not to be nervous, and this time, he allowed Qing Ying to participate in the competition, and he hopes for the family's talent today. Song Muyan told his father that Qing Ying had a lot of experience, and that he would help Song Chu reach the top of the rankings, and that this result would help the family. Song Qing Ying was one of Muyan's 4 sons, and the second oldest. And he told Song Chu that they had not seen each other together for a long time. Song Ko said hello to Song Qing Ying, and he was glad to meet him. And he also missed him, and hoped that they would have a good time today. The grandfather told his grandchildren that he believed that the 2 brothers would break through to the top together, and that the family would be proud of them in any case. Song Qing shook hands with a Song Chu, and they talked with him on various topics, and thought that they would defeat the participants from other families, and they were confident. Chuchen stood next to Song Chu, and thought that he should be on guard there now, and Song Muyan could throw up problems, and he is treacherous. Grandpa Song sat on the stage with his sons Song Muyan and Seiyan, and they wanted their sons not to let them down today and to defeat everyone there. Xia also came to look at the competition, and he invited Chuchen to his place, and he found a place next to him. And he is glad to see his friend with his wife today. Huang Yue told Xie that he heard that he bet 1 million on Song Chu to appease Chuchen, and it seems he has problems with his head. The man told Xia that before the ceremony began, he could change his mind and bet on his team to win, and he would win the whole jackpot. She asked Huang Yuhai if they really wanted him to bet his money on them, and that no one in his family would ever bet on him. Chuchen was happy and told Xia that this was a worthy answer, and that he was able to put the insolent people in their place without any insults. And this is very good. Huang Yuhai and his friend were angry at Xia and Chuchen, and said that this was nonsense, and their family would beat everyone in the competition again and take the reward for everything. Huang Yugao told Xia that they would still see who would be left in the lurch when the time came to count the money, and he would be left without a cent or yuan. Friends agreed with Wang Yuhai and said that their brother said everything correctly, and the person from the Song family will definitely lose today, and these are facts. And at that very moment, the competition began, and people began to prepare to see the spectacle today and identify the best there. Song Muyan asked his father to take a look and said that everything had begun, and the head of this family, Huang, had arrived at the arena and wanted to observe the success of their family. People on stage started preparing for the tournament and wanted to meet the champion there, and they had been waiting for him for a long time and were proud that he came there. And at that very moment, the head of the Huang family appeared on the stage, accompanied by gods, and he wanted to take the place of honor today. And at that moment, some people came onto the stage and thought that they should all give people a show, and then they would please all their viewers. A man in a dragon costume appeared there and thought that this should be a grand show, and then people would be pleased and happy there. And then the Lion King appeared on the stage, and everyone met the Lion King Huang Shiqiang, and he is the best expert in lion dance in the whole city. The host told people that for many years now, Huang Shiqiang has been unrivaled, and today he too will become the first, and will not notice any of the contenders. Huang Yuhai thought that the Lion King was his cousin, and he learned battle tactics from the magicians, and he needed him to do everything as usual. That was cool. The girls also looked at the Lion King and thought that they could all earn tens of millions, and Huang Shiqiang would delight them on stage. Chuchen sat there and thought that what was happening on stage was nothing special, and that his birthday was much better when he was a child. Chuchen told Xie that he was sorry that he himself did not participate, and that this Lion King would have definitely been defeated then, and he would have been able to defeat him now. Xie told Chuchen that in fact they had already bet $1 million on Song Chu, and asked him not to joke with him like that, and that he was very worried about Song Chu. Mr. Huang said that today, as always, the main part of this entire ceremony is the lion tournament, and after that, he will name the best calligrapher. Chuchen sat there and people were wondering who this handsome guy was, and that getting the approval of the Huang family would elevate their lucky man to the skies. Song Yan thought that the characters were written by Shi, and if Chuchen was suddenly chosen, then old man Huang would get angry and would definitely understand that it was all a lie. Boss Huan told the people that he would not detain them any longer, and that on this day, he would announce the Lion Dance Championship, and he wished good luck to all the people. Boss Huan announced the competition open, and at that moment people in dragon costumes started coming out on stage and wanted to defeat everyone. Song King Ying asked Song Q to run ahead, and said that they would cover him for now and protect him from the attacks of all other enemies in the arena. Song Cho thanked Song Jing and said that he would try his best there, and would not let anyone defeat him, and would also defend his honor there. Song Sayan looked at his son and said that Song Qingying was really helping Su Qiu, and he hoped that they could win the competition there today. Grandfather told Seijin that this is how it should be in a family, and brothers should always help each other, and then they will receive a reward today. Song Muyan told his father that he was 100% right, and he also really hoped that their sons would not disgrace their family and would raise their honor. Song Qingying told his father that over the past few years, he had learned from the magicians how to kill a person without leaving a trace, and that all this was possible. Song Qingying thought that he would wait until the tournament started and finish off Chu, and Muyan's father told his son that he should be a sweetheart and wait. And at that moment, people started jumping, and they had to jump over the water. And everyone thought that success awaited them, and they were all confident in themselves. But at that very moment, many participants began to fall into the water, and none of them were able to jump over, and everyone realized that it was a difficult task. Song Cho thought that the distance was very large, and he was very afraid that he would not be able to jump over the water, and this frightened him. But Song Cho realized that now he shouldn't be afraid, and he won't let his Song family down, and they will be at the top of the rankings after their competition. Song Cho started running towards the water, and thought that he should calculate everything correctly before jumping, and then he would be able to reach it correctly. Song Qingying told Cho that he should push off from his back so that he could jump and not fall into the water, and he would help his brother. Song Cho was surprised and asked Qingying how he could jump to this place, and it seems he won't succeed, and it's their mistake. Qingying told Ku that he promised to help him, and this time he is the hope of their Song family, and he said that he should quickly jump and not be afraid. Song Cho thanked his brother, and thought that he did not expect that now he would receive support from a family member, and this would be their common victory. Song Cho started running towards brother Qing, and thought that it seemed like this was the only way to jump, and he should believe in Qingying. All the participants looked at Song Chu and thought that he should jump, and he would go to the next round, and this was a chance for their family to win. Song Cho thought that it seemed like his son-in-law had been slandering Qing Ying in vain, and his brothers seemed to have forgotten all their family disagreements and that he was a good person. Grandpa Song was happy and said that it was great, and that's what a close-knit family means to them, and they help each other in the competition. Chuchen thought that this was very bad, and it seemed that Song Chu no longer remembered his words, and he had completely relaxed and did not expect the setup. All the participants gathered there and started to knock each other out so that they would have no opponents left, and many have already been knocked out of the tournament today. The host told all the guests that there was a Lion King among all the participants, and it looked like he would be able to win the tournament again today. Song Kyo thought that the Lion King was currently fighting his main rival and would not be distracted by a newcomer to the tournament. Song Kyo thought that now he could quietly slip forward and the boss wouldn't be able to reach him and he could defend himself from his attacks right there. All the people were very surprised and thought that Song Chu had now come out ahead and was the main contender to win now. Grandfather Song continued to say that the brothers' unity made him very happy and that together they would be able to defeat everyone, and he believed in their success. Xiao was shocked and told Chu Chen that he was shocked. And could they really win money, and that he had not bet on Song Chu's brother in vain. Chu Chen didn't want to rejoice and thought that there was something strange there, and he didn't trust Qing Ying, and he could still frame his brother Song Chu. The Lion King noticed Song Cho and asked if he had decided to get around him, and began to rush forward and thought that he could catch up with his opponent. Song Cho thought that now there would be a third obstacle, and he only needed to jump well, and he could bypass the obstacle now. And at that very second, Song Cho stopped at the edge of the abyss, and he barely managed to break and not fall down into the water, and realized that he was so lucky. Song Kyo was surprised and realized that it was so high, and he could easily fall, and he should be extremely careful. And it was so dangerous there. King Ying told Q that he could move on, and he would hold the Lion King there for now and not let him interfere with him. And he would be able to defeat. King Ying told Q that he should jump quickly, and that this was the only way he could win, and if the brothers acted together, they would succeed. And at that very second, Song Chu jumped and thought that he would be able to cross the obstacle, and then he would reach the finish line, and this was their family's chance. Song Chu thought that Qing Ying helped him again, and he should not think about anything, and he jumps, and it looks like Chu Chen just made a mistake and deceived him. Qing Ying was very happy and thought that the time had come, and he could do everything as he and his father had planned, and now this was a chance for revenge. And at that moment, Qing Ying took out a needle and thought that he would do everything very quietly, and no one would understand that he was involved in the death of Song Chu. Qing Ying threw the needle at Chu with all his might and used the technique and power of the ice needle, and it should help him take revenge on the scoundrel Song Chu. And at that very second, the needle reached right to Song Chu, and he did not notice which of the participants could throw the needle at him, and it was very painful and sharp. Song Kyo became very lethargic and wondered what was going on and why he couldn't move, and he suddenly lost all his strength and all his energy. Song Seon was shocked and started shouting at Song Chu's son, asking what had happened to him and why he had become lethargic and could not get over it. Song Yan was also surprised and asked Song Cho what was wrong with him and why he had lost all his strength and energy and seemed so lethargic there. Song Muyan thought that this poison acts very quickly and paralyzes Chu's entire body, and they will wait until he falls into the water and does not swim out. And there Song Cho began to fall into the water, and his friend asked Song Cho to just hold on, but he couldn't save him and let him fall into the water from there. And at that moment, Song Yan wanted to say something to her husband Chu Chen, but suddenly she didn't notice him nearby and was surprised and wondered where he could have gone. Chu Chen at this time began to quickly run on the water, and he wanted to help Song Chu so that he would not fall into the water because he knew that he would not be able to get out. Chu Chen managed to get there, and Song Chu fell on his back, and he had already completely lost consciousness and could not save himself. And the poison was taking effect. Chu Chen jumped up and thought that he was 100% right, but Song Chu completely forgot his words and was not alert and did not see the attack. Chu Chen pushed off the obstacles and realized that this was the only way he and his friend Song Chu could get out of the water, and he quickly began to walk out with him. Chu Chen came out from there and thought that now he had to help Song Chu, and he was in pain now, and he had to quickly find an antidote. Chu Chen stood there with Song Chu on his back and looked at all the people and realized that they just wanted a show and no one cared what happened to their member. Grandfather was shocked and wondered if Song Chu had lost consciousness and why he suddenly felt ill, since he had completed the tasks well. Song Yan was also surprised, and now she understood where her husband Chu Chen went. and he saved Song Chu because if it weren't for him, Chu could have fallen hard into this water. Song Xingying also looked at Chu Chen and thought that this scoundrel had ruined his plans again, and why he saved Chu and his father would be very angry. Boss Huang thought it was strange, and what happened to Song Chu and how he lost consciousness, and this had never happened in the tournament, and it was scary. The Lion King also didn't understand what happened to the participant, and he didn't even have time to realize how strong he was, and hoped that he was alive. People asked what happened, and why the idiot son-in-law's son was there, and before they could blink, he was already there, and there was a violation of the rules. Chu Chen told Mr. Huang that a very hidden weapon was used against Song Chu, and he could send people to check it now. Boss Huang was very surprised, and asked Chu Chen if he was telling the truth, and if a hidden weapon was used and he should find out. Boss Huang was very angry, and asked who is so brave that he doesn't care about the rules of their Huang family, and is not afraid of getting punished. The man approached Boss Huang, and said that the cameras showed that Song Chu had a wound on his hand, and it looked like Chu Chen was telling them the truth, and that these were facts. Boss Huang asked his man if the camera recorded who did it, and the man said that unfortunately it was not visible on the video. Qingying thought that the poison from the ice needle would disappear almost immediately, and besides, the camera was only aimed at Song Chu and he wouldn't be noticed. Song Ko began to come to his senses, and Chu Chen thought that it was very good, and he and all his relatives were nervous and worried about him there. Song Ko woke up and asked his son-in-law Chu Chen why he was next to him, and that it was against the rules, and they could be excluded from the tournament, and that was dangerous. Chu Chen told Song Cho that he had just almost lost consciousness due to the poison, and that someone wanted to harm him and even kill him. Song Kyo's friend was horrified, and asked Chu Chen if there were really those in the tournament who wanted others to die, and that it was terrible and why no one was watching. Song Kyo's partner started running away from there with all his might, and said that he was leaving the game, and Song Chu asked him to stand, and that the tournament was not over yet. Grandfather Song told his sons that Song Cho no longer had a partner, and it was apparently all over, and they tried to defeat all their enemies today. Song Seon told his father that the main thing was that Song Chu was okay, and he was afraid that he was badly hurt and would no longer be able to continue his journey. Song Muyan told his father that this time they were not at the bottom, and that this year they performed much better in the tournament, and that this was their success. Chu Chen picked up the dragon costume and thought that he didn't want Song Chu to lose in the tournament, and he should help him in difficult times. Chu Chen asked Mr. Huang if he would allow him to perform in place of his partner Song Chu, who had run away, and he would easily replace the participant there. Song Cho was shocked by these words from Chu Chen's son-in-law, and thought that he was a very good person and wanted to help him reach the end of the road. Mr. Huang told Chu Chen that the escaped participant was very afraid of the hidden weapon, and this is an obvious reason, and therefore he allows him. Chu Chen told Song Cho that he would control the head, and he only had to follow his movements, and then they would be able to walk together. Song Cho asked his son-in-law Chu Chen if he knew how to control this dragon suit, but Chu Chen said that he didn't know how and had only seen it on video. The people from the Huang family started laughing and said that Chu Chen would really be the head of a lion, and that it looked like a joke or a drunk guy's dream. A friend asked the people from the Huang family what the point of reviving a dead horse was, and they had to accept defeat, and it was their shame. The guy agreed with his friend's words and said that they had said everything accurately and without lies, and they would see how Chu Chen would disgrace himself there in front of everyone. Chu Chen asked the other participants to be braver, and although he is the son-in-law of their Song family, they still don't know what he is capable of and what his talent is. Chu Chen told all the participants that he would now deal with all 10 participants in one fell swoop and would not feel any threat. The participant said that all these years, the Song family was at the bottom of the rankings and what he thinks of himself, and why he thinks that he can beat everyone. A friend said that Chu Chen is an impudent guy, and they should teach him a lesson so that he can no longer bully them, and they will punish him there. Qingying thought that now Chu Chen would see what the hidden weapon leads to, and first he would anger all the participants and they would get rid of Chu, and at that moment, all the participants started running towards Chu Chen together. And Song Chu was horrified and said why they were angry and how they could deal with it there. But Chu Chen asked Song Cho not to be afraid, and said that he had prepared a special surprise for them and thought that they would like everything. Chu Chen told Song Yang that his son-in-law knew how to fight back, and when all the participants were running towards him, he simply took a step to the side. And at that very moment, many participants began to fall into the water, and they didn't even understand what Chu Chen did and how he was able to quickly dodge them. The people from the Huang family were shocked and asked if Chu Chen was really stupid, and he really knew the lion dance. But how is that possible since he is an idiot? People from the Huang family asked who this person Chu Chen was and how he managed to outsmart everyone, and even experienced participants couldn't defeat him. Huang Yuhai thought that Chu Chen was definitely a mage, and that a mage was participating in the tournament there, and this could lead to serious consequences after. Xia was very happy and told his friend Chu Chen that he was a mega cool guy and could beat all the experienced people on his own, and his friend had no doubts. Huang Yuhai asked his people to call their lions there, and together they will knock Chu Chen out of the game, and even if they don't beat him, he won't become the leader. The friends listened to Huang Yuhai's words and said that they would do what he said, and would quickly call the strongest fighters there. At this time, Chu Chen and Song Cho continued to go through all the obstacles, and many participants left the tournament because of Chu Chen. Then Song Cho noticed that there were very strong participants in front of them, and told his son-in-law, Chu Chen, that they were experienced participants and they were very strong. But Chu Chen told Song Cho that he didn't care who it was, and that they all wouldn't be able to handle them, and that he should believe in his success in the tournament. Chu Chen told Song Cho that they all wouldn't be able to withstand even one hit, and would know that they were wrong, and Chu Chen was a very strong player there. Chu Chen told Song Cho that he missed, and asked if all these participants knew how to defend themselves. And that was interesting, and he didn't know that yet. And at that moment, players appeared in front of Chu Chen, and thought that he really thought that he could defeat them with cunning and luck today. The participant said that Chu Chen's son-in-law is an idiot, and his techniques can only work on young and inexperienced lions. But he won't do anything to them. The guy was happy, and told Chu Chen that he had delighted the entire audience, but that his heroism was coming to an end, and they would not feel his strength. The guy told Chu Chen that he was still very far from those seasoned lions, and he needed to study every day to become like them. Song Cho was horrified, and told his son-in-law Chu Chen that all these lions were among the most powerful after the Lion King, and all people were afraid to compete. Song Cho told his son-in-law Chu Chen that they couldn't be dealt with by brute force alone, and that they knew all their simple techniques, and that was the end. Chu Chen thought that they were all trying to help Huang Hai make money, and he didn't want to lose all his money, and thought that they would defeat him. Huang Yuhai's boys told Chu Chen's son-in-law that he was a fool, and that the Lion King had already reached the finish line and was waiting for an opponent for their decisive battle. The guy said that all they had to do was detain him, and then they would all complete their mission, and it wouldn't be difficult, and Chu Chen was weak. Huang Yuhai's friends told Chu Chen that he couldn't escape anywhere, and that he was doomed, and they surrounded him from all sides and didn't let him escape. Song Kyo told his son-in-law Chu Chen that since they were at a dead end, maybe they could just stop there, and they had already come so far, and that was already great. But Chu Chen asked Song Cho to lend him the lion, and said that he should hold on tightly, and then they would be able to cross the finish line together with him. Song Cho was surprised, and asked his son-in-law Chu Chen if he was really asking him to lend him a lion, and he was very interested in what he had in mind, and what his plan was. Chu Chen asked Huang Yuhai's 3 friends if they were all stupid, and thought that he only knew close combat, and couldn't do anything himself. Chu Chen began to quickly move towards the guys, and Song Chu thought that all this time, he did not know that his son-in-law was so agile and strong. Chu Chen started beating all of Huang Yuhai's people, and said that now he would show them how to make spinners with a lion's tail, and it was beautiful. And after a couple of minutes, all 3 of Huang Yuhai's people started falling into the water, and thought that they had underestimated their opponent, and that it was their problem. Huang Yuhai and all his friends were shocked, and wondered if this was really happening, and how Chu Chen could deal with their friends. Brothers Song and Song Yan were surprised, and wondered where Chu Chen got so much strength, and how he dealt with strong opponents without any problems. Sai was happy and said that his friend knows how to put on a show, and he is just a superstar, and no one will stop their rock star today. Song Cho was also very surprised, and told his son-in-law Chu Chen that he was so strong, and all 3 main lions were defeated, and they already had a chance. Chu Chen asked Song Cho if he really thought he had a chance of winning, and he was glad that he was in a good mood, and it was so cool. At this time, Qingying thought that Chu Chen had only beaten a couple of weak participants there, and thought that he had a chance to defeat the king. Qingying realized that now all attention was focused on the lion song, and this meant that no one was expecting his sudden attack, and this was his chance. Qingying thought that Chu Chen should be ready to die, and this was his finest hour, and it would end very quickly right now. Chu Chen took off his dragon costume at this time, and thought that it was so hot there, and he should breathe in some fresh air and feel invigorated. And at that moment, the ice needles touched Chu Chen's head, but they immediately bounced off, and he thought that this was annoying. And where did the mosquitoes come from? And suddenly, at that very second, needles stuck into Qingyin's hand, and he couldn't understand how they could get into himself. And it was so unexpected. Song Muyan immediately stood up and said that this was a hidden weapon, and Chuchen used a hidden weapon on his son. And how did people not understand this? Song Muyan told everyone that Chuchen had just thrown needles at Qing Ying, and they had harmed his son, and he didn't expect that he would be attacked now. Brother Song said that this was indeed a hidden weapon. And how could he use it against his own people? And Chuchen had no shame or conscience at all. Brother Song said that he knew that nothing good could be expected from Chuchen, and that he had disgraced their family right in front of everyone there. Song Yan couldn't understand when Chuchen managed to do this. And Song Muyan told Mr. Huang that he saw everything with his own eyes right now. Song Muyan told Mr. Huang that it was Chuchen who was ignoring their family's rules and cheating. And even though he was from the Song family, principles were most important. Mr. Huang said that Chuchen is shameless. And how could he have the courage to use tricky tricks and methods in their ceremony? Mr. Huang asked the security to drag Chuchen there, and he wants to personally talk to him and explain what will happen if he breaks their rules. Song Kyo was perplexed and asked his son-in-law Chuchen if he really used a hidden weapon and hit his brother Song Qingying. But Chuchen asked Song Cho not to panic, and that the criminal was only diverting suspicion from himself. And he was sure that the villain would soon reveal himself. Qingying realized that he had prepared a double dose for Chuchen. And if he fell now and his body went numb, he would inevitably drown and die there. Qingying was afraid and said that this would not work, and he had to do something, otherwise everything would end very badly for him. And it would be sad for his father. Qingying realized that if he didn't drink the antidote now, he would definitely die there, and he had to do it right now and quickly. But when Qingying was taking the antidote out of his pocket, Chuchen came up to him and grabbed Qingying's hand and did not want to let him go, and it was tight. Chuchen asked the people that if they thought the hidden weapon was his idea, he could answer all their questions right now in the arena. Chuchen asked the people that if the hidden weapon was his, then where did Qingying get something similar to an antidote, and where did he get it right there? All the people in the arena were shocked and thought, is this really true, and how dare he do this? And grandfather could not believe that the scoundrel Qing. Chuchen told people that if they don't believe them, they can look at all the cameras, and he wanted to harm him. And the needles accidentally bounced off him. Mr. Huang's man said that everything is correct, and he just watched the slow-motion video. And it was Song Qingying who used the hidden weapon. Mr. Huang asked Song Muyan if he wanted to explain why his son had a hidden weapon, and why he wanted to harm Chuchen. Muyan couldn't find the words and thought that his plan had failed. And now everyone would know that it was his idea, and that it was his misfortune. Song asked Brother Muyan to stop saying anything and said that he was the one who was the most indignant, and wanted to shift the blame onto someone else. Grandfather said that besides, Qingying wanted to harm Chu, and why did they decide that they could go against the family, and Muyan would answer for all this? Song Muyan froze in surprise, and Mr. Huang said that now, Song Muyan's entire family will be under supervision, and the truth has already been established. Mr. Huang was angry, and said that Song Muyan had the audacity to use such vile fighting methods now, and will now be punished. All the people started throwing trash at Song Muyan, and said that he was the most dishonest liar, and the security started escorting him out of the arena then. Song Kyo told his son-in-law, Chu Chen, that he was right, and it was his uncle who wanted to harm him all this time, and how could he believe them, and be wrong then? Chu Chen told Song Cho that his son-in-law was always right, and now he should always trust him, and he would never advise his brother to do anything bad. Mr. Huang told everyone that they would return to this matter a little later, but for now they would continue the competition, and everyone would be interested to know. And the host said that only the Lion King and the Lion of the Song family remained in the arena, and unexpectedly, the Song family made it to the finals today. She asked his brother Chuchen to make them champions, and said that he believed from the very beginning that his friend could win and that it was so cool. Chuchen looked at his opponent and thought that he only had to take one step, and then he and Song Chu would become champions at the city tournament. Huang Yuhai thought that if Chuchen and Song Cho became champions, he would have to give all the money to Gui Chuchen, and he didn't want to lose. The Lion King told Chuchen that he didn't expect to be fighting a newcomer in the finals, and he wondered how he got to their finals. The Lion King told Chuchen that he had never seen anything like this in the last 10 years, and he was amazed at how they were able to reach the finals. But the Lion King started moving towards Chuchen and said that he did not want to make concessions and would fight them with all his might now. The Lion King told Chuchen that he could see all of his weaknesses, and that he could easily deal with him now, and that it wouldn't be difficult for the boss. The Lion King continued to talk about Chuchen's shortcomings and ran towards him, wanting to quickly finish the final and go home to his family. Huang Yuhai's friend said that this is wonderful, and it is not for nothing that all people call him the Lion King, and he is now showing all his power. Huang Yuhai realized that a little more and Chu Chen would lose, and the Lion King was very difficult to deal with, and he would not give the crown to anyone. Huang Yuhai's friend told the Lion King that he must tear Chu Chen apart and leave him no chance and defeat the idiot in the finals. Shita wondered why Chu Chen suddenly became such a weakling, or whether the Lion King was too strong and did not give his friend a chance. The Lion King swung his leg and thought that now he felt the power and would think before performing in tournaments with him. The Lion King kicked Chu Chen in the leg and said that this was just the beginning and that he had prepared the best surprises for him and would show them now. The Lion King jumped high up and wanted to kick Chu Chen harder and said that it was in vain that he met such a powerful master there. The Lion King dealt a strong blow to Chu Chen, and he flew away from the enemy a couple of meters, and all the spectators thought that the final was almost decided there. Huang Yuhai realized that he didn't think that Chu Chen, even though he had magic, would no longer be able to deal with his cousin, and apparently his level wasn't that high. Mr. Huang said that it looks like the Lion King will defeat everyone again, but the fact that the Song family reached the final will affect their place in the rankings. Mr. Huang suggested to the Song family that instead of shamefully and without a chance of losing, they should choose honor and surrender now. And that is good. But suddenly Chu Chen started to stand up and told Mr. Huang that he had a couple of questions and he wanted to get them answered right away. Chu Chen felt very good and asked Mr. Huang how he decided that their strength was running out, and maybe this was their strategy to fight him. Mr. Huang was very surprised and asked Chu Chen how this was possible, and how he wanted to defeat the Lion King and all the challenges lost. But the Lion King told Chu Chen that it was obvious that the advantage was on their side, but they had a strong character and would never give up. The Lion King fell to his knees and was exhausted from constantly chasing Chu Chen, and he needed to catch his breath, and then he would gain strength during this time. The Lion King was sitting on the ground taking a break, and Chu Chen asked Mr. Huang if he should surrender to this king, and that was not the case. And at that very second, suddenly all the people froze in surprise, and they all thought that they were seeing this for the first time, and it seemed that Chu Chen was very cool. Huang Yuhai was surprised because the Lion King had given Chu Chen a good beating just now, but at the moment he had fallen to his knees and was not moving there. The Lion King thought he wanted to beat Chu Chen, but that's not true. There are amateurs there, and it's just a show to divert attention. The Lion King thought that from the outside, it seemed that he really was beating his enemies so hard that they couldn't do anything to him there. The Lion King thought that he had underestimated Chu Chen, and now had to answer for his mistake, and he didn't think the guy was that cool. The Lion King thought that in fact, he had never hit Chu Chen, and he was very agile and fast, and it was difficult to hit him with a blow. The Lion King asked Chu Chen if he had intentionally opened himself up, and showed him his weak spots, so that he would attack and waste all his strength. Chu Chen smiled and told the Lion King that it finally dawned on him, and said that he thought he would have to wait forever for this. Chu Chen told Shou that he must strike at the Lion King, and this is their chance to win, and he will not be able to repel their attack, and he is tired of everyone. And at that very moment, Song Chu dealt a powerful blow to the Lion King, and he was amazed and realized that they were able to hit such a Master Huang. And at that moment, the King of Lions fell into the water, and this meant that he could no longer continue the fight and competition and was defeated. She was very happy and said that the Song family had won and there was no one left, and he believed from the very beginning that Chu Chen was right about everything. Huang Yuhai and his friends couldn't understand how this was possible, and how Song Chu was able to defeat the Lion King, and no one had defeated him yet. Song Muyan and his son Qing Ying were also surprised and could not understand how Chu Chen and Song Cho were able to defeat the legend of the Lion King. Grandfather looked at the arena and couldn't believe his luck, and couldn't believe that their Song family had been the first to be eliminated from the tournament, and he didn't believe in their success there. Grandpa shed tears and realized that their Song family won the tournament, and they are the strongest family among all, and Chu Chen helped them a lot now. Xie stood up from his seat and started shouting that Chu Chen and Song Chu were champions, and he kept saying this so that all the other people could hear his words. All the people liked Xie's chants, and they also started to shout that Chu Chen and Song Chu were the champions, and that they had a great tournament. Chu Chen and Song Chu took off the lion costume and realized that the tournament was over, and they had now defeated the strongest participant, and he did nothing. Chu Chen told Song Chu that they should now open the calligraphy, and Song Chu agreed with him and said that he also wanted to check it out. Song Chu took a stance and told Chu Chen that he could push off from him, and then he would be able to reach the calligraphy that was high up. Chu Chen believed Song Chu's words, and he quickly ran and pushed off Song Chu's friend and realized that he was right, and that this was the only way he could get. Chu Chen continued to walk up, and thought that none of the people could even imagine that they could take the champion's prize today. Chu Chen reached the calligraphy and thought that he needed to open it so that everyone could see what was written there and read their words. Chu Chen opened the calligraphy and realized that there was beautiful handwriting, and people tried hard to write such beauty. And it is very difficult. Song Cho and Chu Chen stood next to the open calligraphy and realized that everyone should also like and appreciate good work. People were shocked and said that it was so well written and so beautifully that a genius could have written it. And they wondered who wrote all this magnificence. Mr. Huang told everyone that this calligraphy was written by this Chu Chen from the Song family. And after the ceremony, he would discuss calligraphy with him. All the people couldn't understand this, and could the foolish son-in-law really write this? And he is well versed in this lion dance and also writes well. But at that very moment, Huang Yu-hai stood up from his seat and told everyone that these characters were not written by Chu Chen, and he knew it, and Chen was a deceiver. Huang Yu-hai asked people to look at the signature at the bottom of the calligraphy, and the name Chu Chen is written like a chicken's foot, and this is his real handwriting. Huang Yu-hai told people that it was obvious that someone else had written the calligraphy for him, and that he himself was not able to do anything, and that he might be lying. The audience said that the calligraphy was so beautiful, but the signature on it was just terrible. And did Chu Chen really deceive everyone and succeed in doing all this? The girl said that it was definitely not written by one person, and that a fool is still a fool, and how did he figure out how to sign the work himself? And that it was his shame. Sen wondered if the Wang Yu-hai had lost all the money, and that's why he decided to take revenge on Chu Chen, and that was very mean and stupid of him. Song Yan thought that she was afraid of this, and was right to be nervous about it. And now people will reveal Chu Chen's whole scam, and he will not win. Mr. Huang asked Chu Chen if these were his characters in calligraphy that represents the Huang family. And they are proud of this particular work of genius. Mr. Huang said that although it doesn't really matter to him who wrote all these hieroglyphs, he still wants to clarify the situation and find their answer. Chu Chen told Mr. Huang that he was right, and that he was the only one who wrote this calligraphy, and he could prove that he was right if they didn't believe him. But Mr. Huang asked Chu Chen why the signature was different, and that is precisely why everyone doubts that it is his work. Chu Chen told Mr. Huang that he wrote all of this, and why should he lie to them, since he had proven everything to everyone a long time ago, and he didn't need to deceive everyone. But Mr. Huang was angry and told Chu Chen that he gave him a chance to confess everything himself, but he doesn't want to confess, and that's why he's so angry. Mr. Huang asked the security to bring the deceiver Chu Chen to him. And he has a serious conversation with him, and this is important, and he will reveal the deception. People continued to laugh and said that Chu Chen had managed to make a mistake with the signature, and that he really was an idiot and a stupid guy. Chu Chen told all the people that they had gotten to him, and they never believed his words, and why should he prove to anyone that he was right? The guards wanted to grab Chu Chen, but he jumped high, and the guards couldn't reach him, and they bumped into each other, and it hurt. Chu Chen thought that they all didn't believe him. And now he would do what he had planned, and no one would be able to doubt that he was telling the truth. Chu Chen stood near the god and thought that he would make Mr. Huang regret not believing his words and that it was a mistake. Chu Chen slammed the calligraphy on the ground with all his might and thought that he no longer wanted to prove anything to people, and they would understand everything now. The entire Song family froze in surprise and could not understand what Chu Chen was doing now, how he was humiliating their family and why he was lying to everyone. Mr. Huang was furious and told Chu Chen that this was impudence and asked what he was doing, and whether he had really gone completely crazy after their competition. Huang Yu-hai and his friends were happy and asked if Chu Chen had gone crazy and was going to have fun, and they liked the spectacle. Mr. Huang asked Chu Chen to keep in mind that this calligraphy is the most valuable treasure and represents their Huang family, and he already knows this. Mr. Huang asked Chu Chen if he wanted the relationship between the Song and Huang families to deteriorate, and this could even cause a conflict. Brother Song asked the family if Chu Chen really wanted to die in the arena, and if he wanted to make their family outcasts, and no one would have anything to do with them. Brother Song asked if Chu Chen really wanted to break off the relationship between Song and Huang, and they could die at any moment because they were strong. Sister Song was also surprised and asked Chu Chen what he was doing, and it seemed like he didn't value their family's trust at all and wanted to set them up. Xie stood up and said that Chu Chen was crazy, and they were just opening a company in the Huang building, and how could he ruin the relationship with him? But Chu Chen completely crumpled the calligraphy in the arena and said that he was really fed up with everything, and he didn't want to hear accusations from people anymore. Chu Chen threw away his calligraphy and told the people that if they doubted that he had written it, they could give him ink and a brush. Mr. Huang told Chu Chen that he would let him write calligraphy, and he could try it because he completely ruined his last work. But everyone was shocked because Mr. Huang told Chu Chen that if he himself wrote it badly, he would use all the power of the Huang family and punish Song. Huang Yuhai said that if Chu Chen could write, he would kneel down in front of everyone and ask Chu Chen for forgiveness for his mistake. Chu Chen told Huang Yuhai that they had reached an agreement, and he agreed to all his conditions and would do everything perfectly, and he would regret it later. Chu Chen thought that he would surprise all the people now, and he knows that they don't believe that he can write perfect calligraphy, and that's a problem. Chu Chen started writing and realized that he was doing great, and he believed in his own strength and that he would succeed if he didn't doubt himself. Chu Chen continued writing, and all the people looked with interest at how Chu Chen wrote new calligraphy and thought that he did not know how to do anything. And after a couple of minutes, Chu Chen told Mr. Huang that he could personally evaluate his work, and it seemed that he had managed to repeat his own masterpiece. Chu Chen wrote perfect calligraphy and said that he tried his best to make it perfect, and no one had any doubts. Chu Chen told people that this time he signed it properly so that Mr. Huang would have no doubt that this was his work and that it was all true. Mr. Huang froze in surprise and thought how this was possible. And this calligraphy and hieroglyphs were perfect, and how he was able to do this. Song Yan was shocked and said that her husband Chu Chen really managed to write such beautiful characters and she didn't know that he was talented. Xie was also perplexed and told Song Yang that at first he thought that Chu Chen was just lucky the first time. But he repeated his success. Huang Yuhai realized that he was mistaken, which meant that Chu Chen had originally made such an ugly signature on purpose to confuse. Xie was very happy and told Chu Chen that he always knew that his friend could do anything, and he surprised all the people who didn't believe his words there. Song Yan thought that it was good that Chu Chen had accomplished this task and the danger had passed. And he had put everything on the line, and he had overcome the skeptics. Mr. Huang thought that this calligraphy was even better than the previous one, and in it, they seemed to be looking down on the entire celestial empire, and it was shocking. Mr. Huang said that Chu Chen's calligraphy is filled with great and their best aspirations to conquer the world, and it motivates people. Mr. Huang realized that he had made a mistake and told Chu Chen that he was wrong and unfair to him, and he apologized for the mistake. Mr. Huang told Huang Yuhai that he had defamed Chu Chen now and in front of everyone, and said that Hai was in no hurry to ask Chu for forgiveness. Huang Yuhai thought that not only had he lost all his money to Chu Chen, but now he would kneel in front of the entire city and be disgraced. Huang Yuhai asked Chu Chen if he didn't need to kneel before him, and that he would definitely help him out in his affairs in the future. Huang Yuhai asked Chu Chen to spare him, and Chu Chen was surprised and immediately asked Yuhai if he was really asking to spare him. And this was all strange. Chu Chen asked Huang Yuhai if he had any thoughts about sparing him, and how he would have acted in his place, and it seems he would have done something different. Huang Yuhai realized that he couldn't do anything, and it seemed like he was doomed, and now he couldn't escape anywhere and fulfill his promise. Huang Yuhai didn't want to do this, but he had to keep his word, and then Chu Chen would let him go, and Mr. Huang wouldn't punish him either. Huang Yuhai knelt down and told Mr. Chu Chen that he begged his forgiveness, and admitted that he was wrong and had already made mistakes in everything. Friends asked Huang Yuhai what he was doing, and how he was not ashamed to kneel in front of the scoundrel Chu Chen, and he did not deserve it there. Mr. Huang told Chu Chen that he wanted to apologize to him, and as compensation, he would invite their guests to the dinner party today. She thought, is it really Mr. Huang who is inviting Chu Chen to dinner with the Huang family? And this is a reward, and one can only dream of this, and this is a friend's chance. She told Song Yang that this was a great chance to make connections with local tycoons there, and they could help them with their business and affairs. Chu Chen told Mr. Huang that he agreed and would come to the dinner today and wanted to chat with the Huang family there and was interested in business. And then Xia realized that Song Chu had won with Chu Chen, which meant that the million they had bet turned into 20 million. Grandfather Song thanked Chu Chen for taking trouble away from the Song family and helping them in difficult times, and they realized that they could rely on him. Grandfather told Chu Chen that he did not expect such meanness from Mu Yan, and he and his sons are no longer part of their family and does not want to think about him. Grandfather told all the people in the family that they too had always unfairly accused Chu Chen before and never apologized to him. Brother Song approached Chu Chen and said that he was asking for forgiveness, and that they were all wrong and set up their brother, and they were all ashamed of all this. Chu Chen told Brother Song that everything was fine and they were one family and should always help each other in difficult situations, and it would be right. Huang Yuhai stood behind the scenes and thought that everything did not go according to plan, and Chu Chen the scoundrel has now become a hero, and all the people adore him for everything. Huang Yuhai thought that Chu Chen dared to disgrace him, and he himself would do everything to ensure that he did not return from the dinner party, and Chen would die. Night fell, and all the guests began to arrive for the dinner party at the Huang family's house and wanted to have a good time and dine with interest. Chu Chen sat there and ate the dishes, and people said that they wanted to drink there for General Director Zhang and also drink for his honor Yin now. Chu Chen thought that everyone was happily drinking, and there was a lively atmosphere, and everyone was eating quietly, and no one cared about him. And there were delicious dishes there. Grandfather told the whole family that there was a time when their family was honored and shining, and all the people respected the Song family in their whole city. Grandpa Song said that he didn't think that today at the party, no one would come up to them to say a few nice words for everything. And at that moment, a waitress came up to Chu Chen and told the gentleman that someone wanted to see him, and asked him to go with her to the side. Chu Chen followed the girl and thought that it was a very dark place, and who could need him there, and what he needed from him. And at that very second, the waitress fell to the ground, and Chu Chen thought that she had just come in and lost consciousness. Could there really be a magic circle there? Chu Chen thought that it seemed like the stranger's intentions were not good at all, and that it was in vain that he went with the girl now, and it seemed like it was a mistake. Chu Chen said that he knew there was someone there, and asked him to come out immediately, and he wanted to talk to the person alone in the dark. The voice told the idiot son-in-law, Chu Chen, that he had offended his brother from the black magic sect, and he would repay him in kind. And he entered the magic circle. Chu Chen smiled and asked the man if he was a black magician, and he said that his mentor, Huang Yuhai, taught him all the techniques too. Chu Chen told the magician that he didn't believe all his words, and told the scoundrel to get out of there. And he didn't want to communicate with him, and he was annoying him. And at that very second, a magician began to come out to Chu Chen, and he thought that he didn't think that Chu Chen had this technique, and he was able to find him now. The magician told Chu Chen that he used the Chenken step and was able to destroy his magic circle so easily, and asked him who he was in life. But Chu Chen started walking towards the magician and said that who he was didn't matter, and he would now show him that it wasn't worth messing with him and that it was a disaster. Chu Chen told the magician that since he was Huang Yuhai's teacher, he could tell him his bazi there, and he would calculate it himself and find out who he was. The magician agreed and thought that Chu Chen was an idiot, and who would tell a magician their date of birth according to bazi, and this was his sentence today. But Chu Chen told the magician that he could listen carefully to his bazi, and he would be surprised to hear information about the one he wanted to kill. The magician froze in surprise and realized that he had not expected him to tell him about this particular bazi, and it seemed that Chu Chen was a very strong guy. 10 minutes later, Huang Yuhai thought that he was secretly asking their teacher to take action, and hoped that Chu Chen was kneeling now. Huang Yuhai opened the door and asked the mentor if he had settled all the affairs there and resolved the problems with the scoundrel Chu Chen, and the idiot deserved it. But at this moment, Huang Yuhai suddenly froze in surprise and could not believe it. And it seemed that he underestimated Chu Chen, and he was strong. Teacher Huang Yuhai sat in the room and showed no signs of life, and he was afraid that Chu Chen had finished him off, and he could not do anything. Huang Yuhai ran up to the teacher and asked him if he was okay now and why he was sitting in the room and showing no signs of life. But at that moment, when Huang Yuhai did not expect this, the magician teacher hit him in the face with all his might and said that his student was a fool and an idiot. The teacher asked Huang Yuhai if he knew the rank of the person he was dealing with, and if he did not receive forgiveness, he would be expelled from their sect. Huang Yuhai was very surprised and asked the teacher why he would be kicked out of the sect and what Chu Chen had done to him recently and where he was now. But the magician teacher told Huang Yuhai that he was not supposed to know this and he just had to do everything as he said and it would be good. The teacher thought that judging by Chu Chen's horoscope, he was protected by higher deities. And this only happens to people from the 9th heaven, and it was a shock. And then Chu Chen returned to the hall and his wife Song Chu asked him where he had been. And he said that he had gone to the toilet and stayed there for a minute. Huang Yuhai's friend noticed that his friend had also come to the hall and thought that it seemed like his plan had succeeded. And that's why he was very happy now. Friend said that their brother Huang Yuhai is coming to Chu Chen's table, and he definitely has something in mind and is interested to know what he will do with their enemy. Huang Yuhai's friend said that his brother would definitely stand over Chu Chen and provoke him, and might even beat him up for provoking him. Huang Yuhai's friends said that this would be a spectacle, and they all can't wait to see how Huang Yuhai will deal with his opponent there. Huang Yuhai walked up to the Song family's table with a glass of wine in his hand, and he wanted to chat with Chu Chen, and everyone thought that he was about to spill everything. But Huang Yuhai told Chu Chen that this glass is for him, and he asks him for forgiveness for the misunderstanding today and hopes for their forgiveness. Huang Yuhai's friends froze in shock and couldn't understand why their brother was asking the scoundrel for forgiveness and how he made him do it. Chuchen told Huang Yuhai that of course he forgives him, and thought that he needed his forgiveness, and teacher Huang had already reported everything to him. Huang Yuhai said to brother Chuchen, thank him for being merciful and for being able to forgive his brother, and for always being able to help him in difficult times. Friends wondered why Huang Yuhai was begging Chuchen for forgiveness, and even bowed to him. And it seemed like a dream, and it seemed like they were all sleeping there. Huang Yuhai told Chuchen that his grandfather wanted to see him, and he agreed with him, and said that he was free and they could go there with him. Chuchen walked up to the table where the Huang family was sitting, and told Mr. Huang that she had learned that he wanted to see him, and was not against chatting. Mr. Huang told Chuchen that he had done a great job today, and he decided to fulfill any of his requests and asked what he wanted from him. Huang Yuhai's friends couldn't believe their ears and thought that Chuchen was lucky, and that he could immediately rise to the heavens and ask for anything. Chuchen told Mr. Huang that he looked very pale and wanted to ask him if there was something wrong, and he wanted to know the reason for it. Mr. Huang told Chuchen that this was an old ailment, and as long as he himself did not drink alcohol, everything was not so bad and would soon pass, and it was not a problem. Chuchen told Mr. Huang that then he knew what to ask for, and he said that he hoped Mr. Huang would fulfill just one request. And suddenly Chuchen said that he wants Mr. Huang to drink wine on time every day, and that is all he asks for and nothing more is needed. The head of the Qian family was shocked and asked his son-in-law Chuchen if the guy had really gone crazy, and everyone knew perfectly well that Mr. Huang was no longer allowed to drink wine. Chuchen said that he would prepare a special medicinal tincture for Mr. Huang, and in 7 days the illness would disappear, and this is true. Mr. Qian said that their pharmaceutical company had not been able to find a cure for Mr. Huang's illness for all this time. Mr. Qian told Chuchen that, in addition to everything else, he beat his grandson Qian Bushai in the Jintang building, and he was seriously injured from his blows. Mr. Qian told Chuchen that on behalf of the entire Qian family, he swears that he will not be able to develop his pharmaceutical company there. Chuchen asked Mr. Qian what if his medicine could cure Mr. Huang's entire illness and strengthen their company's position. Mr. Qian told Chuchen that if he fulfilled both conditions within 3 months, he would apologize in front of everyone. Mr. Qian told Chuchen that otherwise he would leave Changcheng forever and would not be able to conduct his business there, and he guaranteed. Chuchen told Mr. Qian that they had reached an agreement and that they needed to think everything through regarding the company's development, and then he would quickly win his bet. Chuchen said that for now, he will prepare the tincture for Mr. Huang, and the most important thing is that he does not forget to drink it on time, and then it will be good. Song Yan thought that Qian Company was a pharmaceutical giant, and she knew that Mr. Huang's illness was almost incurable, and everyone knew it. Song Yan thought that by choosing an opponent of the same caliber as Mr. Qian himself, he could lose all his positions and the entire business would go bust. At this time, Chuchen came to the star scattering store and asked if there was anyone there, and the teacher came to them to buy something urgently. The man asked Chuchen if he had said last time that he himself was a student of their main teacher and knew a lot of information. Chuchen told the man that he was right and asked if they had the ingredients to make the 7-star talisman. The man told Chuchen that he saw him at the Huang family party and that he wanted to cure Mr. Huang and asked if he knew what Huang's illness was. But Chuchen told the man that Mr. Huang was not sick and that he was currently under ordinary black magic, and he was able to recognize this upon meeting him. The man was shocked and asked Chuchen how he was able to see black magic and know exactly what kind of ritual was performed and how difficult it is. Chuchen told the man that it didn't matter whether it was difficult or not, and he noticed it, and now he must eliminate it because it was his duty and the truth. The man told Chuchen that he was an arrogant guy, and only people from the 9th heaven could eradicate such black evil, and it was all difficult. The man told Chuchen that he should let him see who he really was, and then they would know if he could remove this magic. The man took Chuchen's hand and began to study him, and thought that he was lying, and that he was an ordinary person, and did not have any power, and that this was a fiction. But a second later the man was shocked, and told Chuchen that he had just studied him, and he really was a disciple of the 9th heaven, and this was impossible. But Chuchen asked him to hold on, and said that he was also the brother of the main teacher of the star-scattering Luo Yun, and it seemed that he did not know this truth of his. The man fell to his knees and asked Chuchen if he really was their teacher and why he didn't know about it yet, and he was already very curious. The man asked teacher Chuchen to let him ask whether he had learned which particular branch of the teaching and what information he had learned about everything. But Chuchen told the man that he had learned all 9 branches of the teachings and that he did not need to learn all the secrets and understand the whole essence of all their teachings. The man was even more shocked by the words of teacher Chuchen and asked how this was possible and how he managed to study all 9 branches of the teaching. The man thought that for an ordinary person to know one of the branches of the teaching is a rare success, but this master has learned all 9 and he is a genius. But then a girl came out to them and asked the old man what he was doing there so late and whether he was making so much noise because of a client and who he was. The grandfather was still kneeling and paying respects to the teacher, and the girl was shocked and asked the grandfather what he was doing because there was no one there anymore. The girl asked her grandfather why he was on his knees, whether he was having a stroke, and the grandfather said that he had just seen a high-flying bird. The next day, at the Huang family home, Chuchen called Song Chu and asked his brother if he was there and wanted to know how he got there. Chuchen told Song Chu that he should hand over the tincture personally to Mr. Huang, and then he would greatly help his son-in-law to complete everything. Song Chu told his son-in-law, Chu Chen, that he didn't have to worry, and that he was almost there, and that he would hand the tincture directly to Mr. Huang at his house. But at that moment, suddenly the guards stopped Song Chu near their Huang house, and he thought that they wanted from him and should let him in. At the entrance, Song Chu was met by Mr. Huang's grandson, Huang Yuxiu, and he asked him if he came from Chuchen and if he brought the tincture to the family. Song Chu told Huang Yuxiu that he had brought the medicinal tincture and could he give it to Mr. Huang, and then he would immediately leave them. But suddenly at this moment, Huang Yuxiu slapped Song Chu in the face, and he no longer wanted to listen to his words, and how dare he ask for something. Huang Yuxiu grabbed the tincture from Song Chu's hand and thought that the impudent man should understand that he gets everything he wants and he won't do anything. Huang Yuxiu told Song Chu that everyone knew that Grandpa Huang was sick, and how could he be given this lousy drink and die from it? Song Chu asked Huang Yuxiu what he wanted to do, and thought that Chuchen would be offended if he found out that he did not give the tincture to Mr. Huang. But at that very moment, the guards started kicking Song Chu, and he couldn't understand why they weren't listening to his words and why they were beating him. Song Chu fell to the ground and thought that it was unfair, and they wanted to help Mr. Huang. And his grandson was beating him, and it was so weird. The guards grabbed Song Chu, and he wanted to explain to them that he was not a threat to them at all, and that they had made a mistake, and that was for sure. Huang Yuxiu asked Song Chu who he thought his grandfather was, and how he could offer him this rubbish, and how he had the courage to come there. The guards began to open Song Chu's mouth, and Huang Yuxiu said that he himself should drink all the tincture, and then they would know how it works. And at that moment, Huang Yuxiu began to pour the tincture directly into Song Chu's mouth, and he said that he deserved it, and now he will know everything. Afterwards, Huang Yuxiu started to leave from there and told the guards that they should beat up Song Chu, and he would no longer be able to come to their house. The guards began to beat Song Chu with all their might, and he was in a lot of pain. But no one could help him now, and he was very offended by them. A couple of hours later, Song Chu was brought to the Song family's house, and he was in a lot of pain and suffered a lot of injuries from being beaten by all the guards. Song Chu lay on the bed and thought that he clearly did not expect that he would be beaten today at the Huang family's house, and he wanted to help Mr. Huang. Song Yan asked why Huang Yuxiu beat Song Chu so badly, since he only brought medicinal tincture and wanted to help their family boss. Mom said that this won't work, and she will demand justice for Song Chu, and he didn't deserve to be beaten so badly at their house. The son told his mother that it was difficult because it was the Huang family, and they had beaten their brother, but they had to swallow it, and then everything would be fine with him. Song Yan said that it was hard to believe that the Huang family could treat them like this even without any reason, and it seemed like they were provoking them. And then Chuchen came into the room and told my mother that it was he who sent Chiu to the Huang's house, and they dared to raise a hand against him, and it was their problem. Chuchen told the Song family that he would go there himself and take revenge on Song Chu, and he would never again allow anyone to lay a hand on their brother. Sister Song told Chuchen that if he goes for revenge, he will put their entire family at risk, and he should forget about revenge, and that is right. Brother Song asked Chuchen if he was really looking for death, and the Huang family would deal with him very easily, and he would not be able to do anything to the family. Song's elder brother asked Chuchen if he heard what they were saying to him, and if he went, he would harm them even more and expose the Song family. But suddenly, at that very second, Chuchen hit Brother Song in the face, and he said that he was a wimp, and he should leave, and not interfere with his revenge. Brother Song wanted to speak to Chuchen, but he couldn't say anything, and immediately realized that he couldn't do anything to him, and he was very strong. And then Song Yang's wife told Chuchen that he could go and avenge her brother Song Chu there, and he really didn't deserve to be beaten by the crowd. But Song Yan told Chu Chen's husband that he should take revenge and then come back quickly, and she would wait for him there and wish him good luck. Chu Chen told Song Yang that he would remember her words and he would do everything quickly and skillfully and come back, and she could prepare dinner for them. Then Chu Chen came to the Huang family's house, and the guards asked him how he got there and started screaming and saying that they were in a lot of pain. Huang Yuqiu went outside and asked who dared to cause a scandal there, and how he wasn't afraid that he could be punished, and that he would receive blows from him. And then Huang Yuqiu noticed that Chu Chen was standing in front of the entrance, and he quickly dealt with the guards and was already starting to approach Mr. Wu. Chu Chen asked the guy if he was Huang Yuqiu and said that he was looking for him and wanted to solve some issues, and he would answer him. Huang Yuqiu asked if he was Chu Chen from the Song family and what he needed there and why he came to him. And he was not happy with his arrival today. And at that very second, Chu Chen hit Huang Yuqiu in the face with all his might and realized that he was weak, and without all his guards, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the enemy. Chu Chen continued to beat Huang Yuqiu and thought that he deserved all his blows and why he beat his brother Song Chu, and a huge mistake. Chu Chen kicked Huang Yuqiu on the back, and he didn't understand why Chu Chen was beating him with all his might, and it was difficult for him to defend himself from the enemy's blows. Chu Chen grabbed the water hose and thought that he would make Huang Yuqiu understand how much pain Song Chu was in, and he would know it all now. Huang Yuqiu looked at Chu Chen and thought about what he wanted to do, and that he would be in trouble. And his grandfather Huang would punish Chu Chen for all this. Chu Chen shoved a water hose into Huang Yuqiu's mouth, and he asked the idiot what he was doing, and that troubles awaited him. And he would find out how strong their family was. Chu Chen told Huang Yuqiu that this was a special response for him for everything he did to Song Chu, and he would know how much it hurt him back then. The guards started running towards Chu Chen and told the scoundrel to quickly and immediately let Mr. Yuqiu go, and how he had the courage to beat him up. All the guards surrounded Chu Chen, and Huang Yuqiu told him that he was a very smelly cur and that he was going to die now, and that their guards were the strongest in the world. Huang Yuqiu told Chu Chen that they were all blacklight warriors, and they were all trained by the most powerful magicians, and he would not be able to defeat them there. And at that very second, Huang Yuqiu simply grabbed all the guards and broke Chu Chen's legs. And then he would find out what their Huang family was capable of. All the soldiers started running towards Chu Chen and said that he would die there, and no one would be able to help him, and that he had beaten Huang Yuqiu in vain. And after a couple of minutes, many cars arrived at the gate of the Huang's house, and they were members of the Song family, and they only wanted to talk to Chu Chen. Song Sayan got out of the car and told Chu Chen that he should go back, and he should no longer avenge Song Chu, and it could hinder them. Song Sayan thought that this was a problem, and he never expected that Chu Chen would go to take revenge on Huang without his knowledge, and he did not want to be late. Song Sayan knew that Chu Chen was a fighter, but the Huang family had blacklight warriors, and he wouldn't be able to deal with them, as they were very strong and cunning. Song Sayan knew that the blacklight warriors were an ancient power, passed down from generation to generation by the Huang family, and they were all trained by the best magicians. Song Sayan thought that anyone who met the blacklight warriors on their way might not return home, and this is very dangerous, and this is a fact. Song Sayan thought that Chu Chen had helped their family so much, and he even risked his life for Song Chu and helped them win the competition recently. Song Sayan thought that even if Chu Chen was injured, he would take him home and, in the worst case, look after him for the rest of his life. Song Sayan shouted to Chu Chen that he had come there, and he should stay there, and he would take him away, and he would not have to endure the pain from all the warriors. But Song Sayan saw something there and froze in surprise and thought that he had seen a lot, but did not expect that Chu Chen was capable of such a miracle. Song Sayan noticed that Chu Chen was standing there near the Huang house, and he had already dealt with all the blacklight warriors there, and they were lying on the ground. All the blacklight warriors were lying unconscious, and they couldn't do anything to Chu Chen. How is this possible since they are all combat masters? Chu Chen grabbed one of the blacklight warriors by the scruff of the neck and began to drag him, and thought that they did not believe his words, and it was their mistake. Song Sayan froze in surprise and asked Chu Chen what he did, and how he was able to deal with the very strong blacklight warriors at their home. Chu Chen asked Song Sayan if he had come there too, and he wanted to beat someone up for what they did to Song Chu, and it was scary. But Song Sayan quickly ran to Chu Chen and grabbed his hand, and he asked him to let go of the warrior of black light, and he had already knocked out the warrior long ago. Song Sayan asked Chu Chen what he was muttering, and said that they both should run away from there faster, and began to drag him along quickly. They got into the car and drove away from there, and Song Sayan thought that contrary to all expectations, Chu Chen simply destroyed the blacklight warriors there. Song Se-yeon realized that now the Huang family's response will not take long to come, and they will try to do everything to take revenge on them. Chuchen told his father that he had acted thoughtlessly, but as soon as he saw how they treated Song Chu, he could not control his nerves. Song Se-yeon told Chuchen that he did everything right, and today he protected part of their family and taught the scoundrel a lesson for all his actions. Chuchen thought that he didn't think that his father would now take the whole situation so well and without his nerves, and he even thanked him for all this. Chuchen said thank you to his dad, and his dad said that he actually said thank you to him on behalf of Song Chu, and he got revenge on his brother, and it's cool. Afterwards, they arrived at the Song family's house and couldn't understand whether Chuchen had already gone so quickly to the Huang family's house, and they thought he was joking with them. The Song family asked Chuchen if he really was in the Huang house and beat everyone there, and why he did this and did not listen to them. The Song family said that Chuchen also beat everyone half to death, and how he had the courage and strength to do this, and it seems they underestimated him. Song Se-yeon told the family that now they also need to unite to take on the challenge, and they will wait for the revenge of the Huang family, and this is for sure. But at that very moment, Grandpa Song entered the room and told the family that they could no longer wait for this and that he would tell everyone important information. Grandfather Song told the family that the Huang family had just declared a boycott against the entire Song family, and would now use all their efforts to sort things out. The whole Song family was shocked to hear such news from their grandfather, and they asked if this was the end, and they couldn't do anything for their family. Grandfather Song told the family that their partner companies would immediately and urgently cancel all their agreements and issue a verdict. Grandfather Song told his family that they would suffer huge losses from all companies in an instant, and would not be able to avoid sanctions from their partners. Brother Song asked Chuchen if he was happy now, and if it was only his fault that their family was suffering because he beat Huang Yuxiu in the house. Brother Song told Chuchen that the boycott of the Huang family would destroy their entire family business, and they don't know how to solve this situation yet, and that's their problem. Brother Song told the family that he was proposing to sever all ties with Chuchen, and that he was harming all their family's affairs, and that they could manage without him. Brother Song said that he thinks that Chuchen should go to the Huang family and ask for forgiveness, and maybe they won't boycott them. The Song sisters told the brothers that they had said everything clearly and let Chuchen himself settle matters with Huang, and then they would avoid problems from Huang. But Chuchen asked the Song family not to worry about anything, and they would be able to survive this crisis, and their family had always been through the worst times. Chuchen said that he would tell them more, that this situation could even help their Song family regain their former glory in Changcheng, and that was good. The Song brothers told Chuchen that they realized that he was really delusional, and what he was talking about, and what good things he saw from their boycott of Huang. Sister Song asked Song Se-yeon why he doesn't kick out Chuchen. And he talks nonsense and is annoying with his actions and irritates everyone and is stressful. And then Grandpa Song's man came up to him and said that Huan's grandson was calling now, and it seemed he wanted to discuss all the business with them and that it was important. Grandpa Song realized that Chuchen had made a mistake, and now they all had to answer to the Huang family and asked to turn on the speakerphone there. They turned on the speakerphone, and Huang's grandson asked the Song family how they were feeling, and whether they had experienced the full joy of their boycott today. Huang Yuxiu told the Song family that he was giving them one last chance, and all they needed to do was apologize to everyone in Changcheng, and that was it. Huang Yuxiu told the Song family that he would immediately lift the restrictions on them, and all the people of the Song family were shocked and thought that this was so arrogant. The Song brothers and sisters asked if Huang Yuxiu really wanted an apology, and that was it, and said that this was a chance and they could avoid problems. But then Chuchen approached the man and asked him to let him talk to Huang Yuxiu for a while, and he wanted to tell him all the information. Chuchen told Huang Yuxiu that he was the one who started the fight, and he advised him to apologize to him quickly, otherwise it would be worse for him. And at that moment, Chuchen immediately disconnected the call and told Huang Yuxiu that he didn't want to say anything anymore, and he knew all his conditions. Brother Song asked Chuchen what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and said that he was definitely crazy, and why he made things worse, and now he could solve the problem there. Huang Yuxiu said that Chuchen would not calm down, and asked the security to also continue to put pressure on the Song family, and they would soon surrender. And at that very moment, the whole of Changcheng learned that the Huang family was declaring a boycott on the entire Song family, and people wondered if the Songs had crossed the Huangs. People couldn't understand whether the weak Song family had never admitted defeat, and whether they really wanted to fight with the Huang family, and this was madness. The girl looked at the phone and thought that it looked like the ants had decided to fight the elephant, and the Huangs would easily crush the Song family. All the residents thought that the Song family was doomed, and Huang Yonghai and his friends sat at the bar and celebrated, saying that they should let Chuchen go wild some more. This whole situation led to discord within the Song family, and all of the Song brothers and sisters told their mom and dad that they all needed to leave the country. And right at that moment, the brothers and sisters left the city and thought that they would return after the boycott. And Song Sayan realized that they were so scared. 3 days later, at the Song family mansion, Grandpa Song told the whole family that this was a nightmare, and their problem was getting worse every day. Grandfather Song told the family that due to pressure from the entire Huang family, all their accounts were blocked, and they could not manage their resources. The whole Song family listened to Grandpa's words, and he was afraid that if this continued, they might fall to the bottom, and it was just terrible. She asked Grandpa Song not to be nervous, and that he still had several tens of millions to open a company, and he could help them. Chuchen asked his grandfather how many days this money would last, and his grandfather said that this money would last for about 3 days, and that was the maximum. Chuchen told his grandfather that 3 days would be enough for them, and thought that he had recently calculated that if they held out for 3 days, everything would be fine with Song. 3 days later, Mr. Huang said that Chuchen said that he needed to drink his tincture and asked him to pour it for him before their dinner. Mr. Huang thought that he had no appetite, and since he had promised Chuchen, he would take a couple of sips of his tincture and it would not bother him. Mr. Huang drank the tincture and thought that he hoped that Chuchen did not wish him any harm and that the tincture did not contain poison or potion. And at that moment, Mr. Huang froze in surprise and thought that this tincture was excellent, and that his stomach really felt so much better right away. And after that, Mr. Huang came to visit his grandson, Huang Yuxiu. And he was surprised and asked his grandfather why he came and what he needed. Mr. Huang asked his grandson if Chuchen had given him the tincture, and he told him that he should take it for 7 days, but why was there so little of it? Huang Yuxiu told his grandfather that this low-grade swill would only harm him, and when the tincture was brought, he poured out most of it, and it's cool. But suddenly, at that very second, Mr. Huang slapped Huang Yuxiu in the face and called him an idiot and asked him what he should thank him for. Mr. Huang told his grandson that this tincture works wonders, but he was an idiot who dared to pour it out. And now he would go to Chuchen and ask for forgiveness. But Huang Yuxiu told his grandfather that he had declared a boycott on the Song family, and he could not go to Chuchen and ask him for forgiveness and tincture for his grandfather. Mr. Huang was perplexed and asked his grandson if he had personally declared a boycott of the Song family. But why did he do this, and was waiting for an explanation? Huang Yuxiu showed his grandfather his scars and bruises and said that he himself declared a boycott against them because Chuchen beat him cruelly and mercilessly. Mr. Huang froze in surprise and asked his grandson if Chuchen really dared to do this to him, and wanted to know the reason for the conflict. And at night in the Song family's house, a man told Gramps Song that they were now receiving another call from the Huang house, and it seemed they wanted to tell them something important. The man told Grandpa Song that they said they wanted to talk to Chuchen and that this was important information, and they asked to give him the phone now. Chuchen took the phone and told Mr. Huang that he was listening to him, and he thought that Mr. Huang wanted him to call at night and that it was important. Mr. Huang told Chuchen that he did not expect him to beat his grandson so brazenly, and inflicted many injuries on him, and required a long period of treatment. Mr. Huang ordered Chuchen to apologize to their family and take his medicinal tincture with him, and then he would lift their restrictions. Chuchen told Mr. Huang that they were the ones who started the fight, and they still have to apologize, and if they need the tincture, he has one condition. Chuchen told Mr. Huang that his grandson should apologize on his knees in front of the city, and he did not want to discuss anything further. Mr. Huang told his grandson Huang Yuxiu that Chuchen said that he was the one who raised his hand first and wanted to know if it was true, and he was lying to him. Huang Yuxiu told his grandfather that the Song family sent a guy with tincture, and he was a shady guy, so he decided to hit him and teach him a lesson. And at that very second, Mr. Huang hit Huang Yuxiu's grandson in the face, and he called him an idiot. And was he the one who started the fight and just remained silent? Song Sayan asked Chuchen if he thought his attitude towards the Huang family was right, and he doubted that it would end well for them. Chuchen told Song Sayan that of course he is sure, and in a couple of hours he will see how they come to apologize to them, and that is 100%. Mr. Huang told the guy that they would accept that Huang Yuxiu started the fight first, but now the Song family is also putting forward conditions to their family. Mr. Huang told the man that Chuchen had only prepared a tincture for him, and was already daring to sit on his neck, and that this was all very impudent. Mr. Huang asked his man to invite old man Jian to him, and he does not believe that he cannot make the same tincture for him. An hour later, a man came into the room and told Mr. Huang that they had called Huang Xian, but he flatly refused to come today. The man told Mr. Huang that Xian also said that they had contacted the wrong person, and it would be better to apologize to the Song family as soon as possible. Mr. Huang was furious and wondered if the tiny Song family really wanted his apology, and if Huang Xian was also crazy and what he said. But at that moment, Mr. Huang began to feel pain again and realized that the disease had returned, and he really needed Chen's tincture now. Mr. Huang told the man that his stomach hurt again, but there was one catch. This time the pain was even worse, and his stomach would explode. The man told Mr. Huang that Mr. Xian also said that his entire illness would lead him to death soon, and he had already warned them. The man told Mr. Huang that Xian said that if the boss wanted to continue living, only Chu Chen could help him recover from his troubles. Mr. Huang asked the man how it was and whether no one except Chu Chen could help him cure the disease and whether he was doomed to failure. At this time, Grandpa Song told the family that all of Sia's money had already been spent and they had no more funds left in their bank accounts. The Song family was horrified, and Grandpa said that if the Huang family did not lift the restrictions on them in an hour, they would go completely bankrupt. Song Yan asked her husband Chu Chen if he was really sure that everything would work out, because soon they could lose all their money and go into hiding. But Chu Chen was extremely calm and told Song Yang that soon they would see everything for themselves and understand that he was 100% right in their case. And at that very moment, a man from the Song family entered the room and told the boss that their grandson, Huang Yuxiu, and a bunch of reporters were at their gate, and what was their reason. Song Sayan was shocked and asked his wife what these people wanted to do. And his wife asked her husband if they had really come to seal their house now. But a man from the family said that they were mistaken, and these people were reporting live. But he didn't know why they were doing it near the house. And then the man told the Song family that Huang Yuxiu's grandson was apologizing live on air and fulfilling Chu Chen's condition, and this was unexpected. At the same time, in one of the city's bars, Huang Yonghai was sitting there with friends and said that the Song family was finally under sanctions from their family. A friend told Huang Yunhai that they should celebrate and drink. And he has not liked the Song family for a long time, and they only cause problems for them. But at that moment, a third friend suddenly ran up to them and said that they should watch what was being shown live, and that it was strange. A friend showed Huang Yonghai's phone, and he was surprised, and realized that his relative Huang Yuxiu was now right outside the Song family's house. Huang Yonghai glanced at his friend's phone and realized that Huang Yuxiu was currently kneeling and apologizing to the Song family live on air. Huang Yunhai and his friend couldn't believe it, and thought what the idiot Huang Yuxiu was doing now, and he was disgracing their entire Huang family there. At this time, Huang Yuxiu asked Chu Chen to forgive him, and begged him to save his grandfather, as the disease was progressing every day. Huang Yuxiu said that all restrictions on their family have been lifted, and that they will fully compensate for all the losses they suffered due to the sanctions. Huang Yuxiu knelt down and continued to beg Chu Chen, without hesitation, to save his grandfather. And he did not want to lose him, and he was nervous. And then the gates of Song's house opened, and Chu Chen started coming out to Huang Yuxiu, and he wanted to talk to him because he was there asking for his forgiveness. Chu Chen told Huang Yuxiu that he agreed with him, and his apology would already be accepted, and he could get up because it was raining and wet outside. Huang Yuxiu thanked Chu Chen and said that kind people like his brother Chu Chen have big hearts and will always help brothers in trouble. And on the same day, the news that the Huang family publicly apologized to the Song family caused a sensation, and people were shocked by the news. All the residents were shocked by this development of events, and Brother Song wondered if this was true, and the Huang family publicly apologized there. They didn't understand whether the Huang family had actually compensated for all the losses, and the Song sisters asked their brothers how this was possible, and it was fantastic. All the canceled contracts were restored, and the partners began to treat the Song family with even greater respect, and this is excellent. Huang Yonghai's friends came to Chu Chen and said that they want to resume their three-way cooperation now, and are glad to see all their friends. Mr. Huang started to recover after Chu Chen provided him with his medicinal tincture, and he wondered if his illness had really gone away. And just one jug of tincture became the cause of all these events, and led to their so-called butterfly effect, and Chu Chen drank tea there. Chu Chen asked his family to pour him more tea, and they agreed with him, and without delay began to pour tea for the hero of the Song family, and he is cool. Song Sayan told Chu Chen that this was his tea, and his wife only asked Chu Chen to be careful not to burn himself. And the tea was very hot and dangerous, Chuchen thanked his mom and dad, and the tea was incredible, and he took a break from all his work and gained strength to create new events. And at that very moment, the Sun brothers and sisters came into the room and told mom and dad that they were back, and they had just finished all their business. Song Se-in told the boys that they returned just in time, and he didn't think that they could finish their business so quickly and get there. Song Se-in's wife told the boys that the two of them are definitely the best sons-in-law, and she is proud that they can always rely on their acquaintances. The Song brothers ran after the family and told mom and dad that they would explain everything to them, and it wasn't what they thought, and they had their business there. A week later, Song Cho decided to go to the lake and thought that the weather there was very good, and he could train there without any problems and fuss. Song Cho said that he was angry, and Chuchen asked him what happened, and whether his wounds still hadn't healed after the beating of the gods. Song Cho told his son-in-law that this was not the case, and that in their city, there was a man named Zhao Shan, and he had already defeated all the boxers in the city of Changqing. Song Cho told Chuchen that Zhao Shan said that their Nanquan was already crap, and he wanted to challenge him to a fight and defend part of the fighting style. Chuchen asked Song Cho what he was practicing now, and Song Cho told him that he was training the 13 Fists complex and that it would help. But Chuchen told Song Cho that it was definitely a bummer, and he was angry and asked Chuchen's son-in-law what he was saying and why he thought that about his punch. Chuchen told Song Cho that his son-in-law would now show him a couple of techniques, and he would definitely be able to defeat even the strongest boxer in their city. Song Cho was surprised and asked his son-in-law, Chuchen, if he really knew about fistfighting. And he didn't know his talent, and it was very interesting to know. Chuchen told Song Cho that of course he knows martial arts and will personally share all the skills, and he will learn secret techniques from boxing. And at that moment, Chuchen hit the stone and told Song Chu that he himself knows fistfighting, and it is an ancient martial art and very beautiful. But Song Cho noticed that nothing had happened to the stone, and it stood in its place, safe and sound. And it seemed that something had gone wrong there. Song Cho told his son-in-law, Chuchen, that it seemed like his style was even more crap. And Chuchen asked his friend if he really thought it was crap. Song Cho walked up to the stone and asked his son-in-law, Chuchen, what that loud sound was, and where the noise suddenly came from, and it was very strange to him. Song Cho walked around the stone from the other side and noticed that a huge crack had formed behind the stone. But how is this possible, and this is cool? Song Cho was shocked and asked his son-in-law, Chuchen, how he did it, and he was right, and broke the stone with one blow from her other side too. Chuchen told Song Cho that he had recently told him that it was an ancient martial art, and that he could teach him all the secrets of combat. Chuchen told Song Cho that if he learned just one of his techniques, he would definitely be able to defeat the best boxer, Zhao Shan. And a day later, in one arena, the boxer Zhao Shan knocked out one of his opponents and said that he was weak and did nothing to him. Boxer Zhao Shan told everyone that today he defeated the strongest Nanquan fighter from the Huang family, and it was all very easy. Zhao Shan put his foot on the fighter and said that the Nanquan was completely crap and asked everyone if anyone wanted to fight him now. But people were horrified and asked if there were really madmen who wanted to fight the boxer Zhao Shan, and this was a mistake and a loss. A friend told the guy that it was terrible, and all the fighters from the Huang family had just lost to the boxer Zhao Shan, and no one wanted to fight anymore. But suddenly, from the crowd, Song Chu told Zhao Shan that he could fight him, and was ready to have a fight with him and show him a master class. Chuchen told everyone that it was the representative of the Song Chu Fine Martial Arts Association, and he said good evening to all the people there. Boxer Zhao Shan was surprised and thought, does this weakling really want to fight him? And it's strange but commendable that he's not afraid. All the spectators looked at Song Chu and realized that this fighter had no chance at all, and that Boxer Zhao Shan would quickly knock him out in a second. Boxer Zhao Shan told Chuchen that he didn't want to beat the children, and that they could accept defeat and simply not go out to fight, and that was better. Someone from the crowd asked the fighter Song not to go out to fight so that he could continue to disgrace their Nanquan style, and they were already tired of defeats. Chuchen asked the big boxer Zhao Shan if he remembered him, and asked him to do him a favor and let his brother-in-law fight him now. Boxer Zhao Shan was shocked and told Chuchen that he remembered him, and it was he who helped him find the way, and he still remembers his help back then. Boxer Zhao Shan told Chuchen that he helped him, and he will help him. But fighting with the kid is too boring, and they will add some fun there. Boxer Zhao Shan asked people to bet on whether he would break Song Chu's arms and legs first or leave him completely disabled. People started betting that Zhao Shan would make Song Cho disabled, or that he would become half paralyzed, and it was very strange. Chuchen told Boxer Zhao Shan that he would also make a bet on his side, and he was betting on Zhao Shan being knocked out cold. And then all the people froze in place and wondered if Chu Chen really wanted to bet money on Zhao Shan getting knocked out. All the people started laughing at Chu Chen and said that it was impossible, and that this idiot really wanted to throw money away, and they didn't feel sorry for it. Boxer Zhao Shan told Chu Chen that he could make his bet, and he wouldn't dissuade him, but he would now lose all his money. Song Qiu was doubtful, and asked his son-in-law, Chu Chen, if he could definitely handle Zhao Shan. And Chu Chen said that he should use their technique. Song Qiu entered the ring and stood in front of the boxer, Zhao Shan. And the referee told everyone that the fight was starting, and they should be ready for their fight. Song Qiu thought that although his son-in-law showed him the ancient art yesterday, he had only trained for one day, and was no longer confident in himself. Boxer Zhao Shan attacked Song Qiu and said that so many people had placed bets and he could not disappoint them and would kill the enemy. Boxer Zhao Shan landed a strong blow on Song Qiu, but he managed to dodge the blow very quickly and thought that his opponent was dangerous. Song Qiu was scared and wondered if his opponent was really that strong, and his blow shook the whole ring, and he didn't believe he could defeat him there. Boxer Zhao Shan began to strike Song Qiu many times, and said that he could not hide from his fists and his defense would soon fail. Chu Chen asked Song Qiu not to be afraid or run away, but to simply defend himself and wait for the best moment to attack and deliver a powerful blow. Boxer Zhao Shan jumped on Song Qiu and said that this time he would not be able to hide and must wait for death, and it was very close. Song Qiu realized that he definitely wouldn't have time to escape, and he would try a counterattack there from the ancient art of Chu Chen, and maybe their plan would work. People thought that the fighter Song Qiu was doomed, that they needed to help the guy, and they would call an ambulance, and they had to treat all the fighter's injuries. Chu Chen told the people that they had said everything accurately, and that they could now call an ambulance, and that they should help the fighter with his injury in advance. And at that moment, Song Qiu dealt a powerful blow to the boxer, Zhao Shan, and Chu Chen told the people that the ambulance was not for Song Qiu, but only for Zhao. Boxer Zhao Shan realized that he had completely missed his opponent's punch, and that he had underestimated him, and that he would likely deeply regret his mistake. Chu Chen told people that someone else would need an ambulance, and he needed to get help urgently, and he knew about it before the strike. Boxer Zhao Shan flew out of the ring and fell to the ground, and he was now in a deep knockout and could no longer continue the fight, and this is the end. The people in the hall were shocked and asked how this was possible, and Song Qiu defeated Zhao Shan with one blow, and no one believed in success at first. Song Qiu himself was shocked and thought that he had counterpunched as Chu Chen had taught and how he could knock out a boxer with just one punch in the ring. Chu Chen found a bag, and all the people put their money in there, and he said thank you to everyone for their support, and they were offended by their loss and bet. Song Qiu was very happy and asked who said that their Nanquan was crap, and it was Nanquan that helped him defeat the boxer now. But suddenly at this moment, the boxer Zhao Shan appeared behind Song Qiu, and he was very angry and wanted to express all his opinion to the scoundrel. Boxer Zhao Shan yelled at Song Qiu and said that he was able to defeat him because he caught him off guard by attacking suddenly, and this is a fact. Boxer Zhao Shan wanted to attack Song Qiu, and he told this fighter that he was the one who was sneak attacking him, and that it was bad. But at that very second, Chu Chen entered the ring and struck their boxer Zhao Shan and protected Song Qiu because he could have gotten injured now. Chu Chen said to the big guy Zhao Shan, "Is he really the one who keeps telling his brother about surprise attacks, and it seems he doesn't know anything about honor and respect?" Chu Chen told Zhao Shan that he himself attacked them faster than everyone else, and how shameful he was. And the boxer said that his blow really hurt him. People were shocked and thought that this had just happened, and Zhao Shan had already received even more damage than last time. This was very unexpected. Boxer Zhao Shan told Chu Chen that he attacked him again suddenly, and that it was an unfair victory and he did not want to accept defeat in the ring. Chu Chen told the boxer Zhao Shan that he used his own methods against him, and that he does not know how to accept defeat and was not taught this. People were perplexed and asked if the boxer Zhao Shan was really defeated by the foolish son-in-law of Song, and that it was fantastic and cool. A friend asked the guy what a fool his son-in-law was, and said that he thought that he was now one of the most influential people in Changcheng. That was their truth. People were very happy that Song Qiu defeated Zhao Shan, and they know that Chu Chen taught him all these techniques, and it was so cool. The girls said that this is the great Nanquan fighter Song Qiu, and also his coach Chu Chen, and thank you for defending their honor today. Song Qiu was very happy, and told his son-in-law Chu Chen that all the spectators there called him a great fighter, and he was very pleased to hear all this. Chu Chen told Song Qiu that he was a good guy, but not as great a fighter as all the spectators said, and asked his student to be humble and kind. Chuchen raised Songju's hand and told everyone that in the end, the Nanquan fighters won their fight, and it was cool, and everyone was very happy. On that day, the news that Chu Chen and Song Chu had defeated Zhao Shan and defended the honor of Nanquan was heard in every house in the corner of their Yongqin. The girls looked at the photo of Chu Chen, wondering if this was really Chu Chen, and he was so cool and they were in love with him. And he was also a very strong fighter. The girl told her friend that she should look at the second guy, and he was also very handsome, and how they can find handsome fighters. Song Yan realized that her husband Chu Chen had indeed defeated the boxer Zhao Shan, and he had decided to spite all the influential families of Changcheng now. At this time in the morning in the Huang family's house, Mr. Huang was sitting with his grandson, and they were discussing important information, and they were very interested in everything. Huang Yuqiu told his grandfather that Chu Chen is now the new authority in Changcheng City, and is he worthy of such attention, and he doesn't like it. Mr. Huang told his grandson that besides, it sounds funny, and Chu Chen is a new influential figure, and in itself it is very funny and stupid. Mr. Huang told his grandson that today, a very influential figure should indeed return, and they will meet him. And this is very important to them. Mr. Huang said that it was Huang Yuheng, and at that very moment an influential man entered the house with a lady and saw his grandfather and brother. The second grandson, Huang Yuheng, told his grandfather that he had returned and that his girlfriend, Ye Yan, the eldest daughter of the main wife of the Ye family, was nearby and that she was happy to see them. Ye Yan said good afternoon to Grandpa Huang, and her father Ye Feiquan often talks about him, and she is glad to personally meet their respected boss. Mr. Huang was surprised and asked Ye Yan if she was talking about Ye Feiquan, and if this was the same Ye from Yancheng, and it seemed like he was familiar with him. Mr. Huang realized that the Ye family of Yancheng was no match for the Xia family, and if Yuheng married Yan, he would provide their family with invaluable help. Huang Yuheng told his grandfather that he had not been feeling well lately and asked him to let him look at him and evaluate him there. Yuheng told his grandfather that this was an unusual illness and he felt magic and he had been gone for almost nothing. And what had happened to his grandfather during all this time? Mr. Huang asked Yuheng not to be nervous about this, and old man Xian from the star scattering recommended him a person with talent. Mr. Huang told Yuheng that he drank his medicinal tincture and now he feels much better and no longer feels pain in his stomach. Mr. Huang asked his grandson Yuheng to be careful with him and said that this guy's name is Chu Chen and he is from the Song family and he is very strong. Yan asked Yuheng if Mr. Huang was talking about Chu Chen and he was a half-wit, and how could he be a dangerous person, and that was strange. Huang Yuheng and Yan arrived at one place and she asked him if this was the place they had been looking for all this time and they would find out all the details there. Yuheng told Yan that he doubted that Chu Chen could conspire with old man Xian against his grandfather Huang, and that it was all very unlikely. Yan asked Yuheng if he really thought that Chu Chen had conjured all this and made his grandfather feel ill and develop an illness. Yuheng told Yan that if this is not the case, then how could such an idiot as Chu Chen be able to recognize witchcraft? And this is what is bothering him and worrying him. Yuheng went into the star scattering store, and old man Jian asked him if he was the grandson of the head of the Huang family, and he came there to buy medicine. Yuheng told old man Jian that their sect is not so ancient and true, but not to the extent that they would get involved with black sorcerers. Old man Xian asked Mr. Huang Yuheng if he really thought that he was involved in his grandfather's illness, and it seems he was mistaken, and it is not true. Huang Yuheng clenched his fist tightly and thought that the old geezer had just given himself away and seemed to think he was a complete idiot. And at that very moment, Huang Yuheng hit old man Xian and said that how could this weak sect have the courage to throw dust in the eyes of his grandfather? Old man Xian crashed into the wall and was in great pain, and he realized that he was not prepared for Yuheng's attack and was unable to defend himself from his blow. Yuheng began to strangle old man Xian and asked him before he died if he had anything to say, and these would be his final words. Old man Xian told Yuheng that he had seen his fate and that disrespecting his elder ancestors would lead to great trouble, and that he should be careful. Yuheng asked old man Xian if he was really pretending to be a demigod, and why he didn't see that he would get into trouble with him today. And at that moment, Yuheng hit the old man Xian's bone and broke his bone, and thought that this was not enough and deserved another punishment. Old man Xian was in a lot of pain, and he started screaming, and thought that Huang Yuheng did not understand that he was doomed and would soon be punished for everything. Huang Yuheng let go of old man Xian, and he fell to the floor and could not get up, and thought that he had received a serious injury from the scoundrel. Yu Heng asked old man Xian to tell Chu Chen to come to their house and confess, and if he doesn't, his end will be worse than Xian's. And a couple of minutes later, his granddaughter, old man Xian, came into the store and asked her grandfather to look at what she bought today. But suddenly at that moment, the granddaughter froze in shock and could not believe her eyes. And who of the people could have done all this horror? The granddaughter noticed that Grandpa Xian was sitting leaning against the wall, and he showed no signs of life and sat silently in the house and was covered in blood. The granddaughter ran to help her grandfather and could not understand who could so cruelly harm her grandfather because he was a good and kind old man. In the evening, all the family members gathered at the Sun House at the table, and they all discussed how their family could reach a new level this year. And then someone called Chu Chen, and he was surprised and thought that maybe he could call in the evening, and picked up the phone and told the person that he was listening. It was Xian's granddaughter, and she asked Chu Chen to help her. And she could no longer turn to anyone, and only knows his phone number, and that's all. The granddaughter said that her grandfather Xian was beaten by someone from the Huang family, and now he could die, and she asked Chu Chen to save her grandfather from death. Chu Chen asked his granddaughter Qian if her grandfather was injured and said that he would immediately call a doctor, and old man Qian would receive quick help. Brother Song told Chu Chen that he wanted to drink with him to restore relations with the Huang family, and that they could now be called best friends. Chu Chen told the Song family that he had an urgent statement, and they should listen first, and then decide if they all wanted to drink with him. The Song brothers were surprised and asked Chu Chen what he wanted to tell them, and they were very interested to know what he had learned and why he was nervous. Chu Chen told everyone that on behalf of the Song family, he must declare war on the Huang family, and that they themselves were provoking him, and they deserved the war. Brother Song started laughing and asked Chu Chen if he really wanted to fight with the Huang family right away, and if they didn't have the strength to defeat the powerful family. Sister Song said that her son-in-law shouldn't joke like that, and many members of their family are right, and they don't have enough strength and army to defeat their opponent. But Chu Chen told his sister that he respected their opinions, but he had already decided everything, and he would not only declare war on the Huang family, but would do something else. Chu Chen said that he would do everything possible to make the Song family's position in society much higher than that of the Huang family, and he was not joking. Chu Chen suddenly stood up from his seat and told the Song family that since he told them this, he would do so and would soon implement his plan 100%. Brother Song said that this is absurd, and Grandpa Song must say something, and they cannot declare war on the Huang family, and this is a very dangerous idea. Brother Song told Chu Chen that he was playing with fire, and they didn't want to die with him, and they didn't agree with his idea, and it was his stupid decision. Grandpa Song asked Chu Chen what he wanted to do this time, and he hoped that he had thought everything through carefully like last time. Chu Chen said that tomorrow at 10 in the morning, he will officially declare war on the Huang family there, and wants to turn the Changcheng family into the weakest. Brother Song told Chu Chen that if he did this, the Zhou family would now have to break off business relations with them, and this would definitely happen. Song Yan asked her husband Chu Chen what had happened and wanted to hear from him all the information about why he wanted to declare war on them. Chu Chen told his wife Song Yang that it didn't matter, and she would soon find out about everything, and asked her not to be nervous, and everything would be fine with them. Chu Chen thought that he would not give the Huang family any peace, and would soon do everything to take revenge on them for their tricks, and they would wish for all matters. In the morning, at the Huang family's villa, a guard sat near the entrance and thought that life was good with a cup of tea, and nothing bothered him now. But suddenly, at that very second, someone broke down the door to the villa with a bang, and the guard was shocked and thought that he did not expect this at all in the morning. The security guard called for backup, and they were wondering who the tough guy was, and he broke down the door, and wasn't he afraid that they would hurt him for breaking in? But at that moment, Chu Chen appeared in front of the guards and dealt a powerful blow to them, and they were unable to defend themselves from his blow, and this is very... Chu Chen told the guards that they should inform Huang Yu Heng that he had already come to visit him, and wanted to talk to him about personal matters. Chu Chen's friend said that Huang Yu Heng could be packing his things and getting ready to go out, and the conversation with him would be very short. The guard ran to the others and said that everyone should come there, and it was Chu Chen, and he came to them again, and they did not expect his visit. Mr. Huang found out this information, and said that Chu Chen is a bastard, and that with him there will soon be no people left in his house, and that he now needs... Mr. Huang asked everyone to gather and grab Chu Chen and bring him to him, and that within an hour he'd be there and ask him for forgiveness. At this time, in the courtyard of the Huang house, Huang Yunhai approached Chu Chen, and he wanted to talk to him and find out why he came to their house today. Huang Yonghai told Chu Chen that he returned, and Huang Yuheng and also his fiancée, they are both from the Qingyang sect, and the grandfather attracted the Black Light sect. Huang Xiu said that the Qingyang sect is the largest true sect, and everyone in it masters ancient martial arts, and they are all strong. Huang Xiu told Chu Chun that even if he brought a celestial being with him there, he still wouldn't leave alive, and it's all true. But Chu Chun said that with the most sincere intentions, the next time he meets the teacher, he will definitely convey greetings from the students. But Chu Chun told Huang Yunhai that today, no matter what, he would personally destroy this Huang family and they would pay him for all his dirty deeds. Huang Yonghai told Huang Xiu that this Chu Chun is not afraid of anyone, and it will be very difficult for them to defeat a person like him, and he is very good. In the living room of Huang's house, the man told the boss that nothing was working, and that these dozens of Black Light members were no longer opponents to Chu Chen. Mr. Huang was furious, and then ordered to call all the warriors from the Black Light there, and he does not believe that Chu Chen will be able to beat everyone from the sect. And at that very moment, Chu Chen burst into the room with a roar, and he wanted to personally communicate with Mr. Huang, and he himself would be responsible for all his actions. And the silhouette of Chu Chen appeared in the room, and Mr. Huang realized that it seemed he had already dealt with all his guards and wanted to attack him there. Chu Chen told Mr. Huang that his beloved Black Light sect had already ended, and they could no longer help the master, and this is true. Mr. Huang was shocked and asked Chu Chen how he could deal with all the warriors alone, since they were professionals in their field. Then Huang Yuheng appeared in the room and asked Chu Chen if he was really so angry because he had revealed his magic with Old Man Xian. Chu Chen was glad to see Huang Yuheng and said that the very person who brought him to their house today had appeared. Chu Chen told them that today he came to their Huang house to personally give them the rest of their lives in wheelchairs, and they deserved it. Huang Yuheng started running towards Chu Chen and asked if he was confident in himself, that he wasn't afraid that he could lose to him in battle now, and that was a fact. Huang Yuheng told Chu Chen that he was a member of the Qingyang sect, and that he would crush him like a bug, and that he would be unable to do anything to his skills in their fight. Chu Chen said that he knows that this is the Qingyang sect and the Nine Sun Step, and it is a good technique, but there is one small nuance to it. And at that very moment, Chu Chen grabbed Huang Yuheng's hand and thought that he was a member of the Qingyang sect. But he still didn't understand the main rule. Chu Chen told Huang Yuheng that if he was in his sect, along with other members, he would sympathize with him, and now he would explain why. Chu Chen told Huang Yuheng that he had mastered the martial arts step so unprofessionally, and immediately hit him in the face with all his might for everything. Yin told Huang Yuheng that Chu Chen was right, and that he had mastered martial arts movements very poorly and so awkwardly, and had done nothing to him. Huang Yuheng was sitting on the floor, and he was in a lot of pain, and he thought how this was possible, and why the idiot song was so strong, and it was all strange. Chu Chen told Huang Yuheng that he hoped he remembered why he came there today, and he knew the reason why he personally did something wrong. Chu Chen swung his leg and told Huang Yuheng that now he would not give him a chance, like he did not give Old Man Xian, and would hurt him just like that. Chu Chen kicked Huang Yuheng hard in the face and thought that this should be enough, and he couldn't do anything more to him now. Mr. Huang and Yan froze in surprise and asked Huang Yuheng how he was feeling, and asked him to fight back against Chu Chen too. Huang Yuheng was lying on the floor screaming, and he was in a lot of pain because Chu Chen had injured his leg, and he could no longer get up and fight him. Yan told Chu Chen that Huang Yuheng was wounded, and he had to fight with her, and she was ready to give him an equal fight and defeat their enemy. But Chu Chen asked Yan not to worry, and said that now it was their turn, and it would come, and they would also get their share of pain, and that was true. Many warriors wanted to attack Chu Chen at the same time, but he just stood there and thought they could defeat him, and he was glad. And at that moment, Chu Chen landed a strong blow to Yan's face and thought that he was warning her, but she continued to come at him with her attack. Chu Chen continued to beat all the warriors and thought that today he would carry out his plan, and now he would not leave a chance to anyone from the Huang family. Yan crashed into the wall with a bang, and Huang Yuheng shouted and asked his girlfriend to be careful and why she went at Chu Chen with her attack. Mr. Huang asked Chu Chen to leave Huang Yuheng alone and said that then they would end it and part in peace after his beatings. Chu Chen asked Mr. Huang if he really wanted to just let him go now and not take any measures to eliminate him. Chu Chen walked up to Huang Yuheng and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and wanted to say a few words to his friend so that he would remember once and for all and not do the deed. Chu Chen asked the Huang family if not fighting there would help Old Man Xian get back on his feet and heal his injuries. Chu Chen told Mr. Huang that his grandson actually beat up Old Man Vian to the point that he wouldn't be able to walk for the rest of his life. Chu Chen told Mr. Huang that if today Huang Yuheng like old man Xian, does not become a cripple, he will be unworthy of his name. Mr. Huang wondered if Yu Heng had beaten Xian and asked Chu Chen to just leave his grandson, and he would help Xian with treatment and personally apologize. Chu Chen asked Mr. Huang if there was any point in his apology, since it was no longer possible to restore poor old Xian's health, and this was punishment. Chu Chen said that Huang Yuheng should lie at the feet of old man Xian and ask for forgiveness, and he would help take him there if he didn't know the way. Chu Chen hit Huang Yuheng's leg with all his might again and said that no one would stop him, and they had better fulfill all his conditions quickly. Yan cried and asked Chu Chen to leave her fiancé Yuheng alone, and that he would no longer cause problems and would improve for the better. Mr. Huang told Chu Chen that his unwillingness to compromise was not a good decision, and he should think about it personally. Mr. Huang told Chu Chen that his behavior could reflect on the Song family, and whether his relatives were afraid of the consequences, and he would punish everyone. But then Mr. Huang's man came to him and said that the Song family had published their news on the Chamber of Commerce forum and other channels. The man said that the Song family had publicly said that their Song family had already declared war on the Huang family, and Mr. Huang was shocked by this. Mr. Huang asked his man if the Song family were crazy and what they were thinking, and weren't they afraid that he could crush them all? Chu Chen told Mr. Huang that welcome to the front and he already knows the whole truth and must be prepared to receive an attack from them soon. Chu Chen grabbed Huang Yuheng and told Song Cho that they were leaving there, and that they had nothing more to talk about with the Huang family, and that was it. And at that moment, Song Yang arrived at the Huang family's house, and she no longer understood why Chu Chen had stayed there for so long, and everything was fine. And at that very second, Chu Chen appeared, and asked his dear that he was glad to see her there, but did not expect that she would come to the Huang house now. Chu Chen went out with the Song Chu and asked Song Yang's wife if she had come there to meet them, and said that they had already finished all the business. Song Cho asked Chu Chen's husband what was there and what the two of them were doing there now, and she was interested to know if they were okay after everything. But Chu Chen asked his wife Song Yang not to be nervous, and said that he and Song Cho were fine, and nothing had happened to them, unlike the Huang family. Song Yan told Chu Chen that she sees that they are okay. But who is this guy that he puts in the trunk of the car, and he is now unconscious? Chu Chen asked Song Yang not to think about it and said that he was just another idiot, and he deserved punishment for all his terrible deeds. Mr. Huang said that all his people are idiots, and how they called Chu Chen to pick up Huang Yuheng and did not stop him now, and they are all cowards. And then Yan's phone rang, and she looked at it and noticed that she had just received a new message, and she was happy and didn't expect it there. Yan said that the teacher from Qingyang would arrive soon, and asked her grandfather Huang not to be nervous, and Yu Heng would be saved and Chu Chen would be punished. At this time, in the hospital, the granddaughter was sitting next to Grandpa Xian, and she hoped that Grandpa would come to his senses after serious injuries to his body. The granddaughter heard sounds in the hallway and asked people who was there, and she wanted to see the person and for him to go there and not stand there. And then Chu Chen came into the room and threw Huang Yuheng on the floor. And Chu told his granddaughter that he was glad to see her and asked her not to worry about Grandpa Xian. Huang Yuheng fell to the floor and was in a lot of pain, and his granddaughter was surprised and didn't expect to see the one who hit her grandfather now. Chu Chen told his granddaughter that this man beat up old man Xian, and he found him, and he wants to say a few words to her and her grandfather, and it's true. Chu Chen told Huang Yuheng that he should kneel down and immediately apologize to old man Xian for causing him this damage. But Huang Yuheng told Chu Chen that he could not even dream of it, and he would never ask for forgiveness from the nasty old man Xian. But at that moment, Huang Yuheng's granddaughter Xian came up to him and she hit him in the face with all her might, and said that he was a bastard and should be punished. Chu Chen said that it was somehow inappropriate for Mr. Huang Yuheng to be lying on the floor there and asked Song Chu to lift him up, and Song Chu agreed. Song Cho grabbed Huang Yuheng's hands and told Chu Chen that he could easily hold him, and he was afraid and did not understand what Chu Chen was planning now. Song Cho continued to hold Huang Yuheng, and Xian's granddaughter began to hit him hard in the face and asked why he did this to her grandfather. Huang Yuheng was in a lot of pain, but he couldn't escape Song Chu's grip and thought that he had beaten old man Xian in vain and that it was a huge disaster. But suddenly at that moment a man appeared in the corridor and asked who dared to raise a hand against Yuheng and whether he would be punished for his insolence. It was the senior teacher of the Xinjiang sect, Luo Shuha, and he asked them who was so brave that he was offending his brothers and seeking his own death. Huang Yuheng lay on the floor and told Chu Chen that he guaranteed that he would be the one to apologize to him on his knees, and the teacher would punish him. Huang Yuheng told Chuchen that now that his teacher was there, he would not be able to leave so easily, and he would be held accountable for this insolence. Chuchen told Luo Shuhei that Huang Yuheng had just been silent as a fish, and as soon as his teacher appeared, he became bold and began to threaten him. Chuchen told Luo Shuhei that barking behind the master's back is their characteristic of the Qingyang sect, and they can no longer do anything to others. Luo Shuhei was furious and told Chuchen that he should watch his words there, otherwise he might run into trouble right now. Luo Shuhei wanted to hit Chuchen, but suddenly he grabbed the teacher's hand and thought that it seemed like teacher Qingyang clearly did not expect his protection. Luo Shuhei froze in surprise and could not understand how Chuchen was able to defend himself so easily from his attack, since he had dealt him a strong blow. Chuchen said that he wanted to ask the great teacher from the Qingyang sect one question, and he would wait for his answer. And he respected the teacher. And at that moment, Chuchen hit teacher Luo Shuhei on the floor and asked him if this was all he could do, and if he thought that the teacher was stronger. Teacher Luo Shuhei asked his disciples why they were standing there and ordered the idiots to attack Chuchen and punish him for his insolence. The Qingyang disciples started running towards Chuchen and told teacher Luo Shuhei that they were coming to help and would beat up the scoundrel. And it was so easy. Songshou asked Chuchen if the scoundrels had decided to take him now with their numbers, and said that he would help his son-in-law defeat these scoundrels. But Chuchen stopped Songshou and said that he should just be there next to him, and that would be the best help, and said thank you for the help. Chuchen told Songshou that for his son-in-law this was a small and harmless amount and began beating all the Qingyang disciples now. Chuchen was able to knock down 3 of Qingyang's disciples with one blow. And they couldn't do anything to such a great fighter even with the 3 of them. Mr. Huang was shocked and thought that even 3 teachers could not do anything to one Chuyi. Their strength was not equal, and this is a fact. Mr. Huang asked his grandson Yuheng to remain silent, and said that he and Yan would quickly take him away from there so that he could hide from Chuchen's attacks. Songshou noticed this and told his son-in-law Chuchen that the Huang family was running away, and they took Huang Yuheng with them and were running while they were not looking. But Chuchen asked Songshou not to worry and let them go, and sooner or later they would need something from him and they would come to him themselves. Chuchen threw Qingyang Luo Shuhei's teacher to the floor and thought that now he would finish the battle with him and had to tell him one truth for him. Chuchen asked Luo Shuhei if he remembered him and told him to get out of there right now and not bother their Song family anymore. And he understood that. Luo Shuhei started to run away from there, and he remembered that this was the same 6-year-old child who once beat him, and he was very dangerous. The next day, in the hospital lobby, Song Yan talked to her father, and she told him that she understood his words and remembered their information. Song Yan walked into the room and told Chu Chen that she had just spoken with her father, and the Huang family had started to take action, and they felt it immediately. Song Yan told her husband Chu Chen that only a day had passed, and they already had colossal losses, and they were growing rapidly with each passing hour. The granddaughter told Chu Chen that he had quarreled with the Huang family for her grandfather's sake, and she also contacted the senior members of the Star Scattering. The granddaughter told Chu Chen that although the Star Scattering does not have such a big influence in Changcheng, their support will not be superfluous for them either. Chu Chen told the girl Wu Yu that she doesn't have to worry about this and that she should take better care of her grandfather, and that now her grandfather needs her help. But at that very second, a man entered the room and said what nonsense this was, and how Wu Yu's words could personify a scattering of stars, and he didn't expect. Chu Chen and Wu Yu were shocked and did not expect that the people from the Star Scattering sect would come there right now and want to hear their reason. It was the head of the Star Scattering, Wei Guantao, and he asked if it was because of which old grandfather that they should be at odds with the Qingyang clan. Wei Guantao stood with his men and asked Wu Yu if she really wanted the Star Scattering to cease to exist after them. Wei Guantao told them that he advised them to apologize to the Huang family, otherwise he would exclude them from the Star Scattering and would not regret it. Wu Yu said that it was obvious that Huang Yuheng was oppressing them using his position and was the Star Scattering covering the Huangs. Chu Chen asked Wei Guantao who he was and how he made decisions there arbitrarily and did not listen to the head of their sect, and this was disrespectful. Chu Chen told Wei Guantao that Wu Yu was the head of the sect, and she no longer needed to hide her high status from everyone under such circumstances. Wei Guantao was shocked and asked Chu Chen what kind of nonsense this was, and how this snotty girl could be their leader, and it seemed like he had gone crazy. Chu Chen told Wei Guantao that as far as he knows, the leader of their sect is considered to be the one who has the Lingpai of the Star Scattering and he has read everything. Chuchen asked the leader of Wu Yu to take out the Ling Pai from his pocket and prove her high status. And she wondered what Chuchen was planning and where she got it from. But suddenly at that very second, Wu Yu froze in surprise and realized that there really was something in her pocket. But how is this possible? And it's strange. Wu Yu took out a spellboard from her pocket and wondered if this was the star-scattering Lin Pai and how it ended up in her pocket. Wei Guantao and his men noticed the star-scattering Ling Pai and immediately froze in place and thought how this was possible and whether Chen was right. Wu Yu wondered if it was Chuchen who had arranged everything, and it seemed like he really was the disciple of their main Luo Yun, and that was why Chu Ling Pai had a scattering of stars. Chuchen told Wu Yu that she is now their leader, and she has the authority as the head of the star-scattering sect, and she controls all the people. Chuchen told the leader of Wu Yu that now she can easily command all the people, and no one has the right to disobey the leader's orders. Chuchen asked Wei Guantao to treat the head of their sect with respect, and hoped that she would carry out her job as a leader very wisely. Wei Guantao and his men knelt down and said they were glad they had a new leader and realized that she truly had the Ling Pai of their sect. Wu Yu said that this is excellent, and since she is now their leader, Wei Guantao must listen to her orders and he must do everything she says. Wu Yu told Wei Guantao that he must direct all the forces of their star-scattering sect to help the Song family. And this is the main order of the leader. Wei Guantao told leader Wu Yu that her order would be carried out and they would all try their best to help the Song family with their affairs. At this time, Mr. Huang and Yan were standing in the orthopedic department, and the boss asked why it took so long and how Yu Heng was feeling now. And at that moment, the doctor came out to them, and Mr. Huang asked the doctor what happened and how his grandson was feeling now, and what about the operation. The doctor told Mr. Huang that they had tried all possible methods there, but were still unable to heal Yu Heng's grandson's broken bones. The doctor told Mr. Huang that perhaps they should look for another surgeon who is even more experienced, and maybe he could help them with their problem. Mr. Huang was furious and asked the doctor if they still couldn't handle the fracture, and he wondered what kind of doctor he was. Yan told Grandpa Huang that he shouldn't attack the doctor, and they really tried, but couldn't do anything with Huang Yu Heng there. Yan told her grandfather that there might have been some magical action, and she would ask her teachers to examine Yu Heng and help him with it. Mr. Huang said that he agreed with Yan, and as for the old man, he would go to Xian and apologize to him. But the Song family must die. The news that the Song family challenged their Huang family blew up the whole of Changcheng, and all the people were shocked by this news, and they were interested. In turn, Head Huang also spoke angrily and said that in 3 days there will be no trace of the Song family left in Changcheng, and promises. At this time, the whole family gathered in the living room of the Song house, and they all discussed things there and how they could protect themselves from the sanctions of the Huang family. Xi came to the house and told Chuchen to forgive him, and he just returned from his grandfather, and the Xia family will no longer be able to help their Song family in business. Grandfather Song told Xia that he had already done too much, and this time, their family was in a hopeless situation, and this was the end of their family. Chuchen asked everyone not to be nervous, and he has already found partners, and they are meeting today at the Huadong Grand Hotel in their main hall. The entire Song family was shocked and wondered if Chu Chen had managed to find new partners, and that he would settle all the problems today, and that everything would be fine. After Chu Chen and the entire Song family arrived at the Huadong Grand Hotel, they hoped that the new partners were good people and would help them in their business. But the security guard stopped the Song family in front of the restaurant and said that he couldn't let them in right now, and that he felt very awkward right now. The man said that the main hall was already booked, and asked them if he could find them a place in the lobby so they could have a good time. Song Yang told the man that they had just reserved a place in the main hall to meet with important guests, and the lobby was not the place. The man said that the main hall is only for influential clients, and in their position, they should be glad that they were not thrown out of the lobby. Song Sayan wanted to yell at the man, but Chuchen asked his dad not to get nervous there and said that the lobby would also be good for talking. Chuchen told the man that he might not believe it, but he would soon personally apologize to them and invite them to the main hall, and that it was all true. The man did not believe Chuchen's words and said that he would wait for this moment with impatience, and he was wondering when this time would come. The girl was telling her friend that the poor Song family would actually be having a tea party in the lobby, and how they had already sunk to this point. A friend told the girl that she wanted to put this on the Changcheng live broadcast so that everyone in the city could see this shameful act of the Song family. The man asked the girl to film the entire Song family on her phone, and he wanted the whole city to see the shame of the Song family and how ridiculous it all was. The man told the girl that the Song family also tells him that he will ask them for forgiveness, and that they are dreamers and believe in miracles. The girls asked the hotel administrator if this was true, and they said it was funny, and they could make everyone laugh on stage. And then, the chairman of the Meijia Corporation, Chen Wen, came into the hotel, and he asked everyone if there was an administrator in the hotel, and he wanted to talk. The administrator told Chairman Chen Wen that he was there, and why he didn't inform him of his visit in advance, and he would have prepared everything. Chen Wen told the receptionist that his friend had invited him to tea in the main hall today, and that's why he couldn't tell him in advance. The administrator was very surprised and asked Chen Wen if he was really invited to the main hall, and immediately asked the gentleman who his friend was. Chen Wen asked the administrator why he was interested, and he said that he was invited by the Song family and he asked to be taken to them. The administrator was shocked and froze in surprise and thought how he didn't understand that the Song family came to meet Chen Wen at the hotel. Song Yang asked Mr. Chen Wen to go there and said that they all booked a booth in the main hall, but they were all placed in the lobby. Chen Wen didn't understand this and asked Song Yang if they were seated in the lobby, and there wasn't a separate room for them in the main hall. The administrator said that it must be a mistake and wondered who could have known that Song had invited the head of the corporation, Chen Wen, to a meeting. Grandpa Song approached Chen Wen and told the gentleman that he was very pleased to meet him today and that he had heard a lot about his affairs. Chuchen continued to sit on the sofa, and his wife kicked him in the leg, and she wanted him to get up and say good afternoon to Director Chen there. Song Yan told Chuchen's husband that Chairman Chen Wen had already arrived, and that perhaps he would be more polite and stand up and shake the family's investor's hand. Song Yan thought that they were saying that Chen Wen was obsessed with etiquette, and hoped that Chuchen's indifference to her would anger him now. Chairman of Meijia Corporation Chen Wen bowed to Chuchen, and he said, "Good afternoon to Mr. and he is glad to see him today, and it is an honor." The Song family was shocked, and they did not understand why Chen Wen called Chuchen Mr. and showed him great respect. And this is strange. Song Yan couldn't understand what was going on, and Chuchen told Chen Wen that he was so kind and thanked him for respecting his friends so much. Meanwhile, in Huang Yu's office, Huang Yuqiu asked his uncle to look at this and wonder who the Song family was meeting at the Huadong Grand Hotel. Huang Jianghong's second son, Huang Yu, looked at the phone and said that at such a time, Chairman Chen Wen decided to express sympathy to Song. Huang Yu said that we need to put pressure on the Meijia Corporation, and then they will see who else dares to do business with the Song family, and this is dangerous. The administrator thought that fortunately the entire Song family had only invited one big boss, and if anyone else had come, it would have been his problem. And at that moment a girl came to the administrator and said that another guest had come to them, and he was also talking about the main hall of the hotel. The administrator asked the girl if he was also looking for the Song family, and she agreed, and said that it was the head of the Xiong family from Shunqing, Xiong Lei. The workers said, "Are they really talking about Xiong from Shunqing? And that is also a very famous family, and they will also come to their hotel today." The girl said that the head of the Dong family from the city of Yacheng, and the head of the Yacheng Corporation, and the Changlei Corporation should also come, and they are influential. The girl was shocked, and said that they were all influential and rich people, and everyone in the city was afraid of these people and feared the wrath of their bosses. The girl was wondering if they were really going to keep all the guests there in the lobby, and that's how it should be, and it was all very strange and bad. The girl told her friend that it looked like their administrator needed to calm down a bit, and he had to make an important decision before they arrived. The administrator couldn't understand why so many important people were looking for the Song family there, and they were practically beggars, and where did they get all their connections from? And then the chairman of the board of the Huadong Grand Hotel came to the hotel, and his name was Sun Lei Chao, and he was in a hurry and wanted to go to the main hall there. The administrator realized that even the head of the Huateng Grand Hotel had come to meet with the Song family, and that for him, everything was definitely over. Song Yan apologized to Director Sun Lei Chao and said that she learned that the main hall was occupied and they should wait in the lobby. Director Sun Lei Chao approached the administrator and asked him who was currently in the main hall, and he was interested to know their name. The administrator was very nervous and told Director Sun Lei Chao that in fact there was no one in the main hall, and he would explain the whole situation to them. The administrator fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness from Director Sun Lei Chao, and said that he wanted to make fun of the Song family and was not serious. Director Sun Lei Chao asked the administrator if he was acting like an arrogant snob again and would be fired immediately today. The security started to take the administrator out, and he asked the director Song Lei Chao to give him another chance, and he would not let him down. And that's true. Director Sun Lei Chao apologized to his friends and said that his administrator had behaved very badly, and he regretted it. Director Sun Leicho asked Chu Chen and the entire Song family to come with him to the main hall and discuss all the important matters of the company with them there. Chu Chen looked at Director Sun Leicho and thought that he was right at first, and that the administrator was wrong not to believe his words and that it was his mistake. People watched the live broadcast and said, "Is it really true that the Song family is already meeting with the head of the Huadong Grand Hotel and a very cool businessman?" People wondered where the Song family got such connections, and whether this family would be able to get out of this situation and become the main ones in the city again. Grandfather Song thanked all the guests for coming together to the meeting, and that they could fight back against the Huang family, and he himself believed. Grandfather Song said it was a pity that the Jintang building was still in the hands of the Huangs, and their property was difficult to take possession of, and in fact it was so difficult. But Chu Chen was very calm, and asked Grandpa Song if he really thought it was impossible to do, and he still believed in the best. Chu Chen asked everyone what if the Ning family joined them, and then they would be able to do anything, and the power would be on their side. And then one of Tiananmen's 10 famous sons, Ning Jingzhou, entered the room, and he also wanted to discuss matters with Chu Chen and others. Song Yan stood up from her seat and couldn't believe that Ning Jingzhou himself had come to them, and that the Ning family was one of the most influential families. Chu Chen said good afternoon to little Jingzhou, and he is glad that he was not lazy and came to them for dinner, and he will not regret all of this. Director Sun Leicho thought that this administrator should also be killed. And even the Ning family came there, and it's good that he didn't meet. Director Sun Leicho thought that this wouldn't work, and that dismissal wasn't enough for him, and that the administrator should pay compensation for everything. Chu Chen told little Jingzhu that his name was Uncle Chu, and he was glad that the little one came to them today and he could sit next to them now. Ning Jingzhou silently looked at Chu Chen, and everyone thought that he didn't like this attitude, and he would punish Chen sooner or later. Song Yan asked her husband Chu Chen what he was saying, and that he would anger Mr. Ning Jingzhou with his jokes, and he would be offended by his jokes. Ning Jingzhou thought it was true, and he barely escaped and arrived. And now this same-age boy of his wants him to call him uncle. Ning Jingzhou thought that if Chu Chen hadn't been his great-grandfather's personal disciple, he would never have called him uncle in his life. And this was shocking. Chu Chen stood next to Ning Jingzhou, and he actually called him uncle, and thought that if he didn't say it, Chu Chen wouldn't leave him alone there. Chu Chen told Ning Jingzhou that he was such an obedient and good guy, and he thought that this was disgusting, and his patience would soon be overwhelmed. Chu Chen told all the guests that today's agenda was the Huang family, and they should discuss their future plans for their family. And suddenly at that very second, Ning Jingzhou slammed his fist on the table and told them all to die and didn't want to hear about this Huang family. Ning Jingzhou said that this damn Huang family doesn't care about Chu Chen, but the head of the Huang family can piss him off at any time. Ning Jingzhou thought that if it weren't for the Huang family, would he be like this now, and he should take out all his anger and malice on them. People thought what was wrong with Mr. Ning Jingzhou and why he was so angry. And it was good that they were not rude to the Song family, and they were very lucky. Director Sun Leicho thought that this was annoying him, and that this same administrator had really annoyed Mr. Ning Jingzhou, and when did he manage to do this? Director Sun Leicho thought that he would destroy the administrator, and he would ruin his whole life if something went wrong, and he was so angry. At this time, in the hospital, Mr. Huang stood in the room where his grandson Huang Yuheng was lying, and the doctor sat next to him and studied the problem. Mr. Huang asked Dr. Chow if he could cure his grandson, and many doctors cannot help him, and he is nervous about his health. Yen asked Grandpa Huang not to be nervous, and Dr. Chow is one of the best, and no magic has gone unnoticed by him. Dr. Chow Changsheng asked Mr. Huang to forgive him and to cure his grandson, but he does not dare to do this, and he is very afraid. Dr. Chiao Changsheng advised Mr. Huang to find the person who did all this and ask for forgiveness, otherwise no one would be able to help him. Mr. Huang and Yan were shocked and thought why they should do this and whether they should really ask for forgiveness from the scoundrel Chu Chen. And then Huang Yuxiu came into the room and told my grandfather that the Ning and Song families were now in cahoots, and they had bought up all the land next to their Jintang building. Huang Yuxiu told his grandfather that they bought all these lands for a huge price, and they want to surround them and destroy them, and they are in danger now. Yan asked if this was Ning from Yanjin, and he was the most authoritative person, and he came to help the Song family, and this couldn't be. And then Ye Fei Quan came into the room, and he said that he also couldn't understand why the Ning family decided to help the backward Song family there. Fei Quan grabbed his daughter by the hand and said that if he hadn't come, she wouldn't have known what the problem was, and that she would go with him. Yan told her father that she would not go with him, and Yuheng now needs her help, and she and the Huang family are on the same side and she helps them. Suddenly, Faquan slapped his daughter in the face and said that she was stupid. And on the other hand, the Ning family did not understand how many problems she was causing. Faquan asked his people to come there and ordered them to take Yan away, and she must leave with them now, otherwise she too would be in danger. Yan didn't want the guards to take her away and asked them to leave her there and said that she was expecting a child from Yu Hang and she should be with him. Faquan asked Mr. Huang not to be angry at his cruelty, and he said that it was necessary and he should take action quickly. Faquan told Mr. Huang that he really messed with the wrong person this time. And at that moment, Huang Yuhang woke up and was looking for Yan. Mr. Huang thought that he would have to find out why the Ning family was helping Chu Chen and whether their family would soon come to an end, and that was a fact. The news that the Song family had merged with the Ning family and other families and taken over the Huang family shocked the entire city. The Ning family bought up all the land around Jintang overnight, and the building found itself isolated, surrounded on all sides by their enemies. The Ning family's actions were nothing more than a slow seizure of all power and territory in Changcheng, and the Huang family was consumed by fear and pain. Huang Yuxiu asked the doctors to help them quickly, and said that his grandfather was having a heart attack and he needed help, otherwise he might not survive. What was even more shocking was the fact that the one behind the oppression of their Huang family was the foolish son-in-law of the Song family, and he orchestrated all these actions. Chu Chen had calculated in advance that he needed to wait another 2 weeks for the Huang family to free Jintan, and he was now very bored there. Out of boredom, Chu Chen decided to give a couple of fistfighting lessons at the boxing gym owned by the Song family, and he had a lot of fun there. 3 days later, in the hospital, Huang told Mr. that all the lands near Jintan already belonged to the Song family and they could fall to the bottom. Huang Yuxiu told his grandfather that he knew what to do, and he thought that Ning decided to stand up for the weak Song family only because of this. Huang Yuxiu told his grandfather that the Ning family was helping the Song family because Chu Chen used magic, and this could explain all their affairs. Huang Yuxiu told Grandpa that Chu Chen was now giving fistfighting lessons, and they could use the arena to kill him right in front of everyone. Huang Yuxiu told his grandfather that when the coalition collapsed, they would have a chance to save themselves. And Mr. Huang told his grandson that they would do just that. Thanks to Huang Yuxiu's efforts, soon all the residents learned that Chu Chen was giving everyone boxing lessons, and the whole of Changcheng was waiting for training with him, and they all dreamed of. The Huang family incited the Ye family to give them a large sum of money to hire the strongest fighters so that they could ruin Chu Chen's reputation. A week later, a man stood in front of the boxing gym, and he realized that they were saying that Chen was training there, and he would see for himself. The man thought that he would see if his great-grandfather's disciple was worthy of the generous help of their Ning family, and he would find out about it all personally. In the hall sat the master of the Huang family, the master of the Ye family, and also the master of the Zhao family, and they looked at what Chu Chen was capable of and what kind of boxing trainer he was. The man thought it was strange that there were so many strong fighters there, and whether they really came to train with Chu Chen, but he didn't think so. Chu Chen told everyone that he heard that in this hall, mostly fighters study the 13 Strikes complex, but Song Chu will show them the technique. The man thought that the 13 Fists complex was garbage, and what else could be improved? And what kind of trainer Chu Chen was, and he himself was weak. And at that very second, the boxer Zhao Shan came into the ring and told Chu Chen that he was a master of Nanquan, and he was then convinced that he was so good. Boxer Zhao Shan told Chu Chen that he represented Bei Quan and challenged his fighters to a duel and asked him if he agreed. People were surprised and asked their friends if it was the boxer Zhao Shan, and he came there again and what he wanted from Coach Chen. A friend told the guy that Chu Chen had knocked out the boxer Zhao Shan with one punch last time and that he really didn't get enough and wanted more. Chu Chen agreed with the boxer Zhao Shan, and Song Cho said that he was glad to see him. And did the unfortunate fighter come again to fight him? Chu Chen approached the weakest student and asked his name, and the guy told the coach that his name was Zhou Wu, and he heard Chen's words. Chu Chen asked Zhou if he would fight Zhao Shan instead of Song Cho, and that he was no match for Zhao Shan's boxing strength, and that was a fact. Boxer Zhao Shan was angry and asked Coach Chu Chen if he was mocking him, and said that he had prepared surprises for them. Zhou asked Coach Chu Chen if he could really defeat Zhao Shan there, and the coach agreed and asked him to listen to the words. Boxer Zhao Shan told Chu Chen that he released a newcomer, and he is so desperate, and everyone says that he is a master of Nanquan, and are they really right? Chu Chen asked Zhou not to be afraid, and he should now use the 13 fists complex and the 7-punch movement to the enemy's jaw. Joe asked the coach to help him, and pulled himself together, and realized that he had to do what the coach told him. And then it would be good, and he swung, and at that very second, Joe delivered a strong blow to the face of boxer Zhao Shan, and thought that the coach had not deceived him, and he was able to hit the face. Boxer Zhao Shan fell into the ring and realized that the table student Chuchen was very fast, and he could not defend himself from his blow, and this was a mistake. Boxer Zhao Shan was knocked out cold, and couldn't continue the fight at that moment, and Joe didn't believe he could hit his opponent. People began to say that Chuchen is a real master of Nanquan, and he has trained excellent students and they can all fight with anyone. Chuchen told Joe's student that he did everything he told him to do perfectly, and therefore easily defeated a strong boxer. And that's cool. The man thought that this was a problem, and Chuchen was pretending again, and which of the masters could defeat him. And he became a very powerful fighter. And then the master of the Zhao family came into the ring and asked Chuchen how he dared to humiliate his student, and he should answer all his questions. The master of the Zhao family attacked the disciple of Zhou and said that now he will finish him off and he will have no chance to win, and this is true. But at that very moment, Chuchen grabbed the hand of the Zhao family fighter and thought that he almost injured his best disciple with his blow. Chuchen told the master of the Zhao family that he now understood why his boxer disciple Zhao Shan loved to strike from the side like a rat. Chuchen told the master of the Zhao family that it turns out he has one example in front of his eyes, and this is the example of his teacher, and he is that cunning one. Chuchen asked the student Zhou that he could rest for now and that he would take on this fighter. And the student agreed with the teacher and was glad. Chuchen pushed away the master of the Zhao family, and he wanted to test all the strength of this impudent man because he thought that he could defeat him in a fight in the ring. The master of the Zhao family told Chuchen that if he could withstand his blow, it meant that he had strength and was a good teacher of their style. People realized that the master in the ring was Gao Zhen, and if he showed his talent, Chuchen would quickly give up, and his opponent was very strong and cunning. Chuchen told the people that if Master Gao Zhen wanted to show them the technique, he would give him a chance to be Chuchen's punching bag in the arena. People thought that Chuchen was crazy, and calling a Baekwon master a sandbag was dangerous and very disrespectful to such a fighter. The man wondered if Chuchen was calling his opponent a punching bag, and he was curious, and asked to show them his true strength. Master Gao Shen told Chuchen that he was an arrogant guy, and that he would quickly change his attitude towards him after receiving a blow. Gao Zhen delivered a powerful blow, but Chuchen dodged it, and people asked to look at this blow of the master, and he deserves respect, and he is strong. The students told teacher Chuchen that in this position, they would not be able to use the 13 fists complex, and what should they do next? Chuchen told the disciples that they would then combine movement 1 and movement 9, and then be able to defeat the powerful Master Zhen. And at that very second, Chuchen dealt a powerful blow to Gao Zhen's face, and he told the disciples that they would then get a super result by combining. The man and all the people were shocked, and could not believe that teacher Chuchen had thrown Master Gao Zhen away with one blow, and he was very powerful. People wondered if Master Gao Zhen had been defeated, and Chuchen was so young and could already resist the master, and he was very talented. Master Gao Zhen was furious after missing the blow and asked Chuchen to close his mouth already, and he would now respond to him with the same blow, and he would regret it. Chuchen said that Master Gao Zhen had just set a bad example for them, and that a fighter should never be distracted during a fight. Master Gao Zhen launched a strong strike but again failed to hit him, and Chuchen defended without any problem, and he moved very fast. Chuchen struck Gao Zhen in the stomach and said that otherwise, all the master's strikes would be a mistake, and he would not be able to hit his opponent. Master Gao Zhen fell into the ring and thought that Chuchen told him the truth, and that he was in vain distracted during the fight, and was unable to hit teacher Chu. Chuchen told Master Gao Zhen that he let him win, and he was very grateful to him. And next time, he would be able to defeat him in their fight. People said that teacher Chuchen won the fight so easily, and Master Nanquan showed a master class. And this is a worthy victory, and everyone is happy. The man wondered if Chuchen had won, and he was younger than him, and he was already able to deal with Gao Zhen, and that's what all his great-grandfather's students were like. Chuchen asked all the people if there were any other masters who wanted to share their technique with them, and he was interested to know. All the other masters told Chuchen that they were just passing by and decided to take a look at the arena, and they did not want to show the technique to him. All the experienced masters said that they still had things to do, and quickly ran away from there, and no one could convince them to stay in that hall. Huang Yuqiu asked the elder, and he told the boy that nothing can compare to the ancient art, and the currents of boxing are powerless against it. And at that very moment, the elder next to Huang Yuqiu, jumped into the arena and said that he himself wanted to try his hand against the good Master Chu. It was Elder Malin from the Qingyang sect who told Chuchen that he advised him to be more polite and he might get hit by him. Huang Yuqiu said that all hope is on Malin, and he hopes that he will teach the scoundrel Chuchen a lesson in the ring for everything, and he will lose to him. Chuchen asked if it was the Qingyang sect again, and it seemed that he had a bad relationship with their sect, and he fought with everyone. People wondered if this was Malin from the Qingyang sect, and the master should definitely have mastered the ancient martial art and would defeat Chu Chen. People were surprised and told their friends that even a master of ancient martial arts came to fight Chu Chen, and this is very interesting. It was important for the man to know whether Chu Chen would admit defeat in the ring this time, because he had an invincible opponent, and he was cunning. Malin asked his friend Chu Chen, when he broke Huang Yuheng's legs, whether he knew then that he was a disciple of the Qingyang sect, and that Yuheng was their disciple. Chu Chen told Malin that whether he knew it or not, it was all the same to him and he would do the same, and would never regret it. Malin told Chu Chen that he was really an impudent guy, and ordered him to go out and fight him now, and he would show him real technique and strength. And at that moment, when Malin wanted to attack Chu Chen, his phone rang right in the ring, and he was surprised and thought that it was ringing. Malin apologized to Chu Chen and said that he needed a minute, and he had to answer the call, and it was very important for him there. Huang Yuqiu thought that Malin took out his phone right in front of Chu Chen's face, and that the master was not taking him seriously and was confident of victory. Now Luo Shuhe called Malin and told the master that he doesn't need to fight with Chu Chen, and he will explain all the information to him, and he will find out everything. Malin was surprised and asked Luo Shuhe what he was carrying, and he told his master that Chu Chen was a disciple of the ninth heaven, and he was a very strong master. Hearing this information from Luo Shuhe, Malin fell to his knees and realized that he had made a mistake and now had to solve this problem. Malin told Chu Chen that he was his friend, and that regarding Yu Heng's case, they just had a misunderstanding and they should forget about it. Huang Yuqiu was shocked and said, "What kind of nonsense was this? And had his master Malin really gone crazy, and what was he doing? And why did he fall to his knees in front of Chen?" Chu Chen told Malin that there was no misunderstanding, and he then brutally beat Yu Heng without regret and asked him to continue their fight. Malin told Chu Chen that Huang Yuheng was to blame for their incident, and if necessary, he could drag him there to apologize now. Huang Yuxiu was stunned and speechless, wondering what was going on in the ring and why Master Malin was talking nonsense. Chu Chen told Master Malin that he was so kind and said that since he came there, maybe they could still fight and find out their strengths. But Master Malin told Chu Chen that he would refuse his request, and he respects him very much and does not want to fight with his best friend, and this is a disaster. And then Malin told Huang Yuqiu that if the idiot Yu Heng gets up and returns to the Qingyang sect, then he should come and bow to him there personally. Huang Yuqiu still couldn't understand why Master Malin was telling him such things, and it seemed like he had gone crazy and didn't understand what he was doing. Chu Chen asked all the people if there were any more people willing to be his punching bag today, and he wanted to fight with all the fighters there. People said that Chu Chen is invincible, and they all want to become his students. And he is a distinguished master of Nanquan and cool in their city. The man thought that he was disappointed, and it seemed that Chu Chen had not shown his full strength there either, and it would be necessary to check him again personally. And then his wife Song Yang came to Chu Chen and said that she came, and she asked him how the training went and how the sparring went. Chu Chen told his wife Song Yang that the training went very well, and they would go from there and eat somewhere in a restaurant. And he was very hungry. Chu Chen was glad that his wife had come to visit him, and they would have a good time together and sit in a restaurant, and he was so happy. Chu Chen and his wife Song Yang were sitting in a restaurant, and a man was secretly watching them, and he hid among the grass, and he watched. The guy said that Chu Chen took and kicked out Song Qingyi from the house, and he can now enjoy his last dinner tonight. The guy started casting spells and thought that this should help him get rid of Chu Chen, and he always interfered with his plans, and he hates. And at that very second, all the insects started walking towards Song Yang, and she was terrified and started screaming, and asked Chu Chen what was going on. Chu Chen covered Song Yang and told his sweetheart that she should be careful and that these insects could harm her, and that he would help her quickly now. Chu Chen began to cast a spell and said that all the insects should quickly disappear, and they would not be able to harm anyone, and he would kill them all. And at that moment, Chu Chen quickly finished off all the poisonous and dangerous insects, and they couldn't do anything to him and his wife, and that's a fact. The guy was surprised and wondered if Chu Chen had already destroyed all of his poisonous creatures, and realized that this was a problem, and he had to get out of there. Song Yan asked her husband Chu Chen what it was just now, and where all those poisonous insects came from, and wanted to bite them there. Chuchen thought that this looked like the work of black magicians, and that they might be involved, or perhaps one of Song Ching's people. Early the next morning at Song's house, Song Seon told Chuchen that he had asked him yesterday to find out where Song Chinghe was now, and there was news. Song Seon said that they had not left the Tianan area, but that Song Chinghe had recently returned to Changcheng and rented a villa on the outskirts of the city. Song Yan told Chuchen's husband that her uncle's family was very vindictive, and she asked Chuchen what he wanted to do and how he wanted to resolve the matter. Chuchen told Song Yang that he had a solution and thought that Chinghe had brought people to take revenge on him, and he appeared at the right time. And a day later, the whole city knew that Chuchen had defeated the martial arts masters, and Wu Yu was sitting in Grandpa Xian's room at that time, helping. Wu Yu told Grandpa Xian that this Chuchen was so strong and asked if he was one of their mentors, and she wanted to know the answer now. Grandfather Xian told his granddaughter that she was right, and Chuchen and Luo Ying were spiritual brothers and they were very close, and he studied a lot together. Wu Yu said that Chuchen was a junior disciple of their leader Luo Yin, and now it was no wonder that Chuchen was able to obtain the star-scattering Lingpai. But Grandpa Xian did not agree with his granddaughter, and said that Chuchen was their senior disciple, and Wu Yu was surprised that Chuchen was really a senior disciple. And then Chuchen appeared in the room and told Wu Yu that he heard that she wanted to leave Changcheng and asked what happened and what the reason was. Chuchen asked Wu Yu if she really wanted to leave Changcheng City because it made her the head of the sect and she was in danger from everyone. Chuchen told Wu Yu that now the other members of the Star Scattering want to take the Lingpai from her in a duel and she does not want to conflict with them. Wu Yu told Chuchen that he was right, and now he was wanted, and it was very dangerous, and she decided to leave Changcheng so as not to take risks in the city. Wu Yu told Chu that she still had 5 years of training, and she believed that her cultivation level would be enough, and she would become a very strong warrior and leader. But Wu Yu told Chuchen that now she is afraid that she will not be able to hold on to the Lingpai anymore, and other people might take it away from her soon. Chuchen told Wu Yu that a good doctor would look after Grandpa Xian, and she should go and train with him, and then she would defeat everyone. Chuchen told Wu Yu that right now there is an opportunity to participate in a real war, and she will find out what it is like and feel the atmosphere. After late at night, Chuchen, Song Cho, and Wu Yu came to the villa of the sorcerer Song Chinghe, and they wanted to sort things out with them and decide now. Song Kyo told his son-in-law Chuchen that he had already spread a rumor that he would appear at the villa tonight, and all the people there knew about it and were all ready. Chuchen told Song Cho that he did the right thing, and now he already has a lot of enemies in Changcheng, and they can harm their enemy at any time. Chuchen told Song Chu that if this gang found out that he was in such a remote place late at night, they would definitely not miss the chance to take revenge on him, and that was good. Wu Yu asked Chuchen if he really wanted them to settle scores with Song Chinghe, and why did they come there? And why did they need them in this villa? Chuchen told Wu Yu that today they would watch from the sidelines, and if one of the guys slipped out, he and Song Chu could train in the villa. At this time, the mercenaries of the Huang family gathered near the villa, and they all wanted to quietly enter the villa and make a perfect elimination plan. The Huang family mercenaries noticed that other people had come to the villa besides them, and it seemed that they also needed Song Chinghe and his friends. The mercenary told the boss that it looked like there were a bunch of killers there. And where did so many people come from? And did they really all come for Chuchen and take revenge? The head of the Huang family's mercenaries said that Chuchen really wants to hold a triumphal banquet today, and apparently all his enemies are already there. Songqing and his friends were sitting inside the villa, and they said that they would drink there with the master and have a good time, and they were happy today. Song Qinghe told his friends that if they helped him regain his position in the Song family, he would immediately donate all his property to the Black God. Elder sorcerer Wu Xin told Song Qinghe that he was magnanimous, and it was a pity that their very sneaky attack had failed today. At this time, the mercenary pointed the gun at Wu Yin and thought that he himself should remain calm. Then he would fulfill the plan 100%. Wu Xin told Song Qinghe that in that case, there would be no trace left of Chuchen, and they would quickly deal with him, and he was tired of ruining their plans. And at that very second, the mercenary shot straight at the head of his friend next to Wu Xin, and did not freeze in surprise and could not understand where he shot from. Xin asked Song Qinghe if it was really a rifle shot and if it was Chuchen who came, and why did he finish off their friend now? And at that moment, the mercenaries wounded Song Qinghe himself, and he was in so much pain that he realized that he should have been ready to shoot, and he was wrong. Shen told Song Qinghe that they were surrounded and they had to leave while they could, and Song Qinghe said that the mercenaries there had wounded his hand. And at that very second, mercenaries entered the room, and the boss told the people that they had to quickly clear the room of enemies and another target. People in the villa started shouting, and Song Chu asked his son-in-law, Chu Chen, who he thought would win the battle at the villa, and who was stronger than the mercenaries. Chu Chen told Song Cho that he thought that the black magicians had the magical skills, and it would be strange if they couldn't handle the soldiers. Chu Chen told Song Cho that now he would see everything with his own eyes, and he would understand that his son-in-law Chu was 100% right, and he was not mistaken. And a second later, a mercenary flew out of the window, and he fell to the ground, and he thought that these black magicians were insidious, and they needed to be treated more strictly. The mercenary was attacked by poisonous insects, and he wanted to get rid of them, because they did not allow him to finish off the sorcerers and they infuriated him. The mercenary noticed that Song Chu was sitting behind him, and asked who was there, and he began to attack him, and wanted to finish him off faster than their witness. Song Cho nudged the mercenary and asked him not to be nervous, and said that they could come to an agreement with him, and there was no need for him to attack him there. The mercenary immediately crashed into the wall and thought about how strong this guy was, and he just pushed him and made him crash into the wall of the villa. The mercenary took out a walkie-talkie and told his comrades that they should go there faster. And faster, and Chu Chen's people were there, and he found them now. And at that moment, all the mercenaries broke the windows and started going out to Song Chu with weapons in their hands and wanted to ask the guy where Chu Chen was now. Song Ko was shocked and froze in surprise and thought that he did not expect that there would be so many mercenaries. And they were all armed there. Wu Yu asked Chu Chen if she should help Song Chu, but he said that there was no need to do so, and that the mercenaries' strength was no match for Song Chu's. Chu Chen told Wu Yu that this was the first time Song Chu was fighting for his life there. And the main thing was that he didn't give up, and believed in himself and beat. Chu Chen said that Song Cho only needed to open up and use the strength of his legs and arms as he taught him, and the mercenaries continued to run towards them. Song Q realized that he needed to fight and dealt a powerful blow, and all the mercenaries began to fly in different directions and did not expect this. Song Kyo defeated all the mercenaries with one blow and told Chu Chen that their enemy was defeated, and he didn't know that he was so strong, and that was cool. And then Song Qinghe came out to Song Chu and told him that he had always been a timid guy and how he always managed to get out of trouble. Song Qinghe told Song Chu that this time he had called for help from the head sorcerer Wu Xin, and their luck with Chu Chen was unlikely to last forever. Song Cho asked Song Qinghe why they left the villa, and where were all the mercenaries with whom they had a conflict, and they shot at them there. Sorcerer Xin asked Song Cho if he really meant the nobodies who broke into their house without an invitation and disturbed their peace. Sorcerer Xin told Song Cho that all these mercenaries are clowns and they have already chosen death and will never bother them there again in their lives. And at that moment, Chu Chen and Wu Yu appeared behind Song Chu. And the sorcerer Xin asked the guy if he was really that same Chu Chen, and he had heard everything about him. Sorcerer Xin told Chu Chen that he is a good strategist, and he pushed his enemies together there, while he watched the battle from the sidelines, and he is smart. But the sorcerer Bin told Chu Chen that unfortunately for him, their main and very useful ability is to turn his corpses into his puppets. Sorcerer Xin told Chu Chen that the more corpses, the greater his strength, and he became very powerful, and no one could defeat him in battle now. Sorcerer Jin began to absorb all the energy from the mercenaries, and said to Chu Chen thank him for his gift, and he really needed all these soldiers. Song Ko said that this was a problem, and there were so many corpses, and how could they defeat the sorcerer Xian? And it seemed like he was absorbing all the strength of the fighters. But Chu Chen asked his friends not to be afraid, and said that he could easily deal with them, and they should believe that he could defeat everyone. Chu Chen started to use his technique and thought that the sorcerer Xin would definitely be surprised, and he did not expect that his enemy was capable of this. Sorcerer Rin was surprised, and asked why the mercenaries no longer wanted to obey his orders, and could not understand what was going on and what was stopping them. Chu Chen told the sorcerer Qian that he didn't understand anything about their magic, but he understood one important piece of information for himself, and it helped him now. Chu Chen told the sorcerer Xian that after looking at what he was doing there, he immediately understood what he had to do, and all the mercenaries began to run towards the magician himself. Sorcerer Xin asked, what about his super ability, and whether Chu Chen really managed to lure all the corpses to his side so easily? And that was strange. Sorcerer Xin realized that he needed to get out of there and began to quickly and deftly run away from there. And Song Qinghe was very surprised by his courage, Wu Yu immediately ran up to Song Qingye and pushed him and asked where he was going, and said that he would be punished for everything he did to her brother. Song Qinghe hit the sorcerer Shin, and they both fell to the ground. And they were in a lot of pain and realized that their whole plan had just failed. Song Qinghe grabbed the sorcerer Shin by the leg and said that he was obliged to help him, and that he could not cope without his help, and that this was their problem. But the sorcerer Shin asked Song Qingye to take his hands off and said that he had just ruined everything, and they would not be able to defeat Chu Chen, and he would not give them a chance. Song Qinghe continued to argue with the sorcerer Shin, and a mercenary began to approach them, and he wanted to hit them for all their dirty deeds. Song Qinghe turned around and the mercenary hit him. And the sorcerer Shin was very glad that he could now escape from there, and no one would stop him. Song Qinghe was still begging the sorcerer to stay. But the sorcerer Jin had already started to run away, and told Chu Chen that they would meet again, and he would take revenge. Chu Chen told Wu Yu that the sorcerer Sin abandoned Song Qinghe, and she said that these black magicians always don't even value their own students. After all the events, the news that Chu Chen himself defeated Mr. Huang's mercenaries reached the largest clans and powerful masters. The people from the clans couldn't understand whether Chu Chen alone could deal with everyone, and where did he get such fighting power? And whether it was dangerous for them to fight with him. The famous Association of Masters in Yuesheng Province and their associations of 9 cities officially invited Chu Chen to join their ranks everywhere. The association also announced that they would all hold a ceremony to initiate Chu Chen within 3 days, and this all generated interest. People looked at Chu Chen and thought that he was so young. But everyone was already inviting him to become a master, and he was the youngest master in history. At this time, in the Huang family, a man told Mr. Huang that all their mercenaries had been defeated, and his heart felt so bad. Huang Yuxiu told his grandfather that last night at the villa, it was not Chu Chen, and he deceived them and brought them together with his enemies, and he succeeded. Mr. Huang said that if Chu Chen doesn't die, the Ning family will never get rid of them. And this time, it seems like they really won't be able to escape their fate. Huang Yuxiu told his grandfather that maybe they should come to an agreement with Chu Chen, and then maybe Huang Yuheng would be able to recover, and the family would be happy. The man Huang said that not all was lost, and Uncle Yan was a board member of the Masters Association that invited Chu Chen to his place. Huang Yu said that during the initiation ceremony, Uncle Yan might intentionally offend Chu Chen, and if he loses his temper, he will offend everyone. At this time, in the Song family, Song Chu ran to his son-in-law Chu Chen with a phone, and he said that his son-in-law should quickly take the phone and that he was now being called. Song Ku told his son-in-law Chu Chen that the Association of Masters of the 9 cities invites him to join their ranks. And this is a chance for him, and they are lucky. Song Qiu told his son-in-law, Chu Chen, that this was one of the most famous of those organizations, and if he could become a member, he would think he was dreaming. Chu Chen asked why some unknown organization was making an official statement without even receiving his consent, and he didn't like it. But Song Qiu told his son-in-law, Chu Chen, that this was the most famous organization of masters in their province, and everyone in their city knew about them. Chu Chen told Song Chu that he was not interested and that he would rather go to a piano concert with his wife, Song Yang, than to a meeting of their organization. And at that very second, someone started calling Chu Chen's phone, and he realized that it was an unknown number, and who needed him now, and who was calling him. Chu Chen picked up the phone and asked the man who it was, and asked him to tell them right away what they needed, and that he was ready to answer their questions if necessary. The man told Chu Chen that he was Master Wei Q, a board member of the 9 Cities Association, and he wanted to convey important information. Wei Q told Chu Chen that the association was holding a ceremony in his honor this Friday at 8 p.m., and he had to attend. But suddenly Chu Chen called Master Wei Qiu a moron, and immediately hung up the phone after these words, and Song Qiu was shocked by such an act. Master Wei Qiu froze in surprise and asked the girl if Chu Chen had hung up the phone, and he did not understand his reaction and clearly did not expect it. Chu Chen told Song Qiu that some guy was calling him and saying that he was a member of the association, and where did he get such conceit, and he didn't want to listen. Song Qiu told his son-in-law Chu Chen that he actually just turned down the association master, and he didn't know why he did it. Afterwards in the evening, Chu Chen came to the Yangcheng City Opera House with his wife Song Yang, and it was the famous Haixinsha Theater, and the people were happy. Song Yan asked Chu Chen if he would attend the initiation ceremony held by the 9 Cities Masters Association today. Song Yan told Chu Chen's husband that if he doesn't go to this ceremony, it will offend the Song family. And they are all waiting for him at the ceremony, and this is important. Chuchen told his sweetheart that he had already offended many people, and was this association more important than his wife, and asked her to enjoy the concert. At this time, Huang Yu was closely watching Chuchen and his wife, and was waiting for the right moment to implement his brilliant plan. Huang Yu said on the phone that he has been following Chuchen all the time, and that he is currently at the Hexensha Opera House, and is sitting there with his wife Song. Yan was standing at the site of the initiation ceremony at that time, and asked Huang Yu if Chuchen was at the concert in Yangcheng, and why. Yan wondered if Chuchen even had an interest in music, and decided to show disrespect to all the members of the association by not coming today. Yin thought that it was even better this way, and if Chuchen didn't come, he would immediately declare hostility with the masters, and he wouldn't be able to conduct business in the province. 9 City Association member Xiao Tianhe was angry, and said that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and why Chuchen hadn't come to their hall yet. Mr. Q told Xiao Tianhe that he tried to contact Chuchen on their phone, but he didn't answer, and now his phone was unavailable. Mr. Xiao Tianhe was very angry, and slammed his fist on the table, and told everyone that he looked like Chuchen had no respect for them at all, and that it was arrogant. Master Chu thought that the Cao family was one of the 5 richest, and they were the most important family in Yangcheng, and Chuchen would definitely be kicked out of Yangcheng soon. And then Yan came up to Master Wei Chiu and said that she found out that Chuchen was now at a concert there in Yangcheng, and told Wei that she was very sorry. People were surprised and wondered if the youngest Master Chuchen in history had really just taken the Association of Masters and thrown it over. And that was brazen and terrible. Xiao Tianhe said that he wants to personally see what kind of Super Chuchen is, who didn't even want to respect them when he came there, and he will go to him. At this time, Chuchen continued to sit in the Hexensha Opera House, and he really enjoyed the concert and didn't want to go anywhere today. Xiao Tianhe's granddaughter, Xiaolang, came on stage and said that she dedicates this song to Xiaolang, to all the spectators in their hall today. Chuchen told Song Yang that Xiaolang plays so beautifully, and he liked everything so much now, and it was good that he took the time to go to the concert there. Song Yan thought that she had been busy with things lately, and hadn't noticed how Chuchen knew that she liked Xiaolang so much. The host said that they would now choose one lucky person from their audience who would play the piano and perform a duet with a Xiaolang. A guy from the audience said that he imagined what kind of spectacle it would be today, and didn't understand who could like it, and that it was all bad. The girl next to the guy said that if he doesn't want to listen to music in the hall, he can just leave the hall and no one will hold him there. The guy called the girl a stupid woman and asked what she was mumbling and whether she really wanted to be punished for her impudent remarks towards him. The guy wanted to grab the girl's hand, and how dare she say such things to him, and even wanted to beat her up so that she wouldn't say such things. But at that very second, Chuchen grabbed the bully's hand and told his friend that he shouldn't do that, and that he'd better not get nervous and sit there quietly. Chuchen asked the bully if he was really ready to hit the blind girl, and the guy said that it hurt a lot and asked Chuchen to let him go. And then the host said that they were congratulating the lucky guy, and this was Chuchen, and asked him to come on stage, and he realized that luck was on their side. The bully thought that Chuchen was putting on a circus there, and with such a face, he definitely doesn't know how to act, and will embarrass himself in front of everyone on stage, and he is sure. Chuchen went on stage and started playing the piano, and thought that he needed to believe in himself, and then he would succeed. And it was true. Chuchen played the melody and everything worked out for him, and the audience was very pleased and thought that Chuchen was a professional in his field and cool. The audience said that Chuchen plays like a master, and it is so beautiful, and they do not want to stop listening to the melody, and the sound is incredible. Song Yan was surprised and said that this song was from their wedding, and she didn't even know that Chuchen could play the piano and that he had talents. The blind girl said that it was a wonderful melody, and she could easily have thought that it was a master of his craft playing on stage and not Chuchen. The bully thought that he didn't like this melody at all, and he just wanted to leave the hall so as not to listen to the melody of the villain Chen anymore. Shaolin stood behind the screen and thought who this guy was, and he could perfectly complement her song, and with him they would make a unique duet of her song. And then a man came up to Xiaolang and told Miss that all the masters of their association were waiting outside, and they were looking for one guy, and he was in this hall. The man told Xiaolang that it seemed they came about a guy named Chu Chen, and he didn't show up for their meeting today, and they were all angry. Xiaolang glanced at the guy playing the piano and thought, are they really looking for Chu Chen? And what a coincidence, and how is this possible? The concert was still going on at the Hexensha Opera House, and all the people from the 9 Cities Association had already come to visit Chu Chen there. People stood on the street and waited for the impudent Chu Chen to come out, and they would all tell him their opinion, and that he had let down all the masters in the hall. Wikyu told Xiao Tianhe that just because they couldn't get through on the phone, They should waste time on Chu Chen and wait outside. Xiao Tianhe told Wei Qiu that it was not a problem, and let Chu Chen admit his mistake and understand that all the people were waiting for him there today. Xiao Tianhe told Wei Qiu that it was a matter of 3 minutes, and they would all quickly deal with Chu Chen, and he would understand that he should not let them down anymore. Chu Chen went out into the street with his wife Song Yang, and all the people there were shocked and said that it was he who played today, and they were happy to meet him. Wei Qiu told Chu Chen that he had openly humiliated all the masters, and so brazenly did not show up for the meeting and asked if he would like to explain himself there. Shotain told Chu Chen that no matter what his explanation was, he should first kneel down and apologize for his insolence. Song Yang wanted to express her opinion to all the masters and asked her esteemed guests there whether they had mixed anything up and whether this was a mistake. Song Yan apologized and asked everyone who Chu Chen had promised to join their association of masters, and she was interested in all of this. Wei Qiu asked Song Yan if she really wanted to say that he was now attacking Chu Chen in vain and thoughtlessly, but he had correspondence there. Wei Qiu showed the correspondence, and Chu Chen wrote that he had long admired their association of masters, and he wanted to apply for its membership. Chu Chen started laughing and said that Master Wei Qiu is an excellent Photoshop user, and Song Yang said that the master has no shame or conscience. Chu Chen told Wei Qiu that their association was just trash to him, and he never said that he wanted to join it, and these rumors were a blatant lie. Chu Chen asked if they really wanted him to kneel down and apologize immediately, and if in half an hour someone kicked him out of the circle, he would do it. The masters told Chu Chen that if he could admit his mistake, he would at least remain whole, and they wanted to help them. Master told Chu Chen that they say that in Changcheng everyone calls him son-in-law idiot, and apparently his nickname speaks for itself, and it's so funny. Master Wei Qiu laughed and asked Chu Chen if he had understood them correctly, and he wanted to go against them all alone, and that was his problem. Master Wei Qiu told Chu Chen that if he did not come out of the circle within half an hour, he was ready to kneel down himself, and everyone agreed with him. Xiao Tian thought that he would have to take part in this bet and realized that he had to do it for the sake of his masters. And then Shaolin came out to them and asked Grandpa if he, too, wanted to attack the ordinary man Chen, along with this crowd. Grandfather Xiao Tianhe was furious and told his granddaughter Xiaolang that it was none of her business and she should not interfere in their affairs, and he said everything. And then Jia came there and told his best friend Chu Chen that he heard that he was there and came to support him personally and was glad to meet him there. Xiao Tian was surprised and wondered if the Xia family really wanted to solve all of Chu Chen's problems, and how he knew the influential family in the city. Friend Jie said that they just don't like it when a whole association mocks one master and it's wrong, and they won't wait. Xia's friend said that if their organization doesn't need Chu Chen, they themselves will gladly accept him into their union of fighters of southern Nanquan. The masters were very surprised and asked Mr. Xia what kind of union of fighters of southern Nanquan this was, and what kind of ancient game and their nonsense this was. Master Wei Qiu told Mr. Xia that if it was a nationwide famous Nanquan union, he might look at them and hear. She asked Chu Chen not to be nervous and said that there were so many people on their side, and if they lost, it would not be so shameful in the general context. Master Wei Qiu took out his phone and set the timer and told Chu Chen that the clock was ticking, and he must be prepared to keep his word and not leave. Master Wei Qiu told Chu Chen that he would give him 10 minutes of rest, and he was sure that in a minute he would be very tired and would want to give up on everyone. Chu Chen said that Master Wei Qiu was so generous and asked the guys that they could still make their bets, and he put his 100 on himself. The guys said that they had 1,000 set aside and that Master Wei had no equal, and that it would be very difficult for Chu Chen to defeat the experienced master there. The experienced master said that such a clever trick clearly demonstrates to everyone that Chu Chen himself knows that he won't last half an hour. Master Wei Qiu said that Chu Chen was just bragging in front of everyone, and it would hurt him to know that he screwed up in front of everyone right now. 10 minutes later, Xiao Tian said that 10 minutes had already passed and asked the masters to teach Chu Chen a lesson properly, and he deserved it. Master Wei Qiu said that he was the first and asked Chu Chen to be there, ready for anything, and now he would receive a powerful blow and understand that he was wrong. Master Wei Qiu wanted to deliver a strong blow to the face, but Chu Chen easily defended himself from his blow and thought that the master was stronger. Chu Chen grabbed Master Wei Qiu's hand and asked him if he really thought it was a strong blow, but he thought it was a warm-up, and he was joking. And at that very moment, Chu Chen dealt a powerful blow to Master Wei Qiu, and he said that this was not even half like their shameless kung fu. Master Wei Qiu crashed into his fighter, and the student was shocked and immediately asked the master how he felt and whether he was injured by the blow. The fighter said that Master Wei Q is a very technical fighter, and in their entire association, there is no worthy opponent for him. And is Chen really that strong? All the fighters ran to Chu Chen and asked him not to be such an idiot, and they came to meet him, but he himself wanted this massacre. The fighter struck Chu Chen and asked him not to say later that his uncle had offended him, and that his uncle was used to wielding a sword, and that today he would learn the skill. Chu Chen told the fighter that then he would also try the sword, and his uncle should be ready to defend himself. Otherwise, he would be in great pain from his entire attack. The fighter froze in surprise and wondered if Chu Chen really had such power and strength at his fingertip. And it seemed like he was wrong to laugh at his skills. Chu Chen directed his attack at the fighter, and the fighter began to dodge all of Chu Chen's attacks, and it was very difficult for him to defend himself from his blows. The fighter was in shock and thought that if he had hesitated even a little, he would have already lost his head. And he was very lucky that he was so quick. Another master pounced on Chu Chen and told the fighter that he was too old and couldn't handle this brat. And it was as easy as pie. The master told Chu Chen that he could taste his punch, and he would wait for his evaluation if he survived his punch there. Chu Chen thought that this master was even weaker than the previous one, but he was pretending to be the coolest. And now he would understand that he had overestimated his skills. And at that moment, Chu Chen delivered a powerful kick to the master's stomach and thought that they were all cool in words, but in reality, they were all weaklings and cowards. The master crashed into the wall from Chu Chen's powerful blow and realized that he had definitely underestimated his opponent and that he was dangerous and his blow was a terrible bomb. Master Wei Cho looked at the unconscious master in the wall and thought, where did Chu Chen get so much strength and none of their masters could hit? People started laughing and said what masters they all are and that they can't even withstand one blow from Chu Chen. But they say that they are all experienced. A friend told the guy that Chu Chen was apparently telling the truth when he said that none of these masters knew how to fight and that they were all weaklings. Xiao Tianhe asked the fighters to stop giving Chu Chen a chance to win, otherwise their reputation would be destroyed and everyone would doubt their strength. The master listened to Xiao Tianhe's words and said that Chu Chen was not so simple, but he would fight him and defend the honor of their City Masters Association. The master of the Fighters Association told Chu Chen that he would now try his single whip, and this is an ancient technique of hand-to-hand combat style. But Chu Chen defended himself from the master's blow and said that his Chinese martial art Tai Chi Chuan was good. But there was one nuance. Chu Chen dealt a powerful blow to the master and said that his fighting style and technique were far from perfect, and he would not be able to defeat him in battle. The association master was knocked back a couple of meters by the impact, and he was very surprised and realized that Chu Chen's power was not comparable to his, and he was weak. The fighter told his friend that it seemed like Chu Chen did have kung fu, and their time was running out and there were only 10 minutes left, and they had to hurry. The masters decided that they would deal with Chu Chen if they all attacked him together, and then he would not be able to defend himself from all the blows of their masters. Chu Chen said it was interesting, but warned all the fighters that they were wrong to believe in their success and would be offended when they found out it was fake. Chu Chen started beating up all the masters and said that he would be happy to watch a bunch of losers trying to beat up Grandpa Chu Chen on the street. And after a couple of minutes, Chu Chen dealt with all the masters from this association of 9 cities and said that he still had not left the circle. Chu Chen continued to stand in the same place, and all the masters lay on the ground and said that everything hurt and they could not get up and fight. Shaolin was shocked and wondered who this Chu Chen was, and at first she wanted to ask her grandfather to leave him, but now she had to do the opposite. Chu Chen asked Mr. Xiao Tianhe if he wanted to try, and he would give him a chance, and he could be the first one to defeat him there today. Xie told his friend Chu Chen that there were still 5 minutes left, and he could deal with the boss of the 9 cities association there and answer all of this. Xiao Tian thought that their 6 masters at the same time were unable to deal with Chu Chen, and he realized that he would have to use this. Xiao Tianhe thought that although it was impudent on his part, he had to save the association's face, which was much more important and would teach him a lesson. Xiao Tian told Chu Chen that he admits that he is a good fighter, but he has one problem, and that is that he is too young and has little experience. And at that very second, Xiao Tianhe rushed at Chu Chen and said that he shouldn't stick his neck out, and that it would be better for him to stay at home and not bother anyone. Chu Chen wondered if this was a secret power, and it was stronger than the skills of ordinary masters, and it seemed that Xiao Tianhe was the strongest of them all. Chu Chen told Xiao Tianhe that he himself wanted to keep a low profile, but there was one problem. His skills did not allow him to sit at home and remain silent. And at that moment, Chu Chen defended himself from Xiao Tianhe's attack and he was shocked and thought what was possible. And it was a gift from the leader of Huang Fu. Xiao Tianhe thought that the bracelet could increase the master's strength several times in a short period of time. But at what level was Chu Chen there now? There, from the impact, a bright beam appeared, and people were surprised and thought that the documents would fly away and that this was their plan, which they had been working on for 3 days. Master Wei Qiu thought that this wouldn't work, and he wouldn't let Chu Chen defeat their boss now. So he came up with a plan and was now quickly implementing it. Master Wei Qiu threw ice needles at Chu Chen and thought that now he had to accept his death and nothing would help him escape. Chu Chen realized that Master Wei Qiu was preparing a sneaky attack, and he already knew what he would do to defend himself from his dangerous arrows. Chu Chen continued to fight with the Xiao Tianhe and pushed him aside, and he thought that now he would answer for everything he did to him and he would punish them. And at that moment, all the arrows flew straight into Xiao Tianhe's back, and Chu Chen was able to remain safe and sound, and thought that they were cunning. Master Wei Qiu froze in surprise and could not understand how Chu Chen was able to defeat Master Xiao Tianhe, because no one could compare to him. And at that moment, Zia told all the masters that the time was up, and Chu Chen had defeated all the masters, and no one could move him from his place now. And then suddenly, Chu Chen grabbed Master Wei Qiu by the hand and asked him if he was really trying to set up all his own people on the sly. People said that it was a disgrace, and that Master Wei wanted to hit Chu Chen there on the sly, and he exposed himself. And they did not expect their meanness. Xiao Tianhe turned around and told Master Wei Qiu that he would regret everything. And Wei Qiu asked the master to let him explain everything, and it was not true. Chu Chen told the masters of the 9-City Association that if they all lost to him, he would expect an apology from them, and they themselves stated the conditions. Master Xiao Tianhe asked Chu Chen if he should not be so cruel to them, and if it was time for him to stop, and that they did not deserve all this. Chu Chen asked the masters if he himself had lost. Would they all just let him leave if he did not fulfill their promise? People said that Chu Chen said everything accurately, and this is the essence of all the masters of the 9 Cities Association, and they are all weak cowards. Master Xiao Tianhe listened to all this, and people said that Chu Chen told them everything correctly, and they would not leave until they apologized to him. Chu Chen said that it seems that the association is abandoning the terms of the bet, and they can do whatever they want and not kneel, and he is not against it. But Chu Chen told Master Xiao Tianhe that he was challenging them, and that he would come to visit the headquarters of their City Masters Association tomorrow. Chu Chen told Master Xiao Tianhe that he didn't believe that in the huge organization there wouldn't be a worthy opponent for him to fight against. Xiao Tianhe turned around and told Chu Chen that he was such an arrogant guy and wanted to declare war on them, and he would look at his actions tomorrow. Master asked Wei Qiu to explain his behavior to him, and he told Master Xiao Tianhe that it was an accident and that it was not something he understood. And on that day, the 9 Cities Association lost its face, and then the main culprit of the incident, Master Wei Qiu, was immediately fired. At this time, in the company of the Ning family, Ning Jingzhou wondered if this was Wei Ku and if this wasn't Uncle Ye Yan or if he was mistaken. But he himself was sure. Ning Jingzhou watched on his phone as Chu Chen fought alone against all the masters of the 9 Cities Association, even though everyone was afraid of them. Ning Jingzhou was shocked and wondered if all 8 masters couldn't handle Chu Chen and how he could defeat them all at once. Ning Jingzhou was curious whether Chu Chen would solve this problem, and he himself hoped that he would be able to solve all the issues, and he was very strong. At this time, in the Song family, Chu Chen thought about why he had such a strange feeling that someone was cursing him, or he was imagining it all. Song Yang said that they talked with Uncle Xia and came to the conclusion that the pharmaceutical market is oversaturated, and it will be difficult for their company. Song Gyo told Chu Chen that only if they didn't have powerful investments and exclusive goods right away, Chu Chen asked for a plan of action. Song Yang said that they need to shift their focus to products for overall health maintenance, and with them they will definitely conquer the Changcheng market. Shida said that according to his calculations, in the next few days the Huang family would loosen its grip and give up its position in Jintan. And this was accurate. Chu Chen said that they don't need anything unusual, and since they cooperate with the Ning family, the Huang family has given up all their positions. At this time in the morning, a lot of people had gathered at the headquarters of the 9 Cities Association, and they remembered that Chu Chen would be fighting there today. People said that it was almost noon, and they were wondering if Chu Chen would show up there, and they asked to go and have lunch because he didn't come. Master Wei Qiu was sitting at headquarters and said that all the people at the building had started to disperse, and it looked like Chu Chen wouldn't come, and he wouldn't be able to keep his promise. Master Xiao Tianhe said that he hopes that Chu Chen will come now, and he is waiting for him because he promised that he will fight with the strongest. Master Wei Chou said that he also hopes that Chu Chen will come, and besides, their leader Huang Fu is in the building today, and he will teach Chen a lesson. And at that very second, Chu Chen came into the room and asked for forgiveness. And he said that yesterday at midnight, he was watching a TV series, and today he didn't get up there. Wei Chou was angry with Chu Chen, and Master Xiao Tianhe told Chu Chen that he still dared to come there today and was not afraid to get there. Chu Chen asked if they would make a bet today, and if they won, he would forget the debt as an apology on his knees. And it was true. Wei Chou asked Chu Chen if he was serious, and Master Tianhe asked Chu Chen what they would argue about, and he was interested to know. Chu Chen told Master Xiao Tianhe that first of all, he had to make sure that they would keep their word, and asked if they had a guarantor. And at that moment a man came out to them and said that he would vouch for them until the end, and Mr. Chu Chen need not worry about their dispute. It was one of the founders of the 9 Cities Association, Huang Fu Heiyu, and he wanted to personally talk to Chu Chen and find out what kind of guy he was. People were shocked and said that it was Hua Fu Heiyu himself. And everyone knows that he is the strongest master and their idol, and Chu Chen was unlucky today. Xiao Tian told Chu Chen that their leader, Huang Fu Heiyu, was one of the 5 greatest masters of the association and would not play unfairly. Chu Chen said that if he wins, he doesn't want their apologies and wants them to hand over the pharmaceutical company to his wife. Huang Fu asked Chu Chen if he didn't think it was robbery to exchange an apology for company, especially since she knows that today he is his enemy. Chu Chen told Huang Fu Heiyu that he didn't care who he beat and hoped that they would decide everything in one fight and he wouldn't ask him for mercy. Huang Fu Heiyu started laughing and told Chu Chen that if he loses, he will apologize on his knees and acknowledge him as his teacher, and he is generous. Xiao Tianhe thought that Chu Chen really wanted to fight with their leader Huang Fu Heiyu himself, and that he would definitely not get away with it and would lose. Master Huang Fu Heiyu and Chu Chen entered the ring, and the referee asked everyone in the room to get ready for an interesting fight between their fighters to begin soon. Xiao Tianhe said that the loser is the one who leaves the ring, who cannot stay on his feet, and who gives up there himself. Master Xiao Tianhe waved his hand and told the fighters that they could begin the fight, and nothing would stop them from sorting things out with the master. And at that very second, Huang Fu Heiyu began to quickly move towards Chu Chen and wanted to inflict maximum damage on him and not leave him alive. Chu Chen thought that this technique was similar to the 9 Rings Fist, and he had heard of this technique but had never seen it used in practice. In the past, the 9th Heaven specially studied the 9 Rings Fist to strengthen children's physical strength, and he also studied this technique. Xiao Tian had thought that this was their leader's famous technique and that 3 rings were already considered incredible, but the leader had 5 and was very strong. Chu Chen thought that they would see how much this technique would help this master and whether he would be able to defeat him, because he is not a weakling from the street either. And at that very moment, Chu Chen and Huang Fu Heiyu's fists collided. And they both used the same technique, and their strength is almost equal now. Huang Fu Heiyu was in pain defending himself from Chu Chen's attack, and he realized that this guy was strong, and he had to use all his strength and skills. Xiao Tianhe was surprised. And how did Chu Chen know this technique? And he just used the 3 Rings Fist, and their leader immediately retreated. Huang Fu Heiyu said that he did not expect that such a young master as Chu Chen would parry his blow, and he underestimated his opponent and made a great mistake. Huang Fu Heiyu said that now he will fight with all his strength, and now Chu Chen must be careful, and he will not be able to defend himself. Chu Chen told Huang Fu Heiyu that it was so kind of him, and he hoped that he wouldn't screw up after saying such words and beat him up there. Huang Fu Heiyu and Chu Chen continued to fight and realized that they were both worthy of each other, and thought that he would also fight seriously. Xiao Tian realized that both masters had already used the 4 Rings Fist, and that this was the highest level of skill, and both were worthy of victory. Huang Fu Heiyu realized that this was not enough either, and he had to hit him with his powerful technique, and then he would be able to defeat him in their fight. People said that who can fight on equal terms with Huang Fu Heiyu, and he is strong, and Xiao Tianhe realized that the leader is already using the Fist of 5 Rings. Chu Chen thought that he was interested to know if he could defeat him with his technique, and he would not give him a head start, and this is serious. Chu Chen began to approach Huang Fu Heiyu with his technique, and thought that he would surprise the master, and he clearly did not expect such an attack from him there. Xiao Tianhe was surprised, and said that Chu Chen used all 8 rings, and people wondered if Huang Fu Heiyu could also use the same amount. Chu Chen told his opponent Huang Fu Heiyu that they would not hesitate, and their battle was now in full swing, and they must fight to the end. But Huang Fu Heiyu was terrified and asked Chu Chen to stand there and not attack him anymore. And he wanted to tell him some important information now. And then Huang Fu Heiyu noticed Chu Chen's fist in front of his face and realized that he couldn't escape from there and would now suffer from the enemy's blows. Xiaotianai wondered if Chu Chen was using the Nine Rings fist, and it seemed like he was a true warrior, and no one could defeat him in battle now. Huang Fu Heiyu told Chu Chen that he was given up, and thought that at first he thought that Chu Chen's level was not higher than his master's level, and he was mistaken. Chu Chen stood in front of Master Huang Fu Heiyu, and thought that he never expected their fight to end so soon, and that he did not show his potential. Huang Fu Heiyu looked at Chu Chen and realized that he had now surpassed all his expectations. And he did not think that he would last with him for a couple of minutes. Huang Fu Heiyu couldn't forget about the 9 rings and asked Chu Chen how he did it. And he had never seen such a master in his entire life. Chu Chen told Huang Fu Heiyu that he let him win, and the 9 rings fist is just one of the strikes of the 9 rings technique and nothing more. Huang Fu Heiyu thought that Chu Chen was so young and already had such powerful skills, and he was so surprised by his fighting technique. Chu Chen started to leave the ring, and Master Huang Fu Heiyu asked his friend to wait and wanted to tell him some important information, and he was very surprised. Xiaotian thought that it seemed like their leader didn't want to just let Chu Chen go now. And Master Wei Chou thought that Chu Chen was finished now. But suddenly Master Huang Fu Heiyu fell to his knees and called Chu Chen his teacher and asked him to take him as his disciple, and he wants this. Master Huang Fu Heiyu told Chu Chen that he wanted to learn the 9 rings technique and asked to be taken as a student to learn the secrets of the technique. At this moment, Xiao Tianhe and Wei Qiu were frozen in surprise and could not understand whether teacher Huang Fu Heiyu had fallen to his knees in the ring. People were shocked and asked if Huang Fu Heiyu really called Chu Chen his teacher and wanted him to take him as a student. And this was strange. Chu Chen said that Huang Fu Heiyu is so inquisitive, but he will immediately disappoint him, and said that he does not take students and only without offense. Huang Fu Heiyu told Chu Chen that it was okay, and that he understood him, and said that he would return to their conversation about the company, and that this was important. Huang Fu Heiyu called Wei Qiu, and he asked the master what he would order him. And he is ready to do whatever the leader says, and he listens to the order. Huang Fu Heiyu ordered Wei Qiu to quickly transfer the rights to their company to Chu Chen, and Wei Qiu guaranteed that everything would be done there. Outside the headquarters of the 9 Cities Association stood the people of the Huang family, and they didn't expect that Chu Chen would dare to challenge their leader. The guys thought that they had come such a long way for him, and the Joker should not disappoint them, and it looks like the masters beat him there. And then the guys said that it was Chu Chen, and he went outside, and they wanted to see how the masters crippled him, and he begged them all for mercy. But the guys noticed that Chu Chen was not only standing on his feet, but also that Master Wei Qiu himself was accompanying him there with respect. And this was unexpected. All the guys froze in surprise and thought what kind of nonsense this was, and how this was possible, and how he managed to earn authority there in front of the masters. At this time, in Ning Jingzhou's office, the girl told the boss that he asked her to subscribe to Chu Chen, and he challenged Master Huang Fu. Ning Jingzhou asked if Chu Chen had decided to fight with the association leaders, and he is certainly good, but not to that extent, and that is a fact. But the secretary told boss Ning Jingzhou that he was mistaken, and that she had to tell him some important information, and that he should listen to her right away. The secretary told Ning Jingzhou's boss that Chu Chen had won, and that he had defeated all the masters there. And Ning Jingzhou couldn't believe her words. Ning Jingzhou wondered if Chu Chen's level was even higher than that of the top master, and if so, he could handle this guy. At this time, in Huang Yuhang's ward, his brother Huang Yuqiu told him that his grandfather had decided to abandon the Jintang building and not waste their strength. Huang Yuqiu said that grandfather first wanted to wait for a chance to get rid of Chu Chen. Then the Ning family would also leave them alone forever. But Huang Yuqiu said that no one expected that Chu Chen could easily defeat the association leader, and the grandfather immediately abandoned the idea of killing Chu Chen. Huang Yuhang said that only one Chu Chen had brought their family to this state, and asked what would happen to his legs and how was his health. Huang Yuqiu said that since this happened, he had already made arrangements with the Ye family and the Qian family, and they would check Chu Chen and where he came from. As a result, the Huang family could not withstand the pressure and immediately gave up their building to Jintang. And the Huang family's authority was undermined, and it became weak. On the other side, under Chu Cheng Wuyu's leadership, her fighting skills have greatly improved, and the battle with the star-scattering members is already close. At this time, Song Se-in was sitting in the living room of Song's house, and he felt very good because everything was calm and there were no problems. But then a man ran into the room and told the mister that Huang Fu Heyu had come there, and Song Se-in was shocked to hear such news now. Song Se-in wondered if Huang Fu Heyu was the master Chu-Chen had fought with yesterday, and he had definitely come to their house today to take revenge. Song Se-in asked the guy to lead Huang Fu Heyu there and warn Chu-Chen so that he could hide from the leader and Huang Fu would not see him there. Huang Fu Heyu entered the living room and Song Se-in asked the master how he liked their tea and whether it met his requirements and whether he was offended. Huang Fu Heyu told Mr. Song Se-in that there was no need to be too nice now and that he had something for Chu-Chen and wanted to chat. Song Se-in thought that Huang Fu Heyu had definitely come for revenge and he had something in mind for Chu-Chen to teach him a lesson for beating him up. But at that very moment, Chu-Chen entered the room and immediately asked Song Se-in's father if he was looking for him and asked what he needed from him now. Song Se-in was shocked and thought that he had told Chu-Chen to hide, and why did he come out to them and now he could get hit? But Huang Fu Heyu told teacher Chu-Chen that he had finally arrived, and he had been waiting for him there and had been talking with the Song Se-in, and they were now drinking tea together. Huang Fu Heyu told Chu-Chen that the transfer of shares of their pharmaceutical company had already been completed, and the teacher could take a look at his papers. Chu-Chen told the leader Huang Fu Heyu that he was so kind and thanked him for everything. But Song Se-in was shocked and wondered why Chen was Huang Fu's teacher. Master Huang Fu Heyu asked Master Chu-Chen if they could discuss with him again that he would teach him various techniques and methods. But Chu-Chen told Huang Fu Heyu that he did not have the necessary qualifications for this, and he would not be able to teach him various techniques. But Chu-Chen told Master Huang Fu Heyu that he could give him some useful tips on the 9-ring technique, and that was interesting. And then their brother came out to them and told Chu-Chen that it was good that he was there and asked where Song Yang was. And she hadn't seen her since the morning, and everything was strange. Chu-Chen told his mother that Song Yang had left early in the morning and asked her what had happened, and if he could tell her something himself, if it was important. The guy said he had bad news for them, and that the pharmaceutical company Chien also wanted to produce health products for people. The guy told Chu-Chen that their company is just huge, and they have no way to compete with them, and they can finish them off so quickly. Chu-Chen asked Xia what if they teamed up with the 9 Cities company and they could help them sell all their goods. Xia said that this company produces unique drugs and they have no analogs. And in Changcheng, they have partners who are all on their side. Chu-Chen asked Xia if this was true and handed him the documents, and he was surprised and asked Chu-Chen what it was and how it could solve everything. And after reading the documents, Xia froze in surprise and asked Chu-Chen if she had really intercepted the 9 Cities company and how she had managed to do it. Chu-Chen told his friend that he still had some business to attend to and said that while he was there he could talk to the leader of Huang Fu Heyu and discuss all matters with him. Xi turned around and was shocked, and he did not expect to see the master there, and he asked the leader Huang Fu Heyu why he was there and what he wanted from them. After Chu-Chen, Songcho and Wu Yu went to Mount Siqiao, and Wu Yu told Chu-Chen that the Star Scattering School was located on this mountain, and they found. Wu Yu said that now in the Star Scattering, the duties of the head are already being performed by Ning Yuanshui, Wei Guantao, and also his junior fellow disciple. Wu Yu told Chu-Chen that this time she will have a face-to-face meeting with Jian Lushi, and he is the senior disciple of Yuan Shui and trains before her. But Wu Yu said that training with Chu-Chen helped her a lot, and she already feels that she can handle and defeat all opponents, and that this is her destiny. The man asked the girl if her name was Mo Wu Yu and said that she should follow him, and that the head of Ning Yuanshui was already waiting for her there. But at that very second, Chu-Chen quickly ran towards the man, and Wu Yu asked him not to do this and not to get nervous over trifles, and it was no big deal. Chu-Chen kicked the man in the back and asked him how the impudent man dared to pronounce the full name of their leader, and he made a mistake. The big guy fell to the ground and stopped saying anything to Wu Yu, and he didn't expect Chu-Chen to attack him and how he was able to hit so quickly. The man was shocked and did not understand what was happening and why Chu-Chen hit him there. And he would soon answer for all his pranks, and the scoundrel would be dead. Chu-Chen asked the man where the head of Ning Yuanshui came from, and the head of the sect was already standing in front of him, and he should come up and bow to Wu Yu. But the man quickly stood up and asked Chu-Chen if Mo Wu Yu was the head of the Star Scattering, and he didn't believe the words of the scoundrel and Lia Chen. The man wanted to hit Chu-Chen and said that this snotty girl can't be the leader, and he made it all up to hurt him and his friends. But at that very moment, Song Chu kicked the man in the stomach and immediately asked the scoundrel how he dared to raise his hand against his son-in-law, Chu Chen. Chu Chen told the man that he couldn't calm down and accept the fact that Mo Wuyu was their leader, and said that he had never lied to him before. Mo Wuyu told the man that she was offering him two options for a solution, and first he should apologize to her friends for everything. And the second thing is that she expels him from the star scattering. And if he does not immediately submit, even if Ning Yuanshui comes, she will beat him personally. The man wondered if this was really Lin Pai of the star scattering, and immediately asked for forgiveness from the head of Mo Wuyu, and said that he did not know that the head, Chu Chen, told Song Chu and Wuyu that they should go further. And they will not stoop to his level, and they still have many things to do and plans there. The man thought that these were some kind of strange freaks, and he really hoped that today they would roll down from Mount Sikiao, and they would all disappear. Chu Chen and his friends climbed to the very top of this mountain, and he thought that they should find the leader there and discuss all their affairs with him. The head of Ning Yuanshui was already sitting there, and he told them that it was good that they came, and he was waiting for their visit and was glad to meet his friends now. And then the man grabbed Ning Yuanshui's leg and asked the head to just judge them, and Mo Wuyu brought some strangers there with her. The man told Ning Yuanshui that they beat him for no reason, and she also said that she didn't care if the leader came and she would beat him there. Chu Chen stood there with his friends and thought that he didn't expect this man to tell the boss everything so quickly, and he immediately revealed everything. Mo Wuyu asked the man what kind of nonsense this was, and said that he had just scheduled a fight with her, and how they would fight him, and what the conditions were. Ning Jingzhou told Wuyu that it would be a 2 out of 3 battle, and she would fight with 3 of his disciples, and if she defeated 2 of them, she would win. Chu Chen told Ning Yuanshui that he then wanted Wuyu to have time to rest after each battle, and for their people to evaluate the battle, and this was the condition. Ning Yuanshui told Chu Chen that he was satisfied with the conditions, and told their disciple Lu Shi that he should go out first, and he agreed with him. The opponent stood right in front of Wuyu, and Chu Chen thought that he had prepared her for this, and she should show her full potential and defeat him. The man said that the sect leader Ning Jingzhou is so wise, and that brother Lu Shi will immediately beat Wuyu, and she won't have the strength left for their 2 fighters. Song Kyo said that whoever falls to the ground and does not rise from there within 10 seconds will lose. And the fighters learned all the rules of their fight. Lu Shi and Mo Wuyu looked at each other and thought that they were serious about winning, and one of them would definitely fall and not get up. Song Kyo told the fighters that they could begin the fight, and the opponents immediately ran at each other and wanted to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. Wuyu thought that she should only do what her teacher Chu Chen taught her, and then she would be able to defeat any opponent in any fight. Lu Shi told Wuyu that her fast hand technique is her weak point, and he will prove it to her now, and she will fall to the ground 100%. Lu Shi told Wuyu that he began studying this technique back when she wasn't even born, and she wouldn't be able to defeat him because she was weak. The man said that Wuyu definitely has talent, but she's too young and hasn't fought yet, while Lu Shi has a lot of experience in fighting and is a battle strategist. But Mo Wuyu didn't answer all of Lu Shi's questions, and thought that this fighter was talking too much, and that it was all his big problem. And at that very second, Mo Wuyu quickly dodged Lu Shi's blow, and he was shocked, and couldn't understand how his blow didn't reach the target, and he didn't expect it. Wuyu dodged and immediately delivered a powerful blow to Lu Shi's stomach, and the fighter immediately realized that he was mistaken, and that this little girl had a strong blow. And at that moment, Wuyu grabbed her opponent by the scruff of the neck and kicked him in the groin, and the opponent was in a lot of pain and screamed loudly. Song Kyo started counting down and thought that Lu Shi had taken damage, and he was not sure if he could get up after the powerful blow. Lu Shi told Wuyu that she is a vile girl, and did she really deliberately find a weak spot and hit the target, and she is definitely a sniper. Wuyu told Lu Shi's brother that all means are good in war, and that she can use any blows to win, and that will definitely help. The man was perplexed and realized that they had underestimated their opponent, and that the girl, Wuyu, was well-trained and had mastered the fighting technique. Song Kyo counted to 10 and told Jin Lu Shi that the time was up and he had played the fight and the first stage was passed and they were waiting for the second opponent. Jin Lu Shi did not want to accept defeat, and he lay on the ground and did not want to lose to the girl, and thought that she acted so cunningly. And at that very moment, Jin Lu Shi grabbed Mo Wuyu's leg tightly, and he didn't want to let go, and wanted to take revenge on her for the blow between her legs recently. Mo Wuyu fell to the ground and asked Jian Lu Shi if he had really gotten up and wanted to continue the fight, and that he was a treacherous fighter. And that was very mean. Jin Lu Shi wanted to attack Wuyu, and said that now the day of her shame has come, and she will answer for everything that she did to him, and it will be revenge. Wu Yu realized that Jian Lushi was holding a talisman of explosive power and was very dangerous, and she had better be on guard, otherwise she might get hurt there. Ning Yuanshui realized that Wu Yu was much stronger than he thought, and it was good that he helped Lushi create a talisman in advance, and Wu Yu was doomed to die. Jian Lushi threw the talisman straight at Wu Yu's opponent, and she realized that she wouldn't have time to escape anywhere, and he was able to surprise her there at that moment. Wu Yu closed her eyes and realized that she would not be able to defend herself from Jian Lushi's attack, and that he had acted meanly, and that now she would go to the next world. But suddenly the explosive power talisman reached Wu Yu and simply burned up, and she realized that nothing had happened, and she was lucky, and this was definitely luck. Jian Lushi was shocked and couldn't understand why his talisman didn't work now, and Wu Yu should have died immediately after the explosion of the thing. Chuchen told Ning Yuanshui that it seemed like his senior disciple was not very experienced, and he had a talisman in his hands, but he did not understand how to reveal the power. The head of Ning Yuanshui immediately approached the disciple of Jian Lushi and slapped him in the face with all his might, and said that he did not know that this was a talisman. Jian Lushi told Ning Yuanshui that it was not his fault, and he did everything as his teacher taught him, and did not know what went wrong and what the problem was. Ning Jingzhou asked Jian Lushi's student if he really wanted to tell him that he had taught him incorrectly and that he was to blame for everything. Chuchen thought that it was a great performance and it was good that he still had the barrier break and talisman and they needed it now. Chuchen thought that using the barrier break and talisman discreetly was more than enough and it should be enough for all of them. Headmaster Ning Yuanshui told Mo Wu Yu that she surprised them and they will continue the fight and Wei Guantou as the next opponent for Master Wu Yu. Jian Lushi asked Ning Jingzhou if he would really allow Uncle Wei Guantao to fight, since he was of the older generation like him. Ning Yuanshui called Jian Lushi a fool and slapped him in the face, saying that their relationship had changed this morning, and he didn't know it. Ning Jingzhou told Jian Lushi's student that Wei Guantao was now his student, and he was his teacher, and he could command him as much as he wanted. Songqiu told Ning Yuanshui that Wei Guantao was much older than him, and it was unfair, and he didn't want this battle now. Wei Guantao told Song Qiu that he was simply advanced beyond his years, and that he was actually even younger than Jian Lushi, and therefore could fight. Song Qiu stood behind Chuchen and said to Wei Guantao that who would believe his words, and he is a shameless man, and how can he brazenly lie to everyone? Ning Jingzhou said that Wei Guantao is just the same disciple as everyone else, and if they don't want to fight, they should return Lingpai to the leader. Chuchen told Ning Jingzhou that they had agreed that Wu Yu would be resting after the battles, and now she needed to gain strength for a few minutes. The head of Ning Yuanshui asked Chuchen how much Wu Yu wanted to rest, and at that time, people brought him tea so that the head of Ning Yuanshui could rest there. Suddenly, Chuchen told the head of Ning Jingzhou that they needed to rest for 2 years, and asked the head if it was too long and that it would be suitable. The head of Ning Yuanshui was shocked and spat out his tea and couldn't believe his ears and what the impudent guy just said, and he was joking. Songqiu said that this was to be expected from his son-in-law, and they can pass off a teacher as a student. But what's worse is that they can also. The head of Ning Yuanshui told Chuchen that he advised them not to be too brazen there, and that they could get into trouble with him for such strange pranks. Chuchen told Ning Yuanshui that they were choosing the honest path, and that they would return in a couple of hours. But now, they would go downstairs and have a snack together. Ning Jingzhou asked 2 disciples to follow them, and if they saw anything unusual, they should immediately report it to him. Afterwards, Ning Jingzhou's disciples were sitting in a snack bar at the bottom of the mountain, and he asked his brother if they should follow Chuchen and his friends. Jian Lushi asked his brother what he was afraid of, and if Wu Yu wanted to defeat Wei Guantao, she needed a talisman of the highest order, and how would she draw it? Jian Lushi told his brother that for this to happen, a ritual called the ablution ritual was first needed, and it was very difficult for beginners to perform. Jian Lushi said that you then need to burn the incense candles, after which you need to meditate, and this is the next stage of learning the technique. Jian Lushi said that if they skip even one step, nothing might work out, and they just came to eat and get the talisman. The man said that the senior student, Jian Lushi, is so smart, but he told his brother that this is elementary knowledge, and he just remembered it. In a private booth at the diner, Chuchen was eating a dish and thought that he was very hungry and needed to eat more now. Chuchen continued to eat the chicken leg, and at the same time he had already started to draw a talisman of the highest order there and thought that it would help. Chuchen was drawing, and Wu Yu said that it was very fast, and she never thought that such a talisman could be drawn in such a short time. Wu Yu thought that Chuchen had not performed the ablution ritual and had not lit the candles, and she had never seen such a talisman created so quickly. Wu Yu thought that how correctly she understood this is the talisman of 5 thunders, and definitely one of the rare talismans of the highest order. Wu Yu thought that as far as she knew, even Ning Jingzhou definitely couldn't draw such a talisman, and Chuchen had the talent and skills. Chuchen put down his brush and said that everything was great, and a great job had been done, and he could be calm about his friend Wu Yu, and that she was a strong fighter. Wu Yu apologized to Chu Chen and said that this talisman was far beyond her level of power, and she could no longer use it. Chu Chen told Wu Yu that this was not the genuine 5 Thunder talisman, and he drew a simplified version, and she didn't have to worry about it. Chu Chen told Wu Yu that this talisman is weaker than the previous one and easier to use, and he named it the 5 Small Thunder Talisman. Chu Chen told Wu Yu that it was a fun trinket, but against Wei Guantao, he thought it would be enough, and she would defeat him there without any problems. Wu Yu froze in surprise and was shocked, and asked Chu Chen if he could really create a fake talisman, and this was all very interesting. Wu Yu thought that she had spent half a year and was unable to create a weak talisman, and Chu Chen was a little older than her. But Chen modifies talismans. Chu Chen told Wu Yu that they had already eaten and could now go upstairs, and they would smash this Ning Jingzhou to smithereens, and he would lose. Wu Yu thought that according to her feelings, these old people won't be able to do anything there. Chu Chen and her friend are stronger than any masters, and he will punish everyone. The students approached teacher Ning Jingzhou and said that he and his brother had followed Chu Chen and his friends, and they had all gone into a snack bar. Ning Jingzhou asked the student if they had all just eaten, and nothing suspicious had happened. And the student agreed with the boss. Ning Jingzhou said that the main thing is that they don't run away, and he told Wei Guantao that they lost one battle, and he must finish off Wu Yu. Ning Jingzhou asked Chu Chen and his friends if they had all had enough rest, and if Wu Yu was ready to begin the fight with his disciple Guantao. Chu Chen said that they are ready, but are worried that they will start cheating again. And wasn't it he who gave this explosive talisman to Jian Luxi's disciple? Ning Jingzhou asked Chu Chen if he had any evidence that would immediately prove that the explosive talisman was not drawn by his student Jian Luxi. Chu Chen asked Ning Jingzhou if there was no evidence. So it means you can use talismans as you want, and that's true. The head of Ning Yuanshui told Chu Chen that of course it is possible, and who told him that it is not possible? And is it really written in the rules? Wu Yu and Wei Guantao prepared for battle and stood in front of them. And Song Chu said that they should be ready, and their second battle would begin soon. And at that very moment, Wei Guantao jumped towards Wu Yu and said that she would now regret agreeing to fight with such a master. Wei Guantao launched a powerful blow, but Wu Yu barely managed to dodge the blow and realized that this opponent was stronger than the first and faster. Wu Yu continued to defend herself with difficulty from all of Wei Guantao's attacks and thought that things were bad and he was too strong and she couldn't defeat him. Wei Guantao was pushed to the edge of a cliff by all these blows and immediately realized that she needed to be careful, otherwise she would fall off the mountain. Wei Guantao asked Mo Wu Yu if she really wanted to escape, and it seemed like she no longer believed in victory and realized that she had made a mistake with her opponent there. Wu Yu told Wei Guantao that if she hadn't run away yet, she wouldn't, and she would fight him to the end, and he would escape from her blows. Wu Yu told Wei Guantao that he could accept his death and took the talisman in her hands, thinking that it would help her defeat the enemy. Wu Yu threw the talisman up and started chanting, and at that very moment, an explosion occurred, and Wei Guantao couldn't understand anything. Wu Yu cast the spell, and at that very moment, lightning struck Wei Guantao directly, and he was in great pain and was unable to defend himself from it. Wei Guantao was angry and wanted to yell at Wu Yu for using this technique, and it was forbidden, and she would lose to him. But suddenly Wu Yu did not listen to Wei Guantao's words and once again struck the enemy with lightning, and he did not expect another attack. Wei Guantao told Wu Yu that she cheated, and she told the master that he shouldn't have tried so hard and that he deserved this punishment for everything. The head of Ning Yuanshui was shocked and asked if this was really the 5 Thunder Talisman, and Mo Wu Yu couldn't draw it, and it was their deception. Chu Chen asked Ning Jingzhou if they had any evidence that Wu Yu did not draw the talisman and said that this meant that it was her talisman. Song Qiu told his son-in-law, Chu Chen, that he was a good man and that he was playing by the rules of these people, and that they themselves were to blame and that they were now being punished for their actions. Ning Jingzhou said that since the betting rules had already been violated, how about making another deal and it would be in their interests? And suddenly Ning Jingzhou told Chu Chen that if he and his friends could get down the mountain safe and sound, then lumpai them. Jian Luxi told the teachers and students that Wu Yu had unfairly taken possession of the lingpai, and they needed to get it back immediately. And this was an order from the head of Jingzhou. Wei Tao told everyone that today they would all act unanimously and obediently in the name of their teacher and defeat these scoundrels. Wu Yu said that this is just a crowd of villains, and if she keeps Lin Pai today, she will expel everyone from the star-scattering sect at once. Chuchen asked Wu Yu not to be nervous, and no one would take away her Ling Pai, and he asked Song Chu to ensure her, so that the enemies would not be able to touch her there. Song Chu told his son-in-law, Chu Chen, that there was no problem, and he started beating all of Ning Jingzhou's disciples, and he didn't want them to hurt Wu Yu. Song Chu and Wu Yu began to beat all of Ning Jingzhou's senior disciples, and they screamed that they were in great pain and asked for mercy and to let everyone go. Ning Yi told Chu Chen and his friends that they were boasters and asked them if they really relied on their strength even though there were only 3 of them, and that was a fact. Ning Jingzhou began to cast a spell and so many talismans appeared behind him, and told Chu Chen that they had gone crazy and were all going to die. And at that very moment, Ning Jingzhou directed all of his high-order talismans towards Chu Chen, and thought that this should be enough for them. Chu Chen and his friends noticed that a stack of talismans was moving towards them, and they were all explosive, and Song Chu was scared by this attack of Ning. The students said that the fast hand technique was the signature move of their leader Ning Jingzhou, and 3 brats dared to provoke. The guys said that their leader Ning Jingzhou will now teach them all a lesson, and they will no longer disrespect the leader, and he is the strongest. Chu Chen told Ning Yuanshi that he was looking at him, and it seemed like he was the leader of the sect, but in reality he was a complete idiot and didn't understand what was going on. Chu Chen began to cast a spell and said that if he wanted to measure his strength with him, he could get this, and took the talisman, and this was already his personal. And at that very moment, Chu Chen threw a talisman towards Ning Jingzhou and thought that this should be enough, and he wanted to look at his defense. And at that moment, all of Ning Jingzhou's talismans stopped exploding, and Chu Chen told him that it was nothing special, and he easily destroyed everything. Ning Jingzhou was shocked and asked if this was a talisman that could destroy barriers, and that meant he was the one who had been plotting there all along. Chu Chen began to quickly move towards Ning Jingzhou and said that he was such a weakling that he couldn't even land a single blow on him there. Chu Chen kicked Ning Jingzhou in the stomach and said that he was just acting exactly like him, and he was surprised that he didn't like it now. Ning Jingzhou flew back a couple of meters and broke the planks along the way, and he was surprised that Chu Chen was able to hit him, and it hurt so much. All the students were shocked and asked if their leader Jingzhou had lost there, and they thought that no one could defeat their leader now. The disciples started running to Ning Jingzhou and said that he would help the leader there, and he didn't want him to get hurt, and he didn't deserve it. The disciple asked the leader of Ning Jingzhou how he was feeling and whether he was injured, because Chu Chen's blow was strong and he was cunning. Chu Chen told Ning Yuanshui that they had lost and that according to their bet, they would all leave the star scattering forever and would not be able to return. The students were surprised and could not understand what Chu Chen was talking about, and whether their leader was arguing with him, and if they lost, they would all leave. Mo Yu raised her Ling Pai and announced to all the students that from now on, they were all excluded from the star scattering and forever. Many students fell to their knees and began to ask for forgiveness from Uyu, and they said that everyone would improve and she should give them another chance. Chu Chen told all the students that everything in this life has to be paid for, and they all screwed up and behaved immodestly, and it was all their own fault. Ning Jingzhou told the brothers that they wanted to cut off everyone's escape routes, and that they should unite and fight them to the death. And at that moment, all the disciples realized that the leader of Ning Jingzhou was right, and they would teach the scoundrel Chu Chen and the leader of Wu Yu a lesson and finish them off. All the students started to glow, and they wanted to use all their powers against them. And Song Chu told them that they were shameless and all cowards. Song Kyo was angry and told all the students that he was warning them all, and they better not approach him, and he would finish them all off quickly. Chu Chen took out the talisman and told Wu Yu and Song Chu that they should take care of themselves there, and he himself would deal with the impudent disciples and defeat them. Ning Jingzhou told the disciples that they should all attack them together, and then they would defeat the impudent intruders and they would finish them off. The disciples told Ning Jingzhou that they understood his words, and now they would try their best to break the enemies and beat them. Chu Chen threw his talisman at all the fighters and thought that they could all move forward, and they would help him defeat them, and that was super. Ning Jingzhou asked Chu Chen if he really thought that, with the explosive power talisman, he could defeat him, and that it was impossible, and that was a fact. But at that very moment, a huge explosion was heard, and all the people realized that Chu Chen was very strong, and he was hiding the real technique from them. All the disciples were unconscious, and Ning Jingzhou asked Chu Chen if it was really an explosive power talisman, and why was it so powerful? Song-kyu told his son-in-law, Chu Chen, that he was so cool. And if he ever quarreled with his sister, he would always be on his side. And it was true. Chu Chen asked Song-cho not to croak, and said that he never wants to quarrel with his sister. And he loves Song-yang very much, and this is also true. Woo-yu said thank you to Chu Chen, and if he hadn't been with her today, she doesn't know if she would have handled it the same way and would have been able to defeat everyone there. Chu Chen told Woo-yu that she was so kind, but she shouldn't forget that he was her mentor and how he calmly watched when she was offended. Chu Chen told his friends that they had to leave, and he found a wonderful healer for old man Dian, and now he should probably arrive. Afterwards, they all arrived at the hospital and went into Xian's room, and Chu Chen noticed that the healer Qiao was already sitting there, and he was glad to see him there. Chu Chen told Woo-yu that this was the healer Qiao, famous from the Medical Valley, and he had come specially to examine her grandfather today. Qiao Tangsheng told Chu Chen that his knowledge was useless there. And the old man had 3 blocked blood vessels in his thigh, and needles could be dangerous. Chu Chen asked Qiao Changsheng if he really thought that old man Xian was beyond healing, and could he take a look at him now? Chu Chen asked Qiao Changsheng to give him needles, and he would try to heal him. And the healer was glad and said that he could try to heal. Mo Woo-yu thought that this was strange, and why was the healer Qiao Changsheng so excited? And why did he call Chu Chen master? And this was strange. Chu Chen said that he understood the patient's condition, and that healer Qiao Tangshen need not be nervous, and that he would try to cure him of his illness. Chu Chen started to insert needles into the legs of old man Xian, and thought that this should help him. And he hoped that it would cure him of his illness. And at that very second, Grandpa Xian was suddenly shocked, and said that he could feel his leg, and how was that possible since he almost lost his leg? Qiao Tengsheng said that he was finally able to see this wonderful skill. And this is the golden needle technique of Master Chu Chen, and it is simply a miracle. In those years, Master Chu came to the Medical Valley and showed them all the golden needle technique for saving lives. And it was wonderful. Qiao Tengsheng thought that they were saying that all the elders had already learned everything by the second day, but unfortunately, he missed his master class. Qiao Tengsheng thought that now Chu Chen called him to give him another chance and show him everything, and he is such a good person and a genius. Woo-yu and Song Cho were surprised and thought about what was happening there with the healer Qiao Changshen and what he was thinking about, and he changed dramatically there. Chu Chen said that everything went well, and asked old man Xian how he felt after the operation, and it was important for him to know his full opinion. Grandpa Xian said that he feels great, and in all this time, this is the first time that he felt his leg, and he does not believe it. And then Mr. Ning called Chu Chen on the phone, and he asked his friend Ning Jingzhou what happened and why he decided to remember him. Ning Jingzhou told Uncle Chu Chen that he had some business and asked him if they could meet at his place, and that it was an important conversation with them. Chu Chen said that he would go, and that there was chaos in the star scattering now, and they would wait until old man Xian recovered his health. Chu Chen said that later Woo-yu and the healer Qiao Changshen would be able to reclaim the star scattering, and it wouldn't be their problem. Qiao Tangshen told Woo-yu that since Master Chu had entrusted him with such a task, they would certainly do everything possible to return the star scattering back. Woo-yu thought that even the healer Qiao Changshen of the Medical Valley wanted to help her, and Chu Chen was truly highly respected. Afterwards, Ning Jingzhou and Chu Chen gathered at the Song family's house, and Ning told him that today he wanted to talk to him about his brother. Ning Jingzhou asked Chu Chen that he was not sure whether he knew about all the underground fights, and this was important information, and this was an important conversation. Chu Chen was surprised and asked Ning Jingzhou why he was asking him about underground fights, and he was interested in learning more about all these fights. In underground halls, there are arenas for fights, and the contender pays an entry fee and fights with the main opponent, and if he wins, he takes their prize. Compared to the official halls, in the underground halls there is always bloodshed, and there is a hall of eternal night, and there their entry fee is 100,000. Chu Chen asked Ning Jingzhou if he really wanted him to go to that hall and fight with someone, and he still didn't understand what he wanted from him. Ning Jingzhou told Chu Chen that his brother was also involved in these fights, and he wanted him to defeat him. And then maybe he would retire from these fights. Jingzhou said that 6 years ago, his elder brother Ning Zimo was the best in their family, and no one else could even come close to him. Ning Jingzhou said that later. However, Ning Zimo accidentally entered the Eternal Night underground boxing gym and saved a girl there. Ning Jingzhou told Chu Chen that his brother saved her from death, and they quickly developed feelings, but then the girl suddenly disappeared. Jingzhou said that Ning Zimo thought that their family was against it and incited her, and out of anger, his brother stayed there in the boxing gym. Later, Ning Jingzhou's family entered into an agreement with the club that if someone could defeat him, Ning Zima would definitely return home. However, 5 years and 9 months have passed, and the brother is still there, and the prize fund is 15 million, but no one has won. Chuchen told Ning Jingzhou that since it was a matter of the Ning family, he himself would of course try to help, and he would try his best in the hall. Chuchen told Jingzhou that when the prize fund opened again, he should inform him. And Ning said a huge thank you to Uncle Chuchen. After Chuchen and Ning Jingzhou went out into the courtyard and noticed that his student Song Chu had been training there all this time along with a Huang Fu Heiyu, Song Chu asked his son-in-law Chu Chen whether he and Ning Jingzhou had finished all their business, and the teacher asked how they had gone from training for 2 days. Song Chu told his son-in-law Chu Chen that it was so great to have Master Huang Fu Heiyu guiding him. And he learned a lot from their experienced master. Master Huang Fu Heiyu told Master Chuchen that he was already tired of training with this guy and asked him to quickly teach him himself. Chuchen jumped towards Master Huang Fu Heiyu and thought that he would now test his abilities there and see what he had learned over all these days. Chuchen stood on the planks and told Huang Fu Heiyu that they would train together if he thought he was ready for it. Huang Fu Heiyu asked Master Chuchen if this was true and said that then he could not expect any kindness from his disciple and that it was true. Chuchen told Huang Fu Heiyu that he should be bolder and can already attack him, and he will try to defend himself from his strike and technique. Huang Fu Heiyu used his technique, but suddenly Chuchen used his technique at the same time and was able to hit Huang Fu Heiyu there. Huang Fu Heiyu was lying on the ground and said that it was strange, and Chuchen used the 5 rings fist there. But why was his punch so much stronger? Chuchen told Huang Fu Heiyu that this was all because the student had trained on the pillars much less than him, and this affected the strength of the strike. Huang Fu Heiyu told Chuchen that this was impossible, and that he knew all these pillars like the back of his hand and had been training on them for a long time. Chuchen told Huang Fu Heiyu that he agreed with him, and that today there would be a fun training session with the master, and he was happy to show him his strength. And at that very moment, the fists of Chuchen and Huang Fu Heiyu collided, and a huge roar was heard in that place, and the 2 masters were worthy of each other. Huang Fu Heiyu realized that Chuchen was too powerful, and thought that he would not be able to withstand the pressure and would give up now, and the teacher was strong. Immediately after, Chuchen hit Huang Fu Heiyu in the face and realized that the student needed to train a lot to defeat the teacher, and he was still so weak. Chuchen asked Huang Fu Heiyu if he was okay, and said that he himself did not want to harm him, and acted instinctively during the fight. Huang Fu Heiyu lay on the ground and asked Master Chuchen how this could be, since he trained every day and he was still weak. Huang Fu Heiyu was very interested, and asked Master Chuchen how he could fight like that and defeat any opponent. Chuchen told Huang Fu Heiyu that he had no foundation, and if he wanted to learn this technique quickly, he had to overcome the pillars in 10 seconds. Huang Fu Heiyu was surprised by the teacher's words, and asked if he wanted to teach him the technique of 9 rings or how to balance on high poles. Chuchen asked his disciple Huang Fu Heiyu if 10 seconds was really that difficult. And he thought he could do it, and he was strong. And at that very second, Chuchen began jumping on the poles, and he did it all very quickly, and showed that it is possible if you only believe in yourself. Song Kyo was very happy and said that his son-in-law Chuchen is a mega cool guy, and he can already do anything, and will always answer for his actions. Huang Fu Heiyu froze in surprise and was shocked, and thought how a person is capable of such a thing, and he was very fast, and he didn't know it. Chuchen told Huang Fu Heiyu that he should first practice the unicorn step with the Song Chu, and then he would definitely teach him the 9-ring technique. Huang Fu Heiyu agreed with Chuchen, and Song Chu asked his son-in-law not to worry about him, and he himself would teach Huang Fu Heiyu now. And then Chuchen noticed that Xiaobei was calling him, and he asked what he needed from him, and he was ready to answer all questions if his friend needed it. Xiaobei asked Chuchen if he knew any information about underground fighting, and he was interested in learning more about it, and that this was important. Chuchen was surprised and asked Xiaobei if he really had a brother, and he hadn't seen him for 5 years, and his brother promised to return home, but didn't. Chuchen arrived at the bar, and Xiaobei told Brother Chu that he fell for one girl, and now he is being followed, and he no longer knows what to do. Chuchen asked his friend Xiaobei to let go of his leg and stop wiping his snot on him, and he wants to understand his friend's problem, but more details. Shobi told his friend Chuchen that a couple of days ago, he met a charming creature named Bai Feng, and he liked her. Xiabi told his friend Chuchen that she was so understanding, and then he thought that she was the one, and he would share his whole life with her. But Xiabi told his friend Chuchen that he couldn't imagine what would happen next. and it shocked him very much, and he was so surprised. Xiaobi said that Bai Feng suddenly said that he deliberately got her drunk, and that he allegedly pestered her, and that she deceived him very brazenly. Xiaobi told his friend Chuchen that Bai Feng had a boyfriend, and he was the son of the leader of Huang Fu, and his name was Huang Fu Ji, and he could not have expected this at that time. Xiaobi said that he later found out that Bai Feng had deliberately teamed up with the Huang Fu's son to ruin his reputation, and he was so upset. Xiaobi said that no one in his family would help him, and they did not want to get involved with the Huafu family, and he would turn to a lady with the surname Zhang. Xiaobi slammed his fist on the table with all his might and told Chu Chen that she was respected everywhere and that she would definitely be able to save him from this whole situation. Xiaobi told Chu Chen that in the end, Huang Fu's son said that they would not tell anything if he apologized to them, and he did not want to do that. Xiaobi told his friend Chu Chen that he didn't want to humiliate himself like that, and said that he wanted to have a drink with his friend, and then he would forget everything. Chu Chen told Xiaobi that Huang Fu really wanted to discredit him there on purpose, and now he wants an apology from him. And it's so brazen and cunning. Xiaobi asked Chu Chen what he could do, and this is Huang Fu Ji, and he is mad, and no one in Yangcheng wants to contact him and is afraid of him. Chu Chen asked Xiaobi if this was true, and said that they would then talk to his father and find out how his son was doing and what he was doing. Chu Chen wrote a message to Huang Fu Heiyu and said that he was waiting for him there at the bar, and he should come there, and they would talk about his son's behavior. And at that very moment, someone kicked the door to the booth in the bar. And Xiaobi was very surprised and wondered who had the nerve to go in there so brazenly. It was Bai Feng and Huang Fu Ji with a friend, and he told Brother Ji to look at Xiaobi and how unhappy he was, and his sister told them something else. Xiaobi was angry and wondered if Huang Fu Ji himself had come to them. And Chu Chen asked if he was that same Huang Fu Ji, and he knew. Huang Fu Ji's friend approached Chu Chen and asked who he was, and if he was the idiot Xiaobi's new brother, and what he just said to his brother. And at that very moment, Chu Chen hit Huang Fu Ji's friend in the face and thought that the idiot had come too close to him with his claims. Chu Chen asked his friend Huang Fu Ji why he came very close to him. And did he really want to apologize to him for everything, and he was happy. But Huang Fu Ji's friend took a swing and told the scoundrel Chu Chen that he wanted to shut his mouth and that he would no longer be able to insult his friends. But Chu Chen easily defended himself from the blow of his friend Huang Fu Ji and hit him right in the stomach and thought that the impudent man did not want to leave him there. Huang Fu Ji watched silently as his friend got punched in the face, and Bai Feng told Xinyu that he should be careful and that it was dangerous. Bai Feng asked Huang Fu Ji to look at them and said that instead of admitting their mistakes, they dared to beat her brother. Huang Fu Ji told Chu Chen that he was giving them a maximum of an hour. And then there would be no one left to collect their corpses, and he would quickly deal with them there. But Chu Chen told Huang Fu Ji that they didn't need an hour and said that his father was already there, and he was interested to know what his son was doing now. Huang Fu Ji asked Chu Chen if he was playing with death and said that he was not joking and would soon beat him to death, and he would cry there. But at that very moment, Huang Fu Heiyu entered the room and started shouting and saying that it was a curse and why these troubles always happened to him. Huang Fu Heiyu hit Huang Fu Ji's son in the face and asked him why he was so impudent and how he communicated with people, and he didn't know that he was evil. Huang Fu Ji lay on the ground and asked his father where he came from, and Huang Fu Heiyu said that if he had not come, his son would have done bad things. Huang Fu Heiyu told his son to stand up and apologize to Chu Chen and why he was talking so brazenly to the guests and acting like an idiot, and it was shameful. Huang Fu Ji told his father that Chu Chen had just beaten his friend, and he had to avenge him because Xinyu was his best friend and brother. Huang Fu Heiyu told his son that if Chu Chen raised his hand, he only wanted to teach them a lesson, and he should be grateful to him for all this. Huang Fu Ji told his father that he understood his words and asked him to just stop beating him, and that he would now ask forgiveness from the scoundrel Chu. Chu Chen stood in front of Huang Fu Ji, and he asked for forgiveness from Mr. Chu and said that he was wrong and just realized his mistake there. Huang Fu Heiyu also asked Master Chu Chen for forgiveness and said that his son had caused him a lot of trouble and ruined his and his friend's evening. Chu Chen said that he doesn't need their apologies, and they should ask Xia for forgiveness, and the son should tell Huang Fu Heiyu what happened. Huang Fu Ji's friend stood behind the master and thought that if his father found out what had happened, he would definitely punish everyone, and they would not be able to escape. Huang Fu Ji told his father everything that happened then, and said that that was the whole situation, and they were not to blame, and Xiebe deserved it all then. And at that very moment, Huang Fu Heiyu slapped his son in the face and said that he was smart enough to say that Xiaobei was a girl-crazy person and that he made it up. Huang Fu Heiyu told Mr. Xiaobei that he asks for his forgiveness. And if his son is not trained, then it is his father's fault and he did not look after his son. Chuchen asked what to do with Bai Feng and she apologized to them, and Huang Fu Heiyu asked when the children of the Bai family managed to grow up so much. Chuchen told Bai Feng that they wanted to ruin his friend's life and wanted to get off with an apology, and they would all prepare compensation. The girl at this time stood aside and looked at them, and Bai Feng was there asking Chuchen not to say anything to their family, and they would do everything. The girl wondered where this Chuchen came from and whether the Ning family was helping him there, or the leader Huang Fu was scolding his son in front of him for everything. The girl asked Manager Jiang to find out more important and useful information about Chu Chen, and she is interested in learning everything about the impudent man. After Huang Fu Heiyu told Master Chu Chen that they would take them home today, and they were glad that they agreed with them and forgave them all. And then Xiaobei got a call from his brother, and he thought about what his brother needed, and why he was calling him now, and what he wanted to know from him. And this was important. Brother asked Si if he really had the nerve to call him brother, and he was hanging out with some girl, and Xiaobei had already disgraced their entire family. Xiaobei said that if he went home, he would run into trouble. And Chuchen was very curious, and he asked his friend what happened there. Xiaobei said that his elder brother thinks that he only hangs around and does nothing, and today this incident will force him to get violent. Then Ning Jingzhou called Chuchen on the phone, and he wanted to ask his uncle something, and also tell him important information about the battles. Ning Jingzhou told Uncle Chu Chen that the prize fund for the fight with his brother would be open after lunch and asked him to pick it up. Chu Chen told Huang Fu Heiyu that he had some business to do and asked him to leave him there and take Xiaobei home, and then he would be very happy to see them. Huang Fu Heiyu told Master Chu Chen that it was not a question, and he could rest assured that they would take Mr. Xiaobei home very quickly. They arrived at Xiaobei's home, and Xiaobei's older brother Xiagao's was already waiting for them near the house, and he wanted to have a serious conversation with his brother. Xiagao said that the brat had finally made it home, and his brother thought that he hadn't caught him in trouble for a long time, and that he would definitely teach him a lesson today. Xiaobei is worried and asked his brother how he is doing, and he fights Xiagaoki and does not want to contradict his brother. And in childhood he was stronger and smarter. Xiagao's was surprised why the leader of Huang Fu Heiyu came there. And he obviously came to quarrel, and Xiaobei's death hour had come, and his brother would not forgive. Xiagao's told the leader Huang Fu Heiyu that he would guarantee to severely punish Xiaobei for his mistake, and would definitely explain everything to him. But the leader Huang Fu Heiyu told Xiagao's that there was no need to punish anyone seriously, and he did not want Xiagao's to interfere in their affairs there. Xiagao's doesn't know why Huang Fu Heiyu is so angry, and whether Xiaobei has really offended Huang Fu's family so much that an apology isn't enough, and he will kill his brother. Huang Fu Heiyu told Xiagao's that his son Huang Fu Ji should now explain everything, and told him to quickly apologize there for his actions. Huang Fu Ji bowed and asked for forgiveness from Mr. Xiagao's, and he should not have done this to Xiaobei, and now he realized his mistakes. Xiagao's is confused, and why Huang Fu Ji apologizes to Xiaobei, and can someone explain all the information, and the brother is confused. The leader Huang Fu Heiyu left his son there, and told Huang Fu Ji that he was not young and would get home on his own, and let him think about his behavior there. Huang Fu Ji asked his father not to rush, and he wants to go with him because he apologized. But Xiagao's doesn't believe what's happening, and it's absurd and nonsense. Xiagao's asked his brother why the spoiled young man Huang Fu Ji was apologizing to his brother so much, and whether Xiaobei had slipped something to his friend. Xiaobei told his brother that he himself did not know why Huang Fu Ji was seriously apologizing, and remembered that Chu Cheng called and immediately solved the problems. Xiagao's realized that Chu Cheng seemed to be Xiaobei's colleague at work, and that he was a mysterious person and could already influence the leader of Huang Fu Heiyu. After Ning Jingzhou brought Chu Cheng to a huge building and wanted to show everything there, and Uncle Chu should know all the information about the fighting tournament. Chu Cheng asked Ning Jingzhou if there were underground fights going on there, and if this was the building of one of the hundreds of leading companies, and he knew. Ning Jingzhou told Chu Cheng that all underground clubs clearly had support from above, and that Guangming Corporation was one of the first to have a club. Chu Chen told Ning Jingzhou that their goal today was to defeat his brother, and Uncle Chu would definitely bring him home, and Uncle Chu would always cover his friend. Ning Jingzhou stood next to him and said thank you to Uncle Chu Cheng for his concern, and his brother is a champion in underground fighting, and it is difficult to defeat him, and that is a fact. The security guard asked the guests who they were and whether they had an invitation to the tournament, and that he would not let them into the arena without him, and did not want to argue with the people there. Ning Jingzhou told the guard that they had an invitation and that he and Chu Cheng had come to fight the god of war and that it was important to them. People were asking if anyone would decide to fight the main guy and these two weaklings. And people don't think the two weaklings can defeat the champion. People were saying that it looked like two people came to replenish their accounts with the prize fund and did not expect to succeed in the battle there. And then suddenly the girl saw Chu Cheng and didn't understand what he was doing there. And she didn't expect to see him in underground fights, and it's so strange. People said that, strangely enough, there was still a man there who was ready to fight with the god of war. And he thought that there were no more brave men left. A friend asked the guy how many times the god of war had already won and how many battles he had, and in which of them the god of war was damaged by the opponent. The lady said that the god of war had fought 333 battles, and always the same result and no intrigue, because the fighter was too strong. The spectator said that he'll make a formal bet and is now betting 100,000 that the fight will end within 5 minutes, and he knows. A friend said that he just didn't have enough change, and now he had to bet 500,000 that the fight wouldn't last longer than 10 minutes. The lady glanced at the monitor and wondered if Chu Cheng would fight the god of war, and he would get hurt, and didn't he know the risk in fighting him? And then the lady told the people that she was betting 500,000 on Chu Cheng, and hoped that he would defeat the god of war, and that Chu Cheng had colossal experience. The guy was standing next to the lady, and he didn't understand why she believed in Chu Cheng so much, and he was a loser. And others were 100% sure that the god of war was cool. The host asked the lady if she was sure, and this is the arena of the god of war. And he has never lost to anyone, and people have made money thanks to him. But the lady told the host that there was no point in persuading her, and she decided, and absolutely believed, that Chu Cheng was capable of giving the champion a run for his money today. The lady knows that Chu Cheng was able to subjugate the leader of Huangfu Heiyu, and does not know why, but she has a premonition, and today, Cheng will be the god of war. Chu Cheng entered the arena and thought that no one believed in him, but he was not a weakling and would amaze all the spectators and give them an unforgettable experience. Ning Jingzhou thanked Chu Cheng for believing in him, and that he is a strong man and will easily defeat the god of war, and that his brother already has weak points. Chu Cheng asked Ning Jingzhou not to worry, and he would teach his brother a lesson, and the god of war would understand that he is not a champion, and another would sit on the throne. God of war. Ning Zimo didn't think that after 333 battles, anyone would dare to fight him. And now, Chu Cheng is the first in half a year. Chu Cheng told Ning Zimo that Ning Laoxian was his grandfather, and he was a disciple. And according to his status, the god of war was obliged to call him Uncle Chu, god of war. Ning Zimo was angry and said that this Ning family again, and he no longer has any relation to the Ning family and has long forgotten about them. The god of war, Ning Zimo, jumped in and wanted to inflict maximum damage on Chu Cheng in battle, and he was wrong to remind him of Ning Laoxian, and he would punish the impudent man, the god of war. Ning Zimo waved his foot and told Chu Cheng to accept death, and that he had no chance of defeating him in battle, and that it was in vain that he went out to fight. Chu Cheng looked at the god of war, Ning Zimo, and thought that the fighter was naive, and he never entered the ring if he was not confident in himself, and he was not simple. The girl said that the god of war, Ning Zimo, has incredible power, and he will not let go of his opponent, and why Chu Cheng is risking his life and did not give up. The spectator said that Ning Zimo is definitely a god of war, and he showed power and energy, and that's how a champion should look, and he motivates to achieve great feats. The shockwave from the god of war, Ning Zimo, sent the spectator's wig flying off, and he shouldn't have been wearing a wig, because the god of war Ning is fighting in the arena. Chu Cheng learned that the war god Ning Zimo was not far behind him, and his skill level was almost the same as his, and he seemed to have trained hard. There are several levels of mastery in wushu, and this is obvious effort, hidden power, natural talent, and teacher, and Chen met everyone. Many people who already practice martial arts have obvious powers, but Huangfu Heiyu has hidden power, and he is a warrior and strong. Natural talent is a completely different level, and if they can achieve it, they will officially go beyond the limits of ordinary people in battles. Chu Cheng was preparing his attack, and he knows that the war god Ning Zimo is clearly on the same level as him, but there is a major difference between them in combat. Chu Cheng repelled the attack of the god of war Ning Zimo, and the fighter does not understand anything about wushu techniques, and therefore he is not a threat. and you need to be a strategist in battles. The god of war. Ningzimo froze in surprise, and no one could easily repel his attack. But Chu Cheng defended himself from his blow and did not tense up. People watched the fight between the god of war Ningzimo and Chu Cheng, and they were clearly mistaken, and Chu Cheng is not an easy opponent for the champion, and he is cunning. A spectator asked his friends if Chu Cheng was able to repel the blow of the war god Ningzimo in a minute, and he believed that this blow would crush everyone at once. Ningzimo has already moved away from Chu Cheng, and he cannot beat him, and must be careful, because such people can often surprise a fighter. The god of war. Ningzimo ran towards Chu Cheng in anger, and he was not finished with him yet, and all his opponents hoped to defeat the champion. And at that very moment, a roar was heard in the arena, and people were amazed. And what kind of battle were they seeing today? And the god of war. Ningzimo was difficult to hit the enemy. The god of war. Ningzimo is now interested and wants to fight Cheng to the end and find out who has more talent and will to win. He is happy. Where God Ningzimo told Chu Cheng to hit him again and block his attacks, and he would not spare him and inflict injury there. The god of war. Ningzimo asks Chu Cheng to fight to the end, and he wants not just to fight, and no one has challenged him, and he intrigued him. The fans are amazed and finally found a worthy opponent for the champion, and the god of war. Ningzimo is not playing around in the ring, and their mood is serious. People said that in the last battle, the god of war won with a third blow. But Chu Cheng has already withstood 10, and all the fighters envy his will. The god of war. Ningzimo asked Chu Cheng to repel this attack as well, and he clearly underestimated him. And he has excellent fighting skills and is strong. But when the god of war Ningzimo did not expect this, Chu Cheng simply smiled, and he does not see a threat in the opponent and let him attack strongly. Chu Cheng easily blocked and defended against the war god's attack, and Ningzimo must change strategy to catch him off guard there. And at that moment, Chu Cheng grabbed the god of war Ningzimo and threw him into the ring, and if you direct the energy correctly, you can knock down the champion. The god of war, Ningzimo, realized what a mistake he had made, and for this, Cheng threw him into the ring, and one cannot believe in success ahead of time in a fight. People are amazed, and where did Chu Cheng come from? And he is a legend, but he never fought in underground fights but could have become a champion, and he is modest. The spectators said that Chu Cheng even won the advantage over the champion and god of war Ningzimo, and he is losing his grip and is having difficulty defending himself. The viewer is wondering if he will have time to bet money on Chu Cheng, but he does not believe that the god of war Ningzimo will turn the tide of the battle, and he does not have the strength. Chu Cheng asked the god of war Ningzimo what happened and whether he could get up and continue the fight, and he had not yet had time to show his skills. The god of war. Ningzimo began to stand up and told Chu Cheng that after 5 years he had met his match, and he liked the way he fought with him. Chu Cheng listened to the words of the champion and the god of war. Ningzimo said that this was the first time he stood up leaning on his hand and praised him. Chu Cheng got into a fighting stance and told Chu Cheng that he was not satisfied and wanted to continue to have fun with him, and their fight would go down in history. Chu Cheng saw the glow, and did Ningzimo really have a chance to reach the level of natural talent and a fighter one step away from a real breakthrough? Chu Cheng promised Ningzimo's grandfather that he would personally look after Ning's younger generation and help the war god advance to the next level. Chu Cheng asked Ningzimo to apply even more force to his shoulder, and this will protect him from the blow, and he will learn all the techniques, and he has potential. Chu Cheng told the god of war Ningzimo that his technique had been mastered at speed, and that he should not dodge so easily, and he would be able to strike off. Chu Cheng asked the god of war Ningzimo if he hadn't had lunch today, and where was his power that was legendary, and Uncle Chu didn't believe in fairy tales. The god of war, Ningzimo, was angry with Chu Cheng, and why the scoundrel always points out what he should do in battle. And this infuriates and angers the fighter, the god of war. Ningzimo told Chu Cheng that he had gotten him and hit him with all his might, but Chu Cheng managed to dodge, and he didn't get any scratches there. The audience said that the god of war Ningzimo seemed to have become stronger, and he destroyed the ring and wanted to hit Chu Cheng with a blow. But he was agile and nimble. A friend told the guy that the god of war Ningzimo is a monolith, and he will not lose, and it is difficult for opponents to break the champion, and this is true. The god of war. Ningzimo has been accumulating his energy and will soon surprise Chu Cheng. And he has strong skills that the opponent does not know about, and he is cool. And then the god of war Ningzimo had this feeling that he was full of unprecedented strength. And was he really moving to a new level and improving as a fighter? Ningjingzhou was surprised that Ningzimo's brother had leveled up, and how he had reached the limit, and he clearly had incredible talent and potential. The viewer said that his money is now stable, and he was so nervous, while the god of war Ning Zemo and Chu Cheng were figuring out who was stronger. Ning Zemo told Chu Cheng that he had specifically guided him during the fight, and he was forced to admit that his enemy's wushu technique was powerful. Chu Cheng listened with interest to the champion and the god of war. Ning Zemo said that they would continue the fight, and he had increased his level and was full of energy. The god of war. Ning Zemo told Chu Cheng that now he is no worse than him, and he must win the fight. And all the fans believe in his success, and he will not let him down. Chu Cheng told Ning Zemo that since Uncle Chu was already at the level of innate talent, he would not play the game a giveaway, and they would seriously find out who was better. And at that very moment, the fists of champion Ning Zemo and Chu Cheng clashed. And the spectators were curious to know which of their warriors would win the battle. For God Ning Zemo took a punch from Chu Cheng in the face, and it hurt, and he hadn't reached Uncle Chu's level yet, so he was so confident. The god of war, Ning Zemo, fell to the floor with a crash. And the champion now had an equal opponent who made him nervous in battle. The god of war, Ning Zemo, was shocked and asked Chu Cheng where Uncle Chu Cheng got such power, and he was unable to land a single blow on him in battle. Chu Cheng told the champion Ning Zemo that they had finished the fight and thanked him for his time, and that the champion had fought well and that he appreciated his character. Fans cried with grief, and the guy lost $1 million by betting on the god of war, Ning Zemo, and how he could lose to a newbie is beyond comprehension. A friend asked the guy if he wasn't dreaming that the god of war, Ning Zemo, had lost and that there was a unique person on Earth who could defeat their beast. The lady said that Chu Cheng had won after all, and he never ceases to amaze her, and she had no doubt that he would defeat the champion today. The lady is delighted, and her money has increased, and she already has $25 million and where to spend it, and can buy a lot of beautiful shoes. The spectators sat in despondency, and he lost $150,000. And as the god of war Ning Zemo made a mistake and missed a powerful blow, Chu Cheng told champion Ning Zemo that he had good data, and he could look for Uncle Chu Cheng if he had time and he got the skills. Ning Jingzhou told his brother that he lost and now they will return home, and the family is waiting for them, and he knows that Ning Zemo is the true champion, the god of war. Ning Zemo was indignant and asked Ning Jingzhou if he had sent Chu Cheng, and he knew that such a fighter could not have come there on his own. Ning Zemo asked Ning Jingzhou not to waste his energy, and even if he left the boxing club, he would definitely not return to his father's house. Chu Cheng told Ning Zemo that he shouldn't make any decisions impulsively, and that barbecue would help him discuss everything and resolve the brothers' issues. Chu Cheng invited the champion to a barbecue, but the god of war, Ning Zemo, no longer wanted to go and told Chu Cheng that he would refuse and would not go with his brother. Ning Jingzhou told his brother that he shouldn't return home, but why did he refuse the invitation to the restaurant and didn't think about his answer there? After some time, the friends were sitting in a cafe, and Chu Cheng told Ning Zemo that Ning Jingzhou said that Zemo decided to stay in the club because of a lady. Ning Zemo said that their Ning family had a good reputation in their society, but they didn't like that he chose a lady from the underground. Ning Jingzhou told his brother that although Dad was against it, he never harmed Xiaojin, and this was some kind of misunderstanding and absurdity. The god of war, Ning Zemo, asked Ning Jingzhou where and why Xiaojin had disappeared, and whether his brother could answer important questions for them. Ning Jingzhou was thinking about the answer, and Chu Cheng had to help him, and he didn't want to tell his brother where Xiaojin was, and he could offend his brother greatly. Chu Cheng asked if Xiaojin had suddenly disappeared, and whether Ning Zemo Bazi knew Xiaojin, and whether he could clarify the situation soon. The god of war. Ning Zemo listened to his friend's words and told Uncle Chu Cheng that he knew Xiaojin's Bazi and let him ask them any questions he was interested in. And at that moment, Chu Cheng suddenly said that things were bad, and Ning Zemo was very worried, and asked Uncle Chu Cheng what happened, and he was in shock. Chu Cheng told Ning Zemo that he had calculated that Xiaojin's Bazi might be in danger, and whether there was a photo of her, and he wanted to search and find the lady, the god of war. Ning Zemo was very nervous and asked Uncle Chu if Bazi Xiaojin could be in danger, and he was worried about his sweetheart. Champion Ning Zemo told Chu Cheng that he had a photo on his phone of him and Bazi Xiaojin together, and he hoped that she was safe now. God Ning Zemo showed Uncle Chu the photo, and Chu Cheng asked his friend if this was indeed Xiaojin's Bazi, and that this was obviously important information. Chu Cheng wondered if this was the lady he had seen recently at the concert, and he should help her if she was in danger and save her from troubles. Chuchen told champion Ning Zemo that he saw Xiaojin's Bazi and knew someone who could help them and asked him not to worry about her. Champion Ning Zemo was happy and told Uncle Chucheng that it was great, and he consoled him. And he believed that soon they would all save Bazi Xiaojin. At this time, Xiaotian's granddaughter, Xiaolan, answered the phone and asked the person who it was and if she was listening and ready to help now. Chuchen said good evening to Xiaolan. They saw each other at the concert and she asked her friend what happened and let him tell her everything at once. Chuchen told Xiaolan that she had a concert at the Haxensha Opera House, and could he find out the list of those who bought tickets to the opera? Ning Zemo listened, and Chuchen said that there was a girl sitting in the 5th row in the 3rd seat, who looked very similar to his missing friend. Xiaolan said that she gave this ticket to Bazi Xiaojin, and she has not been in touch for 3 days, and she is worried about her and is stressing her out. Chuchen asked Xiaolan if Xiaojin's Bazi had disappeared, and he didn't think that she hadn't contacted anyone, and he was afraid for her life. Champion Ning Zemo is very worried and asked Uncle Chucheng what happened to Xiaojin's Bazi and whether he found it, and he wants to see the eyes of the cute. Chuchen told Champion Ning Zemo that his friend clearly knew where Bazi Xiaojin lived, and he had already learned important information about her. Ning Zemo listened with interest to Uncle Chu, and Chucheng said that, however, now Bazi Xiaojin is lost and is not in contact with anyone. Ning Jingzhou told his friends that he went to start the car and would also help his brother find Xiaojin's Bazi and save her, and he cared. After some time, the friends met with Xiaolang and want to find out the truth and why Bazi Xiaojin disappeared, and who is involved in her cunning business. Chuchen told Xiaolang that this was Bazi Xiaojin's ex-boyfriend, and he came to help him find his beloved and he was worried about her. Ning Zemo told his friends that this was the house where Bazi Xiaojin had lived before, and suggested that they go and find out what had happened to their beloved. The friends entered the house, and Chucheng noticed that the house was dark, and no one had kept it in order for a long time, and wanted to ask Xiaolang a question and find out everything. Chucheng asked Xiaolang if she was sure that Xiaolang lived there, and the house looked like there had been no one there for many years, and it was scary. Xiaolang said that Bazi Xiaojin lived alone, and especially in such a state without sight. It is difficult to clean up, and she understands the lady. Champion Ning Zemo was shocked, and asked his friends if Bazi Xiaojin was blind and what had happened to her, but he never imagined it. Ning Jingzhou asked his brother not to blame himself. And then Chucheng noticed something interesting there, and someone covered something with a sheet, and this is important. Chucheng removed the sheet and noticed the circle of illusions of black magicians, and he did not know that Bazi Xiaojin is somehow connected with the grid, and this is intriguing. Chuchen held the sheet in his hand and realized that this circle was a very important clue in the complicated case, and soon they would reach the truth and find out. Usually this magical sign is used in conjunction with the introduction of poisonous creatures into the body, and my uncle remembered seeing this spectacle once. Because of the magical ritual, people lose their memory, listen to poisonous creatures, and grow poison inside themselves. And it's terrible, and he doesn't think about them. Chuchen asked Xiaolang if she had ever seen Xiaojin's Bazi without the blindfold, and that this was important information, and he understood the essence, and it was true. Xiaolan was listening to her friend, and Chuchen asked if Xiaojin's Bazi had strange marks on her face, and that this would lead to a clue in her case. Xiaolan remembered in her fantasies about Xiaojin's Bazi, and she would help Chuchen solve this case, and she noticed strange things about Xiao's Bazi. Xiaolan saw it once, and under Xiaojin's Bazi, there were holes as if left by worms, and this was very alarming. Chucheng said that this is definitely the work of black magicians, and he is afraid that Bazi Xiaojin was chosen by black magicians as an incubator. Xiaolang and the Ning brothers were completely shocked by Chucheng's words, and whether Xiaojin's Bazi was now an incubator, and how could she be saved from this situation. Chuchen told his friends that they understood him correctly, and that Bazi Xiaojin is now an incubator, and they need to look up and find evidence of his sister. And at that moment, Xiaolan froze in place in surprise, and Chucheng is so right in everything, and the threat is pursuing them for the fact that they are looking for Xiao's Bazi. At that moment, someone began to open the door and quietly enter the room, and Chucheng realized that they had arrived on time, and now the enemy himself had come there. Chucheng told his friends that they were lucky, and that a black magician had just arrived and wanted to clear the area, but he didn't think that her friends would come to the house. Chuchen asked the stranger if he left the purification magic circle, and he wants to find out information and will not let him go anywhere without answers. The black magician listened to Chucheng's words and realized that he was not alone at home, and he did not know that Bazi Xiaojin had friends, and they were worried about their friend. The black magician said that this was Chucheng from the Song family, and that he was there, and since they had figured him out, they would not go anywhere and he would destroy everyone. But at that very second, Chucheng slapped the magician in the face and didn't want to listen to his nonsense and told him to shut up and not be smart, and he hated magicians so much. Chucheng used a powerful technique against the mage, and the villain crashed into the wall and did not expect Chucheng to attack, and he caught him off guard. The black magician held his face and told Chucheng that he didn't even let him finish speaking, and why it was so difficult for Chucheng to listen to the magician's words in the house. Chucheng told the magician to confess and where his accomplices were, and he would still find out everything. And then he would be in trouble, and he would torture him severely. Chucheng, along with Ning Zimo and Ning Jingzhou, looked menacingly at the magician, and they would beat him if he didn't tell where Xiaojin's Bazi was, and that was a fact. The magician was horrified and told his friends that they couldn't mock him like that, and that he was not guilty of anything, and that he would answer for everything, and that his friends shouldn't rush to make threats. And at that moment, the magician suddenly released cobras on Chucheng and his friends and told the scoundrels that they would die, and that it was in vain that they decided to find out everything there. Ning Jingzhou and Ning Zimo are terrified, and how to protect themselves from cobras. And they are used to fighting with people and hate snakes, and the magician will soon regret it. The magician thought that these were his cobras, tamed with difficulty, and that they would be enough for those eyes. And were they really naive enough to think they would harm the black magician? But when the magician did not expect this, Chucheng grabbed the snakes with his fingers so quickly and thought that he had gone through fire and water, and the snakes were nothing. Chucheng told Mash that his snakes weren't even good for snacks, and that he really wanted to harm him with the snakes. And the magician miscalculated his threat. The magician was in complete shock and asked Chucheng how he did it, and no one could defend themselves from the cobras. But Chucheng squeezed them in his finger without straining. After some time, the magician said that they were keeping Bazi Xiaojin in the Meiji district in House C, apartment 601, and they would definitely find a friend. Chucheng told Ning Zimo that they would go to the Meiji region and find out everything, and he would call the healer Qiao to keep an eye on the cunning magician. The magician sat on his knees at Chucheng's feet and realized that they were serious, and beat him to find out the information of the Xiaojin's Bazi. A couple of minutes later, Chucheng arrived with Ning Zimo to the Meiji district, and he is 100% sure that the magician did not lie to them. Otherwise, he will destroy the magician. Champion Ning Zimo told Chucheng that this place seems to be there, and the magician told them that they would find Bazi Xiaojin in House C, apartment 601. Chucheng and his friend entered the house, and Ning Zimo broke down the door and really wanted to find Xiaojin's Bazi, and he couldn't bear it if she was harmed by the magicians. But there was no one in the apartment, and Chucheng told Ning Zimo that it seemed the magicians had been warned in advance and had managed to escape from the house in a hurry. Chucheng said that there were a lot of personal belongings there, but it didn't look like there was a stronghold of black magicians in this place, and let him find out who lived there. After a while, Ning Zimo said that he checked, and this apartment and that country house belonged to Song Xingpeng. And does Uncle Chu know the man? Chucheng listened to Ning Zimo's words and said that Uncle knew the scoundrel Song Xingpeng, and that he was a restless idiot, and that he had made up a plan with her again. Chucheng said that Song Xingpeng has a direct relationship with him, and he dreams of his death, and he will not allow Song Xingpeng to enjoy life. Chucheng called Song Chiu and asked if there were any contacts of people from Song Xingpeng's gang, and let him ask if they could invite Xingpeng to a meeting. At this time, Song Xingpeng was in one of the residential buildings in the neighborhood, and he was yawning and tired of following Xiaojin's Bazi, and it exhausted him. Song Xingpeng told his colleague that he was bored and wanted to go to a bar and relax. But he hadn't been to a bar for so long and had forgotten how fun it was. The assistant told Song Xingpeng that they couldn't stick their heads out now, otherwise they would be exposed, and they couldn't defeat Chucheng, and he was somewhere nearby. The magician also invited the chief elder of black magicians, and in a few days he will be there and will finally deal with Chucheng, and there are still a couple of days left. Song Xingpeng told his colleague that he understood him, but he was lost in thought, and he wanted to take a break from all the hustle and bustle. And he didn't mind going outside, and it was tempting. And at that moment, Song Xingpeng froze in place and thought that his friend was reading his thoughts. And how glad he was that he wrote the message now. Ganzi from the night bar wrote to Song Xingpeng that he hadn't seen him at the bar for a long time, and he received a new shipment of goods, and Xingpeng would like it. Song Xingpeng is happy, and his mouth is watering with anticipation. And he doesn't care, and he can't help but go to the bar, and Ganzi has a shipment of goods there. Song Xingpeng wrote to Ganzi that he always knew he was a good friend and asked him to leave him a couple of goods, and he would soon be in a cool bar. Song Qingpeng told his colleague that he was going to go for a smoke, and it was important for him to calm his nerves right away because they were doing important things and it really turned him on. And a couple of minutes later, Song Qingpeng came to the bar. And he was glad that Ganzi remembered him. And they hadn't talked for a long time. But he made his friend very happy. Song Qingpeng decided after so many days that he would finally throw out all his irritation in the bar. And the best cure for nerves is a beautiful product. Song Qingpeng walked into the bar, and Chu Cheng quietly followed him, and was pleased that the scoundrel had come to the bar, and soon he would regret everything and he would beat him up. Chu Cheng realized that the fish was on the hook, and Song Qingpeng could not hide anywhere, so they surrounded him and let Song answer for all his dirty deeds. 10 minutes later, Song Cho asked his son-in-law if Song Qingpeng had left the bar, and Chu Cheng said that Song Qingpeng was outside, and everything was under control. Chu Xin realized that they had lured the beast out of its lair and would wait until Song Qingpeng himself led them to his hole, and they would not have to look for them. A couple of minutes later, Song Qingpeng arrived in the Minhu district and realized that it was a thrill, and he finally let off all his steam and immediately calmed his nerves. Chu Xin followed Song Qingpeng, and soon he will find out where they're hiding Xiaojin's Bazi and will save her from the scoundrels and take revenge for all their atrocities. Song Qingpeng was walking up the stairs, and Song remembered that at this time, Elder Wu Xin usually meditates, and he would very quietly enter the house. And at that moment, Song Qingpeng noticed Elder Wu Xin in front of him. And he was perplexed why he was not meditating now, and it was so strange. Song Qingpeng told Wu Xin that he had just bought it downstairs and was waiting for its smell to fade away, because Wu Xin doesn't like the smell of smoking, and he took this into account. Elder Wu Xin listened to Song Qingpeng's explanation and asked if it was true, and he had been smoking for so long. And now he believed it after knowing the reason. But suddenly Wu Xin hit Song Qingpeng in the face, and does he really think that he is an idiot and smells of strong drinks, and left the house. Song Qingpeng stood nearby and was in great pain from Wu Xin's blow, and he told the elder that he was wrong and begged him to forgive him for his stupidity. Wu Xin kicked Song Qingpeng in the stomach and said that if Chu Cheng's people managed to track him down, he would finish him off, and that this was definitely not a joke. Song Qingpeng asked Wu Xin to pardon him, and he was 100% sure that no one had tracked him down and that they were not in any danger, and he checked this. Elder Wu Xin told Song Qingpeng to quickly go upstairs and collect all the things, and just in case, they needed to leave this place quickly. Song Qingpeng listened to Wu Xin's instructions and said that he would quickly collect all the things, and then Chu Cheng would definitely not be able to track down the location of the magicians. Song Qingpeng entered the house, and this is a problem. And with Bazi Xiaojin, he clearly won't be able to escape quickly, and this is a hemorrhoid, and he'll find a solution there. Song Qingpeng kicked Bazi Xiaojin and told her to wake up, and that he didn't want to carry her in his arms and let her go with them and not drag his boss back. Bazi Xiaojin woke up and asked who was speaking, and she didn't know where she was and let someone answer her questions, and she was so afraid. And at that very moment, Chu Cheng suddenly kicked Song Qingpeng in the face and told Bazi Xiaojin that this was a dead man speaking, and he was so ashamed. Song Qingpeng asked Chu Cheng where he came from and how he was able to find their hideout, and it seemed like he went to the bar in vain, and Wu Xin was already right about everything. Chu Cheng struck Song Qingpeng's stomach with a powerful blow again and said that he personally came to see off his brother Song Qingpeng on his final journey. Song Qingpeng told Chu Cheng to stop behaving like this and called for Wu Xin's help, and he would defeat the impudent man, and Chu Cheng would cry and beg soon. Bazi Xiaojin asked the guy who he was, and he said that he was Xiaoling's friend and came to save her, and asked her not to worry, and that she was safe. Bazi Xiaojin asked Chu Cheng if Xiaoling had sent him to her, and he agreed with her, and said that she was strong and had survived such a thing. Song Qingpeng ran into the room and told Wu Xin that Chu Cheng was there, and that he was already inside the room, and how could they punish him for finding them? Wu Xin asked Song Qingpeng why he was so nervous, and that they could find a plan to defeat Chu Cheng, and there was no need to be afraid and stupid at this moment. But at that very moment, Champion Ning Zemo kicked down the door and told Wu Xin that he had found his death, and he would take revenge for the magician stealing Bazi. Song Qingpeng was horrified, and he did not believe that the god of war, Ning Zemo, came there, and is Chu Cheng friends with the champion, and is he strong and will beat them? Elder Wu Xin was also shocked, and Champion Ning Zemo was so angry at them, and if they didn't leave, he would torture them, but the mage was too old. Chu Cheng entered the room and told Wu Xin that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he missed him but didn't know what he was doing, and that he was harming his friends. Wu Xin saw Ning Zemo and Chucheng, and how they ended up there, and really interfered with their plans, and they have no idea how angry he is at the scoundrels. Chucheng told Wu Xin that he should thank Song Qingping for this, and if it weren't for him, it would have been difficult for them to find a secret hideout, and that's a fact. Song Qingping was surprised and asked Chucheng if he was really following him, and why he couldn't go to a bar in the evening and relax without any problems. The god of war. Ningzimo told Song Qingping and Wu Xin that he had found them, and they had taken Xiaojin's bazi from him, and he would beat them like animals there. Wu Xin took off his hood, and he will not just watch as the champion Ningzimo beats him, and he has his own trump cards and cunning tricks. Wu Xin said, Ningzimo is the god of war and Bazi Xiaojin's ex-boyfriend, but for the magicians, Zimo is a worthless person and a weakling. And at that moment, the snake Wu Xin began to attack the champion Ning, and he realized that the magicians were insidious, and he had to figure out how to defend himself. The god of war. Ningzimo continued to look at the snake Wu Xin, but he is not afraid of his magic and let him do what he wants, and he will still save everyone. Champion Ningzimo swung his arm and told Xin that Bazi Xiaojin had suffered so much all these years, and he wanted them to answer for it all. The god of war. Ningzimo struck the snake's face, and his strength is incredible, and he can repel the magicians and let them believe in their success in their work. Snake Wu Xin became ill, and the magician was surprised by Ningzimo's power. And was he already at the level of innate talent, and when did he increase his strength? And at that moment, Wu Xin quickly grabbed Song Qingping and said that they both should quickly get out of there, otherwise the two guys would seriously punish them. But Chucheng used a technique and asked Song Qingping and Wu Xin if they were planning to run away and why they didn't want to sit with their friends. Wu Xin told Chucheng that this was a magic circle, and Song Qingping was so afraid and asked Elder Wu Xin not to abandon him and fight back against the enemy. Chucheng continued to use his skills and asked Wu Xin where he was going in such a hurry, and they didn't have time to discuss important matters with him, and he was leaving. The champion approached Bazi Xiaojin, and she asked who it was. And he told her that it was Ningzimo, and he came to save her from the villains. But Bazi Xiaojin pushed the champion and asked who Zimo was, and told him to take his hands off and not touch because it was so uncivilized. Cheng told Ningzimo that Bazi Xiaojin is still under the control of poisonous creatures, so he doesn't remember anything from the past, and that's a fact. Champion Ningzimo listened to his uncle with interest, and Chucheng asked to give him some time, and he would rid Xiaojin's bazi of parasites. The god of war. Ningzimo was furious when he learned about the poisonous creatures, and it was all these damned black magicians. And because of them, Bazi Xiaojin was hurting. Champion Ningzimo wanted to beat Wu Xin and Song Qingping with all his might, and said that it was they who brought Bazi Xiaojin to this state. Song Qingping and Wu Xin lay on the floor in horror, and told Ningzimo not to come near them, and that they were not to blame, and that Xiaojin's bazi was normal. But at that very moment, the god of war Ningzimo hit Wu Xin in the face, and he so wants them to go to the next world, and there is no place for them in this world. Champion Ningzimo continued to beat Song Qingping, and said that he wanted his feelings to be very similar to Xiaojin's bazi. The god of war, Ningzimo, grabbed Wu Xin by the scruff of the neck and asked the scoundrel who had advised them to steal Xiaojin's bazi and why the mages needed it. Wu Xin told champion Ningzimo that he didn't know, and he just wanted to gain a foothold in the black magic sect, and that was his task. Wu Xin told Zimo that he had not even reached the level of natural talent, and that he was a minor elder and did not know important information. The god of war. Ningzimo told Wu Xin that he didn't care what he was muttering now, and that today he would carry out his bloody retribution for the sweetheart. Song Qingping lay on the floor in fear from Ningzimo's words, and the champion is not one to lie, and he can punish them both and break them in one blow. Ningzimo swung his arm and wanted to hit Wu Xin, and he doesn't care what the magician does to him, and he is not afraid of magicians and will hit any of them in the face. Wu Xin said that tomorrow, Bazi Xiaojin should be picked up by the magician Wu Qing, and he is a confidant of their leader of black magicians, and Wu Qing knows the data. Chucheng thought about it after hearing the name Wu Qing, and thought that it was very interesting, and he should look into this matter and remove the nuances. Chucheng told Wu Xin that this time he would believe him, and told him to tell Wu Qing that he had taken Xiaojin and would be waiting for him on that street tomorrow. Bazi Xiaojin listened to Chucheng's words, and he ordered the champion Ningzimo to continue to hit Wu Xin further, and he deserved all his blows. Wu Xin was shaking with fear, and asked the god of war Ningzimo why he wanted to beat him again. And he got what he deserved and realized that he was wrong. The god of war, Ningzimo, told Wu Xin that Bazi Xiaojin had suffered all these years, and that the magicians would suffer even more, and that he himself was thirsty for revenge. Chuchen told Bazi Xiaojin that this was Ningzimo, and she had met him before. And did she remember anything? Because there was love and chemistry. But Bazi Xiaojin immediately told Chuchen that Ningzimo was a completely unfamiliar name to her, and she heard it for the second time today. The god of war. Ningzimo continued to beat Wu Xin and wondered if Bazi Xiaojin had forever forgotten that there was already love between them. But suddenly at that very second, tears started flowing from Bazi Xiaojin's eyes, and she doesn't know what's happening to her and can't control her emotions. Bazi Xiaojin asked Chuchen why she immediately burst into tears if she doesn't know Ningzimo, and this is not an argument for all feelings. Chuchen told Bazi Xiaojin that he knew it was difficult for her, and that she definitely shouldn't rush, and that she would soon remember all her old acquaintances. The god of war. Ningzimo tied up the villains and asked Uncle Chu Cheng what they would do next and let him give instructions, and he was ready for everything there. Chu Cheng told Ningzimo that they first needed to rid Xiaojin's Bazi of the poisonous creatures and then deal with the black magic sect. Chu Cheng asks Ningzimo not to worry, and that eliminating such creatures is definitely his direct responsibility as a follower of the ninth heaven. Chu Cheng grinned evilly and told Ningzimo that all these scum of society would pay in full and they would suffer for a long time. Song Qingpeng and Wu Xin are tied up, and they won't be able to escape and hide from Chu Cheng. And Song Qingpeng ruined everything. And how can you trust such a thing to an idiot? After some time, the friends came to the square near the star-scattering store, and Chu Cheng promised that he would rid Xiaojin's Bazi of parasites. Chu Cheng stood in the center of the square and began to use his skills. And no one can compare with him in medicine, and he will protect Xiaojin's Bazi there. Ningzimo asked Mo Wuyu what Chu Cheng was doing, and seemed to be using a technique and creating a field around himself. And maybe she knew Uncle Chu's technique. Mo Wuyu told Ningzimo that Chu Cheng creates a special circle. When getting rid of creatures, their owner can lose control and go wild. Ningzimo said that Uncle Chu is cool, and Mo Wuyu said that it was just a low-level formation. Chu Cheng created a protective circle so easily. Chu Cheng told his friends that the circle was ready, and now he hoped that Bazi Xiaojin would not be harmed when he expelled the parasites from her. And at that moment, Chu Cheng's magic circle glowed golden, and he was 100% sure that he would rid Bazi Xiaojin of his problems. Mo Wuyu was surprised to see the golden color, and the magic field had already become a level higher. And how Chu Cheng created this, and his brother's potential is cool. Chu Cheng told Bazi Xiaojin to go there and enter the center of the circle, and he promises her that she will not be harmed, but she might feel a little pain. Chu Cheng ordered the poisonous parasites to come out, and it was in vain that they climbed into this body, and he will finish off the parasites, and they will all free the body of his girlfriend. Bazi Xiaoyin is in a lot of pain, but she is strong and can withstand any pain and is obliged to return her memory and remember Ningzimo, and this is important. What God Ningzimo was excited and wanted to help Bazi Xiao, but Mo Wuyu stopped him and did not want him to interfere with Brother Chu Cheng's business. Mo Wuyu asked Ningzimo to trust Chu Cheng and that everything is under control, and Xiaojin's Bazi will not be harmed because his brother made a promise and he is a genius. Bazi Xiaojin started coughing badly, and she believes Chu Cheng, but it's so hard to deal with the parasites and she wants to fall asleep now. At this time, in the sect of black magicians, people asked to greet their leader there, and all the people bowed to him, and he was an authority and a unique person for them. The head of the black magic sect sat in place and was glad that so many friends followed him, and that they helped him complete all the useful tasks. And at that very moment, the head of the magicians told his friends that he felt that someone was moving his parasites, and who dared to do such a thing. The head of the magic sect asked his colleagues where Wu Xin was, and he wanted to find out important information from him. And he was responsible for the task and where he is now. The mages from the sect asked the head whether Wu Xin was supposed to personally remove the poisonous parasites, and they remember how the head assigned the mission. The mages from the sect told the leader that it seemed like there was no news from Wu Xin, and he had not given them any details about the mission and why he made the leader wait. And then someone from the crowd told the leader that Wu Xin had huge problems, and he should find out about everything, and it would interest him, and he would be angry. The head of the magic sect told his colleague to quickly tell him what happened, and he would make a decision about where Wu Xin was, and not to keep him in suspense because all his friends were waiting. The magician said that Wu Xin told him to stay outside of Changcheng, and they called each other every day, but today he couldn't contact him. The magician said that he recently received a message from Wu Xin about meeting on the old street near the star scattering store, and he needed support. Elder Wu Qing told the chief that Wu Xin had already made an appointment with him in Changcheng tomorrow. And why don't his assistants go earlier? The head of the magic sect thought about Qing's words, and that there was some sense in this, and if Wu Xin needed support, he needed to go and help his brother in trouble. The head of the magic sect told Wu Qing that he would go there with him, especially since the animals needed a new owner and they would find an incubator there. All the mages are shocked that the head wants to personally visit Changcheng, and Qing said that tomorrow Changcheng will probably become dependent on the mages. But the head of the magic sect told his colleagues that they would first perform a small ritual and then help brother Wu Xin, and he was important to them. At this time, the parasite began to come out of Bazi Xiaojin's body, and all her friends supported her and asked her to be stronger than the parasite now. Mo Wuyu is happy and told her brother Ning Zimo that the worm came out of Xiaojin's Bazi and that it is not surprising and Chucheng has effective methods. Bazi Xiaojin is still struggling with the parasite, and she is enduring pain and suffering, and believes Chucheng that soon everything will pass and she will feel better. The parasite hissed at Chucheng, and he didn't like that he was losing the incubator. And Chucheng would regret that he had thwarted the plans of the black magicians, and they would take revenge. Ningzimo is still afraid for Bazi Xiaojin because he feels her pain and wants Chucheng to cure her quickly, and all hope is on Chu. What got Ningzimo? Asked Mo Wuyu what happened and why that parasite was fighting. And it seemed like his brother had used a different technique to fight. Mo Wuyu told Ningzimo that brother Chucheng had used the 5 little thunder talisman there, and he would soon save Bazi, and she guaranteed. Chucheng used the 5 little thunder talisman and is absolutely confident that this technique will destroy the parasite and release Bazi Jin. The parasite began to hiss loudly and did not like Chucheng's actions. But the parasite could not get out of the circle and was trapped. The parasite fell to the ground, and Bazi Xiaojin immediately felt better. And she couldn't believe her luck, and it was good that Chucheng got to her in time. God of War Ningzimo was happy, and he hoped that this was the end, and Bazi Xiaojin would remember him, and they would go home, and he would explain everything. Mo Wuyu also hopes that Chucheng has destroyed the parasite forever, and it will not harm Bazi Xiaojin's sister, and she is worried. But Chucheng told his friends that this was not the end, and he had to wait a little and use a couple more techniques, and then her parasite would die. Bazi Xiaojin coughed. And it's good when there are friends who will come to her in difficult times and help her, and she is clearly lucky in this life. Chucheng told his friends that everything was fine, and that Bazi Xiaojin should stay in the magic circle for a little while longer, and his sister would regain her strength. Ningzimo and Mo Wuyu ran to Bazi Xiaojin and wanted to check if everything was okay with her. And Uncle Chu performed a miracle and helped Bazi's sister. Ningzimo asked Uncle Chu if Bazi would recover. But Chucheng said he was afraid that one of the magicians had noticed that they had disturbed the beast. Chucheng said that everything will be fine with the Xiaojin, and that tomorrow she needs to spend a little time in the magic circle, and then she will quickly come to her senses. Chucheng knows that poisonous parasites are the greatest treasure of magicians. And now he has left the creature without a master, and magicians will clearly not accept this. Chucheng said that the support group would not interfere with them, and that this creature was controlled by someone, which means that black magicians are nearby to Bazi. And then Chucheng's wife came up to him and asked what he was doing there, and she couldn't find him anywhere. And it's good that her friends suggested this location. The lady told Chucheng that the day after tomorrow is the opening of a pharmaceutical company, and he has not forgotten about it. And this is an important event for them. Chucheng asked his darling how he could forget about such an event, and realized that he had completely forgotten, and only just remembered when his darling reminded him. Chucheng told his beloved that she came just in time and that her husband had just dealt with the vicious network marketing network, and that was a fact. The lady is perplexed by Chucheng's words, and it seems she missed the most interesting events. But Chucheng will tell you everything along the way, and he is good. At that moment, the head of the black magic sect began to cough heavily, and all the colleagues were worried about what was going on with the boss. Wuching stood next to the head of the sect and asked if he needed help, and he was scaring them. And without him, they would not start the task, and he was everything for their sect. The leader pushed Wu Qing and realized that when he activated the parasite, someone cast a spell on him, and he felt how he acted recently. The head of the sect of magicians wondered if there was a teacher among them, and who could free the parasite from the body, and no one had succeeded before. The head of the sect of magicians realized that it seemed that they should not treat the trip lightly, and they must be on guard and protect themselves from the scoundrel. The head told Wu Qing to quickly get a plane ticket. and they needed to get to Changcheng quickly, and he had to sort out this situation there. The chief told Wu Qing that their living creatures cannot just disappear, and the chief will save them from extinction, and Wu Qing agreed with the chief's request. After some time, the head of the magic sect and Wu Qing were walking along the streets of Changcheng, and the boss wants to punish the one who harmed the parasite and extracted it. The ladies looked at the magician's outfits and said that it was simply incredible and mesmerizing cosplay. And where did these people get such costumes? Wu Jing asked the chief where they were going, and he wanted to know in case of danger to protect the chief from all sorts of pests. And it was dangerous in Changcheng. The leader said that he can feel the last place where the parasite was, but he is worried that this teacher is still there and he is a threat to their sect. Wu Qing was shocked by the leader's words and asked if there was such a strong teacher among them. And maybe they shouldn't go there and should take care of themselves. The head told Wu Qing that of course it was worth going there, and moreover Wu Qing would go there first and scout out the situation and notice the teacher there. The leader told Wu Qing that he would follow him and improvise as he went. But Wu Qing told the leader of the magic sect that he did not want to go there. The leader told Wu Qing that God was his witness to his devotion to the black magic sect, and didn't he want to contribute to the success of this mission? Wu Qing was afraid and told the head of the magic sect that he understood everything and would go and scout out the situation and inform the head if the teacher attacked them. The head of the magic sect said that he can't wait to find out who dared to speak out against the black magic sect, and that this person will clearly regret it. Wu Jing stood next to the head of the sect and realized that he had no choice, and he had to go first, and the head would know that he was ready to do anything for the sake of the sect. Wu Jing came to the alley on the old street and he wants to leave, but the boss appointed him in charge of the operation, and he cannot disappoint him. But Wu Qing knows that there is a teacher there, and where he got such merits from. But he hopes that the head will not leave him to die there and will help him personally. And at that very moment, the god of war Zemo suddenly appeared in front of Wu Qing, and the magician got scared and asked the stranger who was there and let him introduce himself. Champion Ning Zemo was angry and asked Wu Qing if he was one of the black magicians. And he was waiting for him there, and finally he decided to approach. Wu Qing understood, and apparently this is the narrowed Bazi Shaojin and the name Ning Zemo. And it seems the fighter has already reached the level of natural talent there. But Wu Qing knows that Ning Zemo is still a rookie, and he can stop him. And just in time, he brought along a new friend for the god of war. And at that moment, Wu Qing threw the parasite at Ning Zemo, and they would see how strong he was, and whether he had enough strength to resist another parasite now. Ning Zemo looked at Wu Qing and wondered if he had thrown the spider, and he hoped to defeat him, and thought that he was not prepared for their tricks. Before going there, Uncle Chu gave Ning Zemo a protective talisman and hoped that the talisman would help against the poison of this creature, and he took a risk there. The spider began to quickly weave a web, and Wu Qing knows that the parasite doesn't care how strong the invincible god of war Ning Zemo already is. Ning Zemo looked at the spider and realized that this spider was as nimble as a leaf in the wind, and it was difficult for him to catch and crush the spider, but he was not afraid of it. But the spider began to entangle Ning Zemo in the web, and the god of war noticed that he was not prepared for such events and hoped Chu Cheng would save him. The spider continued to weave its web and immobilized Ning Zemo. And now, no one will stop the leader and Wu Qing from completing the task and returning the creature. The spider defeated the god of war, Ning Zemo in a couple of minutes, and Wu Qing can discuss the details with him there. And he will not be able to attack him in this form. Champion Ning Zemo was hanging upside down, and the magicians were cunning and sly and had many trump cards. And Uncle Chu Cheng needed to be extremely careful. Wu Qing told the spider that this was a great job, and it was worth his long struggle to tame this treasure, and the spider would always help him. Wu Jing asked the spider to quickly inject Ning Zemo with his poison, and soon he will become the same as Bazi Shaojin, and they are such a great couple. But the talisman worked, and the spider would not be able to inject poison into the champion. And Ning Zemo had calculated everything, and he would not have surrendered so easily to the magician in battle. And at that very moment there was a roar and an explosion, and the spider flew 2 meters away from the shock wave and was unable to inject poison, and Champion Ning was ready. Wu Qing was in complete shock, and he never expected that Ning Zemo took the talisman with him, and it injured his spider. And why is he unlucky today? Wu Qing realized that the god of war Ning Zemo took the talisman with him, and he realized that it seemed like there was definitely someone smarter behind Ning Zemo. Wu Qing told Ning Zemo that he would now destroy his talisman, and he was not afraid because it was easy for him, and then the fighter would lose his defense. War god Ning Zemo realized that he needed to be careful and immediately told Uncle Chu that the black magician was attacking, and he gave a signal to his friends. Song Cho looked at Ning Zemo through binoculars, and it was a disaster, and he immediately called his son-in-law, and Chu Chun could give good advice in the battle with the magician. Song Cho told his son-in-law that the god of war, Ning Zemo, was caught in a web, and a black magician wanted to destroy his talisman, and how they could protect themselves there. Chu Chun asked Song Cho if this was true, and let Wu Qing try to destroy Ning Zemo's talisman, and he wanted to know if he could do it soon. Wu Qing is angry, and it's strange, and why is this talisman not giving in? And he can't tear it apart, and it looks like someone has already cast a spell. But at that very second, Wu Qing was injured by his attack, and he didn't even understand what happened, because he had just delivered a devastating technique. Wu Qing thought that it was such a light talisman, but he couldn't destroy it, and it seemed like he himself suffered, and apparently it was the teacher's talisman. Wu Qing stood up and decided that this wouldn't work, and that it was too dangerous for him, and that he could die in battle if he wasn't careful with Ning. Wu Qing wanted to run away from there as quickly as possible, but everything in his eyes was clouded, and he didn't know what was wrong with him, and it seemed like the leader was against him leaving the fight. Wu Ta realized that this idiot who controlled the worm was inciting him to go further, despite the fact that he could die, and it was very dangerous. We can realize that he had no choice, and he had to do everything to protect the sect of black magicians, and he would clearly go down in history. Elder Wu Qing decided that in his situation, he could sacrifice his livestock and fight for himself. And then the leader would approve of their actions. And then Wu Qing sent the creature straight at Song Cho, who was watching him on the roof, and the guy realized that he was in trouble, and the spider was scaring him a lot. Song Cho closed his eyes, and soon he would become a zombie. But at that moment, someone pierced the spider with a needle, and Song Chu could not believe his luck there. Wu Qing is at a loss, and he almost defeated Song Chu, but someone intervened and was able to defeat the spider. And who else is hiding, and whom the magician did not notice there? Wu Qing was surprised if this was the healer's golden needle, and if things were bad, he should report everything to the head, and he would help destroy the villains. Healer Chow said that the black magic sect is committing atrocities. It is extremely outrageous, and they must thwart the magician's plans now. Healer Chow threw his needles towards Wu Qing, and now he will look at the magician and how he will defend himself from the needles, because he attacked the innocent Song Chu. Wu Qing was afraid and asked the healer Chow not to do this, and he would no longer attack defenseless people there, and he learned his lesson forever. But someone cleverly shot down all the flying needles of the healer Chow and protected Wu Qing. And the magicians also help each other, and do not abandon their colleagues in trouble. The head of the magic sect hit the needles and told healer Chow that he was clearly crazy and that he was forcing him to fight him, and that this was infuriating him. The leader told the healer Chow that he thought who was so brave and ready to go against their sect, but it was a medical doctor, and he didn't expect this. The leader felt a powerful aura and thought that the teacher was definitely involved, but it was just an elder healer, and he was very mistaken. The head of the magic sect thought, what's the point of him being afraid of the healer Chow if he can destroy him? And the doctor doesn't have the strength to defeat him in battle. And at that moment, a creature emerged from underground. And the head of the sect of magicians is so pleased, and he always has a plan for emergencies, and he is ready for battle. A huge snake appeared behind the head of the magic sect, and the head is 100% sure that the needles will not help Dr. Chow defeat his beast. The head of the magic sect asked Dr. Chow to admire what he had hidden for him, and let them admit that his beast was beautiful and dangerous. Song Kyo is horrified by how huge this snake is, and how Dr. Chow will defeat him in battle, because the snake is several times larger and more powerful than Dr. Chow. A huge snake began to attack Dr. Chow, and the doctor deftly changed the trajectory of his movements and wanted to confuse the snake so that it would not injure them. Dr. Chow threw his needles at the snake, and you need to defeat the enemy in the heart, and then he will not be able to continue the fight, and this is the vulnerable spot of the entities. But Dr. Chow couldn't pierce the skin of the huge snake, and his needles are already powerless against the monster, and he is forced to come up with another way. Song Cho asked Dr. Chow if this snake was impenetrable, and he could call someone for help, and the snake seemed to be their powerful enemy. But the healer Chow kicked the snake in the face and told Song Chu that there was no need to call anyone for help, and that they would deal with the monster themselves. Dr. Chow thought that if Teacher Chu Chun completed his part of the task, they would be able to quickly defeat the snake, and he had great faith in the teacher. The god of war. Ning Zemo broke out of the web at this time, and he cannot stand by while his friends are fighting there. Champion Ning Zemo wants to show his skills in battle, and he doesn't care who stands in front of him. And even monsters are not scary to the fighter. Ningzimo has finally gotten out, and it seems that relying only on brute force in a fight with magicians is not enough. And he needs to learn some tricks from Uncle Chang. At this time, Healer Chow was striking the snake's head, and he was spending a lot of energy striking, and when Chuchen came to help in the battle. And then, the god of war Ningzimo hit the snake in the face and told Dr. Chow that he was rushing to help and asked his friend to hold on for a couple of minutes. At this time, Chuchen was standing with the lady in the star-scattering shop, and he would help Dr. Chow and Ningzimo as much as possible in the battle with the monster. Chuchen cast a spell and directed the technique at the parasite. And this will affect their leader, and soon he will find out how the head of the magic sect will suffer now. And at that very second, the head of the sect of magicians froze in place, and he felt pain in his body, and did not understand what had happened because he was so healthy. The head of the magic sect and his snake were writhing in pain, and he was worried about his livestock, and who dared to touch his livestock, and he would kill the idiot. The leader decided that this couldn't happen, and his worm couldn't be harmed today, and he needed it in the battle. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to defeat the doctor. The chief was furious and said that whoever dared to destroy his creatures would be cursed by a black magician, and the result would bring down wrath on the people. The lady heard the head of the magic sect tell her that they would have no peace for the rest of their lives, and Chucheng would regret it if he harmed the head's creatures. Song Yan asked Chucheng if he was afraid of being cursed, and the evil magician said that he would curse whoever harmed his essence now. Chucheng used the technique and the talisman to help get rid of the dangerous entity, and even the head of the magic sect would not be able to convince him otherwise. And then Chucheng threw the talisman at the entity and said that if the black magician cursed him, then nothing would remain of their sect, and he would punish them. The jar containing the essence was shattered, and the essence itself was seriously injured, and Chucheng wants to provoke the head of the magic sect. The head of the sect of magicians immediately became very ill, and he knows the obvious reason, and someone harmed the entity, and this always hurts him from the inside. Ningzimo and Dr. Chow did not lose their heads and grabbed the head of the sect, and he must calm down, otherwise Dr. Chow will make him disabled in an instant. Chuxing told Song Yan that everyone had suffered enough this evening, and they should somehow invite all their friends to dinner, and they would be happy. The leader asked the scoundrel who had harmed the entity who he was, and that the sect of black magicians would not let this go unnoticed, and that they would catch the bastard. But the god of war, Ningzimo, stood behind the head of the magic sect and told the scoundrel that he had better take care of himself, since he had fallen into his hands. The head of the magic sect listened to the words of the champion Ningzimo and was nervous, and he heard about his 333 victories in underground battles. Chuchen told his beloved Song Yan that they were going home, and that these evil people were too cruel, and they would not play with them, and that his wife was more important to him. Song Yan said that Ningzimo is from a famous family, and Bazi Xiaojun is also from a famous family, and these black magicians decided to choose bright people as victims. The masked guy stood in the corner with a camera, and Chuchen told his sweetheart that they would see how tightly the magician head would keep his mouth shut. Chuchen glanced back sharply and wondered if someone was watching them there, and he had to protect Song Yan and not let her get hurt now. Chuchen began to pull Song Yan's hand and asked his beloved to follow him, and he would then explain to her what was going on, and she should always trust him. Song Yan stood next to Chucheng and did not understand what came over him, and they walked normally with him, but it seems that something is bothering him, and he is nervous. Song Yan saw where Chuchen took her, and asked why they came there and what was going on, and if they were both in danger. Chuchen listened to Song Yan's words and asked his beloved to wait a little, and soon she would know everything. But now was not the time for dialogue, and he knew everything. Song Yan thought that although she and Chucheng had been married for 5 years, it was still too fast, and she still hadn't figured out her husband's character. Chuchen asked Song Yan to be quiet and look over there, and this man was following them everywhere, and he wanted to find out who he was working for and who sent him. The guy with the camera couldn't figure out where Chucheng and his wife had gone, and he had been following them but had lost them and where they had run off to so quickly. Song Yan was indignant and asked Chucheng if he really brought her there just to hide from the stranger, and he wasn't dangerous. Chuchen agreed with Song Yan, and she asked her husband what he wanted to do with the stranger there. And it seemed he had already come up with a plan, and she knew. Chuchen was dragging Song Yan along with him, and he wants to follow the guy and personally find out who this brave man is that is stalking his wife at night. Song Yan ran next to Chucheng, and she didn't think that her husband was so worried about her. and he was ready to deal with anyone who dared to harm his wife. The guy in the mask is confused where Chu-cheng went, and his trace disappeared, and where he can find him. And soon he will take a photo of him, and the boss is so happy. And at that moment, Chu-cheng appeared behind the guy and said that he was caught and now he would not be able to hide, and he would find out the answers to all the questions at once. The guy was standing next to Chu-cheng, and where did he get such speed from? And he didn't notice how he came close to him and his reflexes were at the level. Chu-cheng tied up the guy and had long heard how secret disciples infiltrate their world and hide under the guise of private detectives. And it is true, but Chu-cheng didn't think that he would personally meet such people. And he noticed at that moment how he followed them everywhere and took pictures of him with her. Chu-cheng asked the guy if he would admit who hired him or wait for him to feed him poisonous creatures, and he wasn't joking with him. The guy told Mr. Chu-cheng that he was just a photographer and was taking random photos, and Chu-cheng had messed something up and he was not interested in their lives. Chu-cheng was serious and told the guy that he took so many pictures of him that he noticed that he had poisonous creatures and he guessed everything correctly. Chu-cheng asked the guy if he wanted to taste the poisonous creature, but the guy was terrified and asked Mr. Chu-cheng to wait there for a while. Chu-cheng asked the guy if he didn't want to know what it was like to go blind in both eyes, get an ugly face, and live in a world of illusions. The guy couldn't stand it any longer and said that Qian Bushao had hired him and had been watching him ever since Chu-cheng left the underground club with a friend. Chu-cheng and Song Yan looked at each other and thought about Qian Bushao. And they encountered him and need to find out the motive why he hired the guy. Chu-cheng told the guy that he was smarter than he seemed and that he would have to sit there for a while and that he never wanted to see him there again. The guy told Mr. Chu-cheng that he understood him and that he had now failed this mission, and now he would not see him again and he would disappear into the darkness. Chu-cheng asked if this fuss was because he had bet with Mr. Chien to open 100 pharmacies and then Mr. Chien would not be happy. Song Yan asked Chu-cheng if Mr. Chien was worried that he wouldn't be able to fulfill the bet, and that's why he sent someone to follow him. Qian Bushao, Ye Shou, and Rongdong immediately gathered together after they learned that their person was exposed, and they would take measures to resolve the matter. Qian Bushao said that last night the man sent to spy on Chu-cheng failed his mission, and Chu-cheng took all the photos from the guy. Ye Shou said that anyway, they would find out Chu-cheng's identity later, and in the end, Chu-cheng was already planning to fulfill the bet with Boss Qian. Rongdong told his colleagues that they were right, and they would wait until Chu-cheng lost the bet and left Changcheng City like a beaten dog. Qian Bushao told his colleagues that tomorrow was the official opening of the CF Pharmaceutical Company, and they needed to prepare something unusual. Rongdong smiled and told his colleague that it was a great idea and they would not forgive Chu-cheng and his friends, and remembered well how he had done mischief to everyone. Ye Shou is happy, and soon Chu-cheng will regret that he got involved with them, and he has no idea what an important game he has taken part in. And he is an underdog. Qian Bushao came up with a brilliant plan, and his colleagues supported him. And he knows that they are united by one common goal, and they have one common enemy. The next morning, Chu-cheng and Song Yan stood in front of the store, and the screams of the head of the magic sect could be heard. And he begged his friend to spare him. Chu-cheng told Song Yan that Ning Zimo was still interrogating the leader of the magician sect, and he didn't know if Zimo had managed to find out the information. Song Yan asked Chu-cheng and his friends to deal with this matter themselves, and tomorrow is the opening of the company, and she needs to be ready, and this is a triumph. Song Yan asked Chu-cheng not to forget about opening the company, and he immediately told his beloved wife that he never forgot about opening the company. Chu-cheng decided to go into the building and saw how the god of war, Ning Zimo, was beating the head of the magic sect there and ordered him to answer questions and angered him. The god of war. Ning Zimo asked the head of the magic sect again, who instructed them to place the creature into the body of Bazi Xiaojin, and we'll find out soon. The head of the black magic sect told the god of war Ning Zimo that he had already answered his question and that he still wanted to hear, and that he was not lying to them. The head of the magic sect said that back then in Yangcheng, he accidentally saw this pretty lady and realized that she was the ideal candidate for a living creature. Chu-cheng kicked the head of the magic sect in the stomach again and said that he was delirious and he didn't believe a single word and let him tell them the truth. Song Kyo said that it was so cruel. And he was young, and Mo Wuyu said that she was also young, and there was no need for him to hide behind her. And Song Chu was a coward. Chu-cheng asked Champion Ning Zimo how things were going, and whether he had managed to find out anything, or whether the head of the magic sect was being stubborn and no longer wanted to answer. Chu-cheng approached the head of the magic sect and asked if he really didn't want to tell them the truth. and thought that he was being loyal to the sect by hiding everything. Chucheng realized that the head of the magic sect wanted to appear strong and very powerful, as if he was hiding something, and he knew his character very well. Chucheng thought that his guess was correct and asked the sect leader if he also had living creatures in his body, and this was an amazing find. The head of the sect listened to Chucheng's words and was perplexed. His words could not be true because he himself leads their huge sect. The head of the magic sect told Chucheng that he's the boss of the sect, and who could have placed living creatures in him if he himself gives orders, and this is absurd. Chucheng told the head of the magic sect that he can find out and destroy the sacred creature and destroy the creature inside him, and this is a fact. The head of the magic sect froze in place when he saw the relic in Chucheng's hands, and this was the order of the young master of the ninth heaven, and Chucheng struck them down. The head of the magic sect learned that Chucheng is a follower of the ninth heaven, and it is not surprising that their creatures succumb to him, and Chucheng is not simple. The head of the magic sect sighed and realized that since this was the case, the head probably needed Chucheng's help and said that in truth, he was not the boss of the sect at all. His name is Zhen, and he is the personal disciple of the sect leader. And on the day he became a disciple, he thought he would reach the top, but ended up at the bottom. The sect leader placed a poisonous worm in Zhen and allowed him to replace him at that moment and become a fake leader, and he resigned himself. Zhen was on his knees, and his wife and children were also held hostage that day by the head of the magic sect, and he did not spare anyone. And this is true. 6 years ago, the sect leader ordered Zhen to go to Yangcheng with poisonous creatures and plant their worm in Xiaojin's Bazi body. Zhen said that when he arrived in Yangcheng, he was met by a manager named Nining Haoyan, and that's how his story as a sect boss began. Chucheng was shocked by Zhen's story and asked if his comrade's last name was Ning, and it seemed like the man was related to Ning Jingzhou and Ning Zimo. God of War Ning Zimo was also stunned when he heard the name Ning Haoyan. And this person definitely has a connection with his family, but he didn't know Haoyan. Chucheng realized that it seemed that not everything was smooth within the Ning family either. And they were hiding many secrets and what connections they had, and this was interesting. The God of War. Ning Zimo told Zhen to continue his story, and who else was involved in all of this, and they need specific names of people. Zhen said that the Ning Haoyan took him to that same underground boxing club and pointed out Xiaojin's Bazi, and he planted a worm in her. Champion Ning Zimo was furious and wanted to beat Zhen for his actions, and the sectarian said that he knew that he was a sinner and deserved to die for everything. But Zhen told Ning Zimo that his wife was as pure as an angel, and he really hoped that Chucheng could help her, and that she was not guilty of anything. Chucheng asked Zhen where his wife was now, and if he told the truth, he would understand the situation and would be able to help and would not refuse if he thought so. Zhen wanted to clarify the location of his wife, but he could not say anything and began to choke and cough, and he felt very bad. Chucheng tensed up and immediately took out the talisman and said that this poisonous entity had stirred and wanted to prevent him from telling about his wife's location. Chucheng stuck the talisman on Zhen's forehead and ordered the entity to sit, and it will not harm this person, and he will not allow it. And it is not for nothing that he is a teacher. Chucheng asks, Song Kyuta asked Dr. Chia to take Zhen to Haicheng, which is 100 kilometers away from them so that they can get rid of his control. Song Kyu told his son-in-law that everything would be done and he would inform Dr. Chiao about this and they would save Zhen from the influence of the entity, and he was suffering so much. Chucheng said that the essence inside Zhen has stirred, and this means that the one who controls him is nearby, and it seems that this is their real leader. Chucheng saw Wusin on the floor and something had to be done with him, and they could leave him there and not harm him. But he had harmed his friends so many times. Chucheng ordered Ning Zimo to injure Wu Xin's legs so that the mage could not hide anywhere and he would be punished by the head of their sect, the God of War. Ning Zimo agreed with Uncle Chu and said that Wu Xin would never reform and that such a punishment would suit him, and he was happy there. Chucheng asks Mo Wu Yu to go to the courtyard and see how Xiaojin's Bazi is doing, and if she has already woken up, let her call him, and he will explain the matter. Mo Wu Yu agrees with Chucheng's order and hopes that Xiaojin's Bazi is fine and that she has been through fire and water and has the will to live. Mo Wu Yu went out into the courtyard and noticed that Bazi Xiaojin had come to her senses there, and she was happy but had to ask how she was feeling today. Mo Wu Yu told Ning Zimo that Bazi Xiaojin woke up and it was a miracle, and Brother Chucheng was able to heal her and extract the essence from her body. At this time, the God of War Ning Zimo was stepping on Wu Xin's stomach with his foot, and it was the magician's luck that Bazi Xiaojin woke up. Otherwise, he would finish off the magician. The god of war. Ning Zimo approached Bazi Xiaojin and asked how she was feeling and whether he could bring her anything, and was so afraid. Bazi Xiaojin told Ning Zimo that she had a headache and didn't remember what happened yesterday. But it seemed like it was a difficult day for everyone. Bazi Xiaojin glanced at the god of war and recognized Ning Zimo, and he hadn't changed since their last meeting. But why did he come there today? Champion Ning Zimo was very happy and told Bazi Xiaojin that it was him. And she finally recognized him because he thought she had forgotten long ago. Chukin told Mo Wuyu that Bazi Xiaojin's memory had been restored, and he wanted them to chat with her and that they had something to discuss as a couple. Mo Wuyu asked Chuchen to let her go, and he involuntarily grabbed her hand and squeezed it so hard that he could soon tear it off, and frightened her with his behavior. Chuchen grabbed Mo Wuyu and told the girl to stop staring at Bazi Xiaojin and Ning Zimo, but she waved her hands and told her to let her go. The god of war. Ning Zimo asks for forgiveness from Bazi Xiaojin, and for her all these days were hell, but she endured, and he is amazed by the lady's fortitude. Bazi Xiaojin hugged Ning Zimo and said it was okay, and it was as if she had been sleeping all these years. And was he really the head of the Ning family now? Champion Ning Zimo told Bazi Xiaojin that he had recently severed all ties with the Ning family, and it was his family that had harmed her back then. Bazi Xiaojin listened to Ning Zimo's words with interest and does not know why he renounced his family. And Zimo is Mr. Ning's heir. Ning Zimo told Bazi Xiaojin that the scoundrels dared to go against her, and he would definitely find who did it and punish them for everything. After a while, Ning Zimo and Bazi Xiaojin entered the room, and there is something to talk about with Uncle Chucheng, and Uncle knows important information. Chuchen sat in the room and told Ning Zimo and Bazi Xiaojin that they finally recognized each other, and he wanted to return the memories. And at that very second, Bazi Xiaojin and Ning Zimo bowed to Chucheng and said thank you to their uncle for immediately saving Bazi Xiaojin. Chucheng was surprised and asked his friends why they were doing this. And he didn't want them to bow to him, and he himself wanted to help his friends in trouble. The god of war, Ning Zimo, said that if his future uncle Chucheng needed anything, he would suffer but fulfill any request from his friend. Chuchen told his colleagues that there was no need to thank him and suggested they drink a cup of tea and calm their nerves, since they all suffered from magicians. Chuchen said that old Xian saved this type of Da Hong Pao tea only for special occasions, and while it is not available, you can drink it without being noticed today. Mo Wuyu sat next to Chucheng and told her brother that in fact she was still there, and if he had forgotten, she was the granddaughter of old man Xian and saw the actions. But suddenly at that moment, the magician knocked down the door and said that this place was so lively, and it looked like friends were having fun, and they were celebrating and rejoicing. The god of war. Ning Zimo protected Xiaojin's Bazi from the fragments and immediately asked the magician who he was and why he had come, and disturbed his friends. Chu Chen used the Five Thunder Talisman, and it will not allow all his friends to get injured during the fight with the magician, and they are under protection. But the magician immediately put up a protective barrier, and the Chucheng talisman could not harm the magician, and it cannot be defeated by a banal method and attack. The magician smiled and told Chucheng that this was a pathetic trick. And did he really want to destroy him with a talisman and think that he would not find a way to protect himself? Chucheng was surprised and asked the magician if he was a martial arts teacher, and only he could so skillfully reflect talismans, and he was very strong. All the friends were in complete shock, and could this magician really be a teacher? And they would never have guessed, and why the teacher hid for so long. Mo Wuyu knows that after the level of natural talent comes the martial arts teacher, and in front of the teacher, fighters are simply worthless. What God Ning Zimo told Uncle Chucheng that he would cover him, and that he needed to leave quickly, and that he would delay the attacks of the martial arts teacher. But Chuchen told Champion Ning Zimo that he would not stay there and immediately ordered Mo Wuyu to gather everyone and leave while his friends still had a chance. The true head of the magic sect and martial arts teacher asked Chucheng if he really thought he could handle it alone, and if he was a naive fighter. Chuchen asked the head of the magic sect how he would know his strength if he didn't try to defeat him, and surrounded himself with talismans, and he wasn't a failure. The head of the magic sect gathered all his strength in his hand and said that it was interesting, and he now wants to know what level Chucheng is, and he speaks like a guru. The head of the magic sect directed an attack towards Chucheng and told the smart guy that now they would find out if all his power was equal to his sharp tongue. Wagad Ning Zimo asked Uncle Chuchen to be careful, and the head of the magic sect is extremely dangerous and no one wants to fight him now. Mo Wuyu told Chucheng that they were worried about him, and she believed that he was capable of defeating the head of the magic sect and had to believe in his skills. The head of the magic sect will continue to direct attacks towards Chu Cheng, but he is not afraid and just stands still. And it is not difficult for him, and he endures everything. Chu Cheng surrounded his friends with a protective barrier, and the sect leader can already attack them after learning that his attacks are powerless against him there. But at that moment, someone ordered the head of the magic sect to stop attacking his friends so violently, and he was at a loss as to who else had come to them. Behind the head of the magic sect stood teacher Luo Yun, and he told the boss that he had the same question and who he was and why he was attacking people. Teacher Luo Yun asked who the guy was who dared to raise his hand against the young master of the ninth heaven, and he would regret everything soon. The head of the magic sect is horrified because teacher Luo Yun used the secret technique of the star-scattering followers, the spinning blade, in battle. Teacher Luo Yun conveyed his attack to the head of the magic sect and let the enemy remember that they should never attack Chu Cheng and the respected boss. The head of the magic sect was unable to block and defend against Luo Yun's attack. And where did such a powerful fighter appear in the building, and how powerful he is? The head of the magic sect threw a talisman at teacher Luo Yun and said that he would die and soon remember that he shouldn't have bothered the head and that he was the boss. Teacher Luo Yun dealt with the head of the magic sect in a couple of minutes, and he began to go to his friends and does not want to scare them, and it is better to introduce himself there. Mo Wu Yu is amazed by the power of teacher Luo Yun, and she didn't think that someone would beat the head of the school in one go. And there was not even any intrigue, and the teacher is cool. Teacher Luo Yun said that the head of the magic sect appeared there so quickly today. But fortunately he was nearby, and he was able to protect people. Mo Wu Yu asked if this was her newly appointed mentor from the star scattering, and what level was Mr. Strong at. Chu Chen patted Luo Yun on the shoulder and said that he came to them just in time, and they were glad that he was able to protect them from the villain so quickly. Ning Zimo and Bazi Xiaojin were shocked. And did Uncle Chu know teacher Luo Yun? And where did he get such connections, and does he know all the masters? Mo Wu Yu told Chu Cheng that they already understood that he is not the last place in the hierarchy, but how he treats teacher Luo Yun, and this angers her. Luo Yun turned to Chu Cheng and told the senior fellow disciple that he had then received his message through a talisman and immediately came to them. Chu Cheng listened, and Luo Yun said that 5 years had passed, and his friend had not reached the level of a martial arts teacher, and he was the very essence of stability, and he was good. Chu Cheng told Luo Yun that the man he had just beaten up needed to follow him and track down who he would be in contact with there. Teacher Luo Yun smiled and asked Chu Cheng not to worry, and he then marked the magician's clothes, and he will not escape from them, and he will get it. Teacher Luo Yun wanted to warn them that he would be able to stay with them for no more than 7 days. Then he would not be able to help in any way, and this was a disaster. Chu Cheng said everything is fine, and 7 days will be enough, and judging by the attacker's clothes, he is one of the black magicians, and we need to find out what they're planning. Teacher Luo Yun told Chu Cheng that he heard that somewhere there with them, there was the owner of the star-scattering Ling Pai, and he guessed who it was. Mo Wu Yu listened to teacher Luo Yun's words, and she was honored that teacher Luo Yun himself was interested in the owner of the star-scattering Ling Pai now. Teacher Luo Yun asked Mo Wu Yu, so she is that young lady, and she has good data, and then he will take her and teach her all the wisdom. Mo Wu Yu couldn't believe her ears and asked teacher Luo Yun if he would really take her to the ninth heaven so that she could join their ranks as a warrior. Chu Cheng told Luo Yun that during the play he would have to take grandfather Mo Wu Yu, and teacher Luo Yun was nervous and said that he had one person on the list. Chu Cheng told Luo Yun that it was okay, and when he had time, he should not forget to write his name on the list, and then he would be happy with him. Teacher Luo Yun said that since his brother Chu Cheng decided so, he agreed and would write down his grandfather's name, and he knew that his brother would not advise ordinary people. Mo Wu Yu was in complete shock, and Chu Cheng just said the words, and everything was already decided. And why did teacher Luo Yun change his mind so easily? Luo Yun told Mo Wu Yu that in the ninth heaven, only a couple of masters have the right to bring people in and out, and Chu Cheng is one of them, and he is like a boss. Mo Wu Yu underestimated Chu Cheng, and he is even more influential than she thought, and where did her friend get such potential? And he gives his orders to the masters. Chu Cheng asked Mo Wu Yu to show his talent, and in the ninth heaven, he would definitely be able to receive the best education, and strong people are gathered there. At this time, Bazi Xiao turned around and realized that there was a mirror behind her, and she wanted to check something, and let Chu Cheng discuss his affairs. And at that very second, Bazi Xiaojin froze in shock, and she didn't think that everything was so bad, and why no one told her about her problem. Bazi Xiaojin asked her friend what happened to her face, and she looks like a character from a horror movie, and who did all this to her. The god of war, Ningzimo, told Bazi Xiaojin that this was all temporary and he didn't care what she looked like, and for him she was already the most beautiful. But Bazi Xiaojin pushed Ningzimo and asked her not to look at her, and that she was ugly, and didn't know that something terrible had happened to her face, and it was a shock. Bazi Xiaojin began to leave the building, but the god of war Ningzimo ran after her and asked his beloved to wait, and that he really loved her. Chucheng Mo Wuyu and teacher Luo Yun just looked at the couple and realized that these were their personal problems, and that Bazi Xiaojin would definitely calm down soon. Mo Wuyu wanted to console Bazi Xiaojin, but Chuchen asked not to interfere. Ningzimo and the god of war are romantic and know what to do and how to console. Chuchen told Mo Wuyu to let Ningzimo and Bazi Xiaojin sort it out themselves, and they will not interfere with their relationship, and that will be true. Teacher Yun said that this person is most likely the master of the essence, and it is a pity that the furrows on the face left by the worm are difficult to remove. Chuchen told Luo Yun that this was exactly what he wanted to ask his friend, and it would be great to find a way to heal the scars on Bazi Xiao's face. Teacher Luo Yun asked brother Chuchen not to worry, and that he would soon resolve this issue and find a doctor who would remove the scars from Bazi's face. Late in the evening, the god of war Ningzimo approached Uncle Chuchen, and he asked him if he was still awake and not tired from all the work today. Chuchen told Ningzimo that he doesn't want to sleep yet and wants to contact Song Chu now, and he will help resolve the situation, and he believes him. Ningzimo asked Uncle Chuchen how things were with Zhen, and he had not contacted her, and hoped that everything was fine with his wife in the sect. Song Kyo and Dr. Chiao are just over 200 kilometers away from Changcheng, and this is enough for the leader to lose control. Zhen was able to tell where his wife was, and he also noted that many ordinary citizens were put behind bars, and they want to make an incubator. This time the magic sect crossed all boundaries, and Dr. Chiao, on behalf of the entire Lingnan Valley, initiated a punitive expedition there. Chucheng asked Ningzimo how things were with Bazi Xiaojin and whether there was any progress in the relationship, and he hoped that she had already come to her senses. But the god of war Ningzimo told Uncle Chuchen that Bazi Xiaojin was still very worried, and it was not easy to forget such events in life. Ningzimo asked Uncle Chuchen about the scars on Bazi Xiao's face and whether it was really impossible to get rid of the scars completely and help Jin immediately. Chucheng knows that in the whole world there are only two people who can remove scars. One is unknown, and the other is a healer from the Lingnan Valley, and he is unique. Ningzimo remembered that Dr. Chiao was from the Lingnan Pharmaceutical Valley, and he would go and ask if he personally knew the doctor. Chucheng asked Ningzimo not to worry, and that these two were his teachers, but even he did not dare to guarantee that they would want to help a friend. Chucheng asked Ningzimo not to worry, and they would do their best to help Bazi Xiaojin and remove her terrible scars. Ningzimo said a huge thank you to Uncle Chucheng for everything, and without him he wouldn't have been able to save Bazi Xiaojin, and Uncle had a huge influence. Chucheng asks Ningzimo not to worry, and that no one involved in the incident with Bazi Xiaojin will escape punishment and guarantees. 3 hours earlier, thunder and lightning roared in the sky in Yangcheng, and residents realized that the weather today was changeable and everyone needed to be prepared. The man was feeding his animals and thought maybe it would rain, and there was a strong thunderstorm in the sky. But a minute earlier the weather had been completely different, and at that very second, the head of the magic sect emerged from the portal, and he fortunately managed to avoid serious injuries in the fight with Luo Yun. And he is a strong enemy. The head of the magic sect fell on the cattle farm. And why didn't the talisman move him to the other place he had planned? And Luo Yun ruined everything. The head of the magic sect doesn't know where he ended up. And if his life weren't in danger, he would never have used the teleportation talisman in battle. The pigs surrounded the head of the sect of magicians, and he ordered them to step aside, and the dirty animals infuriate him, and he must quickly leave this place. 10 minutes later, the head of the magic sect escaped from the pigs, and the teleportation talisman works haphazardly, and he will never use it again. The head of the magic sect did not expect that Luo Yun would come to the aid of people, but he knows the strict rules in the ninth heaven so well that he will not stay for long. The head of the magic sect got into a taxi and asked the taxi driver to drive around Yangcheng for a while and then take him to Siguan, and he would give his friend a lot of money. The taxi driver held his breath and thought, wow, what a stench, and does the man really not take a shower? And it's so hard to take a bath because he smells like an animal. Teacher Luo Yun stood on the roof and watched the head of the magic sect, and he wants to find out what the sect is planning and who is controlling the head all the time. Luo Yun realized that brother Chu Cheng was 100% right, and there was someone behind the boss, and he himself was interested in finding out who was hiding behind the mask. Teacher Luo Yun quietly jumped into a taxi, and he will follow him and find out where the head of the black magic sect is going and what the magicians have come up with. After some time, the head of the magic sect arrived at a huge residence, and he is obliged to report all the important information to the boss, and he will ask everything. The head of the magic sect entered the room and told the boss that Zhen was no longer able to escape from the enemy, and he was caught, and they lost contact with their friend. Ning Zhengxiao sat in front of the magician and was surprised by his words, and he wants his colleague to tell him all the data, and the boss will take important measures. The head of the magic sect told Ning Zhengxiao that he himself wanted to take a risk and quickly get rid of these guys. But suddenly Luo Yun appeared there. Boss Ning Zhengxiao sat next to the mage, and the head of the mage sect told the boss that he had to flee, and he couldn't defeat teacher Luo Yun. Ning Zhengxiao was surprised by his colleague's words and asked the sect leader what teacher Luo Yun was doing in Changcheng City and why he came yesterday. The head of the magic sect said that recently, a holder of a star-scattering ling pai was spotted in Changcheng, and it seems that this is why teacher Yun came. Ning Zhengxiao was perplexed and asked the head of the magic sect how he managed to get there and whether Luo Yun hadn't followed him afterward. The head of the magic sect told Ning Zhengxiao that he had tried on the teleportation talisman and was able to escape from the battlefield in time. Otherwise, he would have died there. Ning Zhengxiao listened to his colleague's words and realized that teacher Luo Yun had taken him by surprise, and he was not prepared to repel his powerful attacks there. The head of the magic sect told the boss that he thought he couldn't handle Luo Yun and decided to run away, and he drove around Yangcheng in circles, and that's true. Ning Zhengxiao told his brother that he made a mistake and that he should quickly leave there and get rid of his clothes and give them to someone else and confuse them. The head of the magic sect asked Ning Zhengxiao what happened, and he immediately said that teacher Luo Yun had mocked him and he had been caught and had set everyone up. The head of the magic sect said that he did not see Zhen in the star-scattering shop and did not sense his essence, and he thinks that he was taken away from Yangcheng. Ning Zhengxiao told his colleague that he would settle the matter, and he should quickly leave there. Otherwise, teacher Luo Yun would track him down, and it would be dangerous. The head of the magic sect stood next to Ning Zhengxiao and said that he understood his instructions and began to leave the house, and Luo Yun spoiled the mood. Ning Zhengxiao asked the woman to come in, and he wants to give personal instructions, and is 100% sure that she will handle it better than others. Mother Zhang asked Mr. Ning Zhengxiao what instructions he would give her, and he told her to go and personally pick up Zhen's wife and children. Ning Zhengxiao asks Mother Zhang to stay in touch at all times, and if something out of the ordinary happens, to deal with it herself, as she already knows how. At that time, teacher Luo Yun was sitting on a tree and looking at the head of the magic sect, he thought. And this man seemed familiar to him and intrigued. Teacher Luo Yun decided that he would return and report all the information to Brother Chu Cheng, and he must find out what the black magician sect is planning. Teacher Luo Yun immediately jumped, and it's good that he found out the motive of the head of the magic sect, and that there is an influential person behind him giving them instructions. Chu Cheng asked teacher Luo Yun if he had already returned and how his friend was doing, and Luo Yun didn't have a mobile phone, and he copied the face on paper. Teacher Luo Yun stood in front of Chu Cheng and said that old people don't want to buy phones, but in such situations they need them. Teacher Luo Yun said that this was the magician from yesterday, and he met with someone whom he called boss and brother, but he did not have time to film the second one. Seeing the face of the head of the magic sect, the god of war, Ning Zimo, immediately froze in place and asked if this was the same person and remembered him well. Teacher Luo Yun asked Ning Zimo if he knew the magician, and he also thought that they were similar in some way, and he thinks that he also knows the second one. Champion Ning Zimo told Master Luo Yun that, of course he knew him, and that this was Ning Junhei and his elder brother Ning Zhengxiao, and he was not mistaken. There are many branches in the Ning family, and people from each of them are so eager to become the head of the family. And the most important people are his father and his uncle. Ning Zimo told teacher Yang that Ning Junhei is Ning Zhengxiao's younger brother, and they are close to each other, and now he understands their plans. Teacher Luo Yun told Ning Zimo that most likely his uncle wanted to harm his father, and therefore chose him as a target, and he would discuss everything. Chu Cheng told Luo Yun that he was giving the Ning family head the benefit of the doubt, and that the head of a powerful family could not be a naive idiot. Chu Cheng said that perhaps the leader doesn't know that Ning Zhengxiao is part of the black magic sect, but he can't help but know about Bazi Jin. Chu Cheng said that the head of the Ning family did not expect such a trick from his son, that he would go to an underground boxing club and start fighting. Chu Cheng asked Luo Yun if he heard what Ning Jungxiao and Ning Junhei were talking about, and he was interested in hearing their dialogue, and they were both treacherous. Teacher Luo Yun told Chu Cheng that Ning Junhei and Ning Jungxiao had already planned to go against Zhen's wife and child, and the brother had devised a plan. Chu Cheng said that Dr. Chow and Zhen should have already reached the stronghold of the Black Magicians, and he hoped that they would arrive soon. Chu Cheng told Luo Yun not to take any action for now, and asked him to keep an eye on Ning Jungxiao and Ning Junhei. And they are waiting for news from Chow. Luo Yun listened to his friend's words, and Chu Cheng said that he should ask Mo Wuyu to teach the teacher how to use the phone. And it's already the 21st century. At this time, in the Qianan region, in the stronghold of Black Magicians, all the people were tied up, and they would not be able to escape, and people would become an incubator. The guy from the magic sect held a huge sword in his hands and told the people to calm down, or he would take action, and who wants to test the sword first. Mother Jiang asked the fighter if they had gathered all the people, and it was important for her to make sure of the number of people before they would begin the rituals of their sect. The guy told Mother Jiang that all the hostages were there, and he tied them all up tightly, and no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't be able to escape their fate now. Mother Jiang ordered her colleagues to take Zhen's wife and son there, and their fate was sealed, and the father abandoned the family to their fate recently. Mother Jiang told his wife Zhen that it was not they who were cruel, but her husband Zhen, who did not appreciate kindness towards himself, and this was retribution for their sins. A man from the magic sect waved his sword, and Mother Jiang told the lady that her death would be on the conscience of her traitorous husband, and he abandoned them there. But at that very second, someone threw needles at the executioner, and he will not allow him to strike with a sword, and the lady and her son are not guilty of anything, and he knows. The executioner dropped the sword and the needles from his hands. They are very sharp, and he is in pain, and he is unable to continue the execution, and who interfered with their plans this night. Mother Jiang is shocked, and this is the healer's needle from the pharmaceutical valley. And how did they know about their location, and who gave away all their plans? Dr. Chow told the Black Magicians that they had lost their conscience and were deeply mired in their dark deeds, and he would punish the scoundrels for their evil deeds. Dr. Chow said that tonight many elders of important organizations will unite and attack everyone and kill anyone who resists. Dr. Chow gave orders to his friends and told them to go ahead and beat up all the scoundrels from the magic sect, and they deserved it for their sins. But Mother Jiang is not worried, and she is absolutely confident in her strength. And Dr. Chow and the healers from the pharmaceutical valley are no obstacle to them. And then Mother Jiang took a swing and wanted to harm the family of their traitor Zhen, and told Dr. Chow that they could not handle their power. But at that very second, Zhen stood in front of his family and slapped Jiang's stomach with his hand, and he would not allow anyone to harm his family there. Zhen asked the old hag Jiang if she had threatened his family and he would take revenge on them for all the pain they had caused his family there. The wife and son stood behind Zhen, and they are happy to see the head of their family. And for them he is the best and kindest, and they have been waiting for him for a long time, and this is a miracle. Mother Jiang told the Black Magician disciples to obey the order and kill all these scoundrels. And they ruined the sect's mission, and it's terrible. All the people from the magic sect understood Miss Jiang's order, and they will destroy the pest who is brazenly interfering with their plans, and how dare he now? The healers from the pharmaceutical valley continued to go towards the people from the magic sect, and they will put them in their place, and they are evil people. But the sect of Black Magicians did not want to retreat, and said that they would fight to the death for Black Magicians, and no one would stop the mood. Dr. Chow told his colleagues that these people were bewitched, and until they smelled fresh blood, they would not wake up. But they would wake everyone up. Dr. Chow used the technique, and he doesn't like that the Black Magic sect is causing chaos in the city with impunity and disturbing the peace. And at that moment, Dr. Chow broke the head of the statue of Black Magicians. And he is not one to stand on ceremony, and they will destroy the enemies of society. Dr. Chow ordered his colleagues not to miss anyone, and their entire sect must be destroyed. And the sect has already done many terrible things. At this time, the father and son left the house and asked their friends what was going on outside, and they heard screams and sounds of fighting, and it was frightening. And at that moment, the father and son froze in place when they saw their colleague and immediately asked their brother what was going on, and who had disturbed the peace and was making them angry. The guy said that things were bad, and martial arts masters came, and they wanted to destroy the sect of Black Magicians and defeated many friends. Father and son are horrified. And why the masters want to destroy the sect, and he knows that their sect does good and helps poor people in trouble. The son asked his father what they would do, and they would not be able to defeat all the martial arts masters there, and they would beat and destroy them in battle. The father ordered his son to collect the main things, and they would quietly escape from there. And then they would not be caught, and their colleagues were doomed to death. A father and his two sons noticed that there was a massacre going on there. But now they have nothing to do with the sect of black magicians, and they are good people. The family climbed the mountain, and the son asked his father to be careful and that there were dangerous slopes on the mountain, and he should walk quietly and not attract everyone's attention. But at that very moment the father slipped, and the son was absolutely right. And this mountain has slippery slopes, and he won't be able to keep his balance. The father pulled his sons along with him, and they began to fall, and the brother asks Chinyan to help him. But there was nothing to grab onto on the mountain, and this is a problem. A father and his two sons fell off a cliff, and by inertia, fell to the very bottom. And why didn't the father listen to his son's advice and wasn't careful there? A father and two sons fell into the water, and they were lucky that there was no abyss, and they had to gather their courage and continue to escape from this place. The father said that his back hurt, and the son said that he hurt his knee, and why the father was so heavy and he fell right on them hard. The people from the magic sect looked angrily at the father and sons, and asked if someone had really broken away from the group, and that this was unacceptable for them. People from the black magic sect surrounded the families, and the father asked what they wanted to do, and ordered them not to come closer. Otherwise there would be serious troubles. The father and his two sons were screaming, and the people from the black magic sect would never spare them. And the traitors wanted to escape from the battlefield, leaving everyone behind. At this time, Chucheng and Song Yan quickly arrived at the venue of the opening ceremony of Xiachen Pharmaceutical Company in the building. Song Yan told Chucheng that they had to hurry, and her father and mother were probably already preparing to cut the ribbon. And Chucheng agreed with his beloved. Song Yan was surprised and asked Chucheng if the ceremony was really open, and she didn't expect it, and they weren't late. And who opened their ceremony? Chucheng stood next to his wife and suggested Song Yan go and find out what was going on. And maybe people didn't wait for the directors to arrive now. Song Yan glanced at the stage and asked Chucheng what they were doing there. And no one invited them, and why then they were walking around like they were at home, and it was shocking. Lin Jian and Zhou Liang stood on the stage and they thanked all the guests for coming to the opening of their pharmaceutical company. And then the reporter told the people that this was Chucheng, and he was standing in the middle of a crowd of people, and why didn't he say anything? And he would ask him questions. Chucheng listened to the reporter's words and he was irritated. And why didn't the Lin and Zhou families warn them, and both decided to come to someone else's party? Zhou Ling and Lin Jian were surprised to see Chucheng, and he is a good person, but if you anger him, he becomes aggressive, and they know. Reporters told Mr. Chucheng that they believe their company, Xiachen, will work closely with the Lin and Zhou families, and that these are facts. The reporters said that people are saying that Lin and Zhou contributed to their company, and let Chu confirm to people whether the information is true. Lin Jian told Cheng that he finally came, and he was glad to see him at the celebration, and hoped that his brother would have a great time with his friend. Chuling told Chushin that he and his brother Lin had been looking for him for a long time, and were glad to see him at the opening of the pharmaceutical company, and that it was a success. Song Yan was angry, and asked Lin and Zhou if they had any relation to their Song family now, and why they both decided that. Chushin listened, and Song Yan said that the Xishan company, from the very idea to its implementation, had nothing to do with them, and they were both liars. Then 3 people from the Zhou family entered the building, and Zhou Liang told Sister Song Yan that she shouldn't talk like that, and that she was insulting their friends. Chu Ming told Song Yan that if their company wanted to conquer the entire Yangcheng market, it was pointless to rely only on Chu Cheng, and that was a fact. Chu Kang told Song Yan that their 2 relatives were thinking ahead, and they had entered into a partnership with them, and together they would all achieve success. The woman asked people what was going on, and their car couldn't be parked because of the people outside, and they were a little late for the opening. The grandfather next to him asked Lin Jian and Zhou Liang what they were both doing there, and why they had come to the opening of a pharmaceutical company. Lin Jian told Grandpa that today was the opening of the Xiachen company, and that it was a rotten sight, and losses were inevitable, and why he was not happy about the meeting. Zhou Liang asked them if they really thought that without Ning's support, anyone would want to pay the company's bills, and that people were in vain with their hopes. Lin Jian told the old man that he didn't even see any honored guests there, and it seemed like everything wasn't going according to their plan, and Chu Cheng was already facing failure. Zhou Ling stood next to his friend, and Lin Jian asked if he should invite a couple of friends now, for the sake of decency, to at least create the appearance of being there. Song Yan is angry at the scoundrels, and how the Zhou and Lin families could do this to them, and she will remind them of this, and soon they will all regret it. Chucheng stood next to his wife, and he is not nervous and knows that the cowards want to throw him off balance. But his uncle is ready to fight back against the jackals. Chucheng grabbed Song Yan's hand and told Zhou Liang and Lin Zhan that the conversation had gone too far, and that they themselves had started playing a game in their business. The man and grandfather followed Chucheng, and he will be able to defend the honor of the family and teach a lesson to the impudent people who imagine themselves to be the directors of the company. Chucheng told the Zhou and Lin family that they would see how they handled things there today, and whether they had enough strength and courage to blackmail their uncle to the end. Lin Zhan can't understand why Chucheng is so happy, and his reputation is suffering, but he acts as if he already has a plan. The family sat down and Chucheng handed Song Yan some fruits and asked her to appreciate the taste and not waste her nerve cells worrying, and that he would soon sort everything out. Chuling told reporters that they had a squabble, but it was an internal family matter and asked them not to pay attention to these trivial matters. Lin Zhan told reporters that they would wait until all the guests arrived and begin the official opening ceremony, and that it was incredible. And at that moment, someone entered the banquet hall, and people realized that this was not an ordinary person, and his aura was clear to them at first glance. The waiter said that here was a guest, and it was Master Huangfu Heiyu. And he came personally at the invitation of Chucheng and wanted to discuss business with him. Lin Zhan was surprised and asked Zhou Liang who it was and why people were looking at him with interest. And he thought that he was nobody and would not interfere with them. Lin Zhan wanted to say good evening to the guest, but Huangfu Heiyu immediately passed by him and did not pay attention and does not know who this guy is. Master Huangfu Heiyu asked the waiter where Chucheng was, and he wanted to see him and hoped that he had already arrived. Otherwise, he would leave, and he had tasks. The waiter told the leader of the 9 Cities Association, Huangfu Heiyu, that Chucheng was already there and asked him to go to the VIP seat. Huangfu Heiyu told Chucheng that he had acted uncomfortably and had not invited him to such an important event, but he was waiting for his friend. Chucheng said to Huangfu Heiyu, "Welcome, and he is glad that he decided to come to the opening of the pharmaceutical company today, and he is good." And then Zhou Liang and Lin Zhan heard people saying that Ms. Zhang from Guangming Corporation had come, and was she really acquainted with Chang? Zhang said she wanted to join in the fun and didn't stand by when the pharmaceutical company opened. Zhu Liang and Lin Zhan are crazy about Mrs. Zhang and said good evening, and they're glad to see her, and she can go into the hall and everyone is waiting for her. Chuling told Lin Zhan that he was the one greeting the guests, and that he was always in the way, and that he shouldn't approach Mrs. Jiang, and that he wasn't worthy of her words. Lin Zhan asked Zhou Liang why he decided that he was greeting their guests, and he also wanted to stand there and no one would move him from his place. And at this moment, Zhou Liang and Lin Zhan started fighting, and they want to find out who is worthy of welcoming guests and who has less skills there. Ms. Zhang stood next to the presenters, and at Guangming Corporation, she also often separates workers, but she will not stop them from fighting. Ms. Zhang asked the manager where she could find Chucheng, and she wanted to discuss important aspects of the business and their strategies with him. Song Yan approached Ms. Zhang, and she was glad that she came today at the opening and asked to go there, and she would answer all her questions there. The 3 friends were in complete shock when Chucheng managed to become friends with the daughter of the owner of the Guangming Corporation. And he is clearly not an ordinary person. Zhou Ming is angry watching Zhou Liang and Lin Zhan fight, and these 2 are good for nothing. And they hoped in vain that they would complete their task. Zhou Ming lit a match and realized that he would have to rely on himself. And he remembers how Chucheng harmed his plans, and he will repay the debt. And it's funny, Zhou Ming threw the match on the floor and was 100% sure that everyone would start to panic. And it was not for nothing that their important matters should be entrusted to him. But suddenly at this moment, someone stepped on a match and wants to personally ask Zhou Ming something, and why he wants to harm Chucheng there. It was the god of war Ningzimo, and he asked Zhou Ming what he was planning, and grabbed his hand tightly, and he would not let go after hearing the explanation. People were amazed, and recognized the champion of underground fighting, and the legend forever in their hearts, and many saw his fights, and he was so incredible. People said that this is the god of war Ningzimo, and he has not been seen for 6 years, and why did he decide to return? And it seems that he is friends with Chucheng. Zhu Ming told the god of war Ningzimo that he just wanted to light a cigarette now and never wished harm on Chucheng. And why did he think of this? God of war. Ningzimo asked the manager where Uncle Chucheng was, and that man was also among the invited guests, and he wanted to know about it. But the manager told champion Ningzimo that this man was not invited by Mr. Chucheng, and he does not know why he came to the event. Ningzimo then asked the gods to throw Zhou Ming out of there and then take him to Uncle Chucheng. and no one would interfere with his friend Chung. Zhou was horrified and asked the gods what they were doing and told them to take their hands off him. And Chu Cheng knows him, and they can be considered best friends. People asked each other if he had heard wrong, and the god of war Zemo called Chu Cheng Uncle Chu. And it seems they are friends, and Ning respects Chu Cheng. People said that Mrs. Zhang Huangfu, Heiyu, and Ning Zemo together. And this is a world event, and these three are already the most important people in the city. Song Yan went on stage and said thank you to everyone who came today to support them, and the Bacon Company was created. And she is happy about their event. Song Yan said that although Jintan's shares collapsed following the split of the Huang family, they still survived despite the thorny path. Song Yan said that at this moment, she wants to invite to the stage the person who played a major role in the formation of their company. Chu Cheng listened to his wife's words with pride. And Song Yan said that people felt as if he wasn't involved in the company's affairs at all and was in the shadows. Chu Cheng came on stage and told his friends that he was a humble guy and was always ready to help Song Yan and that she could count on him all day long. Song Yan told Chu Cheng that if it weren't for him, there wouldn't be this company, and he's an incredible person, and she's grateful for everything Chu Cheng. So on this day, Song Yan is happy to cut the ribbon with Chu Cheng and announce the opening of the pharmaceutical company, and she is happy. Chu Cheng picked up the scissors and was pleased that everything was under control, and their evening passed without any serious problems. And thanks to Song Yan for these words, Chu Cheng cut the ribbon with Song Yan, and now the pharmaceutical company will prosper, and soon they will become the leaders in this field. Friends started leaving the hall, and Song Yan was talking nonsense and how people believed her. And in fact, she didn't care about Chu Cheng, and she would soon leave him. Ning Junhei at this time came to Ning Jungxiao, and his brother can give advice and they will solve the issue. And Chu Cheng is making him nervous, and they will punish him. Ning Junho slammed his fist on the table and told his brother that they were late, and all their strongholds in the Qianan region were destroyed. And it was so infuriating. Ning Zhongxiao told his brother that it was all Zhen's fault, and if he hadn't revealed the sect's location back then, they wouldn't have been destroyed so shamefully overnight. Ning Junhei told his brother that last time he didn't sense the presence of the entity, and it seemed like Zhen was hidden somewhere far away from them. Ning Zhongxiao said that in any case, Zhen would want to rid his wife and son of the parasite, and he would turn to Chu Cheng for help. Ning Jungxiao told his brother that he had already hired people to follow Chu Cheng everywhere. And when the time came, Ning Junhei would go and grab Zhen. Ning Junhei said that if his brother had already planned everything, he would not waste his time and would go get ready and finish off Chu Cheng soon. At this time, at 9 o'clock in the morning in Changcheng, Song Yan applied lipstick, and she had to resolve important details in the company's business today. Song Yan put on a beautiful dress, and now she will clearly not allow the company to collapse and will control all trading operations with Chu Cheng. Chu Cheng sat in the room with Song Chu and asked his wife where she was going. And Song Yan needed to prepare the main goods for sale in Beichen. Song Yan told Cheng that she had heard rumors that the pharmaceutical company Qian was already planning to introduce similar products to the public. Chu Cheng asks Song Yan not to worry and not to fill her head with nonsense, and she asked Chu Cheng what he was doing, and he was sitting there for a long time. Chu Cheng told Song Yan that he wanted to draw a talisman to free the Zhen family from the effects of the parasites, and he promised to help. Song Yan asked Chu Cheng to lend her the power of light. And why is he drawing? And at the same time, the TV is working, and they are showing Ultraman, and it's funny. Chu Cheng told Song Yan that she doesn't understand, and he is so excited to draw the mascot while watching this cartoon, and he is happy. Song Yan was surprised by Chu Chen's words. And sometimes he is like a child, and she needs to behave differently with him to understand such a genius in the house. Song Yan resigned herself to Chu Chen's occupation and said that he was a good guy, and it was not in vain that he helped people and always kept his promise, and she appreciated. Song Qiu told his son-in-law that he had contacted the Xiong family of Shunqing, and they agreed to his instructions, and he had negotiated and resolved their aspects. Chu Chen listened, and Song Qiu said that the Xiong family said that they have a completely safe basement and they can go there together. Song Yan was perplexed and asked Chu Chen why they wanted to go to the Xiong family in Shunqing and what they wanted to do there, and again an adventure. Chu Chen said that first Zhen came to them. Then the stronghold of the black magicians was destroyed, and this clearly caused a big stir. Song Yan listened, and Chu Chen said that now they are all under the close attention of black magicians, and he came up with a new plan. They have already informed the Zhen family, and will meet them after dinner somewhere near Shunqing. And then Song Chu will take them to the Xiong family's house. Chu Cheng will try to find a place where he can get rid of his enemies and then go to Shun Cheng, and this is a brilliant plan. And if Song Qiu notices surveillance, let him cover his tracks and only then go to Shun Cheng to the Jiang family. And he believes in the guy's talent, and he is good. Song Yan told her family that since they had already gotten involved in all this, she could not advise them to give up, and therefore asked them to take care of themselves both. Chu Chen told Song Yan that of course they would be careful, and that during this time he had fought with enemies even worse than these, and had always defeated them in battle. Song Qiu smiled, and asked his sister Song Yan not to worry, and his son-in-law Chu Cheng would be by his side, and he would protect him from any enemies, and he was strong. Chu Chen told Song Yan that the mage sect was just a bunch of trash, and how could they get her husband, and Uncle Chu Cheng would soon teach her a lesson. Chu Cheng got into Huang Fu Heiyu's car and told his friend that they could go ahead, and that nothing was holding them back, and that they would complete the task together. Huang Fu Heiyu listened, and Chu Cheng said if a pursuer appears, let him drive around Changcheng for a bit to distract the magician's attention. Chu Cheng told Huang Fu Heiyu that if there was any risk, his friend would have to enter the game, and he believed that Huang Fu Heiyu's leader was the best. Huang Fu Heiyu told Master Chu Cheng that he was the epitome of politeness, and he never expected to have the chance to contribute to the cause. The man was sitting in the car and called the boss and reported that Chu Cheng got into the car and would now go on the road with the leader of Huang Fu. The boss told the guy to keep an eye on Chu Cheng and not to let him go under any circumstances. And for the magic sect, this is important, and Chu Cheng is a threat to their missions. The guy quietly followed Huang Fu Heiyu's car, and Chu Cheng obviously won't be able to hide anywhere and will follow him anywhere. Chu Cheng continued to drive with Huang Fu Heiyu in the car, and then Song Qiu called and wanted to clarify the details again so as not to make a mistake in the matter. Song Qiu told his son-in-law that he used the talisman he gave him and checked if he was being followed, and everything was clear, and he was already on his way to Shuncheng. Chu Cheng glanced at the car's side mirror and noticed that someone was following them behind them, and his uncle would also have to deal with the nasty worms. And at that very second, Huang Fu Heiyu stepped on the gas and sped up. And the guy from the sect was surprised, wondering if Chu Cheng really wanted to hide from him, and this was nonsense. The man from the magic sect also sped up. And he will not lose Huang Fu Heiyu's car, and will go even to the ends of the earth, but will not miss Chu Cheng now. A man from the black magic sect realized that this was very strange, and where the leader Huang Fu Heiyu was going, and he abruptly changed his trajectory. And at that very moment, Huang Fu Heiyu made a sharp turn in the car, and caught the man from the magic sect by surprise, and no one has the right to follow. The man from the black magic sect was shocked. And how could he stop? And he would crash into Huang Fu Heiyu's car. And why did he do that? The man from the black magic sect braked sharply, but the car behind him hit the car, and Chu Cheng caused an accident on the road. A man from the black magic sect hit his face on the steering wheel, and he is in a lot of pain. And the boss gave him a difficult task, because Chu Cheng is a smart guy. Several cars collided with each other, and there was chaos on the road. And a man from a sect of magicians who braked sharply, there is to blame for this. The man from the black magic sect was angry, and because of Chu Cheng, people would start to sort things out with him about the accident. But he was not to blame for this. The man from the black magic sect told Chu Cheng that he would not leave him, and would regret hurting his colleagues and causing an accident on the road. Chu Cheng stood in front of the idiot from the black magic sect and asked if he could start to be afraid already, and he was threatening so terribly that he would cry. Chu Cheng told the man from the black magic sect that it was too late, and he couldn't do anything, and he should pray for himself now. 10 minutes later, Chu Cheng put the guy from the magic sect in a bag and said that the job was done, and he had solved one problem, and that made him happy. Chu Cheng told brother Huang Fu Heiyu that they were following instructions and asked him to save the phone and drive around their city for a couple of hours. Chu Cheng put the bag in the trunk, and the man from the black magic sect will not suffocate there, and Uncle Chu is kind and took care of the guy's health. Leader Huang Fu Heiyu gave Chu Cheng a thumbs up and said that everything was under control, and he was working like a pro and had come up with a brilliant plan. The leader Huang Fu Heiyu told Chu Cheng that if he sees surveillance, he will quickly grind them into dust and punish them for everything, and he wants to beat up all the enemies. Chu Cheng listened to his colleague's words and was lucky that he had a friend like Huang Fu Heiyu and a leader who was always ready to support him in any situation. Huang Fu Heiyu drove from there in his car, and he will take care of the person from the black magic sect and hope that he is comfortable there. A man from a sect of black magicians is lying in the trunk at this time, and he is shaken with fear and does not even know where they're taking him, and has failed the case. Chu Cheng also went, but in a different direction, and he will destroy other people from the black magic sect, and they got him and annoyed him all these days. At this time in Shuncheng City, the Xiong family was waiting for the arrival of a friend's family, and they're ready to help them in difficult times, and they care about them. Song Qiu got out of the car and said good afternoon to Mr. Xiong, and thanked him very much for coming out to greet him personally and appreciated it. The Zhen family apologizes to the Xiong family for disturbing them, but they don't know what to do and decided to turn to them, and they are so kind. The head of the Xiong family, Xiong Lei, said that he is always willing to help Chu Cheng, and that he is his talisman, and that he saw Chu Cheng a month ago at the Huateng Hotel. Xiongluo asked Mr. Song Qiu if Mr. Chu Cheng would come, and he missed him so much and wanted to discuss various things and have a cup of tea. Song Qiu stood next to Mr. Xiong Lei and said that his son-in-law, Chu Cheng, would soon come to them, and he promised that he would come and solve all their problems. Xiongluo told Mr. Song Qiu that he had already reserved a booth for them there, and they would have lunch and wait for Chu Cheng and discuss various matters. Song Qiu listened to Mr. Xiongluo's request, and he asked Mr. Xiong Lei to come, and he would show them all the places and order the most delicious dishes in the city. Song Qiu said that Mr. Xiongluo is so kind, and he helps them, and he wants to treat the guests. And they are lucky to have such a friend. Xiongluo's grandchildren were surprised and asked who this man was and why their grandfather was acting as if he had a debt to them, and that was very strange. The guy said that it was the first time he saw Xiong Lei there. So kind to strangers, and this kid looks like the grandfather. And at that moment, the guy suddenly asked his brother if Song Qiu was Xiong Lei's illegitimate son, and that explained why he was so kind to him. Xiongluo took all his friends to a cafe in Shuncheng and asked if Chu Cheng had already arrived in the city, and he couldn't wait to see his old friend again. Xiongluo asks Xiao Guang to stay with the guests for a while, especially since he and their friend Song Qiu are the same age, and they clearly have topics for conversation. Xiao Guang agreed with his grandfather and said that he would take care of his friends, and Xiong Lei said that he would go and meet Chu Cheng and not keep him waiting. Xiao Guang waited for his grandfather to leave the restaurant, and then he would have a heart-to-heart talk with the Song Qiu, and they would find common topics for conversation. Xiao Guang asked his friend if he was Mr. Song Qiu, and he was glad to meet him today, and they correctly decided to ask them for help. Xiao Guang extended his hand and wanted to personally shake Song Qiu's hand, because he was their friend and promised his grandfather that he would take care of them and that he would not hurt anyone there. Shogun told Song Qiu that in Shuncheng, all the people respect martial arts, so forgive him if his handshake was too strong. But Song Qiu grinned evilly and told Xiao Guang it was okay, and he was also into fistfighting, and they would practice after lunch. Xiao Guang said that his teacher was Zhen Badao, and he studied at his martial arts school, and it would be interesting to know where Mr. Song Qiu studied fighting. Song Qiu told Mr. Xiao Guang that his teacher is his son-in-law Chu Cheng, and everyone calls him the master of Nanquan, and he is a skilled battle strategist. The Zhen family looked at Song Qiu and Xiao Guang, and the atmosphere was tense to the limit, and it seemed like the fighters wanted to find out who was stronger in battles. Xiao Guang was serious and asked Song Qiu if everyone really called Chu Cheng Master Nanquan, and how pompous and funny it sounded. Song Qiu told Xiao Guang that before he said that, he should first practice with Chu Cheng and see if Mr. Xiong wanted to practice with him. Xiao Guang stopped squeezing Song Qiu's hand and said that he was such a sweetheart, and that he was lucky to have met him, and that they would both spend time together. Xiao Guang hugged Song Qiu and asked him to go, and that there was a special area where they could train, and no one would disturb the two fighters. The Zhen family was still sitting in place, and they were confused about what just happened. And Song Qiu and Xiao Guang were being polite, and both went to train. Xiong Xiao Guang brought Song Qiu to the Xiong family courtyard, and there they will find out whose fighting style is better, and whose teacher has better prepared his student for the slaughter. The guy asked his brother if Mr. Xiong Xiao Guang was once again creating unnecessary problems out of the blue and lacking drive in his life. Brother asks Xiong Xiao Guang not to hit their guests too hard, otherwise Xiong Lei will come back and they will be in trouble for starting a fight in the yard. Song Qiu said that he had already become related to the training pillars and that he only needed to take one unicorn step to defeat Xiao Guang. And at that very second, Xiong Xiao Guang rushed towards Song Qiu with a blow. And now they will find out what he is capable of, and he can talk like a pro. But Song Qiu deftly dodged Xiong Xiao Guang's attack without any problems, and he asked Mr. Xiong where his speed was that he bragged about to him. After defending himself from a couple of Xiong Xiao Guang's blows, Song Qiu told his friend that it was time to end the fight, and delivered a powerful kick to Xiao Guang's ribs. Xiong Xiao Guang is in a lot of pain, and he didn't have time to block and defend against Song Qiu's attack, and he is too fast, and flew back 2 meters from the attack. Sheng Xiaoguang fell to the ground with a thud and realized that Song Chu was a powerful fighter and modest because he did not show his skills and strength to anyone. Friends and brothers began to laugh at Mr. Xiong Xiaoguang. And Song Chu's blow was epic, and he brutally beat the man and punished him for his words. Sheng Xiaoguang listened to his friend's words while lying on the ground, and they said that Song Chu knocked him to the ground with one blow, and how he would explain it to his friends. Sheng Xiaoguang stood up and told Song Chu that he admitted that he really knew something, and showed that he could deliver powerful kicks. And at this moment, Sheng Xiaoguang grabbed the pillar with all his might, and soon he would pull it out, and then Song Chu would not be able to defend himself from his attack. Sheng Xiaoguang took a huge pillar in his hands, and he did not give in and wanted to punish Song Chu for humiliating him in front of all his brothers in battle. Sheng Xiaoguang threw pillars at Song Chu, and now he will find out how his friend will block and defend against huge pillars, and it is so unrealistic. Song Chu tensed up and realized that Sheng Xiaoguang was really strong, and he pulled out a wooden pole in a minute, and it was dangerous to fight with him with fists. But when no one expected this, Song Chu broke the pillar in half with one kick and thought that Xiong Xiaoguang was underestimating his friend. Song Chu quickly ran towards Xiong Xiaoguang with his leg outstretched, and he wants to show his friend what he is capable of. And in battle, tactics and strategy are important. Song Chu stopped his foot in front of Xiong Xiaoguang's face and said that unfortunately, strength alone was not enough to defeat a fighter like Song Chu. Xiong Xiaoguang was shocked and knelt down and asked Song Chu what kind of technique this was, and he had never seen a pole break easily in his life. Song Chu told Mr. Xiong Xiaoguang that this is a special technique and his son-in-law Chu Cheng taught him, and it is not for nothing that his son-in-law is the master of Nanquan in their city. Song Chu quickly jumped on the pillars and told Xiong Xiaoguang that the technique is called the unicorn step and it is useful in battle, and he demonstrated it clearly. Xiong Xiaoguang and all his brothers were amazed by Song Chu's speed, and he realized that he had messed with the master and that he had been wrong to attack him and made a mistake. Song Chu told his friends that it was a pity that his son-in-law Chu Cheng wasn't there, and if his son-in-law had come, he would have shown a master class, but they had never seen the technique. The brothers listened, and Song Chu said that Chu Cheng would show them how to overcome all these pillars in just one moment. And he was not joking about his son-in-law. Sheng Xiaoguang told Song Chu that his son-in-law was Chu Cheng, that is Mr. Chu Cheng, whom his grandfather mentioned, and he had heard many stories about him. Song Chu agreed with the Xiong Xiaoguang and said that Chu Cheng is his son-in-law, and he has saved people in dangerous situations many times, and he is hiding talent. Xiong Xiaoguang and his brothers are delighted. And this is what kind of person Chu Cheng is, and they can't wait to see him. And he could give useful advice to everyone. Song Chu thought that his son-in-law hadn't even appeared in Shuncheng yet, but people were already talking about him, and the number of fans had increased, and Chu Cheng was truly unique. Shenglo asked Mr. Chu Cheng to go there, and there is their training ground, and his grandchildren practice their skills and spar often. The brothers listened to their grandfather's words and noticed Mr. Chu Cheng, and they really wanted to see this unique person in person, and Song Chu got his son-in-law there. Song Chu begged and waving his hands and told his son-in-law that he was there and was so glad that he had arrived in Shuncheng City, safe and sound, and they were waiting for him. But at this moment, all the brothers pushed Song Chu and said good afternoon to Mr. Chu Cheng, and he is a living legend and they know what he is capable of. The brothers begged Mr. Chu Cheng to take them as his disciples, and they want to fight like Song Chu and apply the skills, and he is the best teacher in the world. The brothers asked Mr. Chu Cheng if he was really Song Chu's teacher, and if he could teach them the unicorn steps and this powerful technique. Sheng Xiaoguang pushed all the brothers and asked Mr. Chu Cheng to take him as his disciple, and he will do everything he asks. Chu Cheng listened to the guy's words in surprise, and Sheng Xiaoguang was willing to pay double the price for this, and was willing to pay 10 times more now. But suddenly, Xiong Lei hit Xiaoguang and asked the idiot if he really thought that Chu Cheng would become his teacher just because he wanted to. A lump grew on Sheng Xiaoguang's forehead, and he asked his grandfather what he was doing there and why he hit him in the face, and he was definitely a reasonable person. Sheng Lao stood next to Sheng Xiaoguang and was angry at his grandson and why he immediately irritated Chu Cheng. And the guest didn't even have time to say good afternoon to them there. Sheng Lao realized that the idiot Xiaoguang didn't understand anything and was asking to become Chu Cheng's disciple, and he received the order when he helped Chu with the Huang family. Sheng Lao knows that this order already gives almost exclusive rights in the 9th heaven, and it demands obedience, and this is the truth of the order. The Qiong family is now in the possession of the 9th heaven, And it seems that the other 8 families that Chu Cheng called for help are in this situation. Moreover, based on Chu Cheng's seniority and qualifications, he is a master, and he manages many families. And how can one thoughtlessly ask for this? Xionglek told Mr. Chu Cheng that Xiong Xiaoguang doesn't understand anything and shouldn't pay attention to his words, and that he is naive and still young. Chu Cheng told Xiong Lo that it was okay, and he hoped that Chu Cheng was not angry because of Xiong Xiaoguang's behavior, and he infuriated his grandfather immediately. Song Qiu told his son-in-law that before he came, he and the Song family had exchanged friendly blows there. And now, in Shuncheng, Chu Cheng is a legend. Chu Chen stood nearby and realized because of whom he ended up in this situation. And he did not understand why the guys immediately ran to him, and it's funny. Chu King told the brothers that if they wanted to learn the unicorn steps, Song Chu would teach them, and he passed on all his knowledge to him, and he encyclopedia. Song Qiu was surprised and asked his son-in-law Chu Cheng if he really wanted to bury him, and why he lied that he had mastered all the skills and could teach them. Chu Cheng told the leader Xiong Lei that they could go, and the brothers surrounded Song Chu from all sides and begged the master to teach them all the fighting techniques. Chu Cheng went down to the basement of Xiong Lei's house, and he immediately laid out the talismans and wants to help the Zhen family, and this is very important. Zhen and his family listened with interest to Chu Cheng's instructions, and Master Chu asked his friends if they were ready and would begin to rid them of parasites. Chu Chen said that one of them has a parasite child inside of him, and the mother is with the magicians, and when he starts to mix the child, the magicians will find out about it, and he will hurry there. Zhen bowed and said thank you to Chu Cheng, and it doesn't matter if everything goes smoothly, but he said everything he knew to help in the matter with the magicians. Chu Chen told Zhen not to worry, and as soon as the parasite appeared, he would not leave him a single chance and would finish him off and avenge them. And at that moment, Chu Chen began to use the technique and talismans to remove living creatures from their bodies, and they destroy them from the inside and thus harm the organs. The Zhen family was expelling living creatures from their bodies, and Chu Cheng said that it would be unpleasant, but would end quickly, and they had to endure it. At the same time, Ning Junhe was driving a car and wanted to quickly find Chu Cheng, and he hoped that Ning Jungxiao's brother would find a way to take revenge on them. Ning Junhe looked at the navigator, and Chu Cheng chose a tricky route, and why he was driving erratically, and something was wrong, and he realized. Ning Junhe froze, and he guessed what Chu Cheng was up to, and that he was a scoundrel who was able to deceive so easily and make the Black Magician sect look like fools. Ning Junhe sharply turned the steering wheel and changed the trajectory of movement. He would still find Chu Cheng, and he would never be able to hide from them. Ning Junhe's car was obstructing other drivers' traffic, and they don't know what kind of idiot got a license and went out on the road to drive a car. The drivers were furious and shouted at Ning Junhe that he might be looking for death and told him to learn to drive a car or they would beat him. Ning Junhe realized he was cheated, and Chu Cheng is not following this route, and he is already getting rid of their creatures, and he feels all the pain of the parasite. At this moment, Ning Junhe suddenly stepped on the brake pedal, and he couldn't control his legs because Chu Cheng was harming the sect's essence. Drivers were cursing at Ning Junhe, and he was doing this in broad daylight, and they hated the ghoul, and he was making them nervous and driving like an idiot. Ning Junhe feels that the fluctuations are going in this direction, and Chu Cheng has decided to destroy his poisonous creatures, and this is making him tense. Ning Junhe continues to drive along the road, and he will have time to find Chu Cheng and save the animals. And why Chu Cheng is targeting the Black Magician sect. Ning Junhe thought that in a couple of minutes Zhen would die like a dog, and no one would help him. And he was doomed, and in vain Zhen betrayed the sect of magicians. At this time, in the basement of Xiong Lei's house, Chu Cheng ordered the living creatures to come out and directed the talismans towards his friends, and he is confident. And then the creatures came out of the Zhen family's body, and Chu Cheng kept his word and saved them from the creatures, and they did not allow them to live normally. The bee-shaped creatures buzzed in pain because Chu Cheng had planted talismans on them, and the spell would harm them and destroy all the creatures. The Zhen family felt free, and thanks to Mr. Chu Cheng for his help. And only Cheng is able to incredibly remove living creatures from the body. Chu Cheng crushed the creature with his foot and told the Zhen family that the job was done, and he had successfully used the talisman, and they never failed. Chu Cheng congratulated Zhen's family, and now they are free. And Zhen and his family said a huge thank you to Chu Cheng, and he saved their lives, and he is cool. At the same time, Ning Junhe was coughing heavily, and it seemed that he did not have time, and Chu Cheng destroyed the living creatures, and why did he contact teacher Chu Cheng? Ning Junhe had an accident and lost consciousness, and without living creatures, he loses vitality. And Chu Cheng was able to find the magician's weak spot. The drivers asked each other what happened, and it looks like someone ran out onto the road, or someone doesn't know how to drive, and it's an accident. Ning Junhee still hasn't woken up. And he believes that Ning Jungxiao's brother will take revenge on Chu Cheng for everything, and he will regret getting involved with them, and that's a fact. Jen said thanks to the benefactor. And as for the black magicians, he will tell all the information about them without concealment and guarantees it. Sunjin sat next to him, and his father told Mr. Chu Cheng that he had one more request, and if he fulfilled it, he would already be in his debt. Jen looked at his son, but the kid didn't understand what his father wanted from him, and he was ready to do anything for him, and saw what he always sacrificed for the family. Chu Cheng stood next to him and looked at Jen, and understood what his friend was hinting at. And he would fulfill his request, and Jen was an adequate and reasonable person. Chu Cheng asks Jen's son to look for Song Cho and play with him, and the son immediately agreed with Mr. Chu Cheng and thanked him for saving his family. Jen said that over the years, he had done so many things in the magic sect, but he wanted his son to have good memories of him. Chu Cheng asked Jen if he knew what the black magicians were pursuing, and he wanted to find out important information about the sect, and they were making him angry. Jen knows that black magicians have one forbidden place, and the place is filled with snakes and poisonous creatures and magicians trained. But Jen said that now the current leader has turned the place into a laboratory for studying poisonous corpses, and he is conducting an experiment. Chu Cheng was surprised by Jen's story and wants to know information about the poisonous corpses, and his friend can give many answers and clues to the case. Jen said that the life force and blood of people are turned into poison, and then this poison is injected into the body of the dead, and the magicians will not spare anyone there. As a result, the dead gain incomparable power and no longer feel pain, and these are poisonous corpses, and they are ideal fighters for the sect. While people are alive, they have their own thoughts and feelings. But after their essence undergoes a transformation, people obey orders. Chu Cheng thought for a moment and told Jen that as far as he knew at the moment, all the test subjects had clearly been kidnapped by the black magic sect. Jen asked Mr. Chu Cheng if he really wanted to say that the black magic sect was secretly kidnapping people, and his logic was already rational. Jen agreed with Chen and said that, moreover, the magic sect is related to the underground boxing club Eternal Night. And this is a fact. Jen said that black magicians are already conducting their experiments under the auspices of the Qian Corporation, and he hates the sect for all of this. Chu Cheng remembered that the Qian Corporation is a giant in terms of the breadth of its interests. They can compare with the Nin family and dominate all their industries. Over the years, Zhen has personally killed many people, and even death cannot atone for his sins. And he wants Chu Cheng to take revenge on the magic sect. Chu Cheng told his friend Zhen that the black magic sect had exceeded all his expectations, and he didn't think they were conducting experiments, and that was important. Zhen listened to his friend's words, and Chu Cheng said that if it weren't for Zhen, he would never have known about the dark experiments of the black magic sect. But now, Chu Cheng Lada doesn't know where to start and what to do. And he hasn't thought through a plan of action, and the information has changed all plans, and it's a shock. And then Chu Cheng noticed that Madame Jiang was calling him, and that she still needed from him, and he didn't want to talk to her but had to pick up the phone now. Madame Jiang told Chu Cheng that she heard that he wanted to find out information about Ningzimo and Xiaojin's Bazi and whether the rumors were true. Ning Junhee woke up at this time and realized that he was injured in the accident and lost control when the fool Cheng killed his livestock. Ning Junhee called his brother and told Ning Jungxiao that he was a little late and their livestock had been destroyed, and that idiot Cheng had taken his revenge. Ning Jungxiao asked Ning Junhee's brother how he was feeling, and his brother said that it was okay and that he was fine and had not been injured on the way. Ning Jungxiao told his brother that he was waiting for him at his place, and the appearance of Chu Cheng certainly confused all their plans, but the common goal remained unchanged. Ning Jungxiao told his brother that they needed to continue with their plan and first take out the impudent guy and their target Ning Zimo. At this time, in the Yangcheng tea house, Madame Jiang was sitting with her colleagues and waiting for Chu Cheng, and she wanted to discuss important matters, and he was interfering with their affairs. Chu Cheng apologized to Madame Jiang for keeping her waiting, and that he had serious reasons for being late, and let them understand him immediately. Madame Jiang smiled and told Chu Cheng it was okay, and asked him to come and sit at the table, and she was ready to wait for him for hours, and that was a fact. There was a lady standing next to Madame Jiang, and Jiang introduced this girl. And her name is Situ Jing, and she is an excellent partner in her organization, and she is smart. Situ Jing shook hands with Mr. Cheng, and she was looking forward to this meeting, and had heard many stories about him and Mr. Role Model. Chuchen told Madame Situ Jing that she was so kind, and he was flattered that she thought so highly of him, and he would not disappoint her today. Madame Jiang wanted to introduce Chucheng to another colleague, but he didn't want it and asked the guy if he really was Chucheng and if he was just a simpleton. The guy extended his hand and told Chucheng that he was Lin In Fan and hoped that when they worked together, he would not interfere with him in any way. But Chucheng was in no hurry to shake Lin In Fan's hand and took out a napkin and wanted the impudent man to do something before shaking Chucheng's hand. And at that moment, Chucheng suddenly told Lin In Fan that he had something stuck in his nose and told him to wipe his nose with a napkin and that this was important. Lin In Fan was angry at Chucheng's actions and asked the scoundrel if he was being rude to him. And wasn't he afraid that he would hit Chucheng and punish him for his impudence? But Madame Jiang told Lin In Fan to calm down and they would get down to business there. And it was not for nothing that she called Chucheng, and he knows so much information. Madame Jiang handed over the documents and told Chucheng that these were important materials on Bazi. Xiaojin asked about the Guangming Corporation. Chucheng asked Madame Jiang if he said that he would harm the club. Would she continue to help him, and that he knows the connections of the Guangming Corporation? Madame Jiang told Chucheng that he could trust her, and that she was always ready to help, because they were in the same team, and she would explain. Madame Jiang said that her job is specific, and she will formally introduce herself now, and she is Jiang Yingtao, the leader of the 9th group. Jiang Yingtao told Chucheng that he was now officially invited to help her in the secret case against Qian Corporation for human trafficking. Li Nianfan said that the Special Operations Bureau has a department that is responsible for all sinister incidents involving special forces. Chucheng was confused and asked Li Nianfan what these special groups were, and he wanted to know more information to understand their group. Situ Jing told Chuchen that these people have special talents and they're not afraid of complex operations and are always ready to help their residents. Chuchen told Jiang Yingtao that she was so unpredictable and he couldn't even imagine that she had such a profession, and she surprised his friend. Chuchen asked Jiang Yingtao if her family knew about her profession, and he had not heard from her relatives that they all shared this information. Jiang Yingtao said her father never discusses business with her after she joined the bureau and learned of the family's ties to the boxing club. But she asks Chucheng not to worry, and if the situation concerns her Jiang family, she is ready to sacrifice her family ties for the cause. Chucheng then asked Jiang Yingtao what she wanted from him, and she wanted Chucheng to first familiarize himself with the Bazijin materials. Jiang Yingtao told Chucheng that the Eternal Night Boxing Club, where he was last time, was already considered one of the largest in the country. In truth, the rich place bets on every fight in the Eternal Night for entertainment, and in a day their club earns tens of millions. As far as Jiang Yingtao knows, this business is supported by the most influential families of the Southern District: the Jin family, the Ning family, and the Zhang family. Jiang Yingtao told Xu Chen that the Xiaojin family is directly connected to the Qian Corporation and is responsible for all maritime transport in their country. Xu Chen read the documents and was very interested, and Jiang Yingtao told him that he was very surprised to learn who had previously been in charge of the affairs. Bazi Xiaojin used to be the head of transportation, and Chucheng asked her father if he was also involved in the water industry, or if Mr. Shao was a shareholder of the club. Chucheng said that this whole situation is more complicated than he thought, and first, he wants to know why the bureau called him. Jiang Yingtao stood nearby and said that first of all, she was pleased to discuss business with an intelligent person, and they introduced the person into the staff. Jiang Yingtao said that they found out that the corporation recruited many warriors with natural talent in a short period of time, and this is strange. Situ Jing said that at the moment their intelligence team has no one with natural talent, and there is little evidence, so they cannot arrest the villains. Chuchen asked his colleagues if they really thought that he could now help them find warriors with natural talent, and that's why they called him. Jiang Yingtao told Chuchen that he was right, and they didn't want to involve unnecessary people. But the investigation was going slowly, and Chuchen was her friend and believed her. Chuchen told Jiang Yingtao that it was not a question, and he would ask the champion Ningzimo to help them, and no one could defeat him. And it was not for nothing that he was the champion. Chuchen named the second point that worries him. And Xiaojin then disappeared for 10 years. And this period is key in their case, and he is sure. A worthy daughter who was responsible for an important shipping business suddenly disappeared, and then she appeared in a remote underground club. Jiang Yingtao told Chucheng that she thought Xiaojin knew all the important details and hoped that he could get her to talk, and that this was important. Chucheng told Jiang Yingtao that he would try his best, and he was curious if Ningzimo knew about this story. and it would be difficult for Uncle Chu to find out the answers. Li Nianfan asked Chu Cheng if he would really try and think that they were playing games there and why he was not taking their business seriously. Zheng Yingtao and Chu Cheng listened to Li Nianfan's words and did not understand why he was so upset. And from the very beginning he was angry with Chu Cheng, and this is strange. Li Nianfan told Chu Cheng that guarantees were needed, and that Bazi Xiaojun was most likely directly connected to the case, and they could personally interrogate him. Zhang Yingtao sat next to Li Nianfan and didn't know why he was yelling at Chu Cheng now. And her friend said he would help her, and she believed Chu Cheng. Chu Cheng looked menacingly at Li Nianfan and thought that he would show the scoundrel there what he was capable of, and why Li Nianfan was threatening and angry. Li froze in horror. And why was Chu Cheng looking at him so menacingly, and he did not want to offend him, and only said that they needed guarantees. Zhang Yingtao slammed the table and told Li Nianfan to stop acting like that. And Chu Cheng was their guest, and he had no obligation to help them, but he was kind. Li Nianfan stood next to Zhang Yingtao, and Chu Cheng told the bureau that they had better not take any action against Xiaojun's Bazi anymore. Chu Cheng told the bureau that he doesn't care about them, but if this whole problem concerns his friends, he will do everything to protect his friends. Chu Cheng asked Commander Zhang Yingtao to let him know if they had any progress and hoped he wouldn't see that idiot Li next time. Chu Cheng closed the door and left the room and let Li Nianfan not be impudent there, and learn some manners before telling Chu what to do. Li Nianfan got angry and asked who Chu Cheng called a fool, and he was an idiot, and why Zhang Yingtao invited him. And he was ruining the reputation of their bureau. Situ Jing smiled and told Li Nianfan that it seemed like Chu Cheng wasn't lying, and called the one who was the most indignant and whiny with them a fool. Zhang Yingtao told her to stop arguing, and Li Nianfan asked Zhang why she trusted the idiot Chu Cheng so much. And he couldn't understand the logic. Li Nianfan said that he thinks that Chu Cheng will not help in the matter, and that he will, on the contrary, scare the enemy and attract the attention of the Qian Corporation. Commander Zhang Yingtao asked Li Nianfan if he really thought so, and then she would explain to him why she trusted Chu Cheng so much. Zhang Yingtao took a piece of paper and a pen, and she would clearly explain her logic to Li Nianfan if he still didn't understand, and then he would shut up there. Zhang Yingtao started writing something on a piece of paper and told Li Nianfan that she would explain everything to him because he was a member of the bureau, and she was not hiding information. Zhang Yingtao said that this was a hint given by Chu Cheng, and all the goods already sent by Qian Corporation were for black magicians. Zhang Yingtao told Li Nianfan that if he didn't believe it, he could go there personally and collect evidence, and the healers had already cleared the place. Situ Jing is in shock, and they couldn't find the supply channel for 3 months. And if this is true, they will make progress in the investigation, and Chu Cheng helped them. Zhang Yingtao agrees with Situ Jing, and therefore Li Nianfan will go himself and check the work that strangers did instead of him with the magician. Situ Jing is outraged by Li Nianfan's behavior, and that he is disgracing their bureau and was wrong to attack Chu Cheng because he gave so much information to the bureau. Zhang Yingtao told Li Nianfan that he had seriously obstructed the operation, and she would report it to have the certification reviewed. Zhang Yingtao and Situ Jing left the room, and Li Nianfan stood there and realized that he had contradicted Chu Cheng in vain and that the commander did not trust him. Li Nianfan decided that he had to find out what kind of person Chu Cheng was and that he had such an influence on Commander Zhang Yingtao and that he infuriated him and made him nervous. 3 days later, the god of war, Ning Zimo, stood on the pier in Yangcheng, and he was happy that everything had calmed down and Uncle Chu Cheng had helped him get his life back on track. Ning Zimo spoke on the phone with Bazi Xiaojun and asked her not to worry, and he promised Uncle Chu Cheng to do one favor for their case. The god of war, Ning Zimo, told Bazi Xiaojun that he needed to go and let her call him if she needed anything, and he would immediately return to his sweetheart. The man stood behind Champion Ning Zimo and said that the boss was calling him, and he wanted to discuss something and hoped he wouldn't keep him waiting. The guy asked the god of war Ning Zimo to follow him, and he would take him to the boss, and he wanted to discuss important details. And it was not in vain that he called them. The man asked Ning Zimo if he was there for a few days, and if he was familiar with what his duties included, and it seemed like it was all an important task. Ning Zimo told the man that he was a little familiar with the task, and understood that he needed to escort the cargo so that no one would attack and steal it. The man asked Ning Zimo to try harder, and it seems his skills are already at a high level, and the boss will gladly accept him, and the boss loves fighters. Wargod Ning Zimo opened the door and asked Uncle Ning Junhee if he was looking for him, and the assistant said that he wanted to discuss a matter with him. Ning Junhee asked Ning Zimo to come in and sit down. and he is right, and the assistant should have brought him to him. And he missed the god of war, and he is cool. Ning Junhei told Ning Zemo to drink tea and relax, and he knew that his uncle would never offend him and would protect him from any troubles. Ning Zemo sat down on the chair, and Ning Junhei asked if he had really gotten used to it in 2 weeks, and he had been gone for so long, and they missed little Ning. Ning Zemo told Ning Junhei that he had settled in quite well and that he didn't want to sit there for long, and if his uncle had any business with him, he should speak up directly. Ning Junhei smiled and told Ning Zemo that he must have already understood the essence of the job of ensuring the safety of the goods, and he can handle it. Ning Junhei said that there was an important shipment on the way, and he didn't want to trust strangers, so he decided to involve him. Ning Zemo told his uncle there was no problem and everything depended on the contracts, and he wanted to know everything, and when he knew he would help him with the supplies. Ning Zemo thought that everything was as Chu Cheng said, and only he had recently appeared, and Ning Junhei was ready to entrust him with a very important task. Chu Cheng told Ning Zemo that he could only ask him for this favor, and the rest were busy with other important missions, and that was a fact. Ning Junhei said that since his nephew is involved in the matter, he can be at peace, and he will protect the goods. And he has so much power and strength. Ning Junhei told Ning Zemo that if he wanted to return to the family and manage the company, he would be happy to help him personally. But Ning Junhei told Ning Zemo that he was still concerned about Xiaojin's Bazi story, and was willing to tell him the truth about Jin's past. Ning Zemo was completely shocked and asked Ning Junhei what kind of video it was and why he didn't know anything about it, and who did this to the cute girl. In the video, Bazi Xiaojin is tied up and the man turned on the camera, and he has important things to say, and Ning Zemo is obliged to listen to their words. The masked man told Mr. Ning Zemo that this video was for him, and he had specially prepared everything, and hoped not to disappoint him in the video. The man held a knife in his hand and told Ning Zemo that before he was clearly enjoying life and his business was going well, and his whole family respected him. Bazi Xiaojin was sitting there, and the man told Ning Zemo that even in all of Yangqing, there was no young master better than him, and he remembers. The man told Ning Zemo that now, for the sake of Xiaojin, he broke off all ties with his family, and Ning spent 6 years in an underground club. The man asked Ning Zemo if he knew for whom he had tried so hard, and whether Bazi had told Xiaojin important information about who she was. The man told Ning Zemo that he probably didn't know, and always stupidly followed the instructions, and didn't know that Chu and Xiaojin were fooling him. Ning Zemo watched the video and wondered if the man was talking about Uncle Chu Cheng and Bazi Xiaojin and what they could be hiding from their friend. The man told Bazi Xiaojin to tell him why she ended up in the boxing club, and Ning Zemo would be interested to know the truth about her. Bazi Xiaojin said that she is the daughter of Mr. Yang, the head of the Yang Corporation, and previously worked in the corporation and was personally responsible for transportation. Bazi Xiaojin worked there for 6 years, but didn't know what kind of cargo they were transporting. And her father said that they were transporting animals for the zoo. But one day, Bazi Xiaojin found out that those animals were living people, and her father had been deceiving her all the time, and she was in shock that day. Xiaojin's father deceived her for 6 years, and she unwittingly, without even realizing it, helped her father in human trafficking, and this is terrible. Bazi Xiaojin went to her father for an explanation, but he sent her to the boxing club under house arrest, and she was under supervision there. Bazi Xiaojin was in a hopeless situation. And just then, she accidentally met Chu Cheng, and he came to train at the club. Chu Cheng suggested that a member of the Ning family would soon appear in the club, and she should try to establish contact with them, and that this would help their business. Bazi Xiaojin did so, and Ning Zemo was happy to help her. And she was already hoping that she would finally live a peaceful life with him. But Chu Cheng began to threaten Bazi Xiaojin that he would tell everyone about her past profession, and she followed his orders and reported. Chu Cheng told Bazi Xiaojin that if she doesn't want Zemo to see her true face, she must do as he tells the lady. Bazi Xiaojin was afraid to tell Ning Zemo everything, and believed that he might leave her, and was worried that her father would go against her now. The man stood nearby, and Bazi Xiaojin said that therefore she had to play the game that Chu Cheng started, and there was no choice anymore. The man asked Ning Zemo if this whole story had sowed doubts in him, and he stopped trusting his friends or didn't believe. Bazi Xiaojin was crying, and the man told Ning Zemo that he could check for himself where Chu Cheng came from and who Bazi Xiaojin's father was. Ning Junhei told Ning Zemo that his uncle understood that this truth was too cruel for him, since he had entrusted Bazi's life to Xiaojin. Ning Junhei told Ning Zemo that the young people took love seriously, but in truth, there is no place in the world for sincere feelings and love. Ning Junhei asked Ning Zemo if he realized how much information Xiaojin had passed on to other people behind his back, and that this was clearly a loss. Ning Junhei told Ning Zemo that from the bottom of his heart and without any ulterior motives, only his relatives could relate to him, and he understood him. Ning Junhei told Ning Zemo that it was good, and hoped he would think about everything and return to his family. And his father Ning Jungxia would forgive him. At this time in Changcheng, in the Song family home, Chu Cheng was sitting with teacher Luo Yun, and while talking on the phone he told his friend that he understood and thanked him. Chu Cheng told brother Luo Yun that he had been harassing him lately and asking him to keep an eye on the mages, but he wanted to ask him for help again. Chung needs to check which other berths are ready to receive a cargo ship besides the Qin Corporation berth in Shenzhen, and this is so important. But at that moment, Song Chu burst into the room and told his son-in-law that things were bad, and Xiaojin's Bazi was nowhere to be found, and he didn't know where else to look for her. Chu Cheng is worried and asked Song Cho if Bazi Xiaojin is not answering calls, and where could she have disappeared to, and he doesn't like it. Song Cho asked his son-in-law Chu Cheng if he hadn't asked Xiaolang to keep an eye on Xiaojin's Bazi for the past couple of days. And how could she have missed the kidnapping? Song Cho said that in the morning Xiaolang called him and told him that Xiaojin was missing, and only then he found this video in Jin's mail. Chu Cheng watched the video and can't believe that the enemies were 100% prepared and struck first, but he will return the favor. Song Cho asked his son-in-law what was going on, and whether Bazi Xiaojin had been kidnapped, and whether they had defeated the Black Magician sect, and who had harmed her. Chu Cheng told Song Cho that this video is 100% fake, and he has seen a lot of manipulations where people use fake videos. Chu Cheng told Song Cho that he and Bazi Xiaojin had never met before, and he had not collected information about the Ning family from Jin. Song Cho asked his son-in-law, Chu Cheng, why the scoundrels posted the video, and maybe they want to frame him, because Chung had made a lot of enemies. Chu Cheng thinks this movie is meant for Ning Zemo, and although it's all staged, Xiaojin has actually already worked at the Chen Corporation. Teacher Luo Yun realized that the enemies were not sitting still and they knew everything, and waited for the perfect moment to edit the video setup. Song Kyo was in complete shock, and could it be that Bazi Xiaojin worked in the Chen Corporation, and no one talked about it and what Bazi was doing there? When Chu Cheng lost his memory and ended up in the Song family, he had no documents, so they forged his ID and suspected. Song Kyo told his son-in-law that Bazi Jin and Ning Zemo are currently being discussed on social media, and that she is being manipulative and is using Ning Zemo. Chu Cheng was surprised and asked Song Cho to give him the phone, and he wants to see it all for himself. And they are not in control of the situation, and this is very annoying. People wrote articles about the 10 clever ways that this Bazi freak Xiao Jin won the attention of Mr. Ning Zemo. Chu Cheng said that it seems that Bazi Xiaojin saw this video, and she wants to find Ning Zemo to explain herself, and he knows all her feelings. Song Cho listened to his son-in-law's words, and Chu Cheng said that this indicates that someone clearly wanted to lure Bazi Xiaojin out of hiding, and it succeeded. Chu Cheng said that for Ning Zemo, the most important thing in life is Xiaojin, and if she is captured, they will be able to use Ning Zemo, and this is obvious. Song Cho listened to the words of his son-in-law Chu Cheng, and he was amazed by the enemy's treachery, and he was worried about his friend Ning Zemo, and they were obliged to help Jin and Zemo. Chu Cheng told Song Cho that they should just trust Zemo, and he will fulfill their hopes. And now the main task is to find Xiaojin. At this time, Bazi Xiaojin arrived at Changcheng Station and needed to quickly find Ning Zemo, and he shouldn't believe the various rumors from the scoundrels. Bazi Xiaojin noticed that there were a lot of people at the station, and she obviously wouldn't be able to find Ning Zemo in such a crowd, and therefore she would make a choice. People continue to walk next to Bazi Xiaojin, and everyone has their own things to do, and they have to hurry to catch the train, and they run there. Bazi Xiaojin asked for forgiveness from passers-by, and she urgently needs to get to Pengcheng, and can she go first and pay everyone? People near Bazi Xiaojin were shocked to see her, and wondered if this was the one they were talking about in the news, and they all knew all the information. The guy told the lady that she is Bazi Xiaojin, and he knows about her actions, and how she is not ashamed to walk on the street and look into his eyes. Bazi Xiaojin asked the man if he knew her, and it was she, and she had urgent business, and could she go there, and she was in a hurry. But suddenly, at that very second, a person pushed Bazi Xiaojin, and she is ugly and imagines herself a princess. And there's only one line for everyone there. People surrounded Xiaojin's Bazi and said that she was the same witch, and that she manipulated Ning Zemo's feelings and lied to Xiaolang too. People said that in real life, Bazi Xiaojin was even scarier than in the photo, and Ning Zemo was completely desperate, and why did he get involved with a witch? Bazi Xiaojin asked people what they were talking about, and she doesn't know why they push and humiliate her in every possible way, and what Jin is guilty of. People said that Bazi Xiaojin also asks she was friends with Xiaolan, but was jealous of her success and always interfered with her friend's progress. A man asked Xiaojin's Bazi if she even knew how many customers he had lost due to the cancellation of Xiaolang's concert in Yangcheng. People said that a nasty friend is worse than an enemy, and she harmed Xiaolang's career so much, and Xiaojin's Bazi is evil itself, and she must be punished. Bazi Xiaojin listened to people's words, and she felt so sorry for Xiaolang, and she needed support, and she had to contact her, and she was nervous. Bazi Xiaojin asked people if she was jealous of Xiaolang, and where they got this information, and why they hated her so much. People listened to Xiaojin's words from Bazi and want to drag her to Changcheng Square so that everyone can see her ugly face in person. The man said that they will also force Xiaolang to publicly apologize and that she offended her, and fans are ready to do anything for the star soon. And at that very moment, Xiaolang suddenly appeared at the station and told people to stop making fun of Xiaojin's Bazi and that it was all absurd. People turned around and noticed that it was Xiaolang and why she came to the station, and this is a pleasant surprise for them, and they want to hug the star. A fan wanted to ask Xiaolan for an autograph, but she pushed him away and was only interested in the Xiaojin's Bazi and what those scoundrels did to her. Xiaolan asked Bazi Xiaojin if she was okay, and if someone harmed her, she would personally avenge her, and she would beat those idiots. Bazi Xiaojin listened to her friend's words and told Xiaolan that she was fine and not injured, but she wanted to find out who set her up like that. Xiaolan told Bazi Xiaojin that they would discuss this at home and that she did not want to stand in front of the vile people who had hurt her sister so much. But Bazi Xiaojin told Xiaolang that she would not go home and that she had to find Ning Zimo and explain herself to him because he was so offended. Xiaolan told Bazi Xiaojin that she and Ning Zimo had been through so much together, and could she really not trust him? Bazi Xiaojin realized that there was truth in Xiaolang's words, and she did not think about it and absolutely trusts Ning Zimo, and he will understand the fake. Fans told Xiaolang that they are helping her and are asking her to stay away from Xiaojin's Bazi and that it will ruin her career. But Xiaolan told people that Bazi Xiaojin is her friend and she will never harm her, and she always supports her in all her efforts. People listened to Xiaolang's words, and was it true? But the article said that they were enemies and hated each other. And why did they believe the article? People asked each other if Xiaolang hadn't seen these videos. And then she would definitely have changed her mind about Xiaojin's Bazi, and she is an enemy. A friend told the guy that it looks like he's right and Xiaolang doesn't know, and she hasn't seen the video where Bazi Xiaojin insults her, and Lang is so kind. At this time, 3 friends were sitting in the Xingting Hotel, and the 3 of them were brazenly humiliated by Chu Cheng and kicked out of the opening of the pharmaceutical company. Zhou Kang said it was a genius move to come up with the idea that her face was the result of Beichen's drug tests, and that it was his perfect plan. Chu Ming told Zhu Liang that he wanted to know where he found such a brilliant network agent, and everything was done perfectly, and it was cool. Zhu Ling said that there are people in the black market who have studied stealth and espionage techniques, and now people are working as manipulators. Zhu Ling said that this group is called the Phantom Shadows, and they have rivals called Mukai, and they will drive Bazi Xiaojin into a corner soon. And at this time, the friends were in shock, and Zhou Ming asked his friends what had just happened and why the friends were nervous, and he would help them solve everything. Zhou Liang offered Mao Cai 1 million to smear Chu Cheng and Bazi Xiaojin, but they refused and no longer accept orders. At this time, in the company of ghostly shadows, a guy asked the boss why he refused Zhou Liang's order, and why they were Mukai's competitors. And at that moment, the boss hit the guy on the head and said that he doesn't understand anything, and that he is right to be afraid of Chu Cheng, and there is a reason for that. The boss asked the guy if he had forgotten how they had followed Chu Cheng last time, and no one had ever followed him from being followed, and that was true. But they lost Chu Cheng, and he cleverly hid from them. And this guy has reflexes on another level, and he can punish them, and he is afraid of him. And a couple of minutes later that day, Chu Cheng appeared behind him, but he did not notice him and did not suspect that a person could approach unnoticed. But Chu Cheng heard the information from him that day, and did not kill him, and gave him a second chance, and he himself was surprised, because Chu Cheng was so kind. The boss realized that Chu Cheng is not so simple, and being hostile to him means signing his own death sentence, and he is afraid of Chu Cheng's wrath now. And then a girl came into the room and asked people if they were sure that by refusing an order, they only lose 1 million, and she was so interested. The lady's name was Wang Wanlin, and she is the daughter of the head of the ghostly shadows, and she wants to know the answers to her questions and let the guys not hide everything. The guy asked his colleague why this witch came there and what she wants from them, and he did not expect to meet Wang Wanlin, and she is evil. The guy stood nearby and told the boss that he was screwed, and Wang Wanlin asked him everything about refusing the $1 million order and that it was his mistake. Wang Wanlin told the guy that he wouldn't answer her question, and if they lost to Mokai because of 1,000,000, how would he answer to the boss for himself? Wang Wanlin said their organization, Ghost Shadows and Mukai, both enter the Dark Gate, and the bonus amount depends on the final ranking. Wang Wanlin slammed her hand on the table, and she spends a lot of money to support them, and they solve problems like that. And they don't think about the company. The guy told Miss Wang Wanlin that now is not the time for quarrels, and he followed Shu Cheng and said he is not an ordinary person and destroyed Wushan. But Wang Wanlin said that the destruction of the Wushan clan was just an operation organized by the Valley of Medicines. And isn't she right? Wang Wanlin told people that she would complain to her father, and that the guy was clearly not suitable for the role of director of Changcheng, and he only knows how to hinder her. A colleague told the boss that he should do as he knows, and his colleagues cannot give him advice because no one can argue with Wang Wanlin. The guy stood there in despondency, and his colleague asked the boss why Wang Wanlin was sent there today, and that she would complicate everything and always interfere with work. Wang Wanlin and Mukai launched a new wave of information attacks, and the buyer clearly increased the price, but they were wrong, and this is a tragedy. The guys listened to Wang Wanlin's words, and she asked the guy if he understood that now the ghostly shadows had already lost more than just 1,000,000. At this time, Xiaolong ran, grabbing Xiaojin's Bazi by the hand, and she asked her friend where they were going, and she wanted to find out information. Xiaolong caught a taxi and told Bazi Xiaojin that they were both going back to Chucheng, and he would help fix the situation, and she trusted their friend. Xiaolan said that if people are trying so hard to make a big fuss about Xiaojin and Ningzimo's Bazi, they have ulterior motives for doing so. And at that moment, suddenly someone hit the taxi from behind, and the taxi driver was confused about who he could have displeased and why they were being followed now. The taxi driver wasn't scared, and he carried out the movement and won't get into an accident now, because there are lovely ladies sitting in the back seat, and he will protect. Xiaolin asked Bazi Xiaojin to be careful, and she is always there next to her and will not allow anyone to harm her best friend. And then people started getting out of the cars and holding bats in their hands, and they are following the boss's orders and will not miss the taxi and will punish the ladies in Chucheng. Passers-by saw guys with bats and asked what kind of circus this was. And maybe they were also cosplayers and they dressed up as characters from the movie. Xiaolong apologizes to the taxi driver's sensei for disturbing them, and they are in a terrible hurry, and maybe he can help get rid of the pursuers. The taxi driver said that if it were anyone else, he would have refused. But he knows Xiaolan and will certainly help her in any situation in their life. And at that very second, the taxi driver pressed the gas pedal and drove forward. And he is not afraid that these people can catch up with them and cause harm and punish them. People said that Xiaolang and Bazi Xiaojin were leaving, and they technically slipped away from them. And he didn't expect that the taxi driver would continue driving there. A colleague told a friend that they should quickly go after them and not miss Xiaojin's Bazi now. Otherwise, the boss will be angry, and this is the main thing. The bandit told his colleagues not to let Bazi Xiaojin escape, and they would capture them and bring them to the boss and let him decide their fate, and they would all regret it. The taxi driver pushed the bandit's car away, and he won't let the ladies get caught, and Xiaolin and her friend are under his protection, and he will keep them both safe. Xiaolin told the taxi driver sensei that his car is just a beast, and he is not inferior to the bandits, and taught them a lesson, and their world does not have enough of such. The taxi driver listened to Xiaolong's words and said that in his youth, he even won the regional racing championship once, and that he already had the skills. The taxi driver said that on every trip he played Xiaolong's compositions, and he still gets goosebumps from the melodies and the star's voice. The taxi driver said it was a pity he couldn't get his youth back, and he could have become a racing champion, but life turned out differently. But he doesn't complain and lives like that. Xiaolong was surprised and asked the taxi driver sensei if he was also her fan, and she was flattered that she had such brave fans, and he was cool. The taxi driver asked Xiaolong why more cars were following them, and who they had run into, and it seemed like this man was so angry. Xiaolong turned around and asked Bazi Xiaojin what it was, and she wasn't sure if they were bandits and why people believed false rumors. These were Xiaolong's fans, and they called Bazi Xiaojin ugly and told her to get away from Xiaolong immediately, and that she was damaging her reputation. The lady was furious. And Ningzimo is her idol, and why did he prefer such a monster as Bazi Xiaojin to her, and he has no taste, and he was wrong. People were shouting at Bazi Xiaojin, and they can't stand people like her, and she's a rotten lady. And it was a mistake to get involved with Xiaoling and Ningzimo, and they are a miracle. Xiaolan realized that Xiaojin's Bazi was very difficult in this situation, and people were saying nasty things to her everywhere and blaming her for betraying everyone. Bazi Xiaojin sat next to her and asked Xiaolan what was going on, and why her photos were all over social media, and someone was clearly trying to frame her. Hundreds of people cursed Bazi Xiaojin and said that she was a fool and a witch, and told Xiaolang to leave her, and they would punish and beat her immediately. Bazi Xiaojin is tired of people making fun of her and asks them not to look at her, and they blame her for something she didn't do, and this makes her angry. Xiaolang hugged Bazi Xiaojin, and she will find a way to cure her face, and she is strong and clearly more beautiful than many people in this world. And then someone called Xiaolang, and the taxi driver told Xiaojin's Bazi that her friend was right, and that he was also judged wrongly in his youth. The taxi driver said he was too good, and everyone thought he was a liar and a cheat. But he proved his strength again and again by breaking barriers. Xiaolan said that the taxi driver sensei is right, and that Xiaojin's Bazi should live in such a way as to slap all people in the face, and they will regret everything. Xiaolang talked on the phone with Chu Cheng, and she found Xiaojin, but they have no chance to break through. And they are surrounded by people, and this is a disaster. Chu Cheng told Xiaolang that he had already understood the situation, and would now send them the coordinates. And they would hide there and leave the rest to Uncle Chu. Xiaolan told Bazi Xiaojin that everything will be fine, and Chu Cheng is already on his way, and he will find a way to fix the situation, and she believes their friend. But Bazi Xiaojin asked Xiaolang not to look at her, and she is ugly, and everyone is right, because there are deep scars on her face, and they scare everyone. Xiaolan looked at Xiaojin's Bazi and realized that this was a problem, and that these damned people had broken Xiaojin's psyche, and she was depressed. Xiaolan asked Chu Cheng what to do, and after meeting with crazy fans there, Xiaojin was completely despondent, and Chu Cheng asked to give her the phone. Chu Cheng asked Bazi Xiaojin if Zima were there today, how she thinks he would react to all the events in their situation. Bazi Xiaojin remembered Ning Zimo, and he is everything to her, and she is definitely ready to give her life for Zimo, and he saved her life, and she remembers. Bazi Xiaojin told Chu Cheng that Ning Zimo would stay by her side, and he never cared what others thought of her, and he loved her so much. Chu Cheng told Bazi Xiaojin that those who love her the most don't pay attention to the scars, and did other people's glances hurt her? Chu Cheng told Bazi Xiaojin that now she is behaving as those who arrange the conspiracy want, and the more she suffers, the weaker. And Ning. Chu Cheng was serious and asked Bazi Xiaojin if she really wanted to become the knife that would hurt Ning Zimo in the situation. At this moment, Bazi Xiaojin came to her senses and realized that the opinions of other people meant nothing to her, and that only Ning Zimo was so important to her. Bazi Xiaojin realized her mistake and told Chu Cheng that Uncle Chu was 100% right, and she was setting Ning Zimo up, and that these were the facts. Bazi Xiaojin said that Ning Zimo had been protecting her all this time, but now it was time for her to face this storm and stand firm. Xiaolan is glad that Bazi Xiaojin has come to her senses, and happiness suits her perfectly, and she suffers when she sees her friend in despondency, and this hurts. And at that moment, a car suddenly appeared in front of the bandit's car and blocked the way to the taxi and did not allow Bazi Xiaojin to catch up. The mercenaries were surprised and asked their colleagues who it was, and that he was really hindering them from catching up with their target, and blocked the way and how to go now, and he was infuriating them. It was Chu Cheng, and he told his friends to continue their journey, and he sent them the location, and he would figure it out and punish those who threatened them. Xiaolang was delighted and told Bazi Xiaojin that Chu Cheng and his friend came for them and kept his word because he promised to save them from the bandits. Xiaolan asked the taxi driver's sensei to speed up, and it was time to get rid of the bandits, and their friend was distracting them and the enemies wouldn't interfere. The taxi driver listened to Xiaolang's request and said that he understood, and he would speed up, and they would soon be there, and he was following the location now. The taxi driver pressed the gas pedal all the way down, and he looks like their friend Chu Cheng. And he will also keep his word, because Xiaolang is sitting in his taxi, and this is a dream. The taxi driver sensei asked the ladies to hold on tight, and they would soon be there. And they were safe, and nothing would happen to them, and a guarantee. Chu Cheng told the bandits that this road belonged to him, and that further on, there was a toll road, and he would not allow Bazi Xiaojin to be caught and would defeat the thieves. Chu Cheng asked the bandits. They didn't think that everything would be simple, and such lovely ladies always have protectors, and let them remember this. The bandit was nervous and told his colleagues that they were losing the taxi and Chu Cheng was really bothering them, and they would fail the mission if they didn't capture Xiaojin. The bandit realized that it was this Chu Cheng again, and how annoying he was to them and ruining their plans everywhere, and why he was helping Bazi Xiaojin, because he was a nobody, The bandit decided that he would not let Bazi Xiaojin escape so easily, and that he was not an ordinary person either. And it was not for nothing that he was sent on an important mission. At this time, Bazi Xiaojin and Xiaolang arrived at the location, and there they were met by Song Chu and the leader of Huang Fuheyu. And they called them, and this is their place. As soon as the taxi passed, Song Chu and the leader Huang Fuheyu began to close the doors so that the enemies could not enter there, and they would not allow. Song Chu and the leader Huang Fuheyu closed the door completely, and now it will be difficult for all enemies to get through, but they will be met by 2 fighters there. One of the bandits continued driving and noticed how the taxi disappeared. And he will not retreat back because he has come such a long way, and he will find them. The bandit wondered if Bazi Xiaojin and Xiaolang had decided that they had left him, but he would be upset because he was a professional and would get the job done. The bandit was driving at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, and he couldn't press the brakes there. And there was no turning back, and he would even drive through a wall. And at that moment, the bandit broke the doors and drove by in a car, and will never miss the target, and he will get Bazi Xiaojin from this building. The bandit hit the brakes, and now he has nowhere to hurry, and the ladies are now trapped. And they have nowhere to hide, and he lured them there and will grab them soon. The man got out of the car and froze in place, thinking that it would be easier, but he miscalculated, and it seems that Chu Cheng had managed to think everything through in detail. The man looked around and didn't know where the ladies had gone, and they were nowhere to be seen, and maybe they had hidden around the corner. And he would soon find both of them. The bandit called Ning Junhei and told the boss that the mission had failed, and Bazi Xiaojin was already with Chu Cheng, and he couldn't catch her there. Ning Junhei told his colleague that it didn't matter, and that he already had the cargo, and by the time they figured out what had happened, he would have taken everything out long ago, and then it would be no big deal. All the friends were standing at the back entrance of the abandoned factory at that time, and Shaolin said thank you to the taxi driver sensei, and she would write an email. The taxi driver sensei told Shaolin that he would wait and thanked them for getting into his taxi, and it was fun, and he wishes everyone good luck. The ladies got into Huang Fuheyu's car, and Shaolin calmed down now and told her friends that it seemed like she could breathe a sigh of relief, and she was very tired. Shaolin asked Song Cho what was wrong with Chu Cheng, and they wouldn't leave him. And he tried so hard for them and saved them from a hopeless situation back then. Song Cho told Shaolin that if there was someone he definitely didn't need to worry about, it was his son-in-law, and Chu Cheng would quickly solve the problem himself. Chu Cheng called Xiaojin and said that he needed to ask her a couple of important questions and whether she knew what exactly the Wushan clan was doing. Cheng said that they used living people to create dangerous parasites, and the materials for the experiments were supplied to them by the Qian Corporation. Chu Cheng told Xiaojin that she was Yang Qian's adopted daughter. And how did she end up in the boxing club? And he had to find out the truth. Bazi Xiaojin told Chu Cheng that she was helping her brother on the ship, and they didn't tell her anything about the contents of the cargo and always hid it. Bazi Xiaojin always wondered what this product was and why huge containers were needed to transport them now. And she had so many questions. One day, Xiaojin's brother got very drunk and she had to replace him at cargo inspection, and then she found out that there were people in the container. The next morning, Bazi's brother Xiaojin realized that she had seen everything, but he acted calmly and said that he would explain everything at home without any problems. Brother stood next to Bazi Xiaojin and told his sister that when they returned, he would tell her everything and promised that he would not forget about it. But instead of explanations from Bazi, Xiaojin was faced with imprisonment and surveillance 24 hours a day. And the brother brazenly deceived his sister that day. Brother threw Xiaojin's Bazi into the basement, and she shouldn't have found out the truth, and it wasn't her business. And she should have done her job and not asked them questions. After a long time, Bazi Xiaojin managed to escape, and she followed the trail that she found earlier, and thus reached the club where the fights were. And at that moment, Bazi Xiaojin accidentally collided with a person and did not notice him while looking around and was careless there. The man immediately recognized Xiaojin's Bazi and said that she was the one they were looking for, and thought that no one would find her, but he was on guard there. During the Bazi investigation, Xiaojin accidentally gave herself away, and then she found out that her family was using all their connections to get her back. Later, the people from the Wushan clan locked her in a fighting club, and they forced her to submit, and that's when she met Ning Zimo there. And what happened next? Chu Cheng himself knows, and Bazi Xiaojin told him all the information about the past, and she hates those times so much. Afterwards, Chu Cheng came to the tea house in Yangcheng and asked if he remembered the sea routes that the Qian company worked with, and that this was important. Chu Cheng entered the room and told Situ Jing and Zhang Yingtao that Tuji met again, and he was glad to see his colleagues at the bureau. And how was the mood? Sidujing told Chu that this internet scandal was caused by the company Ghost Shadows, and they have 3 offices in Yangcheng, one of which is there. Chuchen said that the special forces' effectiveness was simply impressive, and he didn't think they worked so quickly, and he trusted his friends. Zhang Yingtao listened to her colleague's words, and Chucheng handed her the phone and said that here are the results of his research, and he also clearly tried. Zhang Yingtao wrote something on a piece of paper, and they were lucky that Chucheng himself was helping them. And with him, they would soon succeed and catch all the enemies. Commander Zhang Yingtao told Chucheng that they were working in harmony and she liked it. And at this pace, they would put all the scoundrels in prison. At this time, all the dissatisfied people were standing in front of the Beichin Pharmaceuticals office, and the news was saying that the drugs were being damaged. People asked Song Yan if she thought it was necessary to give everyone an explanation, and it was true that the medicines were like poison and they were disfiguring people. People told Song Yan that those who mock people like that should be closed down, and that Beichin Pharmaceuticals is evil and he hates the head. Song Yan asked her friends to calm down, and then she would explain everything to them, and there was no need to shout, and she would not hide all the company information from them. But at that moment, a car suddenly drove up there at full speed, and the people stepped aside in horror, and the man almost hit them with the car. The car stopped in front of Song Yan, and she realized that one person in their city could so boldly drive a car and calculate the distance there. Song Yan is shocked, and she didn't think that her beloved husband would come there. And he knows how to surprise, and that's why she chose him. And again, he helps his wife. Chuchen asked his beloved to get into the car, and then they would discuss everything and resolve the issues of the Beichin Pharmaceuticals company, and he was the director. Song Yan asked Chuchen what he was doing there, and she didn't expect him to come today because he has a lot of things to do, and he is busy helping people. Chuchen told Song Yan that he figured that now was the perfect moment to save the beauty, and asked if he was too late to save her. Song Yan asked Chuchen to talk seriously, and he always jokes with her. And she actually solved important problems of the company there. Chuchen smiled and told Song Yan that he was serious, and came to save her, because the crowd was ready to kill her, and they were very angry with his wife. Song Yan asked Chuchen where they were going, and she hoped that he knew, and that they weren't wandering the streets, and she was sure that Chuchen already had a plan. Chuchen told Song Yan that he found out who was behind all the blackmail on the internet, and he cares, and he will take revenge for his beauty soon. Chuchen pressed the gas pedal, and he had to hurry before all the villains ran away, and his uncle would settle all the problems. And Song Yan was lucky with her husband. Chuchen told Song Yan that they were now going to the lay of these scoundrels, and would personally settle the details and politely teach them a lesson and manners. At this time, workers were sitting at the base of the ghostly shadows at Point A, and they had done an excellent job with the plan, and were obliged to receive an advance for the job. The man beamed with delight, and asked the guys not to worry, and after the successful operation, they would all receive their share, and he praised them for everything. But at that very second, Chuchen suddenly kicked down the door, and he disturbed the people and asked if they were really expecting an advance, and if he also wanted. Chuchen walked towards the workers of the Ghost Shadows and said that he was glad to see them all, and it was good that he found out about their lair, and now they are trapped. Chuchen told the guys that their attempts ended in failure, and they would not receive an advance, and that they were wrong to underestimate him and think that he was just a coward. A person from the company asked Chuchen how he got there, and that the office is not so easy to find, and it seems Chuchen has very influential connections. Chuchen told the man from the company that in this world of theirs, there are things that it is better for him not to know, and let it remain a secret, and he is happy. The man from the company raised his hand and asked Chuchen if he really came there alone and dared to be impudent, and seemed not to know about the ghostly shadows. The man from the company dealt a powerful blow, but Chuchen deftly dodged and defended himself from the enemy's attack. And it is not for nothing that he is the master of Nanquan in the city. Chuchen struck his enemy and hit him in the face. The man was shocked by the power of Chuchen's blow, and he is clearly not a man but a beast, and this is cool. The man told his colleagues from the company to quickly grab Chuchen, and together they could defeat him. And he would not escape anywhere, and he was the one trapped. Chuchen smiled at the man's words and asked if they really wanted to capture him, and believed that they could punish him and teach him a lesson there. In a couple of seconds, Chuchen beat up all the people from the company, and they are definitely not his equal. And they will not be able to injure him because he is too strong. Chuchen grabbed the man who was giving orders to the people, and he looked at Chuchen in horror and prayed that he wouldn't beat him to death now. Chuchen stuck the man's head into the floor and asked him if he really thought he could repel the attack and why he called him a weakling just now. Chuching at this time continued to beat up people from the company and subjugated everyone to his will, and now no one has the courage to fight him. The man from the company told Chucheng that they were just people who did things for money, and that they were not guilty of anything and were kind. Chucheng told the man that he would then give himself a couple of coins and do everything to make the ghostly shadows disappear, and he would not be guilty of anything. Chucheng told the man from the company to tell who was behind them, or he would use force again and punish everyone if he didn't hear an answer from them. The man from the company was scared and told Chucheng that he would tell everything, and there was no need to hit them, and no one from the company would attack him in the office anymore. The man from the company told Chucheng that it was the young master from the Ye family, and he wanted people to think that Xiao Jin was an idiot. Chucheng told the man from the company that he expected this, and Ye always wants to harm him, and he is tired of his antics and will soon kill the guy. Chucheng told people that he wants the rumors about Xiao Jin's Bazi to disappear, and he has one more request, and it is important, and he longs for it. The man from the company listened, and Chucheng wants to spread rumors that the son of the three families Ye, Qian, and Rong is the one who is attached to the young men. Chucheng asked the person from the company if they would do this, and he said that he could be sure, and they would spread all the rumors about them. At this time, Song Yan was waiting for Chucheng at the Ghost Shadow base, and she was so bored and wanted to go with him, but he asked her to wait. Chucheng told Sweet Song Yan that everything is ready and they are moving on to the second part, and he is glad that he punished the people from the company, and they understood. Song Yan told Chucheng that while they were there, the crowd near Baichen Pharmaceuticals should have left long ago. Song Yan told Chucheng that she needed some time to decide something, and Chucheng told his beloved that it was not a problem and he would give her a ride. Wang Wanlin came to the company and asked the head if he realized what he had done and how badly he had screwed up, and that they had suffered losses. The head literally drowned in reproaches and told Mrs. Wang Wanlin that she was 100% right, and he was to blame and did not want to anger her there. Wang Wanlin told her colleagues that she would not let this go and would now call her father and have him fire the head because he was ruining their reputation. But at that very second, Wang Wanlin suddenly froze in shock, and she did not understand why the company was acting without her knowledge and who was to blame. Wang Wanlin read the news that the friendship between the Ye Qian and Rong families is just a relationship based on who sleeps with whom, and this is an inside story. Wang Wanlin doesn't know what's going on, and there are so many rumors about Ye Qian and Rong families, and they are all from ghostly shadows, and she is on the other side. The boss said that it was good that they didn't become enemies with Chucheng, and that he is clearly not an ordinary person and will punish everyone who offends his friends, and that he is cool. The head told Mrs. Wang Wanlin that he is the one who understands people, so he is the old brave man, and he has already published all this news. Wang Wanlin asked the head why he was so happy, and he also got it from Chucheng, and didn't he remember how he ran into the company? An underground informant told the boss the good news, and the entire Ghost Shadow base in the Changji warehouse was destroyed, and he immediately reported. An underground informant sent the boss a photo of the head of the ghostly shadows being brutally beaten, and it was all the work of Chucheng. He is a professional. Wang Wanlin read the messages and wondered if it was Chucheng who single-handedly destroyed the company of ghostly shadows, and he was very strong. People are delighted. And now the influence of the ghostly shadows in Yanqing has been completely destroyed. Henceforth, their city is the territory of the shadow intelligence. Wang Wanlin was proud and told her colleagues that it was thanks to her, and she was like a good luck charm, and she arrived and the ghostly shadows disappeared. All the people agreed with Wang Wanlin and thought that she was not involved in anything and was only telling what to do and thought that she was a strategist. Wang Wanlin realized that Chucheng is not as simple as he seems, and the more she hears about him, the more interesting he is, and she wants to get to know him. The news reported scandalous revelations today. They will discuss the secret ties of three rich heirs, and this is exclusive and shocking for them. The youngest son, Qian, spent so much effort on creating a medicine, and all for himself and him, and they learn all the information, and they love friends. Rongdong once said, in an interview, that in the city of Yangcheng, there is no man that he could not get, and Rong is so strong and handsome. Friends from the Ye Qian and Rong families froze in place after reading the news about themselves, and they cannot come to terms with this, and someone shamefully set them up. Ye Tian was furious and threw the phone on the floor with all his might and asked his friends who would believe this nonsense and that the people in Yangqing weren't that stupid. Tan told his friends that the ghostly shadows took their money and are now slandering them, and they will definitely be driven out of the industry, and he guarantees. Rongdong said that they are being cursed now, and they must resolve this. and his father already called and said that as soon as he gets home, he will beat them up. Friends asked who leaked their location, and now there is a mad crowd under the building, and reporters will ask questions on how they can get out of the building. Yetian slammed his fist on the table and said that it was definitely Chu Cheng's fault, and that only he had such influence and could put pressure on the company, and that he was a coward. Yetian told his friends that he didn't care, and they would just walk out of there with their heads held high, and he was proud, and he knew it was all fake. Chen listened to his friend's words, and Yetian said that the crowd could not simply make enemies out of them, and they still looked up to and imitated them. Rongdong and Tian told brother Yetian that he was 100% right, and they would come out with dignity, and lies could not break their will now. And then on the way, Rongdong ran into the waiter. And why did he stand up and not move and interfere with the guest's movement? And he felt sorry to fight with him. Rongdong was furious and asked the waiter if he was blind and not looking where he was going. And he pushed him and told him to leave there, and he was annoying them. The waiter apologizes to Mr. Rongdong, and he didn't do it on purpose, and he's sorry that he accidentally pushed him, and wishes the guests a good day. Rongdong approached his friends and said that he was unlucky today, and he didn't know what had come over him. And maybe someone had cursed him, and it was bad luck. It was Chu Cheng, and he pretended to be a waiter, so that his friends wouldn't find him there. And the idiot Rongdong didn't even look at his face, and he was glad. Chu Cheng took off his mask and thought that the three friends were in trouble, and that they were wrong to tarnish Bazi Xiaojin's reputation, and that he would avenge his friend. At this time, many reporters gathered in front of the Xingting Hotel, and they asked the security to let them pass, and this exclusive will clearly become a bomb. The reporters saw Mr. Ye Tian and his friends came out of the hotel, and they can ask them for answers to questions, and these guys are very popular. Reporters asked friends if they had just come out to confirm their relationship and how many couples they have, or if they are all together in relation to each other. Yetian deftly grabbed the microphone from the reporter's hands and said that the rumors were false and that they were just friends and that they should stop interfering in their lives. Tian and Rongdong are delighted, and Yetian said it so calmly, and his friend will not let them be offended. And he defended the honor and reputation of his friends, and he appreciates it. The reporter asked Mr. Rongdong what he thought about Yetian's words, and whether all the reporters were wrong, and the three of them were best friends since childhood. Rongdong stood next to the reporter and began to reach for the microphone, and he will tell the truth and support brother Yetian, and he will dispel all the rumors. But at that moment, suddenly the talisman on Rongdong's back affected him. And he was confused about what this strange sensation was, and he felt ticklish. Rongdong told the reporters that he would tell the whole truth, and they could believe them, and everything he would say now was true, and he would give them inside information there. And at that moment, Rongdong told the reporters that in fact, everything that is written on the internet is true. And he really loves Yetian and Qian, and they are the best. Qian was completely shocked by Rongdong's words and what he was doing. And Yetian saved their reputation, but Rongdong was dragging them down. And why did he say that? Yetian is confused about what Rongdong is doing, and he has gone crazy, and should never say such things to reporters, and he wants to beat up his friend there. Rongdong asked brother Tian and Yetian Xiaohuang to stop hiding it. And wouldn't it be better to admit their feelings and let everyone know theirs? Rongdong attacked Ye Xiaohuang and Qian, and the reporters are delighted. And for them, this is inside information, and the editorial office is waiting for them a bonus for such inside information. The reporter asked Rongdong if he had now officially announced that they were not just friends, and that this could be considered a love triangle. Rongdong told reporters that this is simple male happiness, and they don't need anything, and he is glad that he was able to publicly confess his feelings. The news headlined Love of a Lifetime, Romance of the Heart, and The Untold Secret of Three Rich People, and this is definitely big news. Tian and Ye Xiaohuang started beating Rongdong, and they quickly brought him to his senses, and whether he was having fun now, and he definitely disgraced them in front of the whole country. Rongdong asked his friends not to hit him, and he himself doesn't know what came over him, and he lost control and doesn't remember what he said, and it's strange. Qian kicked Rongdong in the stomach and said that he was disgusted to look at him, and that he and Ye Xiaohuang did not know that their friend was like this, and that he had let them all down. Ye Xiaohuang and Qian are furious, and Rongdong ruined the plan, and how can they refute the rumors after his actions? And he said so much nonsense. Rongdong was lying on the ground, and his friends left him there, and let this be a lesson for him. And never say any nonsense to reporters again. Rongdong called his mother, and said that he was at the Huangting Hotel and asked her to send a car for him, and he would go home and obviously would not go anywhere. Chu Chen pushed Rongdong into the hotel, discreetly attached a talisman to the guy's back, and made him say what he wanted. and he's shown on the street. This is a technique of 9 illusions, and when activated, you can immediately instill the desired thought in a person and temporarily turn them into your puppet. Rongdong was still lying on the ground and suffering, and Chucheng wished his friends to enjoy a moment of glory. And they deserved it, and he took revenge on them. Then Chucheng was walking on the street and noticed the medicine, Chen Shi, and the slogan of the drug-strong kidneys, good health. And he was surprised by the poster. Chucheng remembers Song Yan once saying that Beichin Company wants to release a similar product. And now, he realizes that it's not just a rumor. Chucheng understood, and judging by the omens, Song Yan may already have serious problems, and he will solve important aspects and protect his wife. Chucheng decided that now was the time to take advantage of the situation, and he knew what to do, and no one would interfere, and he was determined to succeed in the matter. Chucheng imagined his mother beating Rongdong because he had disgraced the family. And how could they now look at the heads of other families, and he had ruined everything? 3 days later, at the Rong family mansion, Rongdong's mother scolded him. But he told her that everything was fine and that he didn't want to go to Taoist Zhang and was healthy. Mom asked the idiot Rongdong if she really thinks he's okay and he's disgraced their family, and she thinks he's clearly possessed by an evil spirit. Mom told Rongdong that Taoist Zhang had recently traveled around the world, and it took her a lot of effort to find out that he would be there today. The driver listened to Mrs. words, and Rongdong's mother told him to go, and her son would not convince her. And he would still go to Taoist Zhang, and that's a fact. The driver left from there and noticed that Rongdong was having problems and had strange thoughts in his fantasies, and hoped that Taoist Zhang would help Rong. After some time, they arrived at the mansion of Taoist Zhang, and Rongdong's mother did not want the Taoist to leave, but fortunately they made it in time and he received them there. Rongdong's mother told Taoist Zhang that she called him recently, and he agreed to help and let him look at her son and whether Rongdong was possessed. Taoist Zhang told Miss Rong that he would look at the stars and tell her everything about Rongdong's fate, and she would learn important information about her son. Taoist Zhang realized that he could not read Rongdong's fate and saw that his fate was connected with the Song family, and some symbol flashed. Taoist Zhang wondered if the fate of the Song family had also changed, and he had devoted his whole life to fortune-telling, but recently strangely failed the exam. Taoist Zhang thought it was unfair then, but now he realized that he really wasn't that good, and that it was natural for him to fail the tests. And then Taoist Zhang stood up from his seat and asked Rongdong and his mother to wait, and he had one thing to do. But he would return soon and would definitely help their family. Taoist Zhang's assistant asked the Rong family to follow her, and they could rest for now, because Taoist Zhang had important matters to attend to, and he would resolve everything. Rongdong and his mother stood next to Taoist Zhang, and she agreed, and did not understand what came over Taoist Zhang, because he began to tell fortunes there, and stood up. Rongdong asked his mother if this Taoist Zhang was definitely not a swindler, and he did not inspire confidence, and it seemed he was unable to tell fortunes, and he simply left. Taoist Zhang listened to the words of the Rong family, and he didn't care, and he had to sort out one thing there first, and then he would calm down. Taoist Zhang needs to figure out what's going on with the Song family, and then he'll solve his problems, and he'll be able to continue guessing like before. Taoist Zhang came to the Song family's house and was surprised because there wasn't even a guard at the door. And weren't they afraid that someone would break into their house? And at that moment, suddenly, teacher Luo Yun appeared behind him. And he said that this was Taoist Zhang, and he had heard so many stories about him. Taoist Zhang was horrified, and he did not expect that teacher Luo Yun hid in the corner. And when he managed to approach him unnoticed, Yun scared him to death. Taoist Zhang was shocked and asked teacher Luo Yun why he came there. Because he had so many important things to do, and maybe he had plans in the city of Yangcheng. During the 9 Secrets exam, Luo Yun was Zhang's examiner, and he asked if there was a chance to get in the future, but he did not give an answer. Taoist Zhang asked Master Luo Yun if he had a chance to enter the 9 Secrets, but Luo Yun said that everything depended on fate, and probably. Taoist Zhang asked the teacher Luo Yun if he had also come to the Song family, and wondered if this was the very sign of fate, and he was glad. But teacher Luo Yun told Taoist Zhang that he had now come to his elder brother, and they wanted to discuss the details over a cup of tea with his brother. Taoist Zhang listened to the words, and teacher Luo Yun said that since he was also there, it meant their connection had not yet been broken, and asked him to follow him into the house. Taoist Zhang was surprised by the words of teacher Luo Yun. And was it really true that the elder brother of the 9 Secrets was now in the Song family and would soon find out all the data there? Chushin turned around and told his younger brother Luo Yun that he had returned, and that he was glad that he had not stayed anywhere since he had such a habit. Taoist Zhang is at a loss. Isn't this the idiot Chu Cheng? He thought that the Song family had kicked him out long ago because he is hopeless and very stupid. But at that very moment, teacher Luo Yun bowed, and Yun told his elder brother Chu Cheng that he was deliberately in a hurry so as not to be late home. Taoist Zhang stood next to teacher Luo Yun. And why did he bow and call the idiot Chu Cheng elder brother? And he was confused, and it was strange. Taoist Zhang is in complete shock on what is going on. And when did this world manage to reboot? And he doesn't know any information, and this is shocking. Teacher Luo Yun told Chu Cheng that regarding what he asked to find out, some clues appeared, and he would immediately report interesting information. Chu Cheng told Master Luo Yun that he was listening to him with interest and wanted to find out important clues, and had no doubt that he would find the clues right away. Chu Cheng turned to Taoist Zhang and told his friend that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked him to come and sit next to them, and that he was not a stranger to the family. Taoist Zhang agreed with Chu Cheng, and he could never have imagined that Chu Cheng would become so influential that teacher Luo Yun would submit to him. Just now, Taoist Zhang realized that he can no longer see the fate of Chu Cheng and that the world around him has changed, or he is simply so weak. Mo Wu Yu told brother Chu Cheng that grandfather asked to know when they would both officially join the 9 mysteries and about his 9 illusion technique. Taoist Zhang thought, this is Mo Wu Yu from Shinlo's shop. And does she also want to get into the 9 secrets and ask Chu Cheng for the secret techniques? Chu Cheng told Mo Wu Yu that as soon as they finished all the business there, he would not forget and would immediately ask the younger Luo Yun to do everything, and he would help. Mo Wu Yu agrees with Chu Cheng, and thanks to him for being so kind to her and her grandfather. And they will forever remember his exploits for their family, and he is kind. Taoist Zhang noticed that Chu Cheng no longer looked like an idiot. And he understood, and apparently one phrase would be enough for Taoist Yun to take Mo. Taoist Zhang wondered if Chu Cheng had been pretending all this time, and he wanted to check the Song family. After all, they were 2 different people. Chu Cheng there. Teacher Luo Yun stood next to him, and Taoist Zhang wondered if Cheng was the sign of fate that Taoist Luo Yun had spoken about. And it was likely. Taoist Zhang can't understand why teacher Luo Yun is staring at him. And he smiles politely in response and doesn't know what Luo Yun is planning now. Taoist Zhang noticed that teacher Luo Yun just smiled at him. This is definitely a sign, and he absolutely believes that he will enter the 9 secrets so soon. Chu Cheng told Taoist Zhang that he wanted to ask for one favor, and that he was respected in the business circles of Yangcheng, and he would lure Rongdong to his side. But suddenly Taoist Zhang bowed and told Master Chu Cheng that he understood everything, and that he had been rude a lot before, and this was all a lack of his knowledge. Chu Cheng is at a loss, and he hasn't said anything to Taoist Zhang yet, and that he understood, and Zhang hasn't changed. And he's still a bit of a strange person. Taoist Zhang told Chu Cheng that there was no guard at the gate of the Song family, and he realized that Master Chu Cheng had foreseen his visit and prepared in advance. Taoist Zhang told Master Chu Cheng that everything was now clear to him, and brought him there to guide him on the right path in dealing with Rongdong now. Mo Wu Yu looked at Taoist Zhang and thought that he was strange, and she didn't understand what he meant. And it seemed that brother Chu Cheng didn't know either. Chu Cheng told Taoist Zhang that there was no guard because he foresaw a strong storm coming during the day and sent everyone home. Taoist Zhang heard the word storm, and Master Chu Cheng hints that this thunderstorm will play into his hands and will definitely help convince Rongdong and his mother. Taoist Zhang suddenly and quickly ran to the exit and asked Master Cheng not to worry, and that he understood everything and promised that he would sort everything out and that he was reliable. Chu Cheng looked at Taoist Zhang, and he didn't understand anything. And it seemed like their friend Taoist Zhang was talking to himself and fantasizing about a dialogue, and it was scary. Mo Wu Yu asked brother Chu Cheng what was wrong with Taoist Zhang, and he started talking nonsense and went to complete a task that the Taoist himself seemed to know about. Chu Cheng thought that it seemed like Taoist Zhang had thought it all out for himself, and he was not angry, but on the contrary, he was happy. And there was less work for him, and that was important. At this time, Taoist Zhang returned to his temple, and the assistants told Taoist Zhang that he had finally returned, and the Rong family was still waiting. Taoist Zhang told the Rong family that he understood everything about Rongdong, and it was not in vain that he went to resolve the issue, and now there are no barriers and the Taoist will know everything. Mama Rong asked Taoist Zhang what was wrong with her son, and she wants him to tell all the information and not hide anything from the family. Rongdong also stood next to his mother, and he wants to find out from Taoist Zhang and believes that everything is okay with him, and that it was a temporary clouding of Rong. Mama Rong asked Taoist Zhang if this was true, and then she asked him to help Rongdong, and she would not remain in debt and respected him. Taoist Zhang told the Rong family that this was undoubtedly a punishment from heaven, and it was not in vain that they came to the Taoist, and this was divine punishment, and he learned the data. Rongdong and his mother were in complete shock, and what kind of punishment is this? And he is cursed by heaven, and Taoist Zhang must give them full information. And at that very moment, clouds and lightning with thunder appeared in the sky, and Taoist Zhang knew about it, and they were lucky that they turned to the Taoist in time. Mama Rong is very worried, and asked Taoist Zhang why the rain started so suddenly, and whether it is a punishment from heaven, and she is so afraid for Rongdong. Taoist Zhang said that the only way to avoid heaven's punishment is to obtain forgiveness from someone who has been offended and is upset with them. Rongdong hugged his mother, and Taoist Zhang said that if he didn't do this within 7 days, misfortune would come, and, in the worst case, the death of the family. Mom started beating Rongdong, and he is a worthless son, and she told him not to hang out in clubs, and now they are waiting for retribution and who Rongdong offended. Rongdong defended himself and asked his mother not to hit him, and that he was not guilty of anything, and would explain to her the reason and why he was hitting her so hard, and it was hurting her son. Rongdong told his mother that it was all because of Qian Bushao, and he hired people to defame Chu Qing and Bazi Xiaojin, and he played along with their friends. Taoist Zhang sat with a smart look, and he told Rongdong that helping a villain is also a crime, and that evil people have a strong aura of failure. Mama Rong said thank you to Taoist Zhang for his wise advice, and she will make the scoundrel Rongdong realize his mistakes and change his mind. Taoist Zhang told Rongdong's family that admitting guilt is the first step to atonement, and the lady made the right decision, and she is smart. Rongdong started leaving the temple with his mother, and she scolded him, and he helped Ye Xiaohuang and Qian Bushao in vain, and brought trouble to their family. Taoist Zhang called Master Chucheng, and the matter with Rongdong was decided, and if anything happened, he could contact him. And Chucheng said thank you to Taoist Zhang. Taoist Zhang went out into the yard, and the assistant asked his friend what was wrong with the Taoist. And he looked different and seemed happy with everything and was not angry with them. A friend said that Taoist Zhang seemed to smile ominously, and it seemed like everything was going according to his plan, and the master doesn't have such a mood every day. Taoist Zhang walked and sang a song, and today is a good day, and he does not lose hope and will soon become a disciple of the ninth heaven, and Chucheng is his master. At this time, the bureau gathered in a private house in Yancheng, and Chucheng decided not to delay and immediately called Ning Zimo to find out information. Chucheng told Zimo that he had been working undercover at the Qian Corporation for a couple of days, and if there were any leads, he could help with the case. Ning Zimo told Uncle Chucheng that there were leads, and Ning Junhil there told him to come to Qianport in 5 days to receive the cargo. Sidu Jing asked Ning Zimo if he was talking about Qianport, and that this was great news, and that they had successfully planted the champion among their enemy. Ning Zimo listened to Situ Jing's words and asked Master Chu Cheng whose voice it was, and it seemed like there was someone next to him, and they could hear the conversation. Chung told Ning Zimo that he was with the Special Combat Department, and that in the future he would be working with a professional. Commander Jiang Yingtao told Ning Zimo that he would be accompanied by Shuiming from their unit, and Li Shuiming, an experienced scout, and he is good. Chu Cheng asked Ning Zimo how he was feeling, and could tell that Uncle Chu Cheng was ready to help at any time, and would never abandon a friend. Ning Zimo remembered that video, and was it really true what he saw in the video? And Chu Cheng asked to find out about Zimo from Bazi Xiaojin. Ning Zimo asked Uncle Chu Cheng how Xiaojin's Bazi was, and wanted to know if she was okay, and that her life was not in danger now. Chu Cheng asks Ning Zimo not to worry, and Xiaojin's Bazi is always with Xiaolang and under reliable protection, and all those words of Ning Junhe are lies. Ning Zimo thought that the video seemed to be fake, but he checked something about Uncle Chu Cheng and Bazi Xiaojin, and their backgrounds matched. Chu Cheng noticed the pause in Ning Zimo's words and asked his friend if he had any questions for him. And he could ask anything, and he would answer them. Ning Zimo asked Uncle Chu Cheng to forget. And everything is fine, and if he has any new information, he will contact him and thank you for the communication. Chu Cheng wished Ning Zimo to take care of himself. And the god of war thought how he could doubt his uncle Chu Cheng and what was happening to him, and it was a shame. Chu Cheng told his colleagues that Ning Zimo found out that a deal would take place in Qianport in 5 days. And Xiao said it was their favorite place. Commander Jiang Yingtao thanked Chu Cheng, and she had already notified the assault team, and on the day of the deal, there would be an arrest of enemies at the port. Cheng noticed a lady sitting quietly in the corner and asked Jiang Yingtao who it was, and she listened to all the secret information and no one told her. Situjing said that this is a bespectacled witch who looks down on everyone. But Commander Jiang Yingtao told him to stop insulting his friend. The lady said that she was the head of the 7th Intelligence Group of the Special Combat Department, Chen Zhongyi, and she was so happy to meet everyone. Jiang Yingtao said that this matter concerns Chen Zhongyi's family, and she was assigned to monitor it, and she could not revive and argue there. Situ Jing whispered in the ear of Commander Jiang Yingtao, and they are in trouble and will have to work with the witch Chen Zhongyi, but she does not complain about it. Chuchen told his colleagues that they would see each other in 5 days at the port, and he realized that there were also plenty of personal conflicts in the special forces. And that was a fact. At this time, in the meeting of Beichin Pharmaceuticals, people told the boss Song Yan Song that the Yanxi company released Yancheng Wan before they... Song Yan said that they were caught off guard, but it was not the time to give up, because now the fate of Beichin was being decided, and a breakthrough drug was urgently needed. The guy said that Qiansha was exactly 1 day ahead of them, which means there's a mole in the company, and if they don't find him, everything will collapse. A colleague agrees with a friend, and the company has invested a huge amount of money in the project, and if they don't break into the market, Bacon is clearly facing bankruptcy. Director Song Yan asks his colleagues to remain calm, and none of them want this to happen, and will try their best. Director Song Yan asks to trust her, and they heard about the conflict between the Song and Huang families. And the Song family does not get involved in the conflict if they are not sure. Director Song Yan said that everything is the same now, and they have an ace up their sleeve, and they will find the mole and return the market, and they will not be broken so easily. The worker told Director Song Yan that it wasn't that they didn't believe her, but Beichin's situation was so dire that they had little hope. But the lady said that she believes the Director Song Yan and Beichin are clearly not the worst company in the industry, and they will not abandon the boss in difficult times. The guy said that since Director Song Yan said that they would give Beichin Company another chance, at a critical moment the boss would not abandon them. Colleagues told Director Song Yan that they would all trust Beichin Company again, and he hoped that they would soon achieve a breakthrough in the market. The worker asked Director Song Yan to consider this as gratitude for her trust in them, and she never doubted them, and they appreciate it. Director Song Yan said thank you for your support and asked Xuzhou not to leave and stay, while the others are free and she will give instructions later. Director Song Yan went into another room with the lady, and the workers already believe that Beichin Company will survive, and Director Song will come up with a plan. After a while, the lady approached her colleagues and told Xuzhou that Director Song Yan was waiting for him, and he had to go to her, and that she wanted to discuss something. The worker asked the lady what Director Song Yan had told her, and they had been talking for a long time, and he was interested in hearing their dialogue, and it was intriguing. The lady told her colleague that Director Song Yan simply gave instructions for further work, and they will prevent the collapse of the Beichin Company soon. The sun was setting, but the Beichin Company continued to work tirelessly, and there would be no bankruptcy if they came up with a drug. Night has fallen, but the lights are still on in Bacon's company, and they haven't gone home and are thinking about the paid actions. And this is so important. Director Song Yan exhaled, and finally finished distributing all the tasks, and everyone will do their own thing, and there is already order in the company. The guy asked Song Yan what she had in mind, and what this ace in the hole was, and whether he could get at least a hint, and she intrigued him right away. Director Song Yan told her colleague that if she had an ace up her sleeve, she wouldn't worry anymore, and she sent everyone out to find a compromise. Song Yan said that people will soon reach an agreement with pharmaceutical companies and said that this is a secret plan for all their employees. A colleague asked Song Yan if Beichin would live to see this moment, and she said that if even one deal goes wrong, they will find a mole. Director Song Yan listened to her colleague's words, and she also doubts that Beichin Company will survive and does not show any signs of motivating. But suddenly at that moment, Chu Ching entered the room and told his friends that of course the Beichin Company would survive, and told everyone not to doubt it. Director Song Yan was surprised and asked Chu Cheng what he was doing there, and he didn't warn her that he would come to the company and caught everyone off guard. Chu Cheng said that he brought soup for his wife, and the affairs of the Beichin Company are important, but he must not forget about dinner, and he is worried about the director. Chu Cheng told Song Yan that he came and saw them with such gloomy faces, and could it be because of the Qian Corporation, and they set them up? Song Yan told Chu Cheng that he was right, and had he seen their advertisement, and she was tired, and her head was bursting with problems, and the Chien Corporation was pests. Chuchen bet with Mr. Chien that their product would be in at least 100 pharmacies, and wouldn't they have time to develop their new product? Director Song Yan said that developing a new product takes time, and in their situation, it is almost impossible. And she does not believe in the company's success. Song Yan knows that if their medicines are as effective as those of Chien Corporation, no one will choose them, and Chien is a huge company. Xiaobei said that even if the development was successful, one word from the Chien Corporation and all the pharmacies in Yangcheng would refuse to take their products. Chuchen knows that Lingnan Medicine Valley owns the Lingbaotan pharmacy chain, which is the largest pharmacy chain in Yangcheng, and they will come to an agreement. A friend said that Lin Batan is the exclusive partner of Chien Corporation, and they say that many young people from the Chien family do internships there. Chuchen listened to the words, and the company employee said that it was safe to say that they were already of the same blood, and how they would come to an agreement with Lin Batan. A friend said that any pharmacy in Yangcheng can cooperate with Beichin Pharmaceuticals except Ling Baotan, and this is absolutely impossible. Chuchen asked his friends why they were 100% sure, since they hadn't tried to contact the Ling Baotan pharmacy chain, and he would give them the number. Colleagues listened to Chucheng's words, and he guarantees that if they dial the number now, the result will pleasantly surprise them, and he is not joking with them. This is Ling Yun, and isn't he the CEO of Ling Baotan? And is Chuchen really acquainted with the head of Ling Baotan, and he surprises his friends like that? Director Song Yan asked her colleagues what difference it made who they called if this call would save Beichin's company, and one should always take risks. Director Song Yan suddenly grabbed the phone and she will do it. And she is not afraid, and will discuss the partnership with Lin Baotang and show a masterclass. Director Song Yan called Ling Yun, and the head of Ling Baotang is a very respected person, and she will not take much time and explain everything. A person from the company is waiting for what the head of Ling Yun will say, and if their company Beichin is revived and becomes the leader, it will clearly be a miracle. The person from the company realized that Director Song Yan clearly had more courage than everyone else combined, and she would confidently conduct negotiations. Chuchen drank coffee calmly, and he knows that Ling Yun is good and kind and will listen to Song Yan, and they will both become partners in the future. Song Yan realized that Boss Ling Baotan had replied and said to Mr. Chow, "Good evening. This is Song Yan from Beichin Pharmaceuticals, and this is so important." Ling Yun told Miss Song that he had been waiting for this call and was ready to meet them, and she arranged a meeting at 9 o'clock in the evening at the hotel. Director Song Yan was delighted, and Ling Yun even said that he was waiting for their call, and well, Chucheng advised to call Mr. The people from the company told Director Song Yan that it was their luck, and that they were lucky that Chucheng arrived on time and solved the problem in one call. The people from the company told Brother Chucheng that he is the best, and why Ling Yun from Ling Baotang respects him so much, and maybe he helped them in some way. Director Song Yan hugged Chuchen tightly and said it was incredible. And they had been trying to solve the problem all day, and he helped in a couple of minutes. Shabi told Brother Chuchen that he and his colleague would go and be there by the time they met at 9 in the evening, and would not keep the boss waiting for his friends. Director Song Yan was embarrassed, and she involuntarily hugged Chucheng now in front of her colleagues from the company. And what will they think? And the boss is so ashamed. But Chucheng grabbed Song Yan's hand tightly and didn't want to let go of his sweetheart, and he missed her. And there was no one in the room, and they could hug each other again. Chucheng and Song Yan looked into each other's eyes and realized that they were lucky that they got married. And fate brought them together, and they are always together with Chucheng. But suddenly at that moment, Xiaobei entered the room, and he forgot the documents there and apologized for distracting him at the most important moment. Xiaobei took the documents and told his friends that they could continue, and no one else would enter the room, and he would leave them alone for everything. Chucheng was angry at Xiaobei, and he ruined such a moment. And why doesn't he knock before entering the room, and he ruined the mood, and it's infuriating. Director Song Yan stood next to Chucheng, and she felt embarrassed that a colleague noticed them, and she and Chucheng would never play in the company again. Chucheng stroked Song Yan's hair and asked his darling not to forget to eat soup, and she didn't have dinner, and all the company's affairs would wait and would not disappear. Chucheng started to leave the room, but Song Yan asked him to wait, and she needed to say something, and it would take a couple of seconds, but she had to say it. Director Song Yan clung to Chucheng and thought that he was the protector and savior, and that the Beichin company would survive thanks to him, and that he was unique. And at that very second, Director Song Yan kissed Chucheng on the cheek, and he deserved it, and doesn't even ask for anything in return for his help. And he's cool. Song Yan pushed Chucheng and kicked him out of the room, and said that it was time for him to leave, and he had his own things to do, and they would call him and thank her husband. Chuchen realized that Song Yan kissed him, and that was the only reason he needed to contact Mr. Chow Yun, and he liked the relationship. Chuchen smiled, and he didn't expect that Song Yan would kiss him, and she works tirelessly and wants to develop the Beichin company in the market. Chuchen is happy and the soup tactic worked, and he needs to think about what flavor to choose next time to impress Song Yan. And she is a miracle. At 9 o'clock in the evening, all the important people from the companies gathered in the Tenglong Hall of the Huanteng Hotel, and Chuchen will introduce their guest to them today. Chuchen said that this is Mr. Chow Yun, and he is the president of the Lingbaoten Group and the ninth heir of the Lingbaoten Pharmacy, and they are happy to see each other. Chow Yun asked to drop these formalities, and his father, having learned that he was going to meet Mr. Chuchen, wanted to go with him there by force. Chuchen told Chow Yun that in a couple of days, when he has time, he will visit Mr. Chow, and he hasn't talked to him for a long time, and they will discuss plans. Chow Yun told Chuchen that his father would be overjoyed if Mr. Chuchen visited him, and he told many stories about them. Chow Yun told Chung that with just one word from him, all 149 pharmacies in Lingbaoten would start a partnership with Beichin, and no one would interfere. Xiaobei thought that after so many days with brother Chuchen, he had become accustomed to such things, and all the influential people respected Chuchen. A colleague stood next to Xiaobei, and it seems that Chuchen helped them all at one time, and that is why even Director Chow Yun values his friend Chung so much. Song Yan thanked Chow Yun on behalf of the Beichin company, and if Lingbaoten helps them, won't it interfere with the Chen family's business? Chow Yun asks, not to worry. In Lingbaoten and the Chen Corporation are just partners, and how they work is none of their business, and he guarantees this. The friends clinked glasses and wished them a successful partnership, and that no one would disturb them, and thanked Mr. Chow Yun for his generosity. After a while, all the friends came out onto the street, and the people from Beichin Company wished Mr. Chow Yun a safe journey. Let him come again. The director of the Linbao Tang Company, Chow Yun, waved his hand to his friends and said that there was no need to see him off, that he would get home so soon. Xiaobei hugged his brother Chuchen, and they were all so tired from working. And now Linbaoten cooperates with them, and they saved the Beichin Company now. Song Yan stood nearby and was shocked, and Chuchen told Xiaobei that his wife was there. And if she got jealous, what would he do? And that was a problem. Song Yan thought about it and asked Chuchen Chow Yun if she was by any chance related to that Dr. Chow, and if they were similar in some way. And she noticed. Chuchen said that they are cousins, and the Chow family is already one of the key branches of the Lingnan Medicine Valley, and they are influential. Song Yan listened, and Chuchen said that Lingbaoten is Chow's enterprise, and therefore part of the Medicine Valley, and his teacher is the head of the Medicine Valley. Previously, Chuchen told Song Yan that he had 9 teachers, and each one was incredibly strong, and now of the 2 she knew, one was stronger than the other. Chuchen suggested that Song Yan go home, and they resolved all the nuances of the Beichin Company, and now the boss can relax and forget about his worries. Song Yan wondered what kind of person Chuchen was, and maybe she had accidentally picked up some rare guarded relic, and he was a treasure. After a day of work, Chuchen returned to the Song family mansion, and Uncle Chu must rest and gain strength and energy, and tomorrow he has business to attend to. Chuchen was sleeping, and then someone started calling him at night, and he doesn't know who needs him at such a time, and why other people don't sleep at night like him. Chuchen answered the call and said that he was listening, and if they called him late at night, let them talk and not remain silent, and he was ready to devote time to them. Commander Jiang Yingtao called, and she told Chuchen that they clearly had problems, and the intelligence officer Li Sueming, who was working with Zemo, had disappeared. Chuchen listened to the commander's words, and Jiang Yingtao said that Zemo had already gone to look for Li Sueming, and now they both disappeared somewhere. Chuchen said that he is strong, but Ning Zemo's intelligence level is inferior to professionals, and if he does not save the agent, he will alarm the enemy soon. Commander Jiang Yingtao told Chuchen that Ning Zemo volunteered to help, and she couldn't stop him, and he was determined to save Li. Jiang Yingtao said that from the very beginning of his work at Qianport, it was this intelligence officer Li Shuiming who had been in contact with Ning Zemo, and that they were friends. Chuchen asked Commander Jiang Yingtao to monitor the situation, and if any information appears, to immediately inform him, and he is already on his way to them. Song Kyo told his son-in-law that it was late at night, and where was he going again, and why didn't he warn him, and wanted to leave the house alone? Chuchen told Song Cho that the god of war Ning Zemo was in trouble, and his son-in-law would go to Pengsheng to fix the situation, and he was worried about Ning Zemo. Songshou found out the information and told his son-in-law that he would go with him, and that he was his assistant and would protect him everywhere, and asked Uncle Huang Fu Heiyu if he was going. Leader Huang Fu Heiyu told his friends that he was going with them and would guard them there, because he was the eldest and he was calm when he controlled them. The friends got into the car, and Chu Cheng will soon help Ning Zemo, and he knows that their friend doubts him and that video confused his trust. Meanwhile, at the Special Forces Hotel, Commander Jiang Yingtao asked Situ Jing whether the 7th group had already agreed to provide them with support. Situ Jing sat next to Commander Jiang Yingtao, and she would contact the 7th group, but the answer would definitely not satisfy her, and they were all vile people. Situ Jing told Jiang Yingtao that the 7th group was repeating the same thing, and without precise information, the assault group would not move. Commander Jiang Yingtao told Situ Jing that she would talk to Zhang Yi and resolve the issue because they needed help, and why her colleagues refused. But at that moment, someone suddenly kicked the door down, and they wanted to discuss something with Jiang Yingtao and let her explain her actions. Chen Zhongye told Jiang Yingtao that she had disappointed her and how much time had passed, and she was still as impulsive and did not think about the matter. Commander Jiang Yingtao was surprised and asked Chen Zhongyi if she really thought she was impulsive and said that she acted differently. Jiang Yingtao said that the strongest fighters in Chainport are only entry-level cultivators, and all their fighters are hiding auras. Chen Zhongyi listened, and Jiang Yingtao said that only by ensuring the safety of the intelligence officer, there would they guarantee the protection of all information. Chen Zhongyi pushed Commander Jiang Yingtao and said that now they will admit that she is right. But what happens next? And Yingtao is not in command there. Chen Zhongyi asked Jiang Yingtao how she could guarantee that her actions would not alarm the enemy, and she was completely unsure of her words. Commander Jiang Yingtao told Chen Zhongyi that she understood her and would no longer argue and prove, but would show everything with action and save them. Commander Jiang Yingtao climbed into the window and told Chen Zhongyi that she would go there herself and find out what happened to the spy at the port. Situ Jing was horrified and asked Commander Jiang Yingtao what she was planning, and she asked her to stay there and detain all her colleagues. Commander Jiang Yingtao jumped down, and she is 100% sure that she will find Li Swimming and Ning Zemo, and no one will interfere with her business. Chen Zhongye told her assistant that it could not be ruled out that Yingtao could scare off the enemies and disrupt the operation, and she was worried about the matter. Chen Zhongye ordered Zhao Si to go and apprehend Commander Jiang Yingtao, and she trusts him to find and bring Zhang to them. But Situ Jing blocked their way. And if we talk about surveillance skills, even Master Xiantian cannot compare to their boss. And this is the truth. Zhao Si listened to her, and Situ Jing said if they don't want to send a large force to support, sending Jiang Yingtao is the best choice. But Chen Zhongyi rudely pushed Situ Jing and said that she was as impulsive as Commander Jiang Yingtao, and it was not for nothing that she was in her squad. Chen Zhongyi asked Situ Jing if she was willing to answer if Jiang Yingtao intentionally disrupted the operation and why she was silent and afraid. Situ Jing yelled at the old witch and asked Chen Zhongyi why she was being mean and never trusting Jiang Yingtao, and she was so annoying. Chen Zhongyi stood next to Situ Jing and asked the impudent Jing what she said and who she called a witch, and she would punish for her impudence. Zhao Si jumped out of the window, and he guarantees that he will carry out the order of his boss Chen Zhongyi, and soon he will stop Jiang Yingtao, and she trusts. Zhao Si ran down the street and no one would stop him, and in vain did Commander Jiang Yingtao disobey Chen Zhongyi's order and the organization against. Zhao Si is happy, and if he can detain Jiang Yingtao, he will immediately apply for a promotion, and his superiors cannot refuse him due to his merits. And at that moment, Zhao Si turned around and noticed that knives were already flying in his direction, and someone was attacking him. And he was not ready to defend himself from the attacks. The knives almost pierced Zhao Si, and he miraculously escaped. And someone calculated the throw precisely and did not want to harm him. And their goal was to scare Zhao Si. It was Jiang Yingtao, and the 9th group is conducting the investigation, and it is not their place to tell them what to do. And if they don't agree, let them complain. Zhao Si listened to Jiang Yingtao's words and realized that it was not for nothing that she was the commander and had a lot of experience, and he should stop following her in their business. Commander Jiang Yingtao told Zhao Si that if they continued to follow her, the conversation would no longer be so polite and would guarantee. Commander Jiang Yingtao asked Zhao Si to think about the consequences, and that he is not a stupid soldier and will assess the risk and make the right decision now. Zhao Si called Chen Zhongyi and told the boss that he lost Jiang Yingtao, and he couldn't catch up with her, and he failed the mission, and he was sorry. Chen Zhongyi threw the phone on the floor in anger, and Jiaoxi is a worthless idiot. And she shouldn't have trusted him with the task, and she will punish him for failure. Situ Jing clapped, and said that Commander Jiang Yingtao was smart, and she had no doubt that she would cope, and that Chen Zhongyi would soon be happy. Chen Zhongyi told Situ Jing that she was celebrating too early, and that Jiang Yingtao was acting without orders, and would soon be removed from her position as commander. Situ Jing stuck her tongue out at the old witch, and Chen Zhongyi told her that after that no group would accept her. But Situ didn't care. Chen Zhongyi stood next to Situ Jing, and she began to leave in anger. And Jiang Yingtao is acting recklessly, and will be punished for her actions. At this time, Chu Cheng realized that Mo Wuyu was also not in touch, and he did not know what was going on there, and why his friends were always having problems. Chu Cheng called his brother Luo Yun and said that they were acting according to plan, and he believed in his brother and that he would definitely handle the task better than anyone else. Teacher Luo Yun asks Brother Chu Cheng not to worry, and he will cope. And his brother knows that he does the tasks well, and he is clearly a pro. At this time, people from the Black Magic sect and the Qian Corporation gathered together at the Yangcheng Hotel and discussed the delivery of the cargo, and it is so important. Sitting at the table with Ning Junhee was the president of the corporation, Chen Yangqian. And he is the adoptive father of Bazi Xiaojin, and he is very happy to see his friends. Yang Ping told Ning Junhe that he would drink this glass for him, and that there was finally progress in the study of parasites, and this was delightful. Ning Junhe said that it was all thanks to his support, and without his constant supplies from the Qian Corporation, they would not have progressed. Yang Xi told Ning Junhee that he was amazed by his cunning, and gave false information to the Special Forces agent to pass on to his colleagues. And even if the Special Forces don't come to the rescue, they will focus all their attention on the port of Qian, and Ning Junhee will send them on a false trail. Yang Qian said that no one would even think that their real deal would take place in the port of Pingcheng, and this is brilliant, and he is proud of their colleague. Ning Junhee will own the containers with the goods, and no one will interfere with them. And he has calculated all the dangers in advance and deftly avoided them. The Special Forces will be despondent because they won't find anyone in Qianport, and they were so hoping to catch Ning Junhee and Yang Qian, but they will fail. Ning Junhee told his colleague Yang Qian that there were only 2 hours left before receiving the cargo, and he was not worried at all and was absolutely confident in his strength. The assistant called Mr. Ning Junhee and told the boss that they had a problem, and all the cameras suddenly stopped working and they couldn't fix it. Yang Qian said that everything was as expected, and if the Special Forces decide to intervene soon, they will first disable the video surveillance system. Yang Qian ordered Tian Hu to go and catch the fish that bit their hook, and everything's going according to plan, and no one will interfere with the delivery of goods. But Ning Junhee asked Tian Hu to wait, and he wants to tell him some important information, and then he will carry out Mr. Yang Qian's order. Ning Junhee told Tian Hu to tell Ning Zimo that they had caught the spy and let the God of War go and deal with him, and he would beat him up. Tian Hu listened to Mr. Ning Junhee's request and accepted everything, and soon he would report this news to the God of War, Ning Zimo, and he would carry out the order. The director of the Qian Corporation asked Ning Junhee's brother what he had in mind, and if he could share the idea since they had been friends for a long time. Ning Junhee said that if Ning Zimo behaved well, he would let him live and be the best tool to scare Ning Junyan. At this time, Ning Jumo came to the port of Qian, and he is obliged to complete the task, and soon he will find out the truth and what Ning Junhee is hiding from them. Ning Zimo has been quietly searching all the facilities in the Qian port area, and he will find evidence and prove that Ning Junhee is clearly doing evil. Agent Li Shuiming, whom Ning Zimo was supposed to meet, then said that he had found an important clue, but then the connection was lost. Now Ning Junhe claims to Ning Zimo that he has caught a spy and instructs him to find out whether he really captured Li Shuiming, the God of War. Ning Zimo realized that it was so dark there and nothing could be seen, but he seemed to hear the dripping of water, and the atmosphere was now making him tense. Ning Zimo found the switch in the dark and turned on the light in the room. And why did Uncle Ning Junhee send him there, and who was he supposed to beat up? And at that moment, the God of War, Ning Zimo, froze in place, and his guess was correct, and Ning Junhee was already much more insidious than the Special Forces thought. Ning Zimo noticed how Ning Junhee's people tied up and hung a man there on a rope, and this was Li Shuiming, and that's why he disappeared and was caught. Ning Zimo asked Li Shuiming if he was okay, and if their friend had received any serious injuries, and he would soon help him, and Li was strong. Li Shuiming listened to his colleague's words, and Ning Zimo said that he would now release him, and that he did not deserve such torture, and that Ning Junho was a coward. But at that very moment, Tianhu appeared behind Ning Zimo and told him not to forget why he was there and that he had a task from the boss. War God Ning Zimo listened to Tianhu's words and thought that he definitely didn't care about Ning Junhei's orders, and his uncle was already doing terrible things. Tianhu asked the champion Ning Zimo to think carefully, and Chu Cheng and Bazi Xiaojin used him. And they have their own goals and set him up. Tianhu told Ning Zimo that he sacrifices everything for his friends, but they will easily betray him when it is beneficial for them, and is it worth it? Tianhu handed Ning Zimo a knife and said that it was better for him to trust them now than to trust the terrible people he didn't really know. Tianhu told Ning Zimo to think carefully, and he had already wasted 5 years in the fighting club, and life is not endless, and these are the facts. Champion Ning Zimo took a knife in his hands and told Tianhu to stop talking there. And he understood everything and stopped teaching him about life, and he knows more. The god of war. Ning Zimo walked towards Li Zuiming with a knife in his hand, and he will do everything as he sees fit, and no one will dictate his choice. Li Zuiming stood in front of the Ning Zimo and thought that this was all, and he was glad that he would accept death at the hands of a friend, and he would not be angry with him and understood. Tianhu told Ning Zimo that with one blow he would definitely become the pride of the Ning family, and Ning Junho's uncle would be pleased and would promote him in the family. But when Tianhu did not expect this, Ning Zimo threw a knife into the ropes and freed Li Zuiming, and he will not allow harm to come to his friend. Tianhu was shocked by the action of the war god Ning Zimo and why he decided to help Li Zuiming. And Uncle Ning Junhei is angry at the champion. Tianhu ordered Ning Zimo to think again, and he is ready to go against the family for the sake of Chu Cheng and Bazi Xiaojin, who are blatantly lying to them. Ning Zimo listened to Tianhu's words with interest, and he asked the god of war whether it was worth it and whether the Ning family would guarantee wealth and glory. Ning Zimo told Tianhu that even if Chu Cheng and Bazi Xiaojin were hiding something from him, they both never forced him to kill. Tianhu called Ning Junhei and told the boss that Ning Zimo had betrayed them and wanted to take Li Zuiming with him, and was unable to harm and kill. Ning Junhei told Tianhu that in that case, Ning Zimo would have to die, and the champion would have died 5 years ago anyway. Tianhu was delighted and put on his knuckle dusters with spikes, and told boss Ning Junhei that he accepted the order and would definitely destroy Ning Zimo soon. Tianhu rushed towards the champion and told Ning Zimo that since he did not want to resolve the issue in a good way, they would resolve it in a bad way in the Ban. War god Ning Zimo listened to Tianhu's words and continued walking, and he first and foremost wants to protect Li Zuiming, and his friend is not to blame. Champion Ning Zimo turned around and realized that Tianhu wanted to attack him from behind, and thought that Li Zuiming in his hands would prevent him from defending himself. Tianhu launched a powerful blow, but Ning Zimo deftly dodged in an instant and defended himself from Tianhu's attack. He is not afraid of the villain and is ready for their fight. Tianhu was amazed and asked Ning Zimo if he could dodge his attack. And that was not bad, and he wanted a fight, and he was a good opponent. Tianhu suggested that Ning Zimo test how many times he could dodge his attacks, and he would unleash all his dangerous attacks on him. Ning Zimo realized that Tianhu seemed to be at the Xiantian level as well, and had reached it before him, and he needed to be careful and was dangerous. Ning Zimo noticed that Tianhu had incredible punching speed, and he guessed that it looked like this punch would be from the right and that he was a cunning fighter. But when Ning Zimo didn't expect it, Tianhu struck from the left and was able to reach the champion and hit him right in the face, which hurt him. Tianhu continued to attack, and he asked the god of war, Ning Zimo, if he really thought he could predict his attacks, and this is absurd. Tianhu dealt a fierce blow to Ning Zimo's stomach, and said that the war god was so naive, and thought that he was like his past opponents. Champion Ning Zimo realized that Tianhu's strikes were fast. Even though he hit predictably, he didn't have time to block and protect his body. But the worst thing is that Tianhu can change its trajectory at any moment, as if it does not obey the laws of inertia, and this is confusing. Tianhu told Ning Zimo that he enjoyed their fight, and the champion there realized that such blows were possible with control over every muscle. Ning Zimo put Li Zuiming on the floor and decided that in the fight with Tianhu he needed to be extremely careful. He deftly changed his movements. The god of war. Ning Zimo noticed that the battle was dragging on too long and all his strength was running out, and he needed to quickly find the fighter's weak spot and strike. Champion Ning Zimo took a swing and needed to finish the fight quickly, and it's no wonder he has 333 victories in battles. And he knows how to fight. And at that moment, Ning Zimo dealt a powerful blow to Tianhu's face, and he was able to reach it, and the enemy was unable to defend himself, and seemed to have wounded him. But Tianhu was healthy and asked Tianhu if this was all he could do, and maybe he hadn't eaten porridge in the morning. And that's why he didn't have the strength to hit the enemy. Champion Ningzimo was in complete shock, and how is this possible in a fight? And he struck with all his might at Tianhu's face, but the enemy just smiled. Tianhu erected a force field around himself, and he asked Ningzimo if he really hoped to break through his insoluble body, and Ning was so weak. Ningzimo listened to Tianhu's words, and the opponent told the champion that he was too naive and thought that one blow would defeat their enemy. But at that moment, Commander Jiang Yingtao appeared there and asked Tianhu if he was telling the truth, and whether he considered himself an invincible warrior. Commander Jiang Yingtao told Tianhu that she wanted to see how strong his indestructible body really was, and Jiang threw knives at him. But the knives didn't pierce Tianhu's skin, and he told Jiang Yingtao that it was all useless and she could try as much as she wanted, but he didn't care. Tianhu told Commander Jiang Yingtao that he too could not be pierced by weapons, and that this is what it means to be a Jantian warrior, and he is proud of his strength. But Commander Jiang Yingtao told Tianhu that she had another option, and she was interested to know whether Tianhu's body could withstand the bullets and the experiment. Tianhu smiled and asked Jiang Yingtao if she really took out a gun, and it was useless, and no one could penetrate his defensive kui. Commander Jiang Yingtao pointed her gun at Tianhu and asked the Xiantian-level fighter if he really believed that the bullets wouldn't penetrate him. Jiang Yingtao asked, "Tianhu, what about the special weapons of their special forces against the Xiantian warriors?" And Tianhu was injured by the bullet. Tianhu was at a loss, and this can't be happening. And the special forces were prepared for the fact that they would encounter a Xiantian fighter, and she caught them off guard. The sound of Commander Jiang Yingtao's gunfire could already be heard throughout Taiyan Port, and she wanted to help Ningzimo and Li Suoming. The director of the corporation, Qian Yang Qian, tensed up when he heard these sounds, and he hoped that Tianhu was okay, and no one had been able to defeat him yet. Ning Junhee was also surprised, and Tianhu always completes the task without weapons. And who shot then, and he will find out what happened there now. Corporation Director Qian Yang. Qian asked his colleague if those were the sounds of gunfire, and whether he thought Tianhu had dealt with the enemies. Ning Junhee told Yang Qian that this was not a simple shot, and it seemed that the Special Combat Command had already begun operations at Qian Port. Ning Junhee ordered to call all the black magicians, and no one should leave alive today, and they will punish the special forces for disturbing the sect. Situ Jing also heard the shot, and this is an unusual weapon, and she is already 100% sure who shot, and she trusts her intuition. Situ Jing told the head of Chen Zhongyi that this was Jiang Yingtao's shot, and this was the perfect excuse to start clearing the port, and it was logical. Chen Zhongyi asked Situ Jing why there was such a rush, and they would just see how things went, and then they could start clearing the port of enemies. And then one of the people of the head, Chen Zhongyi, called her and wanted to quickly report information, and the head should always be aware of events. Chen Zhongyi answered the call, and she wants to find out from the soldier what the situation is at the port and whether the enemies have figured out the trick, and this is important for the case. Zhaosi stood next to the boss, and he saw that Chen Zhongyi was calm, and she had completed many such tasks and was clearly used to pressure. The guy told the chief that he and Li Xueming from the 9th group had just intercepted a message, and the deal at Qian Port would take place at 2 in the morning. Chen Zhongyi told Situ Jing that new information had arrived, and she was 100% right in saying that everyone needed to wait. Situ Jing listened to her, and Chen Zhongyi said that their scouts from the 7th group are the best of the best, and she specially recruited professionals. The guy told the chief that he thought the ship with the illegal cargo would arrive in less than half an hour, and Chen Zhongyi said he had accomplished a feat. The scout said that Li Xueming from the 9th group was caught because he was covering for him, and Chen Zhongyi said that it was an honor for Li to save them. Chen Zhongyi completed the challenge, and she is satisfied with the work of her group, and it is not for nothing that they are the best in the organization, and no one can compare with her people. Chen Zhongyi told Zhaosi to immediately inform their assault troops, and within half an hour they should completely surround Qian Port. Zhaosi listened to the order of the head of Chen Zhongyi and said that he would inform the assault troops of her order, and they would be ready to attack the enemies. Zhaosi is happy and told the head of Chen Zhongyi that they will finally cover everyone, and the enemies are not expecting an assault, and she is the best strategist and tactician. Chen Zhongyi said that the only unpredictable detail is Jiang Yingtao, and she is unworthy of her position and should be fired as soon as possible. Situ Jing is angry, and even at this moment, Chen Zhongyi can't wait to say something nasty to Commander Jiang Yingtao and Zhongyi the Old Witch. Situ Jing asks the head of Li Xueming only not to die, and she will pray for him. and his friend will soon return to them safe and sound. The sounds of gunshots spread throughout the entire territory of the port of Chien, and many people heard it, and the special weapon gives such a recoil and sound. Chucheng and his friends arrived at Chienport, and they froze, and no one understood what that sound was. And it looks like they were a little late, and there is a fight there. Song Kyo was surprised. And what was that sound? And was it really a shot? And he wants to understand what is going on there, and help Ning Zimo and Li Suiming in the battle. Chucheng asked Song Kyo to stop the car and stay close to him and not go far away, and he would protect them from dangers and their enemies. At this time, Commander Zhang Yingtao was still standing at Tianport with their friends, and she managed to wound Tianhu, and he underestimated her and made a mistake. Zhang Yingtao told Ning Zimo that if he met anyone along the way, he was not obliged to engage in combat, and the main thing was to get Li Suiming out of the port. Li Suiming began to come to his senses, and he was injured, but thanks to Ning Zimo and Zhang Yingtao for saving him and protecting him from the villains. Ning Zimo asked Li Suiming. It seems he woke up, and he is glad that he came to his senses because he was worried that he was injured, but it seems he is already healthy. Commander Zhang Yingtao asked Li Suiming how he was feeling, and if she would help him if he was seriously injured. After all, he had experienced such a thing. Li Suiming listened to the words of Commander Zhang Yingtao and said that he was fine there, and fortunately was not injured, and asked her not to worry. And then Li Suiming noticed Commander Zhang Yingtao and why she came there, and he did not expect to see her, and let him explain this to his friend. Commander Zhang Yingtao asked Li Suiming if this was the first time he saw his commander, and why he had such a reaction, and his friend was surprised. Li Suiming asked Commander Zhang Yingtao what kind of jokes this was, and he didn't know that their enemies were so cunning, and they quickly captured him there. Ning Zimo told Li Suiming that he would lead him out of there now, and he completed his task perfectly and learned a lot of information about the enemy. Commander Zhang Yingtao stood next to them, and she was glad that she came to her colleagues, and Tianhu would not let them leave, and he obeyed the order. Commander Zhang Yingtao will cover Li Suiming and Ning Zimo, and the enemies will not be able to catch them off guard, and she has a serious weapon to fight. And at that moment, Commander Zhang Yingtao noticed the dot and wondered if someone was aiming at them, and she should be careful, and the enemies were surrounding them. And at that very moment, an explosion thundered. And Commander Zhang Yingtao realized that she was absolutely right, and asked her friends to be more careful now. Li Suiming smiled slyly, and his eyes glowed, and he will punish Ning Zimo and Zhang Yingtao, and none of them will escape and fall into a trap. And then Li Suiming started to strangle Ning Zimo, and he is an easy target for them, and he grabbed him tightly and will not let go until his colleagues shoot him. Ning Zimo started to defend himself and doesn't understand what's wrong with Li Suiming, and he has changed a lot and wants to harm him and Zhang Yingtao. But they are not enemies. Ning Zimo grabbed Li Suiming by the scruff of the neck, and he finds out what Uncle Ning Juni did to his colleague, and he wants to kill his friends. Ning Zimo realized that if he had reacted a little slower, he would have been dead, and Li Suiming did not want to let him go and wanted to destroy him. Li Suiming told the god of war Ning Zimo that he was lucky that he managed to dodge and the bullet did not hit him, but he should not rejoice, and Ning will die. Commander Zhang Yingtao pointed her gun at Li Suiming and asked who he was and why he threatened Ning Zimo and wanted to kill their friend. Li Suiming clearly didn't expect that the daughter of the Zhang family was a special forces agent, and asked Zhang Yingtao if her father knew and if he would not approve of her actions. Commander Zhang Yingtao told Li Suiming to stop talking and immediately shot him in the knee, and she would immobilize him and tie him up tighter than a friend. But Li Suiming was not injured and began to laugh and said that she was doing her job well. And Zhang Yingtao was shooting at the enemy without thinking. Li Suiming told Zhang Yingtao that it was worth shooting him in the heart or in the head, although even so she would not be able to kill him, and he is not that simple. Ning Junhee controlled Li Suiming like a puppet, and told Zhang Yingtao and Ning Zimo that their Li Suiming would definitely die, and he did him a favor. Ning Junhee continued to control Li Suiming, and the creature never failed him, and he instilled it into Li Suiming's body, and this is good. Commander Zhang Yingtao was furious, and soon she would punish the scoundrel, and Ning Junhee would beg for mercy, but she would still beat the bastard. Ning Zimo asked Zhang Yingtao what this meant, and whether Li Suiming was not their comrade, and he did not quite understand Ning Junhee's words, and this was frightening. Commander Zhang Yingtao stood next to Ning Zimo and already understood what was going on, and that Ning Junhee was a cruel person and would go to prison for his sins. Zhang Yingtao said it looks like Li Suiming's body was captured, and it was discovered that Ning Junhee is conducting experiments and brazenly controlling people. Ning Zimo told Jiang Yingtao that it was not advantageous for them to fight openly now, and they needed to find shelter from them. They would retreat to the warehouse, and it would be better there. Li Chiming asked his former colleagues if they were really thinking of running away, and he would disappoint them because they would not be able to leave the barn, and he guaranteed. At this moment, many soldiers entered the barn, and they will not let Jiang Yingtao and Ning Zimo go. And they came there in vain and fell into the boss's trap. Commander Jiang Yingtao and Ning Zimo stood side by side, both ready to defend themselves. But Li Shuiming told his colleagues that it was too late for them. And when no one expected this, Chu Cheng came in and asked his friend Li Shuiming if he really thought his colleagues would die. And then Chu Cheng threw a talisman towards the soldiers, and he knows how to defeat everyone and success in time, and will protect Jiang Yingtao and Ning Zimo from everyone. The talisman sparkled, and lightning came out of it. And all the fighters looked at the Chu Cheng talisman, and it fascinated them. And where did this guy come from? The soldiers saw the glow of the talisman, and that all the bullets were powerless against the talisman. And it looked like this stranger was a magician, and he was casting a spell there. And at that moment, lightning struck all the fighters, and they begged their friend Chu Cheng to spare them. And they simply carried out the terrible orders of the boss. Chu Cheng defeated all the fighters and asked Li Shuiming what if he told him that he would take his friends with him, and how he would answer his questions. Friends are delighted. And it's good that Chu Cheng came to the rescue, and they never expected that he would come to the Qian port because his friend has so many things of his own to do. Ning Junhee was surprised, and how Chu Cheng appeared there, and Li Shuiming's body had not even reached the Xiantan level. And he could not defeat Chu Cheng in battle. Chu Cheng began to use the technique and asked Li Shuiming why his friend wanted to escape, since he had promised and guaranteed that he would not let anyone go. Chu Cheng directed the technique into Li Shuiming's body, and he will not allow her to escape, and Ning Junhee will regret that he brazenly harmed ordinary good people. Li Shuiming fell to the floor, and Chu Cheng knows that this is the Qimeng technique, and it sealed the living creature inside Li Shuiming. And now he will help his friend. Ning Junhee told Chu Cheng that if that's the case, let them take the unfinished business. And he doesn't need Li Shuiming, and he turned out to be too weak and irritates him. And then Li Shuiming screamed loudly, and he was in a lot of pain. And Ning Junho thinks that this is a game, and he doesn't care about the lives of other people, and he is angry. Ning Zimo asked Uncle Chu Cheng what was going on with Li Shuiming, and he scared him, and hoped that he was not suffering too much, and that there was something wrong with him. Commander Jiang Yingtao stood next to Ning Zimo, and she felt sorry for Shuiming, and why Ning Junhee didn't think about her future and would suffer. Chu Cheng looks at Li Shuiming, and it seems to be too late, and it is very difficult for him to help him, and Ning Jun has taken away all his strength and energy. Li Shuiming was still suffering, and Jiang Yingtao told Li Shuiming that he had worked with them for 5 years. And if there was another way out, she would be happy. But Commander Jiang Yingtao told Li Chiming that it would be better for her to free him there herself, so that he would not become the enemy's puppet, and pointed a gun at him. But Chu Cheng asked Commander Jiang Yingtao to wait, and she should not make a decision so quickly, and he wants to find out something now. Jiang Yingtao stood nearby, surprised, and asked Chu Cheng what was wrong, and whether she wanted to spare Li Shuiming from suffering, or whether her friend had a plan. Chu Cheng said that the creatures of the Black Mage clan were just pitiful insects to him, and he would take revenge on Ning Junhee for all his atrocities. And at that very moment, Chu Cheng began to use the Seal Destruction and immediately sent the technique straight to Li Shuiming, and he will save him, and he is their colleague. Li Shuiming gritted his teeth, and it hurt a lot, and he didn't want to endure it. And Ning Junhee decided for him, and he would destroy Chu Cheng, and he was a burden to them. Li Shuiming stood in front of Chu Cheng and wanted to attack him. And if it were Li Shuiming's will, he would never touch Chu Cheng, and he is their friend. God of War, Ning Zimo shouted Chu Cheng, and Li Shuiming attacks him. And he must be careful and take care of himself, because he is dear to his friends. Commander Jiang Yingtao also asks Chu Cheng not to take risks, and Li Shuiming still wants to harm him. And she is worried about her colleague Chu, but Chu Cheng stood firm on his feet and ordered the creatures to leave Li Shuiming's body. And the talisman helped Jen last time, and he believes in it. Chu Cheng touched Li Shuiming's forehead with his finger, and he stopped attacking and froze in place, and the creature inside him already felt discomfort. And at that very moment, Ning Junhee realized that he had lost control of Li Shuiming. And Chu Cheng had rid him of the creatures, and he hated the scoundrel Chu. Ning Junhee slammed his hand on the cabinet in anger, and said that this Chu Cheng was to blame for everything again. And he got him, and soon he would destroy the idiot. Chu Cheng crushed the creature in his hand and said that now everything is ready, and he asks to send Li Suiming for treatment. And he received many injuries. Ningzimo put Li Suiming on his back and asked his friend to hold on, and that he would soon receive help and would not suffer, and Chu Cheng helped him. Ningzimo told Uncle Chu Cheng that he had a question for him and wanted him to answer it personally so that his friend would have no doubts. Chu Cheng listened to Ningzimo's words and asked the god of war what he wanted to ask him, and he was ready to answer any questions because he was a friend. Chu Cheng told Ningzimo that he would tell him about the video on the way, and that he was from the Chu family and a disciple of the 9 secrets, and had never hidden his origins. Chu Cheng asked why there was so little information about him. Perhaps because his family had too much money, and he guessed it. Ningzimo was surprised and thought, is this really true? And Chu Cheng is cool, and his Chu family never contacts anyone, and he doesn't know anything. Zhang Yingtao thought it was strange, and Li Shuiming reported that the deal at Qian Port would take place tonight, but there was no sign of enemies there. Zhang Yingtao thought that judging by Ning Junhei's reaction, he couldn't read Li Shuiming's memories, which meant he was still conscious at the time. Zhang Yingtao realized that it seemed like their operation had been discovered long ago, and they had already been lured into a trap, and they needed to urgently warn Lady Chen Zhongyi. Ningzimo asked Chu Cheng why it was so quiet there, and whether his uncle Ning Junhei had only sent a couple of mercenaries to defeat the enemies. Chu Cheng said that before his arrival, he, Song Qiu, and Huang Fu Heiyu had already cleared the area and were waiting for them at the exit of the port and were bored. And at that very moment, the friends saw the headlights of a car, and someone arrived there and hoped that it was Ning Junhei, and they would beat up the scoundrel there. And then a lot of cars appeared in front of his colleagues, and Chu Cheng realized that it was not Ning Junhei, and now everyone would find out who arrived with the detachment. Commander Jiang Yingtao told her friends that this was Chen Zhongyi's car, and she came to scout out the situation, and she was ready to discuss. Chen Zhongyi got out of the car and asked Jiang Yingtao how the situation was inside, and whether there was any evidence of the deal, and wanted to know. Jiang Yingtao said Li Shiming was subjugated using the Keeman technique, and the situation is critical, and the information about their deal is incorrect. Chen Zhongyi asked Jiang Yingtao whether the information was incorrect or whether she wanted everyone to think so, and let him answer the questions. Commander Jiang Yingtao told Chen Zhongyi that now was not the time to argue, and she could save sentimentality for later, and that it was nonsense. Jiang Yingtao told Chen Zhongyi that Chu Cheng and Ningzimo saw everything with their own eyes, and they can confirm that she is absolutely right. Chen Zhongyi said that now all 3 of Chu Cheng, Jiang Yingtao, and Ningzimo are under suspicion of collaborating with the enemy, and they will be arrested. The soldiers apologized to Chief Jiang Yingtao, but she told Chen Zhongyi that while they were arguing, the deal might be taking place elsewhere. Jiang Yingtao told Chen Zhongyi that if she didn't believe her, she should look there herself, and there were no signs of a deal at the port, and the enemies had outwitted everyone. Chen Zhongyi told Jiang Yingtao that she was stubborn, but she would show her how she would catch the black magic sect red-handed, and she would guarantee. Chen Zhongyi ordered people to take Jiang Yingtao, Chu Cheng, and Zimo, and they are guilty and partners with Ning Junhei, and soon the boss will find evidence. Jiang Yingtao listened to her words, and Chen Zhongyi ordered all the groups to sneak into the port and take up positions, and they will show their class. Chen Zhongyi told Jiang Yingtao that after these events she would have to write a resignation letter, and ordered her to begin the operation. Chu Chen told the god of war Ningzimo that this Chen Zhongyi is too self-confident and thinks she is smarter than everyone, and underestimates Jiang Yingtao. Ningzimo stood next to Uncle Chu Cheng, and he is 100% right. And Chen Zhongyi herself is breaking the law by suspecting innocent colleagues there. Commander Jiang Yingtao asked Chu Cheng what they should do now, and she doesn't know how to deal with Chen Zhongyi, and she has the influence of the squad. Chu Cheng listened to his friend's words, and Jiang Yingtao asked Cheng if they would really allow the Black Magician clan to carry them out, and she did not accept it. Chu Cheng asks Jiang Yingtao not to worry, and they will figure it out as they go along, and he is absolutely sure that they will catch the Black Magic sect soon. Chu Qian received a message on his phone from Luo Yun's brother, and he has a lead and continues to follow, and there will be new information soon. Chen Zhongyi asked the squad what was on board and ordered them to open everything and check, and they would punish the enemy for their crimes and soon put everyone in jail. The soldier reports that Chen Zhongyi and a large ship is moving towards the port of Qian, and a naval detachment has already surrounded it, and the fighters will begin an offensive. Her soldier told Chen Zhongyi and discovered Yang Qian, the head of a large corporation, Qian. and they are waiting for new orders from the boss and respect her. Chen Zhongye listened to the soldier's words with interest and said that she was happy, and everything was going according to plan, and they would capture the sect and all the scoundrels. Chen Zhongye told the squad that the plan was brilliant, and she had confidence in them, and that soon Yang Qian and Ning Junhee would be begging to be released. The special forces have boarded the ship, and Chen Zhongye will personally handcuff the hands of the corporation's director, Chen Yang-qian, and she guarantees this. The soldiers wanted to open the container and save people, because they remembered that according to Chen Zhongye's information, there were people in the container, and they would save them there. Yang Qian was angry and asked Officer Chen Zhongye if she had any idea how much the cargo was worth and why they thought he was a criminal. Yang Qian asked if they were from the special forces and thought they could interfere in legitimate business, and he would file a complaint against them and report their affairs. But Chen Zhongye told Yang Qian to stop making a circus, and they caught him red-handed and let him keep his words for the trial, and he is a scoundrel. The soldiers quickly opened the lock on the container and blew up the lock. And Chen Zhongye is 100% sure that she will soon receive her reward. Chen Zhongye opened the container doors, and today, she will perform a great feat, and she is the best Special Forces officer and an example for them. But at that very second, Chen Zhongye froze in place from shock, and she did not understand how this was possible, and she did not believe that she could have been mistaken. The container was empty, and Chen Zhongye doesn't know what to do. And didn't she check the information and where the people who were transferred on the ship were? Chen Zhongye noticed a sign there that said the cleanest air from the Siberian highlands, and it looked like Director Yang Qian was making fun of the fighters. Yang Qian asked Chen Zhongye what empty meant and whether they knew how much effort went into collecting the purest air from the snowy plains, and that was a fact. Chen Zhongye listened to Director Yang Qian's words, and he asked Chen if she had any idea how much this container cost, and he was shocked by her. Director Yang Qian said that their clients are elite, and the special forces are obliged to compensate for all losses, including moral damages, and he will go to court. Chu Cheng smiled. And it's not easy to find idiots who will buy air, and Director Yang Qian did an excellent job and deceived the special forces. Chen Zhongye asked the fighters if they had checked other cargo compartments there. But the fighters had not yet had time to check all the containers on the ship. The soldier listened to her, and Chen Zhongye ordered to check everything, and she does not believe that the whole ship is filled with such goods, and Yang Qian infuriates her. But in one container, the soldiers found clean air from Toronto, and did not understand whether Director Yang Qian was transporting air. And this is clearly nonsense. In another container, there was humid wild air from the Amazon rainforest, and the director of the corporation Qian was mocking everyone. The third container contained salty sea air from the Maldives, and all the soldiers spent a lot of time checking each container there. Chen Zhongye is in complete shock, and there is only air everywhere. And why are there no people anywhere? And has she really made a mistake and does not believe in her failure in the matter? Chen Zhongye was angry and asked the soldiers if there were any unchecked containers and ordered them to open everything. And she was sure that there were people among them. Chen Zhongye asked the fighters to break the ship into pieces. But to find her evidence, and without evidence, she would not return to her superiors, and decided to find everything. Zhang Yingtao asked Chen Zhongye to stop. And didn't the boss realize that the operation had failed? And when would she come to her senses and stop being delirious? Chen Zhongye told Zhang Yingtao that it was all her fault, and that she had fired the shot on purpose to warn him, and that the operation had failed. Chu Chen told Zhang Yingtao that she had been seriously framed, and Chen Zhongye could not accept that she had made a mistake and blamed their leader. Commander Zhang Yingtao looked at Chen Zhongye silently, and she doesn't know how she hasn't been fired yet, and her mistakes must always be acknowledged. And then Chu Cheng looked at his phone and told his friends that here are the saviors, and such people will always help discreetly. And he already has a brother, Luo Yun. Teacher Luo Yun told brother Chu Cheng that he confirmed the deal was already taking place at Pengcheng Port, and asked his brother to come to Pengcheng immediately. Chu Cheng told Zhang Yingtao that the deal was taking place at Pengcheng Port, and they could visit them and find Ning Junhei, and then they would catch the enemies. Commander Zhang Yingtao asked Chu Cheng if he was sure. And he told her that of course he was 100% sure, and if he didn't believe it, they would check the port. Commander Zhang Yingtao told Chu Cheng that she believed him and would talk to the assault team, and they would cover them. And they were so lucky with Chu Cheng. Chen Zhongye is angry and asked Zhang Yingtao what she's doing. And she does not understand her logic and why she is infuriating her, and she wants to escape from there. Chen Zhongye told Zhang Yingtao that she was in collusion with the enemy and that she should return immediately and be interrogated. and that she would arrest her for all her sins. Zhang Yingtao told Chen Zhongyi to not interfere with her, and if they found evidence there, Chen Zhongyi might get a lighter sentence. Chen Zhongyi listened to Zhang Yingtao's words, and she was shocked by her impudence, and how dare she threaten her. And she would report everything to her superiors, and she would be fired. Chen Zhongyi is angry with Zhang Yingtao, but doesn't want to argue with her, and she's tired because it's hard for an idiot to get her point across, and Yingtao is an enemy and a parasite. Zhang Yingtao told the soldiers that they had new information, and the deal was already taking place at Pengcheng port, and they needed their help. And she begged her friends. The combat squad listened to the words of the commander Zhang Yingtao, and said that they would help her without any problems, and, most importantly, find the enemy wherever he was. Chen Zhongyi asked Zhang Yingtao if she was talking about Pengcheng port, and if she had done it on purpose to set him up and humiliate him. Zhang Yingtao stood next to Chen Zhongyi, and she was shocked by the leader's behavior, and she brazenly pushed her. And why is she preventing her from saving people now? Chen Zhongyi told Zhang Yingtao that she gave false information to Li Suiming, and lured them there to disgrace and eliminate her there. Zhang Yingtao responded by pushing Chen Zhongyi and telling her to stop bothering her everywhere, and why she clung to her and always got on her nerves. Chen Zhongyi fell to the ground, and she didn't think that Zhang Yingtao was so cruel, and she was attacking her colleagues, and Yingtao was a traitor and their enemy. Zhang Yingtao told her friends that they had no time to waste and that they had to hurry there, and they would go to Pengcheng port and seize Ning Junhei on the spot. Chu Cheng and Ning Zimo realized that Commander Zhang Yingtao was so serious, and they would follow her anywhere, and she would soon save everyone. But Yan Qian asked the people what this meant, and the Special Combat Department slandered the innocent, and now they want to leave, and this is absurd. Zhang Yingtao listened to the words, and Yang Qian said that without an explanation they would not go anywhere, and why they mocked him, and he was offended and angry. Zhang Yingtao told Yang Qian that there would be explanations, and that the lady over there was the main coordinator of the operation, and he could demand whatever he wanted there. Zhang Yingtao told Yang Qian that if she wants compensation or reasons, she should contact Chen Zhongyi and not make a mistake with the addressee there. Chen Zhongyi is angry, and how dare Zhang Yingtao set her up? And she will not forgive her for this, and will soon take revenge and let her be ready for her revenge. Zhang Yingtao told Mr. Yang Qian that he also had questions, and that he could spare some time to answer some interesting questions. Zhang Yingtao told Yang Qian that mercenaries from the Black Magic sect had just landed at his port and attacked, and she had seen it all herself. Director Yang Qian told Miss Zhang Yingtao that she should only speak with evidence, otherwise it would be slander against honest citizens, and he does not approve of this. Commander Zhang Yingtao told Director Yang Qian that there would be evidence and he would see it soon, and then they would talk differently, and she promised. Commander Zhang Yingtao told Director Yang Qian to step aside, and she would go look for evidence, and soon the Black Magic sect and Ning Junhe would regret it. Director Yang Qian stood nearby and did not understand why Zhang Yingtao brazenly pushed him and what the special forces were doing, and it was not for nothing that he hated them. Director Yang Qian looked menacingly at Zhang Yingtao, and he will teach the impudent lady manners, and she will not push, and he will raise his hand to the lady. And at that moment, Director Yang Qian abruptly went after Zhang Yingtao, and he asked her if she really thought she could leave so easily, and if it was a mistake. But the god of war Ning Zimo stood in front of Director Yang Qian, and with all his might, he slapped the face of the scoundrel who wanted to beat up Zhang Yingtao. Director Yang Qian lay on the floor and told Ning Zimo that he was impudent, and that he would soon take revenge on them all, and they would understand that it was in vain that they messed with the boss. Champion Ning Zimo told Director Yang Qian that this blow was for his daughter Bazi Xiaojin. And how could a father do this, since he is her father? The soldiers listened to the order of the commander Zhang Yingtao, and she ordered them to move forward, and they should not waste a second and catch their enemy. Chuchen asked Ning Zimo to calm down, and that it was just a family matter. And why bother so much, and Director Yang Qian received his punishment. Commander Zhang Yingtao was delighted, and said thank you to Ning Zimo and Chu Cheng, and someday she will treat them to dinner. And they helped their sister. Chuchen told Ning Zimo that once he dealt with Yang Qian, he would catch up with them, and his uncle would take a shortcut and punish Ning Junhei, god of war. Ning Zimo agrees with Uncle Chu Cheng and said that he will soon catch up with Zhang Yingtao, and together no one will defeat them, and thank you for everything. At this time, a ship with goods arrived at the port of Pengcheng, and people began to get off the ship, and they were sad that they were stolen by a scoundrel, and it was terrible. The sectarian told Ning Junhe that his plan was brilliant, and the special forces had clearly fallen for the diversionary maneuver. And they had deceived their enemies like children. Ning Junhee told his colleague that he was right, and these fools were not fighters, and they were a bunch of brainless idiots. And it wasn't that hard for him to deceive them. And at that moment, one of the captive girls fell down the stairs, and she was not used to walking in handcuffs, and lost her balance, and it was dark there. The girl started crying, and it hurt, and she hurt her knees badly, and when will mom and dad pick her up and she wants to go home sooner? The sect member took out a knife and asked the boss Ning Junhee if he should deal with her. And if he gave the order, he would shut her up, and he knew how to persuade them. Ning Junhee told his friend that this was just an underground sample and let him decide what to do, and the boss gives him free rein, and he is not joking. A sectarian approached a girl and asked how many pieces of food a fish could eat, and it was a riddle, and she had to guess, and it was quite funny. The girl looked at the sectarian in horror and asked him to let her go, and she would not tell anyone about them, and would just go back home, and she was so scared there. The cultist brandished a knife and told the girl that the riddle had nothing to do with it, and that he would soon send her to the sea, and that he hoped that she could swim. The girl was crying, and it looked like this was the end, and no one would save her. And why were these people so angry, and they didn't want to let anyone go, and they were brazen thieves? But at that very second, someone threw a stone towards the sectarian and told him not to make any sudden movements, and to stop scaring the child. Otherwise, he would regret it. The stone hit the sectarian's hand, and he screamed. And it hurt a lot, and he didn't understand who had the courage to throw the stone at him, and he was definitely a corpse. And at that moment, Chuchun quickly walked up to the sect's mage and grabbed his face and said that he was a scoundrel, and people like him would be punished. A magician from the black magic sect asked Chuchun what he was and why he was interfering with their plans, and maybe he was tired of living and wanted to die. Chuchun took the knife and asked the sectarian if he really wanted to know who he was, and if he insisted he would tell him and live up to his expectations. Chuchun told the sectarian how many pieces of food the fish can eat, and he wants to know the answer from the sectarian and let him be kind and answer his friend. Chuchun held a knife to the face of the black magician sect mage, and he was terrified, and wondered why this stranger had so much power and was so strong. Chuchun frightened the sectarian with a menacing look, and their fate was sealed. And they did not repent of their sins, and now the Punisher has come and will punish all the magicians. The girl looked at Chuchun and thanked her uncle for saving her. And without him, she would have received many injuries, and fortunately, he came in time, and he is an angel. Chuchun asks the girl to find a safe place and hide, and soon they will play with her, and Uncle Chu promises that he will take her back home. Chuchun held the scruff of the sect member's neck and told the girl that Brother Chung was about to beat the monsters and didn't want to hurt her, and that she was a wonderful child. The girl agreed with the kind Uncle Chuchun and quickly left there, and she will not stop him from beating the evil monsters, and they deserve the beating. Ning Junhee froze in shock and asked Chuchun if he had actually found their hideout, and ordered his colleagues to shoot and kill the villain. The people from the black magic sect understood Ning Junhee's order, and they would all do anything if the boss personally ordered it. And Chuchun is doomed there. And at that moment, people from the black magic sect started shooting at Chuchun with machine guns. And he definitely won't hide anywhere, and it was in vain that he came there. Ning Junhee turned around after a couple of minutes and was surprised. And all the people from the black magic sect were lying on the ground unconscious, and they died. Ning Junhee continued to look at the people from the black magician sect, and he didn't understand who did this to them, and did Chuchun really have a plan? And Zhang Yingtao came there and told the magicians that they were the Special Combat Department of China, and the magicians were surrounded, and that they should drop their weapons and surrender. Ning Junhee wondered if the soldiers weren't supposed to be lured to Chian Port back then, and how did they end up there? But there was no news from Yang Qian anymore, and at that very moment, teacher Luo Yun hit Ning Junhee with a powerful attack on the stomach, and the scoundrel made his brother nervous, and he will not forgive them. Ning Junhee was thrown back a couple of meters by such a strong blow from teacher Luo Yun, and he didn't notice when teacher Luo Yun appeared, and it was a shock. Teacher Luo Yun told Ning Junhee that he had been watching them for so many days and was finally able to properly warm up, and he really wanted to fight. Teacher Luo Yun used a technique and struck, but Ning Junhee was able to dodge and defend against his strike, but Luo Yun broke the asphalt there. Ning Junhee realized that things were bad, and he was clearly no match for Luo Yun, and his strength was on a different level, and he would not be able to defend against the attack for long. And then Ning Junhee looked to the side, and he had a plan, and he clearly would not admit his guilt, and would not go to prison and would find a way to overcome. The girl was terrified, and Ning Junhe realized that there was nothing he could do, and he would take a hostage and try to escape. Otherwise, he would be doomed to die. Ning Junhe quickly rushed to the girl and wanted to grab her, and said that she would go with him, and the hostage would protect him from teacher Luo Yun there. But Chu Cheng was on guard, and he would not let Ning Junhe kidnap the girl. And he knew in advance how he thought, and therefore stood and guarded his friend. And at that very moment, Chu Cheng punched Ning Junhe in the face with all his might, and immediately knocked out the boss of the magicians, and no one dares to threaten his friend. Teacher Luo Yun said that Ning Junhe was digging a hole for himself, and the boss of the magicians wanted to escape from him, but ran straight into Chu Cheng, and he was better. Sidu Jing is shocked by Chu Chen's blow, and he knocked out the villain. And Ning Junhe couldn't do anything, and his brother is amazing, and he is unique. Zhang Yingtao told Situ Jing that she knew Chu Cheng was strong, but she didn't imagine it was to this extent, and she couldn't anger him, and he was powerful. Chu Cheng walked up to the girl and stroked her hair, and he had promised her that he wouldn't let anyone hurt her, and Ning Junhe was wrong to want to take her hostage. The girl stood nearby and cried, and Zhang Yingtao said that a fighter like Chu Cheng would clearly be invaluable in the special combat department. Chu Cheng took the girl in his arms and told Ning Junhe that his crimes had caught up with him, and that it was not enough to shoot people like him, and that he hated them. The head of the black magicians, Ning Junhe, listened to Chu Chen's words, and he definitely didn't care about his moralizing, and it wouldn't affect anything, and he was like this. Ning Junhe asked Chu Cheng if he really thought he had defeated him, and was celebrating too early, and it was not for nothing that he was the head of the black magicians and had surprises in store. Ning Junhe took out the living creatures and thought that one mistake would be enough to turn the tide of the battle, and even Chu Cheng would obey his orders. Ning Junhe jumped and threw his creature towards Chu Cheng, and he will make him his doll, and Cheng, like Li Shuiming, will beat his friends. Chu Cheng looked at Ning Junhe's livestock and thought that he was used to the black magician's sect boss's tricks, and it was not so easy for the boss to surprise him. Ning Junhe was delighted, and told Chu Cheng that he would soon die, and that she would not come to his grave, and would instead celebrate with the magician sect. But Chu Cheng didn't even move, and crushed the creature with his fingers. Ning Junhe is a naive person, and he wanted to catch the genius off guard. Ning Junhe was shocked, and how Chu Cheng crushed his living creature, and he does not know why Chu Cheng is so strong. And how to defeat him, he did not understand. Chu Cheng asked Ning Junhe if he was really threatening the disciple of the 9 secrets with this crap, and his living creatures were no obstacle to him, and he would finish them off. Ning Junhe fell to the ground after hearing the information from Chu Cheng, and it was incredible. And the 9 secrets were definitely the best mystical school in the world. Ning Junhe knows that his technique is nothing compared to their skill, and this is childish pranks. And he has no chance, and now he is definitely lost to them. The soldiers from the Special Combat Department ordered the magic sect to remain still and drop their weapons, and they would capture everyone and put them in prison. Zhang Yingtao ordered the assault team to begin a full search and not kill those who surrendered, but to eliminate those who resisted immediately. The assault force acted with lightning speed, and in less than 10 minutes the entire port of Pengcheng was taken under control and all the enemies were defeated. Commander Jiang Yingtao told the black magician sect there to keep their hands behind their heads, and she will put them in jail and be a witness in court soon. And at that moment, Chen Zhongyi started approaching Zhang Yingtao, and she promised that she would take revenge for the cavity, and she does not throw away her words, and this is a fact. Chen Zhongyi told Zhang Yingtao that she had already entered Xi'an port without permission, contacted the enemy, and disrupted the operation, and left. Chen Zhongyi told Zhang Yingtao that she called Chief Sun to see her failure, and that she would be fired from their combat squad today. The boss of the 7th and 9th groups, Sun, told Zhang Yingtao that he was informed that she was conducting an operation in Xi'an port, and, as it turned out, in Pengcheng. Zhang Yingtao told Chief Sun that they had uncovered a large slave trading network and had destroyed more than 20 enemies and saved people. Chief Sun listened to Zhang Yingtao's explanation, and she said one of the leaders of the criminal group, Ning Junhe, was detained on the spot. Sita Jing told Chief Sun that they received a message from Lin Yanfan's friend, and he found a lot of bodies in a gorge in Guianan. Sita Jing told Chief Sun that they were most likely victims, and that they had died at the hands of this criminal group in the last couple of years. Chief Sun was completely shocked to learn such information, and it was clearly not in vain that Chen Zhongyi called him there, and they solved a serious case. Chen Zhongyi stood next to Boss Sun, and Situ Jing hadn't said anything to her before, and she realized that this was the 7th group's plan and conspiracy. Chen Zhongyi told Jiang Yingtao that she had set her up and had not told her about these leads before and had hidden important information from her. Jiang Yingtao listened, and Chen Zhongyi said that everything that happened today was her plan, and she would file a complaint against her, and she was guilty, and that was a fact. Chief Sun ordered Chen Zhongyi and Jiang Yingtao to immediately stop their quarrel, and that teachers should not behave like this at the crime scene. Boss Sun told Chen Zhongyi that she had gone too far and that the operation had failed today because of her, and that the enemies had deceived them and the honor of the special forces was on the line. Boss Sun told Chen Zhongyi that thanks to Jiang Yingtao's actions, they were able to catch the criminals red-handed, and she caught everyone. Boss Sun said that no one can deny Jiang Yingtao's merits, but Chen Zhongyi failed the operation and will soon write an explanation. Boss Sun praised Jiang Yingtao, and she accomplished a feat, and they will definitely reward her. But she said that the main merit was already deserved by someone else. Jiang Yingtao turned around and wanted to tell the boss about helping Chu Cheng, but he disappeared and quietly left from there, and she didn't even notice her friend's departure. Boss Sun asked Jiang Yingtao to repeat the words, and he did not quite understand what she meant and did not hear, and she was talking about someone to him. Jiang Yingtao stood next to Boss Sun, and she wanted to introduce them to Chu Cheng, but her friend doesn't like unnecessary attention and just left there. Commander Jiang Yingtao told Boss Xian that this success was the merit of the entire 7th group and not just her, and she wanted to tell the boss about her colleagues. Boss Sun told Jiang Yingtao that it was well said and that the entire 7th group had already earned praise, and he would take this into account and they would reward the entire group. Commander Jiang Yingtao realized that Chu Cheng had done the job and left, leaving his glory behind, and Chu Cheng was humble and not selfish, and she loved her friend. Commander Jiang Yingtao hopes that he and Chu Cheng will work together again, and she was pleased, and he completed 90% of the job. At dawn, the news shook the whole of Yangcheng like a bolt from the blue, and the Chen Corporation was implicated in crimes and Yang Qian was detained. Ning Junhei of the Ning family is also involved in this matter. He was the boss of a criminal group, and the Ning family wants to distance itself from Junhei. At the Ning family meeting, the head of the family, Ning Junyan, said that Ning Junhei had committed serious crimes and he was doomed. Ning Junyan suggests that Ning Junhei be removed from the family registry, and his assets will be checked by the family, and they will calm the situation down. The first member of the Ning family told the head of Ning Junyan that he agreed, and Ning Junhei had long been involved in the incident and he had been afraid of him for a long time. The second member of the Ning family also agrees with boss Ning Junyan, and he is 100% right, and they must expel Ning Nonha as soon as possible. The third member of the Ning family supports the opinion of the head of the Ning Junyan family, and Ning Junhei has ruined the family's reputation and they have lost billions. And only Ning Jungxiao did not respond to Ning Junyan's words, and he was close with Ning Junhei. And they did business together, and he respected his brother. Ning Junyan said, according to the rules, if more than half of the votes are cast, he has the right to make a decision, and Ning Junha is no longer connected to the family. Ning Junyan told Ning Jungxiao that he had always been close with Ning Junhei, and whether he had any objections or grievances against their decision. Ning Jungxiao listened to Ning Junyan's words and thought that he was 100% right, and Ning Junhei was closer than all other friends. And at this moment, Ning Jungxiao slammed his hand on the table, and he was angry because the people from the family respected Ning Junhei and changed their minds. The Ning family members were shocked by Ning Jungxiao's actions. And it seems that the head of Ning Junyan is right and angry because his brother was close to Junhei. A member of the Ning family sat opposite Ning Jungxiao, and it was good that he was not next to him and he could beat him because he agreed to exclude Junhei. Ning Jungxiao told the head of the Ning Junyan that he had no complaints, and he could rest assured that he would forget about Ning Junhei forever today. Ning Jungxiao left the room and the meeting was over for him. And he didn't want to say anything bad about his brother, and Ning Junhei was the best of them all. Ning Jungxiao realized that he couldn't do anything and couldn't save his brother, so he would send the culprits to another world for Ning Junhei's sake. Ning Jungxiao called the Black Sickle mercenaries, and he has a new order for them and will give $1 million for the heads of Chu Cheng and Ning Zimo. At this time, Teacher Luo Yun approached Cheng and told his elder brother that he, Mo Wuyu, and her grandfather would go back to the 9 mysteries together. Chu Cheng asks the 7th brother Luo Yun to take care of Mo Wuyu and quickly convey his greetings to all 9 teachers, and he will visit them in the future. Chu Cheng saw Mo Wuyu's worries, and why she was worried because he was 100% sure that the 9 secrets would give Mo Wuyu valuable knowledge. Mo Wuyu told Chu Cheng that Teacher Luo Yun said that if you perform well in the 9 secrets, you can visit your family once a year. Mo Wuyu told Chucheng that in a year she would return to him, and asked if he would wait for her. And she hoped that he would not forget about Mo Wuyu's sister. Chucheng told Mo Wuyu that of course he would wait for her, and asked her to study well, and then she would become as strong and smart as her brother Chucheng. Mo Wuyu was happy and told Chucheng that she would miss him, and he always helped her. And she remembered him for the rest of her life, and he is a family friend. Mo Wuyu hugged Chucheng tightly and said that she would try her best, and in a year he would know that she was the best student in the 9 secrets, and that it was true. Chucheng asks his grandfather Mo Wuyu not to forget about him and their name. Wuyu means life without worries, but fate decreed otherwise, and they leave with Mo. Chucheng looked at his friends and was happy that Mo Wuyu and his grandfather were going to the 9th heaven, and they would teach them techniques, and they would become much stronger. Mo Wuyu waved her last goodbye to her brother Chucheng, and she will not forget all these stories that happened to them together, and he became a member of their family. Teacher Luo Yun told his elder brother Chucheng that they were leaving, and old man Wuyu was also saying goodbye to his friend Chucheng, and they would return to him in a year. And then Chucheng's phone rang, and Ning Zimo was calling him. And he asked the god of war what happened, and he was glad that his friend calls his uncle once a day. Ning Zimo told Chucheng that Zhou had just reported that the Ning family had held a meeting, and they had decided to expel Ning Junhei from the family. Ning Zimo said that Ning Zhongxiao also agreed, but was extremely calm, and knowing his uncle, his silence is a sign that he is cunning. Chucheng asked Ning Zimo if Ning Zhongxiao was planning revenge, and the war god said that it was possible, and the entire Song family was already in danger. Chucheng asks Ning Zimo to immediately contact everyone from the Song family and tell them to return home, as he's worried about his family. Ning Zimo told Chucheng that he had already called, and everyone was on their way, but he couldn't get through to Song Chu, so he went to the fighting club in the morning. Chucheng went to look for Song Chu and wants him to pick up the phone. And why doesn't he monitor the calls and makes his son-in-law worry about him so much? Chucheng continued to call Song Chu, but he put the phone on the nightstand and did not hear the call. He was busy training, and form was important in battles. Song Chu sparred with a fighter, and he wants to check how well he has mastered the skills taught by his son-in-law Chucheng. And he has already developed many techniques. And at that very moment, Song Chu dealt a powerful blow to his opponent and realized that his strength was growing every day, and thanks to his son-in-law for his help in the battles. The opponent told Song Chu that he gives up. And this fighting style is incredible. And the student asks Master Song to show a couple more techniques, and he learns. Song Chu smiled and told the student that that was enough for today, and that tomorrow they would continue practicing the technique, and the student would become stronger soon. Song Chu said that he still needed to go home and practice the technique of 9 ringing strikes that his son-in-law Chucheng had already taught him. The student thanked Song Chu for the training, and the coach said that he would continue sparring tomorrow, and that the student was required to practice his strikes at home. Song Chu picked up the phone and was in complete shock, and wondered why his son-in-law Chucheng had called him more than 10 times. And maybe something had happened and he would call back. Song Chu would rather call his son-in-law Chucheng. Otherwise he would scold him at home, and he would not make him worry, and the condition of his son-in-law Chucheng is important to him. And at that moment, someone behind Song Chu loaded a gun, and he came for Song Chu and has nothing against him, but received a task from the boss. Song Chu heard the click of a weapon and turned around, and it seemed that his son-in-law Chucheng had called him for a reason and wanted to warn him about this, but he screwed up. The man pointed his weapon at the fighter and said that he was Song Chu from the Song family, and that he had the honor of dying at the hands of the Black Sickle today. The Black Sickle shot at the fighter, but Song Chu managed to dodge the bullet, and he himself did not know that he had such reflexes and reacted to everything. Black Sickle was surprised and how Song Chu was able to dodge the bullet. And he shot at close range, and it seems he underestimated the fighter. And he is very strong. Song Chu looked at the Black Sickle in shock, and he himself didn't yet know that at a critical moment he thinks faster and his body already reacts. The Black Sickle fired at Song Chu, but the fighter deftly changed trajectories and ran in different directions and quickly defended himself from the bullets. Song Chu managed to leave the room, and the Black Sickle realized that he was losing Song Chu, and this was a problem. And he had to catch up and complete the task. All these years the Black Sickle didn't make any mistakes, but now he missed with some guy, and now he will definitely finish off Song Chu, and he angers him. Black Sickle entered the room for Song Chu, and he will find him. And it is not for nothing that all the influential people are already turning to him with a request to remove someone Black Sickle told Song Chu that the room was not that big, and he had nowhere to hide, and now he would find out where else the fighter would go from there. Song Chu was hiding around the corner, and he had to pull himself together. And now he thinks rationally, and at a critical moment the brain works better. Song Chu realized that this mercenary is a professional and also has a weapon. If he wants to survive, he needs to attack first, and Song Chu has one chance. Black Sickle stood right in front of Song Chu's booth and said that he couldn't escape, and that he was trapped, and he was wondering how Song Chu was going to get out. Black Sickle kicked the door of the booth, and now he will shoot Song Chu, and no one will help him. And there is no strong son-in-law Chu Cheng next to him, and this is a shock. Song Chu realized that now was the only chance, and he gathered his courage, and now the Black Sickle has become his victim, and he is not afraid, and will attack there. Song Chu threw a towel in the Black Sickle's face and blinded him for a couple of seconds. And this will play a decisive role, and he will save his life, and he himself believes. Black Sickle removed the towel from his face and thought about what was going on, and he clearly underestimated Song Chu, and the guy had already managed to come up with a plan in an instant. Song Chu swung and told the Black Sickle that he was doomed, and that he had thought himself a hunter in vain, and that now he would show all the power of his fist. Song Chu slashed furiously at the Black Sickle's face and tested the technique taught by his son-in-law Chu Cheng, and it actually inflicts injuries. Black Sickle begged Song Chu to stand and stop beating him so they could come to a peaceful agreement. And he was against violence, and Song Chu was a gentleman. Song Chu stood in front of the killer and thought that no one would scare him, and he was Chu Cheng's student. And he taught that in any situation, there is a solution. The Black Sickle was lying on the floor, and Song Chu knocked him out. And the killer regrets that he didn't take a couple of colleagues with him on the mission, and that was a mistake. But the Black Sickle fired at the same moment, but a portal appeared in front of them, and the killer believes that he'll get rid of Song Chu, and he is stronger than the fighter. The Black Sickle bullet entered this portal and disappeared into the killer's body. He still hopes that he was aiming accurately at Song Chu and that the fighter won't dodge the bullet. But nothing happened there, and Song Chu was not hurt at all. And he does not understand what happened because the Black Sickle shot and he saw the bullet. Black Sickle is in complete shock, and where did the bullet go? And he is not shell-shocked, or has a concussion or hallucinations. And the situation is strange. Song Chu wondered if this was the same legendary technique of Chu Cheng's son-in-law to deflect a bullet, and he once told information about the technique. But Song Chu still can't understand what happened and was miraculously saved, and doesn't know where the bullets went. And this is mysticism because he doesn't see his son-in-law Cheng. Chu Cheng stood on the roof of the building opposite, and he caught a bullet with his finger, and he promised Song Chu that no one would harm him while his son-in-law was nearby. Chu Cheng was throwing bullets in his hand, and it's good that he managed to do it in time. Otherwise, Song Chu wouldn't have had time to dodge and protect himself from the bullet, and he was so close. Black Sickle thought that he had definitely fired, and why nothing happened. And Song Chu was safe, and this was one of his most difficult tasks. Black Sickle wanted to escape through the window, but now the task is unimportant. He needs to get out quickly, and his intuition told him that he is in danger there. Song Chu told the Black Sickle to stand still and where he was going, and they did not have time to resolve all the issues. And he wants to know who sent him for the Song family. And at that very second, Chu Cheng suddenly kicked the killer in the face, and it was not manly to run after an attempt on life, and the Black Sickle was already a coward. Chu Cheng asked Song Chu if he was okay, and hoped that he was not badly hurt by the killer. And he believed that he could protect himself there. Song Chu told his son-in-law, Chu Cheng, that everything was fine, and how he ended up there. And what about that bullet? And it looks like he was involved in it, and the bullets immediately disappeared. Chu Cheng asked, Song Chu who else, besides him, could make the bullet disappear, and told Song Chu not to hesitate and to tie up the killer and help. Chu Cheng doesn't know how the Black Sickle figured out where Song Chu is so quickly, and Ning Jungxiao doesn't have that kind of influence in Yangcheng, and it looks like there's a traitor. Song Chu tied the killer's hands, and Chu Cheng wondered who in Changcheng was so brazenly leaking information to Ning Jungxiao and framing the Song family. And then someone called Chu Cheng, and he doesn't know this number. He has to answer the call there, because important people always call him, and he's an uncle. Chu Cheng answered the call, and the man asked Chu Cheng to be careful. And the Black Sickle mercenaries were already in Changcheng, and he warned them in advance. Chu Cheng was surprised and asked the stranger who he was. And the voice was clearly unfamiliar. And the man asked Chu Cheng if he had already forgotten about him. The man was angry and told Chu Cheng that Rongdong was his former enemy, and how could he forget his voice? after all the events, and Chung was making him nervous. Chucheng asked Rongdong if he was the one who hired the Black Sickle and let him answer his questions, and then he would understand why he was calling him. Rongdong told Chucheng that he had given up his dark deeds and asked Chucheng to forgive him for everything he had done, and that he was sincerely sorry and ashamed. Taoist Zhang told Rongdong that if Chucheng's forgiveness was not obtained quickly within 7 days, the curse would only get stronger, and he was worried about everyone. Rongdong told Chucheng that he heard that Ye Xiaohuang contacted one of the leaders of the Ning family and passed information about the Song family to the killers. Chucheng realized that Ye Xiaohuang is connected with Ning Zhongxiao, and he doesn't know why Rongdong decided to go over to his side, but he will help find out. Chucheng asked Rongdong to continue to monitor their actions, and when everything is over, there will be no debts left between them, and asks him. Rongdong froze in place and asked Chucheng if he really wanted to entrust him with a task now, and thought that he was ready for anything and respected Chucheng. Rongdong asked Chung if he really wanted him to become a spy and monitor Ye Xiaohuang and the Black Sickle assassins, and if this was a risk for him. Rongdong imagined himself holding a gun to his friend and him and Ye Xiaohuang standing on the roof and having a serious conversation between them. Ye Xiaohuang looked at his friend's face in bewilderment and asked Rongdong how he could do this to him. And he didn't expect a setup from their friend. Rongdong was serious and told Ye Xiaohuang that he was an undercover agent and that they were wrong to believe his words and that these were his last words. Rongdong was delighted and said that this was true male friendship and asked Chucheng not to worry and that he would be the best spy in the world. Chucheng was surprised by Rongdong's reaction and thought he would have to persuade him, but it seemed Rongdong liked this role and showed such enthusiasm. Chucheng agreed with Rongdong and said that if any information appeared, he should immediately inform him, and he would be aware of the events, and he was glad to be their friend. Song Cho stood next to Chucheng's son-in-law, and he tightly tied up the Black Sickle killer. And they are dangerous people, and he miraculously escaped the attacks. Song Kyo told his son-in-law, Chucheng, that he heard everything, and that means Ye Xiaohuang hired mercenaries and what they will do with the scoundrel, and he is getting nervous. Chucheng listened to Song Cho's words and thought that now Rongdong was clearly their ally, and even though he was an idiot, he could play an important role in their cause. Chucheng said that this bastard Ye Xiaohuang always plays small tricks on them, and he didn't pay attention, but Xiaohuang clearly crossed the line. Chucheng looked at the phone, and he will come up with a plan and punish Ye Xiaohuang that he is harming not only him, but also the entire Song family, and Xiaohuang is infuriating him. Song Ko was beaming with happiness and thought, does son-in-law Chucheng really want to not give the enemies a single chance and destroy the Huangting Hotel? And that's cool. But Chucheng called Jiang Yingtao's sister and wanted to tell her that there were foreign Black Sickle mercenaries hiding in the Huangting Hotel, and he found out. Song Cho fell to the floor from the action of his son-in-law Chucheng, and he thought that he had made a different decision and would destroy the Huangting Hotel and brazenly beat the killers. Song Cho realized that Chucheng's son-in-law did not want to fight the killers, and he was already anticipating an epic battle, and the action was guaranteed, but he was mistaken about his son-in-law. Ye Xiaohuang was angry at this time and said that they were all Black Sickle mercenaries. And why couldn't they finish off such a weakling like Song Chu? The head of the Black Sickle in China, named Monia, immediately told Ye Xiaohuang that it was an accident, and even they have embarrassing moments. Monia told Ye Xiaohuang that there are no people in this world that the people from the Black Sickle could not kill, and that he should not doubt her people. Monia told Ye Xiaohuang that tonight at midnight, the Black Sickle elite will grind the Song family into dust, and she gives a guarantee. And they are professionals in this matter. But Ye Xiaohuang said to Monia, after the failure of the Black Sickle today, Chucheng and his men will definitely be on guard, and they will not be caught off guard. But Monia told Ye Xiaohuang that this task must be done today, while Chucheng and the Song family are vulnerable, and she will explain to him why. Ye Xiaohuang listened, and Monia said the longer they waited, the more likely it was that China's Special Combat Command would intervene. Monia said that for now, all targets in the Song family estate need to break inside and immediately after clearing them out, leave by sea so that the special forces won't find them. Ye Xiaohuang was pleased and said to Monia, this means that Chucheng will definitely die today, and he has long dreamed of this, and hates the scoundrel Chucheng. Ye Xiaohuang is happy, and he will not only get rid of Chucheng once and for all, but also establish useful connections with the Ning family. And this is an opportunity that cannot be missed. At this time, all the members of the Song family gathered in the estate and discussed what they would do with the Black Sickle killers. and Chu Cheng warned them. Song Yan's father asked Chu Cheng if he was serious, and he didn't understand why the Song family was so interesting to the Black Sickle Killers. Song Yan's mother listened, and her father asked Chu Cheng if those cruel mercenaries would really come to Song Yan's house tonight and what they wanted. Chu Cheng told Mr. Song that his informant told him so, and he believes him, and he is reporting a lot of important information, and he is on the alert for events. Chu Cheng thought that Rong Dong was really good, and in one day, he had already found out the plans of the Black Sickle, and it seemed that Rong Dong was already his best friend. Rong Dong wrote a message to Chu Chen's brother, and the Black Sickle plans to attack Song's house tonight, and he asks them to be careful. But Grandpa Song was very worried about the family, and wanted to ask Chu Cheng if it would be better for them to leave the city or go into hiding, and that was also a solution. Chu Cheng asked his grandfather not to worry, and that these mercenaries were just rabble. And even Song Chu was able to defeat a couple of Black Sickle killers, and that's true. Song Chu was proud of himself, and said that his son-in-law, Chu Cheng, was right. And with his current strength, no matter how many Black Sickle assassins came, he would beat them all. Chu Cheng told Song Chu that he was a good boy, and his son-in-law believed in his potential and talent, and that today he would be able to show himself, and that he was his son-in-law's best student. Chu Cheng said that his informant says that at least 30 killers with weapons will come tonight, and they are the elite of the Black Sickle. The entire Song family was in complete shock and asked Chu Cheng if 30 elite Black Sickle killers would really come to their house, and that it was terrible. Song Chu begged his son-in-law Chu Cheng to help him, and he himself could not defeat the 30 elite killers of the Black Sickle. And why did his son-in-law set him up there? Chu Cheng stood next to Song Chu and thought that he was a good guy, and Chu Cheng believed that in the future, Song Chu would be able to defeat 30 killers. Song Yan told Chu Cheng that the Song family's security would not be able to hold back the killers, and if Chu Cheng had a plan, she should tell it so that the whole family could calm down. Chu Cheng told Song Yan not to worry, and had already contacted the Special Combat Department, and they had prepared everything, and he trusted his colleagues. Chu Cheng told his wife that the assault team was already on site and was monitoring and reacting to the slightest movement, and he trusted Jiang Yingtao in their work. Chu Cheng said that now everyone needs to go to their rooms and not open the windows there, and not go out unless necessary, and it's safe that way. Grandfather Song ran first and asked the family what they were waiting for, and Chu Cheng told them to go to their rooms, and he would not disobey their friend's order. Song Yan's father told Chu Cheng that it was a great idea, and they wouldn't interfere with them, because none of them knew how to fight and wouldn't help with the killers. Chu Cheng and Song Chu looked at the Song family members in bewilderment, and they didn't care about them and wanted to protect themselves and were the first to go into hiding. Song Yan asked Chu Cheng what he would do, and she was worried. And the family left him alone against 30 killers, and it was dangerous. Chu Cheng asked Song Yan if she was really so worried about him now and was scared, and maybe he could spend the night with her and she would be protected. Song Yan was shocked, and she did not offer Chu Cheng to stay in her house, and why did he decide to stay? And she is embarrassed because they will be alone. But Song Yan calmed down and realized that when Chu Cheng was next to her, he would protect her from any problems. And she remembered how he saved the Beichin company. Song Yan couldn't answer Chu Chen's question, and she always becomes speechless when she's around Chu, and it seems like he has such an effect on her, and Cheng is unique. Song Yan wanted to tell Chu Cheng that she would be busy tonight, and he couldn't stay at her house. But he interrupted her, and Chu wanted to clarify. Chu Cheng told Song Yan that he was joking, and that today, he and Song Chu would be there to guard the Song family and protect them from the Black Sickle killers, and that was a fact. Song Yan told Chu Cheng that she didn't care where he slept, and she thought how awkward it was, and why she was already speaking in such a tone. Chu Cheng exhaled, and it is a rare case when the wife herself invites him into the house, but now is not the best time, and first of all, he is obliged to protect. Chu Cheng suggested that Song Chu go and call Ning Zimo, and they would go to the pavilion by the lake together and discuss the plan of action, and he trusted them. Song Chu was surprised and asked his son-in-law Chu Cheng if it was already starting, and he had been waiting for this moment and would soon test his skills and strength. Chu Cheng told Song Chu that he was 100% right, and the show was about to start, and Song Chu had to make every effort to protect. The friends sat down in the gazebo, and Jiang Yingtao asked Chu Cheng if she definitely didn't want the assault team to take up positions in the Song estate, and if they could. But Chu Cheng told Commander Jiang Yingtao that it was not necessary, and he decided that they could handle it themselves, and came up with a plan to defeat all the killers. Jiang Yingtao asked Chu Cheng how he wanted to deal with the Black Sickle killers now, and let him explain his plan to his colleagues. Chujin told Commander Yang Yingtao that he would first tie up the enemies and then the assault team would pick them up. And this was Uncle Chucheng's plan. Zhang Yingtao thought that the assault team had never carried out such simple tasks. But if Chucheng decided, he would defeat all the enemies. Zhang Yingtao said that once the Black Sickle people entered the family estate, they would simultaneously launch an operation at the Huangting Hotel. Song Qiu was shocked by Chucheng's conversation, and Zhang Yingtao said that her group would capture the head of the Black Sickle, and she asked them to be careful. Song Qiu was horrified and asked his son-in-law Chucheng if he could handle 30 Black Sickle assassins, and his son-in-law refused the help of the battle group. Chujin told Song Qiu that he would definitely defeat everyone, and this time he installed an enhanced version of the array, and it is even more powerful, and these are the facts. Chujin told Song Qiu that the array is so effective, and they will definitely see when the Black Sickle killers themselves fall into the trap soon. After some time, the Black Sickle killers came to the courtyard of the mansion, and they already have a specific mission, that they will destroy the Song family for the boss. The Black Sickle killers have stepped into the courtyard of the Song family's mansion, and they don't even expect that they will come at night and they will suffer in pain. The Black Sickle killers were waiting for the command from Commander Hadesley, and he is a legend among the killers, and all people respect and obey Hadesley. Monia asked Hadesley how the situation was, and he said they had successfully infiltrated the Song family estate, and that this was the most vulnerable place. Hadesley told Monia that 30 killers against a couple of people is somehow unfair, and they don't have a single chance, and they will destroy them all. But Hadesley asked Boss Monia, who cares, and they will complete the task, and Monia told the commander that the boss likes his attitude. Ye Xiaohuang is happy, and finally this day has come, and he has been waiting for a long time for someone to remove Chucheng, and he was harming all his plans, and he will soon die. From the day Song Yan turned 23, Chucheng seemed to have already trampled Ye Xiaohuang into the dirt, and he always humiliated and insulted him everywhere. Ye Xiaohuang was at the top, but as soon as he encountered Chucheng, he immediately collapsed and never got out of this circle, and Chucheng was like a parasite. Ye Xiaohuang is angry, and the only solution is to wipe Chucheng from the earth. And this time, Chucheng is doomed, and no one will save him, and Cheng accepted his fate. Chucheng ordered the killers to begin the operation, and he can't wait any longer and wants to see Chucheng's body and let no one in the family be left alive. Hadesley guarantees Ye Xiaohuang that everything will definitely be over in 5 minutes and told the guys that they are starting a cleanup operation. The Black Sickle killers agreed with Hadesley's order, and the commander is a living legend, and they will do everything he asks, and everyone respects him. The Black Sickle killers told Commander Hadesley that the weapon was already thirsty for blood, and they were waiting for the order and would now complete the mission soon. 2 minutes passed, and Monia and Ye Xiaohuang looked at their watches, and they both waited for important news from Hadesley because he guaranteed that he was a pro. Ye Xiaohuang looked at Monia's phone and she put it on speakerphone, but he couldn't hear Hadesley. And maybe they were acting secretly and quietly there. Monia was also sitting in front of Ye Xiaohuang, and Hadesley doesn't work like that, and he always shoots point blank. But now it's suspiciously quiet, and it's annoying. Monia told Hadesley that 2 minutes had already passed, and what the group was doing there, and why she still hadn't heard the shots and was nervous. Hadesley told Monia that the Song family estate was larger than he thought, and they were currently going around the lake to get to the mansion. Monia told Hadesley that she was waiting and let him report the information, and Ye Xiaohuang would understand that they exterminated the Song family, and in particular Chucheng. A couple of minutes passed, and Monia thought that it was strange, and Hadesley did not take into account where the mansion was located. And he does not make mistakes, and this is a shock. Ye Xiaohuang was furious and asked Monia why it was still quiet, and maybe all the Black Sickle killers were lost, and they were being stupid, and this was infuriating them. Monia was sitting in front of Ye Xiaohuang, and she didn't know what was going on, and according to their plan, Hadesley and his colleagues were supposed to solve the case in a couple of minutes. Monia told Ye Xiaohuang that they are the Black Sickle and not a gang of newbies, and they don't make such stupid mistakes. And why does he doubt? Monia asked Hadesley if they still hadn't found the Song family mansion, and Hadesley said that they had been running for 5 minutes and were tired. Hadesley told Monia that the Song family's estate was gigantic, and he didn't understand why they hadn't found the mansion yet, and it was bothering them. And at that moment, Hadesley thought and realized that he was right, and they shouldn't rush there, and something strange was happening, and he would figure it out himself. Hadesley gave the order to his colleagues and asked them to wait, and he wants to warn them all, and it's not for nothing that they are an elite squad of the Black Sickle, and this is true. The Black Sickle killer asked Commander Hadesley what happened, and if he could answer the questions, since he had been through so many battles. Hadesley asked his colleagues if they had already been to this place, and if he was not right, and asked all his friends to remember if they had gone through there. The Black Sickle Killers told Commander Hadesley that he seemed to be right, and they were in that place and seemed to be going in circles and wandering there. The Black Sickle Killers told Boss Hadesley that they actually walked there, and he even tripped over that stone, and it's completely true. The Black Sickle Killers asked Chief Hadesley why they were walking in circles, and whether there were ghosts there, and they had confused them and he didn't understand. The Black Sickle Killers started to get hysterical and said China is too scary a place and they want to go home and no one cares about the mission. Monia asked the killers what kind of nonsense this was and ordered them to retreat from there immediately. But Hadesley told Monia he couldn't find a way out. Chucheng was using the technique at this time and thought that the Black Sickle Killers were naive people and fell right into his trap and would not come out. Chucheng used the 9 Secrets technique, and this is an improved version of his painted prison. And I wonder how the killers will escape from his prison. Song Chio asked his son-in-law Chung if this was the technique of the 9 Secrets. And it was incredible, and he was speechless, and he was lucky with his son-in-law, and he was a guru. Where God Ningzimo was told Uncle Chucheng that he learned a lot from him today, and thank you for inviting him there, and he is always happy to help. Ningzimo said that they were only a couple of 100 meters away, but the killers didn't notice them and circled around the fence, and how Chucheng bewitched the enemies. The Black Sickle Killers told Commander Hadesley that they wanted to go home without thinking about anything and why they couldn't get out of there. Chucheng said that this is not such a complex technique. The killers just don't know anything about such arrays, and he will give a signal to Zhang Yingtao. Chucheng told Song Qiu to go and want the assault force and let them take the positions he indicated, and then they would capture their enemies. Song Qiu told his son-in-law, Chu Cheng, that he understood the order and would soon report everything to the assault squad, and Commander Zhang Yingtao would be delighted. Chucheng told his friends that he would leave them a loophole so that these idiots would run straight into the trap themselves, and the Black Sickle Killers are funny. And at that very moment the fog cleared, and Hadesley noticed the Song family mansion. And now nothing will stop the Black Sickle Killers from carrying out their mission. Hadesley told his colleagues that the way was clear and told them to follow him, and he would lead them out of there, because he had given them a guarantee that he would not leave them in trouble now. And at that moment, Hadesley jumped into the lake, and he is not afraid to get wet. And he is strong, and the main thing is that they get out of the labyrinth with colleagues. Hadesley told his colleagues that the lake was cold, which meant the water was real, and they would definitely be able to swim across. He ordered everyone to get into the water, and that was an order. Monia heard the sounds of the Black Sickle Killers, and it seems they're drowning in water. And what is going on? And Hadesley disappointed her, and he is delirious. Yashao Huang also heard these sounds and asked Monia what was going on, and the Black Sickle Killers were not providing information and were clearly slowing down. Monia realized that first, the failure of the assassination attempt was now the failure of their night attack, and she had a bad feeling, and the Black Sickle was so humiliated. And then Monia stood up and told her people that they were retreating, and she didn't want to stay there, and the mission had failed, and Hadesley had let her down. Boss Monia's men listened to the order and told Miss that they would follow her, and for them, her word is law. And it seems she is so angry with Hadesley. Yashao Huang stood behind Monia and asked him to wait and where they were going. And they had not yet resolved the issue with the Song family and where Boss Hadesley had disappeared to. Monia wanted to leave the room, but at that very second someone kicked the door so hard that it was knocked down, and the squad had already started entering the room. The Special Forces combat unit entered the hotel room and stood in front of Monia, and Chucheng warned everyone that the intruders were sitting there. Monia's guards took out their weapons and asked the boss who it was, and they didn't know that someone was targeting them, and it looks like they are trapped now. Monia turned around and realized that everything was not going according to plan, and it was not for nothing that she was so worried in the morning, and there were reasons for this. And this was a Chinese combat unit. Monia noticed behind her that her guards were wounded, and she definitely wouldn't be able to hide, and the combat squad surrounded them from all sides there. Commander Zhang Yingtao pointed her gun at Monia and told the enemy to stand still, or they would attack them, and that's true. Zhang Yingtao told Monia that this was the Special Combat Department of China, and they were arrested, and now they are facing trial and prison for their actions. Monia was surprised by the work of the Special Combat Department, and she was already afraid of them, but she didn't think that they would quickly capture them there in the hotel. Yashao Huang realized that it was all over, and he had hoped in vain that Chucheng would definitely die today, and why no one could punish him, and they were unlucky. Commander Hadesley was swimming with his colleagues at the time, and the killer asked his boss why shots were being heard on the radio and why it was frightening everyone. Hadesley told his colleagues that he didn't care and they would get ashore, get rid of the Song family, and immediately go to another place that didn't interest him anymore. And then someone extended a hand to Hadesley and asked the man to give him his hand quickly, and they would pull them to the shore because they were tired while swimming in the lake. Hadesley came ashore and thanked the guys for pulling him out right away, and without them it would have been much more difficult for him to get out of the lake. And at that moment, Hadesley froze in place and realized that all his colleagues were swimming behind him. And who then pulled him out? And it was so strange. And at that very moment, the soldiers quickly put handcuffs on Hadesley's hands, and he won't be able to hide anywhere. And thank God they swam there themselves. The soldier told Hadesley that they were a special combat unit, and all the Black Sickle killers were arrested and were required to go with them today. The soldier told his colleagues that they would also take away all the other killers from the Black Sickle, and that there were no innocent people among them, and they were all murderers. The Black Sickle killers listened to the words of the Special Forces while standing in the lake, and they were perplexed as to how they ended up in the hands of the Special Forces and where they made a mistake. Commander Hadesley sat in despondency and did not understand how this happened. And he always carried out the task, and for the first time he experienced such shame, and this was a collapse. Chucheng approached the fighting squad and said a huge thank you for their arrival, and that he hoped that he could help them in the future too. The soldier told Chucheng that, on the contrary, thanks to his help, they were able to easily capture the Black Sickle killers, and Chucheng did them a favor. Commander Hadesley listened to Chucheng's words and froze in shock, wondering why they were so absurdly defeated and why Chucheng set them up. But they were all good people. Hadesley asked Chucheng if it was really him who brought so many people, and he wanted to capture them, and he was acting dishonorably, and his heart was already broken. Chucheng told Hadesley that he was 100% right, and his uncle had acted dishonestly. So what? And he didn't care, because in the end they caught. Commander Hadesley was amazed by Chucheng's words and why he said that he didn't care, and Hadesley froze in place, and he doesn't believe it, and this is nonsense. Commander Hadesley lost consciousness, and the soldiers told him to wake up, and soon he could rest in prison, and no one would interfere with the killer. Chucheng called Zhang Yingtao and said that they captured the target and how they were doing, and he was interested to know if they were able to catch the killer's boss. Zhang Yingtao said that the operation was completed, and they immediately captured the head of the Black Sickle in China. Munia and the Huangting Hotel are involved in these connections. The soldiers carried away Ye Shaohuang, and Zhang Yingtao told Cheng that they arrested the director of the Huangting Hotel, Ye Shaohuang, on the spot, and the case was perfect. Zhang Yingtao told Chucheng that without his 9 secrets technique, they wouldn't have been able to eliminate the killers so easily, and Chu has a place in the squad. Chucheng told Zhang Yingtao that he was accustomed to freedom and organization, and that there were already enough technical specialists in the management. Zhang Yingtao remembered. And there are rumors that in the special department there is a secret department that includes the best of the best from their world. They report only to the director and investigate the most important cases. And if Chucheng had agreed, he would have definitely ended up in this special department. Zhang Yingtao thought that Chucheng could achieve anything only if he wanted it himself, and she realized at first glance that he was a professional. Zhang Yingtao told Chucheng that she would take away the killers and asked her friend to be careful, and that all the people behind the Black Sickle would not retreat. Chucheng asks Zhang Yingtao not to worry, and these people are not a hindrance to him. And enough talking, and he will go home to his wife, and she waited for her husband. Commander Zhang Yingtao told Situjing that Chucheng was unique, and that he had helped them solve so many important cases, and did not ask for anything in return. Situjing told Chief Zhang Yingtao that Chucheng was strange, and she no longer understood Chucheng's logic, and could not easily explain his character. Commander Zhang Yingtao asked Situjing why she thought Chucheng was strange, and she wanted to know all the information, and Situ's opinion. Situjing told the head of Zhang Yingtao that Chucheng was very strong, but he acted like a lazy fish, as if he didn't care about anything, and this surprised him. But Commander Zhang Yingtao told Situjing that the more she communicates with Chucheng, the more he reminds her of someone. And this is true. Zhang Yingtao thought that perhaps it was just her imagination, and she so appreciated Chucheng, who helped her achieve success, and she loves her friend. Ning Zhengxiao at this time slammed his hand on the table, and he was furious, and didn't know why he was surrounded by idiots, and they were all worthless animals. Ning Zhengxiao thought that the Black Sickle assassins were fools and couldn't even kill Chucheng, and how could they be trusted with an important task? And then Ning Jungxiao started to give birth to animals. And he misses his brother Ning Junha, and he supported him in any situation everywhere. But Ning Jungxiao is not worried, and his living creature technique is almost ready, and he has been planning the technique for a long time and will use it on Chu Cheng soon. Ning Jungxiao held the living creature in his hand and realized that even Cheng would not be able to resist the living dead that he now controlled. Ning Jungxiao laughed, and soon he would take revenge for Ning Junhe. And Chu Cheng was in vain to get involved with them, and the animals would help him defeat Chu Cheng. It was a restless night, and the news of Ye Xiaohuang's arrest had already spread quickly throughout Changqing, and reporters surrounded Ye Xiaohuang there. Reporters tell Mr. Ye Xiaohuang that she was caught while he was collaborating with the killers. And after the Huang family, another Ye family fell. Song Qiu read the news and thought that Ye Xiaohuang would get what he deserved, and that he had been harming their plans for so many years, but they did not punish him in any way. Song Qiu asked Chu Cheng to take a look, and the reporters pressed Ye Xiaohuang so much, and he deserved punishment. And does the son-in-law remember how he bothered the Song family? Chu Cheng listened to Song Qiu's words and thought that Ye Xiaohuang was incorrigible, and he could take an example from Rong Dong, and his ally helped him, and he was happy with him. Chu Cheng asked Song Qiu if he really dragged him there and distracted him from his work, just to share this news, and he no longer cared about Ye Xiaohuang. Song Qiu told Chu Cheng that he invited him there to practice their lion dance because the Thousand Lion Festival would begin in a couple of days. Chu Cheng asked Song Qiu what this Thousand Lion Festival was and what kind of event it was, and Song Qiu said that it was a national tournament. Song Qiu told his son-in-law, Chu Cheng, that more than 1,000 teams participate every year. And this year, the organizer is the Ning family from Yangcheng, and he learned everything. Song Qiu told his son-in-law, Chu Cheng, that such an event would not happen without him, and he would conquer thousands of people. And many still do not know about the strength of his son-in-law, Cheng. Song Qiu asked Chu Cheng if he remembers how he had already destroyed the champion of Changcheng at the opening ceremony. And it was an epic moment, and he was proud of him. Song Qiu told Chu Cheng that this time the championship has attracted the attention of the whole country, and this is his chance to shine on the world stage, and he is capable. Chu Cheng asked Song Qiu if he was ready, and Song can be absolutely confident in his son-in-law, but he is intrigued by his friend's physical condition for the tournament. Song Qiu asks Chu Cheng not to worry, and he has already perfected the lion dance technique and added some new things, and it is not for nothing that Chu's son-in-law appreciated his potential. Chu Cheng jumped on the pole nimbly and thought that he would surprise Chu Cheng. And it is not so easy to do, and Master Nanquan has seen so many talents. Song Qiu stood on a pole on one leg, and he combined the steps of the Kirin with the lion dance, and they complement each other perfectly and improved the skill. Song Qiu told his son-in-law Chu Cheng that this year he would definitely help him break through and show everyone the power of the Southern style in action. Chu Cheng thought that Song Qiu had become completely arrogant, and he remembered how Song Qiu trembled with fear on the Golden Coast, and now he was immediately eager to fight. But Chu Cheng thought how it would be, being Song Qiu's son-in-law, to discourage all desire to fight, and on the contrary, he was obliged to help, and he would not refuse Song Qiu. Chu Cheng jumped on the pole and decided that he would of course support his younger brother Song Qiu and remember how he always helped him and would not forget anything. Chu Cheng told Song Qiu that they would train together and he would evaluate all his skills, and he had earned praise from Master Nanquan and he was talented. Song Qiu was happy and said that this was great and thanked Chu Cheng for agreeing to training and guaranteeing that he would not disappoint him in battle. Chu Cheng smiled, and he likes Song Qiu's enthusiasm, and he will show all the skills, and he taught his brother a lot, and he is ready for the Thousand Lions tournament. Song Qiu struck Chu Cheng with all his might, but his son-in-law easily defended himself from the blow, and they will continue to train his skills, and he will become more powerful in battle. On the eve of the Thousand Lions Festival, the Huang family remembers how they screwed up last time, and the Huang family disappeared, but they harbored a grudge. The head of the Huang family said that the Festival of 1,000 Lions is already approaching, and all families are preparing 100% and really want to show results. Mr. Huang thanked Qingyang sect master Xiao Yinqi for agreeing to speak for the Huang family, and he appreciated his help to their family. Xiao Yinqi told Mr. Huang that he was there for Huang Yuheng and would protect the honor of the Huang family, so there was no need to thank him for his deeds. Mr. Huang didn't expect that the Qingyang sect valued Huang Yuheng so much, and was already ready to restore the honor of the Huang family and punish Chu Cheng for his sins. Huang Yuheng heard the conversation between his father and Xiao Yinqi and said that it was excellent, and the Huang family would perform in the Thousand Lions tournament and regain their glory and honor. Mr. Huang noticed that Huang Yuheng had woken up and asked him not to strain his muscles and take care of himself, as he had not yet regained all his strength, and let him sleep. Huang Yuheng said that everything is fine, and Xiao Yinqi is a martial artist and the pinnacle of martial arts and will crush Chu Cheng with one finger. Xiao Yinqi thought that ordinary people don't know that beyond the master level, there are even more advanced levels of qi and back to the origins. Xiao Yinqi asked the Huang family not to worry, and tomorrow he will injure Chu Cheng's legs and take revenge on him. And he is a pawn for him and will punish him for everything. Huang Yuheng thanked teacher Xiao Yinqi and asked grandfather Huang to take him to the arena tomorrow, and he wants to personally witness the fall of Chu Cheng. Mr. Huang agreed with Huang Yuheng and thought that Chu Cheng had seriously hurt Huang Yuheng's psyche, and now he was only thinking about revenge against Chu Cheng. Huang Yuheng grinned evilly, and this time Chu Cheng is doomed, and he will not be able to hide from teacher Xiao Yinqi, and he will beat him in front of everyone. After some time, in the open arena of the Festival of 1,000 Lions, the host immediately said to everyone, "Welcome to the King of Lions tournament." Chu Cheng told Song Qiu that the scale of the tournament was impressive, and so many people had gathered, and they were interested to know who would soon become the champion. Song Qiu stood next to Chu Cheng, and he told his son-in-law that the tournament was not ordinary, and it was not for nothing that thousands of people came to participate in the 1,000 Lions. Song Qiu told Chu Cheng that this is the national championship. Every year there is already a fierce struggle between the southern and northern styles. Chu Cheng listened to him, and Song Qiu said that this time, the 1,000 Lions tournament is not just a battle of styles, but a world competition, and this is intriguing. Song Qiu pointed his finger and asked Chu Cheng to look there. There were so many famous fighters, even the Western Lion King Zhao Fangchuan. Chu Cheng listened to his brother Song Qiu's words and said that there was the king of the northern style and last year's champion Tian Baiguang, and the martial artist Xiao Yinqi. Xiao Yinqi stood proud, and he believes in his potential, and no one can compare to him, and his goal is not to win the tournament, but to injure Chu Cheng. Tian Baiguang clenched his fist, and he was serious. And the 1,000 Lions tournament attracted a lot of attention, and everyone would see his skills and techniques. Zhao Fangchuan knows that it is not for nothing that he is the king of the Western Lions, and his skills and strategy are on another level, and no fighter can defeat him. But Song Qiu told Chu Cheng that for him the strongest were themselves, and asked his son-in-law to put on his battle uniform, and they would destroy everyone there in battle. Chu Cheng was surprised and asked his younger brother Song Qiu what kind of fighting form this was, and he wanted to know all the information, because he didn't know everything himself. Chu Cheng told Song Qiu that he said that because his fighting spirit was on fire, and he was now 100% sure that he would destroy all his opponents. Chu Cheng suggested that Song Qiu go, and his son-in-law will show him how to easily smash everyone to pieces, and most importantly, to believe in himself and his strength in the tournament. Song Qiu told his son-in-law Chu Cheng that his son-in-law is cool and he absolutely believes that no one can interfere with him, and Chu Cheng will decide the outcome of the tournament and make a difference. The presenter asked the audience to welcome the participants of their festival of 1,000 Lions, and they will show off all their skills and delight their fans. The audience told Tian Baguang to go forward, and she is the strongest, and he looks up to him and believes that he will break records in the tournament, and he is a genius. Other spectators supported the Lion King Zhao and Chu Cheng, and wanted him to show the power of the southern style and make the Western fighters cry. Song Yan's mom told Chu Cheng that he is the best, and in the past, he has already won first place and put other families in their place, and he is cool. Song Yan's father asked Chu Cheng not to let the Song family down, and he would raise their reputation and make other families respect them and emulate Brother Chu. Grandpa Song already knows that Chu Cheng is not an ordinary person, and that is why he has not lost to anyone, and his skills and style are at a fantastic level. Song Yan told her husband that the family believes in him, and after the tournament she really wants to have dinner with him, and even invite him to the house, and he deserves glory. Xiaobei told Brother Chu Cheng that he had bet all his money on him, and was already confident that he would soon become rich, and Brother Chu Cheng had never given him any encouragement. Ning Zimo didn't say anything, and these days he got to know Uncle Chu Cheng better. And the Song family is lucky that the master is speaking for them and he will show his class. Western fans said that the Zhao family produces warriors and they trust and root for Zhao Fangchuan, and he is the pride of the West and an idol. Fans asked Zhao Fangchuan to show the people of China who is the king, and his strength exceeds human limits, and he will amaze all viewers. Western Lion King Zhao Fangchuan thanked the audience for their support, and said he will try his best to defeat everyone there. Chu Cheng saw Zhao Fang Chuan and asked Song Cho who he was, and that he knew all the information and data about the fighters, and he would tell him everything. Song Cho said that Zhao Fang Chuan's family has been practicing martial arts for generations, and he has never lost and is popular. Chu Cheng learned that Zhao Fang Chuan went to America and opened a school, and he told Song Cho that this fighter had forgotten where his roots were, and that was terrible. And then a man came up to Chu Cheng and asked if he really thought he was allowed to discuss the Lion King Zhao Fang Chuan. And Chu Cheng was getting impudent. Chu Cheng asked the guy who he was and why he was standing up for the Lion King Zhao Fang Chuan. And maybe he would introduce himself first, and then find out. The man smiled and told Chu Cheng that he was a fellow countryman of Zhao Fang Chuan, and his name was Wei Jinde, and he himself was Chinese, but with an American passport. Wei Jinde told Chu Cheng that he and Zhao Fang Chuan both grew up in Chinatown, but had long ago renounced their citizenship and left. Chu Cheng asked Wei Jinde if he was from America, and he thought that he was from another continent. And it's good that he clarified, otherwise his uncle would have been mistaken. Song Cho listened to the words of his son-in-law, Chu Cheng, and in vain, Wei Jinde sorts things out with his son-in-law there. And everyone first becomes impudent and then asks for forgiveness. Wei Jinde stood next to Chu Cheng, and he was angry at Chu Cheng's words. And the fighter clearly insulted him and thinks that no one will punish him, but he is not like that. Wei Jinde told Chu Cheng that he had first insulted Zhao Fang Chuan, and now he would force both him and Wei to kneel and beg. Song Cho asked Wei Jinde if he really thought he had intimidated them, and let him first find out who they both were, and that before him was the legend of Changcheng Song Chiu. Wei Jinde told Song Cho that they would see how impudent he would be, and insult them after the tournament when he felt the power of his fist on his face. Song Cho stood next to Wei Jinde and thought that he would appreciate the fighter's skills, and he stood up for Zhao Fang Chuan. But his son-in-law is better than both people. Chu Cheng told Song Cho that even before the tournament began, his brother had already made enemies, and Song Cho had clearly gotten carried away, and there might be problems soon. Song Cho told his son-in-law, Chu Cheng, that everyone in the arena is an opponent, so what does he have to fear? The champion is determined by his fists, and he has not forgotten the rules. Chu Cheng told Song Cho that he had hopes for him, and yet Wei Jinde was an innate master, and he was higher in level than Chu Cheng's son-in-law, and he understood this. Song Cho was shocked and asked Chu Cheng if he was joking, and realized that he was in conflict with an innate master, and Wei Jinde was so strong. Song Cho asks his son-in-law, Chu Cheng, to wait and not leave him alone, and they are brothers and are obliged to protect each other from enemies and masters now. The organizers of the Thousand Lion Tournament have beaten the drum and want to draw the attention of all participants to them, and they will explain the rules. The host said that all the participants were there, and their tournament was divided into 8 zones, and now she would give important information about their tournament. In the first stage, teams need to overcome obstacles and quickly reach the arena, and the top 30 teams advance to the second round. Xiao Yinqi heard the information from the host, and the Thousand Lions Tournament was created for him. And the whole world will learn about his talents, and he will surprise everyone. The presenter said that the top 30 teams will advance to the